In the closed room, Uchiha Haruto, with a smile on his face, spoke softly to Fugaku, the clan leader. It's hard to imagine how a mouth with a temperature of 36 degrees could utter such a cold word. Without further ado, the main point is sincerity. Fugaku's expression changed from indifferent at first to confused, and then he got angry. There was a hint of vicious red light in his dark eyes, and Fugaku said with a sullen face, Uchiha Haruto, do you know what you are talking about? Certainly. Qingtian, with a calm expression, nodded slightly and said, if you continue to lead the Uchiha clan, this day 2 years later will be the anniversary of the death of the entire clan. You bastard. At the family residence, one of his subordinates advised him to abdicate, saying that the glorious Uchiha clan would be destroyed next year. Unable to stop the anger gushing out, Fugaku's eyes transformed into 3 Magatama Sharingan at some point, staring at the young Qingtian with a cold look. If he can't make sense today, it would be better for him to be transferred to the medical department to recuperate for the next few months. It's not only about treating the injuries on the body, the most important thing is to look at the brain. In the small room, the atmosphere froze instantly. Looking directly at Fugaku, who had activated the 3 Magatama Sharingan, Qingtian's expression remained unchanged, and he still had a clear smile as his name suggested. I'm not exaggerating, I just saw it. The next second, an even stronger pupil power erupted from Qingtian's eyes. Under the incredible gaze of the clan leader Fugaku, the dark pupils turned into scarlet spinning windmills. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan. How is it possible? Anger comes quickly and goes away quickly. Fugaku, who was still yelling in the last second, is now staring at Qingtian's eyes with a dull look. At the age of 15, he opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was not difficult for Fugaku to accept the reality that Qingtian's talent in ninjutsu was as dazzling as that of his ancestor Uchiha Madara or Itachi. But Uchiha Haruto was a well-known loser in the entire family. He was still a genin at the age of 15 and had not been able to pass the Chunin exam of the family or the village, including information showing that he has not even opened the basic 1 Magatama Sharingan. This is in stark contrast to his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, who is now 12 years old and serves as a team leader in the Umbu. He is a talented ninja whose strength is comparable to that of a jonin. If it weren't for the sunny personality he has always shown and his willingness to help others, they often volunteer to go to the garrison to help take care of the elderly who have lost their loved ones in the war or during the mission, as well as the disabled patients who have lost their mobility. Who knows what kind of ostracism and contempt this 15-year-old genin who has no talent for ninjutsu will face in the family. Untie. The hand seal to break the illusion was formed instantly, and chakra comparable to that of a cage burst out from his body. It's not an illusion. After being shocked, Fugaku looked at Uchiha Haruto, who still had a warm smile on his face, with an extremely complicated expression. Despite his talent, he has always been treated as a harmless little white rabbit by everyone in the family. This is an ultimate 6. Fugaku silently changed his previous impression of sunny days in his heart. Uchiha Madara, the most powerful member of the Uchiha clan in history, also opened his eyes at the age of 15. But now the boy standing before him, who was judged by his family to be blind, might have broken Madara's record. Looking at Qingtian's eyes, Fugaku was shocked and then extremely confused. As the clan leader, he knew very well how much hardship and pain it took to evolve from 1 Magatama to a Sharingan. But this old 6 has evolved to such a level without making any noise. These eyes. When exactly? It doesn't matter when it was opened. Qingtian said gently, what matters now is that you should abdicate. The color on Fugaku's face changed from light to blue to red, changing brilliantly like a rainbow. When the issue of abdication was mentioned again, Fugaku remembered that old 6 was not joking. If Fugaku had not seen the Mangekyo before, he might have sent him directly to the medical department to join the team when he proposed to abdicate. But now, in Fugaku's mind, Qingtian's image has changed from a little white rabbit to the ultimate old man. And what he said before. Just saw it. The change in strength and impression also made Fugaku realize the importance of this sentence. You said you saw it. Is it the ability of your eyes? Qingtian nodded again. As expected of the head of the clan, he was not stupid. I understood the point instantly. I saw the future. Qingtian pointed to his eyes and said calmly, if the family remains unchanged, 1 year from now will be the beginning of the night of genocide. Is it a prophecy, or a technique to travel through time and space? Fugaku frowned. It was obvious that he took the same words more seriously. His mind was storming with thoughts about the abilities of all the Uchiha who had opened their eyes. The scene became quiet for a moment. This is the benefit of strength. When you are weak, even the truth will be regarded as the nonsense of a mental patient. When you are strong, even if you say you want to destroy the world, it will cause panic in the world. Chief, don't resist. Let me show you the Uchiha station in a year and you will understand. Qingtian said softly, and without waiting for Fugaku to answer, his Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin. Fugaku did not resist and took the initiative to sink into the illusion controlled by Qingtian. It was a quiet, dark night with a blood moon in the sky. In the illusion, Qingtian took Fugaku step by step and walked into the gate of the Uchiha clan. Blood everywhere, covered the black land. The tribesman looked confused. It hadn't faded yet, and he lay soundlessly in a pool of blood. The night was so quiet that it was a little scary, just like Fugaku's expression at that moment, as ferocious and terrifying as a wild beast ready to devour someone. Fugaku passed Qingtian first and walked towards his own room at a faster speed. He wanted to see what he was doing at this moment. Why did the person die at the gate? But there was no movement or reaction at all. Qingtian did not follow and instead, he leaned against the door with a leisurely look on his face, closing his eyes and waiting. How is it possible to foresee the future so clearly for such a long time with just a pair of Mangekyo Sheri-nan? The ability to travel through time and space is fake, but Qingtian, who is familiar with the plot of Naruto, is telling the truth. If the Uchiha clan does not change, they will really be sent away by Ataka's filial child by this time next year. In his previous life, he was a otaku on Blue Star who loved games and anime. In my previous life, I had just finished taking a shower and downloaded the new Naruto mobile game, but I didn't have time to play it. He just fell to his death on the bed, and thus the present Uchiha Haruto was born. Without exception, the mobile games that you didn't have time to enjoy became the golden finger of sunny days. The function is simple and the effect is powerful. But just like all mobile games in the past, if you want to play well, you have to spend money. Not to mention that he opened the Mangekyo Sheri-nan at the age of 15, which shocked Fugaku. As long as you charge enough money, you can rule the ninja world at the age of 5. The panicked little Suzuki immediately ran to Fugaku's room. According to the original plot, the scenes in the illusion, like an immersive 3D masterpiece, appeared one by one in Fugaku's eyes. Qingtian was still a little curious at this time, seeing his family destroyed by the hands of his most proud filial son. What kind of mood would Fugaku be in at this moment? I guess I won't be happy. In the quiet night, the conversation and fight between a pair of brothers in the room were so clear and harsh. Brothers and friends are respectful to younger brothers, father is kind and son is filial. The Uchiha clan, who love each other, is really hard to describe. Qingtian leaned against the gate, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he was also a little glad that he came through relatively early. There was still enough time to change everything. Before, he was too young, and the village leaders were too strict in their surveillance of the Uchiha clan, so Qingtian couldn't get so much money at once. But now it's different, once the Uchiha clan is completely under control. Damn, let's spend a few 100 million taels first, spend it hard. I have worked hard for more than 10 years for this pair of kaleidoscopes. I ran so hard that my legs were broken, my crotch was worn out, and especially my mouth was worn out several times. Fortunately, God rewards those who work hard. After today, it will be time for me to spread my wings. When he thought of this, the corners of his mouth curled up more and more exaggeratedly. Untie. The scene returned to reality. Fugaku lowered his head and said hoarsely with a decadent look on his face, "Is all this true?" Fugaku's mood was extremely complicated. Although it was just an illusion, he combined the increasing defensive attitude of the village leaders towards the family, and Itaka's increasingly busy and silent performance after joining the Umbu. The night of genocide might really happen in the real world. After all, when deducing the process from the ending, all the clues will become so obvious. Qingtian nodded and replied, "I have no reason to lie. After all, my last name is also Uchiha." Hearing this, Fugaku lowered his head even more. That's right, if Haruto was not from the Uchiha clan, if he had not lived in the village since he was born, Fugaku would never have believed what happened in the illusion. Although he has been hiding his strength over the years and pretending to be sunny, cheerful, and harmless. But after all, he is also an Uchiha. Looking at the dejected Fugaku, Qingtian advised earnestly, "Don't think too much, clan leader. There is still a year left. Now there is still a chance to change this outcome. Yes, even if everything in the illusion is true, it will be a year later. There is still a chance to reverse the ending." Fugaku regained his confidence, raised his head and said, "Yes," and, before he finished speaking, he heard Qingtian beside him add lightly, "Time is on my side. There is still a chance, as long as the clan leader abdicates now. Words are like knives, and every cut is painful." The words that were not yet finished were like a fly stuck in my throat. I couldn't swallow them, nor could I spit them out. It's not that Fugaku was reluctant to give up the position of clan leader. In fact, he was eager to have a suitable clan member to take over the position. Common people always think that the head of a wealthy family would be so glorious and powerful. But Fugaku understood that the position of clan leader was a burden that he could not let go of and a chain that he could not break free of. Especially the Uchiha clan, a clan that is guarded against and feared by the village leaders. Outside, when facing the village leaders, one must be as tolerant and yield as possible. Inside, one must reconcile the various contradictions between the hawks who support rebellion and the doves who support peace in the family. All of this has made Fugaku exhausted. If possible, he would also like to hand over this burden to the next person. But this position also concerns the future of the family and the lives of the clan members. It is also impossible for Fugaku to give up this position easily in just a few words. At the very least, he wanted to take a good look at the new clan leader's ability and how he dealt with people. Since you have seen the future, you must have a plan for the next step, right? Fugaku looked up at the young man and asked, I can hand over the position of clan leader, but you have to show me a qualified candidate. Certainly. Qingtian pointed to his head and said confidently, all the plans for the next step are stored in here. As for the candidate for the new clan leader, you are definitely very familiar with it and will never refuse it. Fugaku frowned when he heard this and thought for a while. It seemed very familiar. The hawkish Uchiha Shin, the dovish Uchiha Ji, or the centrist Uchiha Kun? There weren't many young clansmen who could leave an impression on Fugaku that he wouldn't let the elders who were about to die take over, so he didn't want to start the feast 3 days after taking office. After much thought, Fugaku still couldn't think of a suitable candidate. Either they were not strong enough, or they were not good enough in dealing with people. Looking at Fugaku, who was still brainstorming, Qingtian interrupted softly, don't think about it, the new clan leader I'm talking about is you. Ha! 3 seconds of confusion, followed by a rainbow face change. So, you are making fun of me. Then Fugaku stared at Qingtian and said angrily, you asked me to abdicate, and now you want me to take over. What, are you playing Uchiha nesting dolls across me? Are you dissatisfied with the nurses and the medical department being too idle, or with the lack of tombstones in the backyard of the base? Seeing Fugaku about to attack in a rage in the next second, Qingtian hurriedly said, Patriarch, please don't be impatient, listen to my tricky. Listen to my explanation. The hair beside the ears fluttered, not because of the breeze, but because of the agitation of chakra. Qingtian spoke faster and said, I am still too young to be in the spotlight and attract too much attention. Especially the village leaders, plus, it is not easy to convince people with my reputation and image in the tribe. No, I think if you openly run for the clan leader, the uncles and aunts in the rest area might give you a vote. Ignoring Fugaku's retaliatory teasing, Qingtian continued, the only person who knows that I have opened the Mangekyo Sharinan is you, clan leader. I think it's better for you, the mighty and domineering chief of the Fugaku clan, to be the one to make a show of it. After all, the village leaders have also recognized that you are the leader of the Uchiha clan, and the elders of the clan are also obedient to you. But secretly, based on my superintelligence ability to see through the future, I will give you advice from behind. Not to mention avoiding this crisis of genocide, even if it means letting the Uchiha clan return to the top of the ninja world, that will be a piece of cake. We are a perfect match, complementing each other, and together we are invincible. Wave after wave of bewitching words rushed into Fugaku's ears. That's right, according to this kid, he will continue to serve as the clan leader on the surface, playing Tai Chi with the village leaders to delay time. Let this kid secretly exchange more future intelligence and completely improve the current embarrassing situation of the Uchiha clan. Thinking of this, Fugaku's eyes flashed red. He absolutely could not let the village leaders find the flaws or the opportunity to take action. The hawkish members who are always ready to engage in a fight with the villagers must settle down this year. Personal life or family survival. This is a simple multiple-choice question. The ability of time and space-related eye techniques must be hidden well. It would be good to let him continue to hide in the family and be a little white rabbit. Although Fugaku had figured it out and still felt something was amiss, he nodded to Qingtian and said, okay, I'll be in charge of the overall situation on the surface, but the direction of the family's development will depend on you in secret. Qingtian raised his head and vowed, don't worry, clan leader. I can see through the future and I am 90% sure that I can make our Uchiha clan bigger and stronger and create greater glory. 90%? Fugaku's heart skipped a beat. Although the success rate is still terrifyingly high, the remaining 10% is not impossible. Fugaku frowned and asked in confusion, what about the remaining 10%? Why are you not sure? Qingtian chuckled and said, the remaining 10% does not depend on me, but needs to be made up by you, the great patriarch. Fugaku Riddler, get out of here, Uchiha. Up to me, what does that mean? Qingtian pointed at Fugaku and said, if you can follow my instructions and arrangements 100% thoroughly, then the success rate will rise to 100%. It must be carried out thoroughly. There is no need to waste more meaningless time discussing and testing. After all, I already control the future. Good boy, you are so pretentious. Fugaku had always felt something was odd before, but now he realized what was going on. This kid had flattered a lot before, talking about a perfect match and a double sword combination. Bah. To put it nicely, this guy was making plans behind the scenes, and I was cooperating in public. To put it bluntly, this guy just treated me, the clan leader, as a puppet. If his arrangements and orders are carried out completely, then the entire family model will be under his control. This Lao Lu, he was able to get along well with those old guys in the rest area of the garrison, probably because of his mouth. However, thinking of the scene he had just experienced in the illusion, Fugaku nodded awkwardly and said, sure, if you can restore our Uchiha to its former glory, then so what if I become your puppet? Sunny Day looking up, smiling even more. Done. Chief, you are not a puppet, but the leader who will restore the glory of Uchiha. The goal was achieved, and Qingtian did not recommend flattering the puppet anymore. Okay, you better save your trickster skills for those old ladies. Fugaku had already regarded Haruta as the ultimate old man from the bottom of his heart, so he just listened to his words. Who knows what that kid has in mind. If he is useful, he will be called a great patriarch. If he is not useful, Now that the matter was settled, Fugaku asked directly, so what's our next plan? A year is neither a long nor a short time, so we must race against time to change the outcome of genocide as soon as possible. Talking about business, Qingtian put away his smile and raised his hand to make a V sign. Two major things. Completing these two major things at this stage can avert the crisis of genocide. Fugaku's eyes darkened. Two things? That's right. First, in the early stages, not only the top leaders in the village were wary of us. Ordinary civilians and most of the members of small and medium-sized ninjutsu families were very dissatisfied with our clan. I won't go into the reasons for the dissatisfaction of the top management, they are simply afraid of our power. In addition, the culprit who controlled the Nine Tails to destroy the village and caused the death of the Yondaime was also a member of the Uchiha clan. And the reason why the villagers reject us is because of the existence of the police department. You firmly grasp the position of the head of the police force and arrange a large number of tribesmen to work in the police department. That you have been maintaining street law and order and arresting criminals in the village for many years, which has offended too many civilians and merchants. The police department is the Uchiha, and the Uchiha represents the police department. This is a point that all residents of Konoha have recognized. The Uchiha clan is also extremely lowly and rejected in the villagers' consistent reputation. Hearing this, Fugaku quickly raised his head and said, I understand. Clear Sky interrupted Fugaku and continued, you just want the Uchiha to be fully integrated into the village. You took control of the police captain in order to use this as a foundation to become a high-ranking official in the village. But the more you want to climb up the ladder, the more the village leaders will be wary of you, and they will never allow you to enter a high-level decision-making position. Fugaku nodded. He understood all these principles, but he was unwilling to accept them. It was his ancestors and the first-generation Hokage who founded Konoha village and carried forward the will of fire. But now the Uchiha clan can't even get to the top, let alone the position of Hokage. To put it nicely, the position of police chief is already a high-level position. But it is nothing more than a position they deliberately gave him to offend people. Fugaku suddenly spoke up, so the first step of the plan is for me to resign as the head of the police force? Of course not. Although this position offends people, at least the power is still not small. What do you mean? One moment you say this is not good, and the next moment you don't want me to resign. Fugaku frowned as he looked at the Riddler who was talking so eloquently, and his chakra began to become erratic again. Qingtian quickly explained, what I mean is that you don't need to resign from the position of captain, but you can. The unemployed Uchiha members can slowly find reasons to resign, or let them be laid off. What about the security of the village? Fugaku frowned and said, more than 99% of the personnel in the police department are family members. With so many sudden resignations, the Sandaime and the village leaders will definitely be held accountable. It's definitely not possible to have all of them quit at once. But you can fire 2 today and 3 tomorrow. A month should be enough for them to reasonably quit. There have been a lot of complaints about our police department in the village complaint box. As for the position that will be vacated in the police department, I think other ninjutsu families and some middle and upper ninjas without power will be very interested. Fugaku nodded. That's true. After all, it is a civil servant position, and the job is just to deal with conflicts among residents and public security in the village. It is low risk and the pay is not low. It was much better than the jobs with high mortality rates such as Umbu or field missions. If it wasn't for the fact that he had completely controlled the police department in order to get into the upper echelons and rejected other ninjas' applications to join, there would be many people who wanted to join. Then Qingtian said excitedly, you can even go to other families and negotiate with their clan leaders first, and use resources or money in exchange for positions such as team leader. Anyway, the first step is to hand over all the rights of our Uchiha clan in the village. This will firstly relax the vigilance of the higher UPS, and secondly, it will also slightly improve the reputation of our Uchiha clan among the common people. Although the family situation is rather awkward at this stage, it is still a wealthy family in Konoha after all, and it is not short of money. Looking at Qingtian who looked determined, Fugaku asked in confusion, is there any necessary connection between making money and the survival of the Uchiha clan? Don't underestimate the power of money. Sunny was so excited that he almost blurted out the word egg. But thinking of the difference in strength between the two, Qingtian still explained, the second plan is even more important than the first plan. If there is enough financial support, Uchiha will be invincible. Looking at Fugaku who was still confused, Qingtian didn't know how to explain it in detail. He couldn't say that he had a golden finger in his brain, and that the finger would swallow money, and he could become invincible by spending money. If I tell it out loud, I'm afraid I'll really be sent to the hospital to have my brain checked out. Anyway, Patriarch, the more money the better. Didn't we agree beforehand that you would perfectly execute my orders? I know the future and will never lie to you. Good man. The words I've seen the future made Fugaku swallow his questions and he didn't know how to refute. Never mind, since I have decided to trust him, I should just be a puppet. After all, if I lead the family according to my own ideas, it will be a complete tragedy in a year. Okay, in that case, I won't ask any more questions. That you can come over at this time tomorrow to get the money. The clan leader is indeed wise. Fugaku, having achieved his goal, Qingtian raised his lips and said excitedly, the Money Eye project is officially announced. Goddamn money I plan. Fugaku's mouth twitched, and looking at Qingtian, who was excited, he once again doubted his mental problems. Dear clan leader, how much silver does the clan have now? After asking, Qingtian looked at Fugaku with expectant eyes. It might be an illusion, but Fugaku always felt that the boy's eyes seemed to have turned into $2 symbols. As long as it does not affect the basic operation of the family, you can come and take away the 20 million taels of silver tomorrow. What? He sat up in shock from his dying illness. Qingtian, who had been confident all along, suddenly changed his expression and jumped up. Although 20 million is not a small amount, how could such a big family, the Uchiha family, which is famous in the entire ninja world, have only such a small amount of savings? Such a big family, but you only have 20 million in cash. How can you be the clan leader? It's not that you are greedy. Seeing that Chakala was getting agitated again, Qingtian quickly changed his words and said, "It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Dear patriarch, I am just curious as to why the family has so little cash? You know, the most important part of changing the family's destiny lies in money. I was just a little worried, so I spoke without thinking." That's enough. You just look down on others and think too little. Fugaku looked at the deflated Qingtian and said, "You don't think that a wealthy family must have countless wealth and cash, do you?" Seeing Qingtian nodded subconsciously, Fugaku explained unhappily, "Ninjutsu reserves, strength, fame, status, and money. This is the basic composition of a wealthy family in the ninja world. Among them, strength is the most important, followed by the reserve of ninjutsu. Money is not a necessity for the rich. In the end, in the entire ninja world, only the ones with the biggest fists have the upper hand. As long as you are strong enough, you will naturally not lack money. We, the Uchiha clan, are not nouveau riche. We don't do business and we don't break the law. Where do we get so much cash?" Seeing Qingtian's head drooping lower and lower, Fugaku added, "Although the cash is not that much, if the silver is really as important as you say, it is related to the demise of the Uchiha clan. There are still many ways to exchange for a large amount of silver." Hearing this, Qingtian, who was in a depressed state, suddenly raised his head and asked anxiously, "What can we do?" He wanted to tease the boy and say some meaningless words, but when he remembered that this matter concerned the fate of the clan, Fugaku said in a deep voice, "Ninjutsu scroll. As long as we have the idea of selling it publicly, I think there will be many businessmen who will be interested. There are also commercial shops and streets owned by the Uchiha clan. These are also valuable." Qingtian nodded in agreement. Indeed, with the Uchiha clan's reserve of ninjutsu, if they just took out some of them to sell, those merchants and wandering ninjas would definitely pay a high price to buy them. Thinking of this, Qingtian smiled again and flattered Fugaku, "As expected of you, you are the wise and great clan leader. Not only is your strength extraordinary, your IQ is also amazing." Half an hour later, Haruto walked out of Fugaku's room with a smile on his face. "Leaving so soon, Sonny?" A gentle and mature female voice sounded, and Qingtian looked at the beautiful woman on the side of the corridor. She had smooth black hair, a delicate face, and beautiful eyes full of gentleness. Her plump figure could not be concealed even by the wide brown apron. She was holding tea trays in both hands, with several cups of hot tea still steaming. Even in this two-dimensional world where everyone is beautiful, this is a standard beauty. Only, alas, what a pity it was a good cabbage, but unfortunately it was eaten by a stupid pig. Uchiha Mikato, Fugaku's wife, mother of Nizuzi and Itake, and the current nominal mistress of the entire Uchiha clan. "You're welcome, Sister Mikato. I have something to do today, so I'll go back first. I'll come to visit the clan leader and you tomorrow." Qingtian responded politely. Puff, Mikato burst out laughing when she heard Qingtian's name. This child is so sweet-talkered. He seems to be only 2 or 3 years older than Itake, but he actually calls her sister. "Okay, go do whatever you need to do, and be careful on the road. I'll make you a cup of hot tea tomorrow." "Okay, Sister Mikato, see you tomorrow." Qingtian said goodbye politely and strode back to the recuperation area. Looking at Qingtian's back, Mikato whispered, "This child is really polite." Fugaku, who was in the room, heard his wife's words and the corners of his mouth began to twitch unconsciously again. The Uchiha clan's headquarters is located at the edge of the barrier covered by Konoha village. From time to time, various umbu or root ninjas would pass by, claiming that they were just passing by, but in fact they were monitoring the entire family's every move. The recuperation area is located on the edge of the family residence, and it is a corner within a corner. There won't even be any ninja monitoring it. After all, they are just a group of old, weak, and sick people. There is nothing noteworthy about them and they are not worth monitoring. "Brother Shui, I'm back." Qingtian kicked open the gate of the yard, carrying boxes of barbecue and ramen. In the yard, a strange figure wearing sackcloth and with bandages wrapped around his eyes nodded at Qingtian and said in a hoarse voice, "You're back." With a smile on his face, Qingtian took out a small table from the room, put the packed takeaway on it, and called Shui Ji from the yard to start eating. "You seem particularly happy today. It looks like it's done." The mysterious man named Shui Ji, although his eyes were wrapped in bandages, did not seem to affect his way of picking up food. Obviously, Shui Ji's words are full of recognition and confidence in Qingtian. After all, those eyes that can see through the future are too unsolvable. With his leadership, the family situation and conflicts with the village could probably be properly resolved. As long as I'm here, there will be no accidents. Qingtian munched on the ribs and said vaguely, I'll go again tomorrow and ask Fugaku to put the double Sharingan on you first. This is a rest area, a remote corner with no one around. There are no ninjas watching over it. You're wearing a bandage every day, so it's not a good idea to detain Pre-Gojo Satora to death. Ha! Who to kill? Brother Shui frowned and asked, who is Pu Lei Wu? Could he be the person who will influence the direction of the family's development in the future? Ahem, it was a close call. I almost choked to death on the ribs. God damn it, poof. No. Qingtian laughed and said, I just can't bear to see you still so young, like an old man, lying here every day and thinking about life. Shui Ge raised the corner of his mouth, don't worry about me, I have you and Itake. Speaking of Itake, thinking of the future that Qingtian had told him, Shui Ge quickly changed his words and said, I feel at ease with you here. Even if I lose my sight forever, I don't mind. You don't mind, but I do. Looking at brother Shui who wanted to retire, Qingtian excitedly said, do you know how much money I waste taking care of you every day? It's been a year, a whole year, food, drink, and healing costs, this is tens of thousands of taels, that's all my grandparents' money. Get well quickly and send me on missions to earn money. Even the most serious injuries should be healed in a year. Qingtian mocked, you don't think that I saved you just to let you retire early, do you? That's a nice thought. At this age, at this stage, if you want to sleep, bah, if you want to retire, you can't rest. Tomorrow, you must honestly install the light bulbs in your eye sockets. I will give you another task later. After venting his anger and eating his fill, Qingtian threw down his bowl and chopsticks and went straight into the room. Only brother Shui is left alone, messy in the wind. It was not until the sound of a door closing was heard in the house that brother Shui came to his senses and smiled as if he understood. A breeze blew by, and Shui Ge's thoughts went back to a year ago. He had his right eye taken away by Danzo's surprise attack, but he escaped using the technique of instant body movement. In order to prevent his tribe members from knowing the truth, he further intensified the conflicts between the village and the family, leading to the outbreak of war. After writing his suicide note and arranging his funeral, Shisui faked his eyes to look like they were self-destructing. He met his best friend Itake by the Nanga River, gave him his only remaining left eye, and then jumped off a cliff in despair. After falling into the water, in the last moment of his blurred consciousness, he felt someone quickly pull him out of the water. When he woke up, he appeared in the rest area of the family residence and was taken care of by Qingtian for a whole year. Now, Qingtian is the only one who knows the truth that he is still alive. According to Qingtian, he was waiting by the river in advance, not by accident, but because he saw it. Shisui was shocked to see the future, but he also realized how terrifying this ability was. He was glad that the hope of the Uchiha clan had appeared. During this year of living together day and night, Shisui taught Qingtian all the ninjutsu and secrets he knew. In Shisui's heart, Qingtian has long been regarded as a close friend whom he can trust with life and death. Although this best friend has a strange temper, is a bit greedy, and sometimes even says things that are incomprehensible, such as brainwashing through pyramid schemes, getting the coffin money for grandparents, and having fingers in his head and eating money. At one point, Shisui doubted whether his best friend's mental health was good. Having fought on the battlefield and also spent some time in the Umbu, Shisui is also proficient in deciphering secret codes. But there were still many things he didn't understand, like a giant rooster playing basketball and wearing overalls. Why does the rooster playing basketball and wearing overalls? Could it be that Sunny discovered a new spiritual place? Which country is Kinitami a ninja from? Genie seems to be a family name from the Iron Country. How did Qingtian, who has never left the village, know it? Shisui, who had too many doubts, also wanted to understand his friend's mental problems. He asked questions carefully many times, but was always perfunctorily answered and the topic was changed. On the other side, Qingtian, who had just returned to the room, still seemed to have some anger on his face. That's a nice thought. I spent tens of thousands of taels, and now you want to retire and log off the line. According to the Fire Country, no, according to the entire ninja world, forget it. Let's calculate it according to the repayment interest of Blue Star High Bank. 50,000 is loaned for 1 year, and the interest rate is 20%. Sunny's little brain was calculating at high speed. Is 20% an annual interest rate, a monthly interest rate, or a daily interest rate? Qingtian muttered to himself with a little confusion. Forget it, let's just calculate it based on the daily interest rate. I don't think Shisui will mind such a small matter. After a moment, Qingtian nodded seriously. The interest is compounded. The interest is compounded. Excluding the decimals. If he pays me back 5 billion taels in a month or so, I can retire with peace of mind. 5 billion taels. Thinking of this, the dollar symbol seemed to flash faintly in Qingtian's eyes. I'm his savior, he won't deny his debt, right? After thinking about it, Qingtian was still a little worried, so he found paper and pen in the room, wrote a sky-high IOU, and walked out of the room. Shisui. If it is useful, call him Brother Shui, if it is not useful, call him Ji Shui. The main point is hypocrisy. Sonny, what's wrong? Shisui responded after collecting his thoughts. Here is a document, please sign it with your own hands. At this moment, Kingtian's voice sounded like the evil whisper of a demon from the abyss. What file? Does anyone know that I'm still alive? Shisui asked doubtfully. Don't worry, no one knows you're still alive. Qingtian replied seriously, this document is a confidential mission personally issued to you by me, the clan leader. When you see it tomorrow, you must be ready to execute it. After listening to Qingtian's explanation, Shisui felt that there seemed to be something wrong. Why don't you wait until tomorrow when I recover before signing? Phew, that's a good idea. If you really regain your sight, will you still be willing to sign? Asking you to sign now is just bullying you because you can't see. Seeing that Shisui hadn't made a move yet, Qingtian said impatiently, why are there so many whys? Am I going to hurt you? 2. He saved my life, so what's wrong with signing a document? Would my best friend harm me? Thinking of this, Shisui took the paper and pen, and signed his name in the designated location according to Qingtian's request. Oh, and add the date and time on the line after the name. It would be best if you put your handprint on it. Shisui was stunned when he heard this. He always felt that this process seemed a bit like the IOU issued by a casino. Could it be an IOU? How is it possible? Shisui smiled. How could Qingtian, who is my best friend and lifesaver, do such a despicable thing when I am not looking? I silently said system in my mind. The white system panel appeared before my eyes. Character name Uchiha Haruto, faction Konoha, changeable, chakra attributes, fire, thunder ninjutsu reserve, fire, great fire extinguishment, water, water dragon bullet, thunder, sharp spear, earth, earth flow wall. Comprehensive combat strength, Jounin. Although there are many reserved ninjutsu, except for those with fire and thunder attributes, all of them are dim. The reason is that Qingtian Shakura attributes do not meet the conditions for releasing other ninjutsu. There are a large number of existing ninjutsu, some of which are very cheap, and some are given away in raffles on game event days. After all, since the system was activated, Qingtian has been cheating people into saving money to buy eyes. Until yesterday, Qingtian's overall combat capability was still rated as a genin. There is no way that when others of the same age are studying hard, Qingtian is hiding in the rest area to make money. When others are training hard, Qingtian is still in the rest area to make money. When others are out on missions. To make money. Having low talent is one thing, the key is that this guy has never received proper training. Of course, Sonny also has his own ideas. If he had used money to buy ninjutsu from the beginning, and bought cheaper 2 Magadama and 3 Magadama Sharingan, he could have become a genius ninja who could rival Uchiha Itaki. But the public opinion changes, and the consequences of being too sharp, he will be closely watched by the third Hokage and the little cunning Danzo. Either they will try to summon him into the Umbu and keep him by their side to brainwash him, or they will send someone to monitor his every move. The fate of Shisui and Itaki, 2 young talented ninjas from the Uchiha clan, is a bloody lesson. Therefore, the best way is to keep a low profile, hide in the dark, and slowly accumulate and develop. Fortunately, 1 year before the night of genocide, the strength had been sublimated. The ability to turn Qingtian, who was only a genin, into a jonin overnight was entirely due to this pair of mangekyo that he had carefully selected from the system store. Opening the system backpack, 2 pairs of blood-red mangekyo Sharingan are located at the top. Mangekyo Sharingan, left, has been bound, to be upgraded, ability introduction, perfect imitation, dynamic vision far exceeds that of the 3 Magadama Sharingan, and the ability to imitate. Any ninjutsu can be perfectly reproduced by just observing it once. Introduction, if you dare, don't use it. If you do, I'll steal it. The rising ninjutsu thief in the ninja world. Mangekyo Sharingan, right, has been bound, to be upgraded, ability description, absolute domain, the space and time within a 3-meter radius of the main body are frozen, except for you, all enemies in the domain will be lambs to be slaughtered. The maximum duration is 3 seconds. Introduction, the legend of the 3-second true man will eventually resound throughout the ninja world. The 3 Magadama Sharingan already has the ability to imitate ninjutsu. A representative figure is Kakashi Hatake, who is known as the copying ninja in the ninja world. But Qingtian still chose this enhanced version of the Sharingan that he learned from others, because others do not have the ability to release ninjutsu other than their own Shakura attributes. Even if you can learn the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, you won't be able to use a water-attributed ninjutsu or an earth-attributed ninjutsu even if you imitate it. But for Qingtian, who owns the system mall, this is just a small matter of tens of millions. Thinking of this, Qingtian flipped the system panel to the mall column. Looking at the countless rows of various goods, Qingtian's eyes kept flashing with greed. However, the available balance in the upper left corner of the panel, 9,527, is indeed a bit eye-catching. The blood boundary that can be activated by fusing 2 Shakura attributes, and the blood elimination that can be activated by fusing 3 attributes. A blood stain net that can combine all 7 attributes of fire, wind, earth, water, thunder, yin, and yang, representative ninjutsu, infinite moon reading performed by Uchiha Madara. The Akugan, Sharingan, Samsaragan, corpse veins, 5 senses control, dragon life reincarnation. All the ninjutsu that has ever existed in the ninja world and all the bloodstains that have ever appeared are available in the mall. Various ninja artifacts that are hidden deep inside. The 10-fist sword, the 8-foot mirror, the 7-star sword, the amber purifying bottle. Everything is hung high. Even the tailed beasts that are considered as threats to nuclear strikes by various villages can be purchased directly in packages in the system mall. As long as you spend enough and are ruthless enough. Even if you need the 10 tails formed by the fusion of 9 tailed beasts, it is still available for sale. It's just the price, it's hard to put into words. After Qingtian finished talking with Fugaku, Qingtian searched for the most suitable product within 20 million according to the price. At Satsuki Bloodline, special offer, limited to 7 days, special price. Original price 100 million, current price 22 million, Bloodline can grow and upgrade. Introduction: the pure blood power of the Atsutsuki clan, primary, can improve the talent of ninjutsu and possess 7 types of chakra attributes. Continuous upgrades can obtain all blood abilities. There is no doubt that the Atsutsuki bloodline, which is on special offer, has the best cost-effectiveness and ability. Even the Atsutsuki Higoromo, who was revered as the sage of the 6 paths and overpowered the 10 tails alone, was only the offspring of Kagaya and a human, and only had a small portion of the Atsutsuki bloodline. Although the enhanced combat effectiveness is not high in the initial stage, it has the potential to grow and upgrade. The 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is now known as the strongest Hokage and the professor of ninjutsu, only has 5 attribute changes. The title of the strongest Hokage is definitely exaggerated. After all, anyone who can make such an evaluation must have never seen the 1st generation Hokage beat up the 9 tails. Although the evaluation is inflated, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also considered a leader among the Kage level. And just the primary bloodline can have 7 attributes. If you can keep spending money, this bloodline alone will be enough to dominate the ninja world. After going over the follow-up plan in his mind again, Qingtian laughed out loud. My current strength is barely enough to protect myself, and I can make a little more money. Also, it's time to have a showdown with the high-ranking officials of Konoha. Since you, Konoha, don't want to play with our Uchiha clan, let's see who is more sinister. To be honest, Qingtian, who knew the plot, didn't take Danzo, the little 6th brother, and the hypocritical Saname seriously. Although a head-on confrontation is a bit of a stretch at this stage, Qingtian has countless conspiracies and plans to hurt people in his mind. Everything was planned out, and Qingtian fell asleep peacefully with a silly smile on his face, looking forward to the rising sun tomorrow. The sky is high and the clouds are light, and the weather is sunny. It was a sunny day and Maime had a good sleep and got up early. In a good mood, he hummed a tune by himself and made breakfast in the kitchen. The kitty is so beautiful baby, the kitty is so beautiful baby, if you look at me one more time, you'll explode. Baby Shisui, who was groping for the table in the yard, murmured softly, could Jeannie be the woman that my best friend loves? How beautiful must she be to make you explode at the first sight? Shisui, who was always steady, couldn't help but feel a little curious about Jeannie. A few minutes later, Qingtian came to the yard with a plate of food. He ignored Zishui, who was sitting at the side of the dining table, and started eating as if no one was around. Blind Shisui touched the empty dining table with his hand and asked in confusion, Haruta-kun, where's mine? Grandma Wang, what's wrong? As soon as Qingtian went out, he met his white-haired neighbor next door, Grandma Wang from the convalescent home. It's all your fault, kid. You took the money but didn't do anything good. Whenever there's a breeze, the iron door of my house creaks nonstop, and I can't sleep well at night. Wang Po hunched over and complained to Qingtian, it's only been broken for a month, and you've already repaired it 4 times. I've collected money 4 times, but why is it breaking down again every few days? The noise is even getting louder each time. Could it be that you didn't fix it properly? How is that possible? Grandma Wang, boy, don't you still believe in my character? Qingtian patted his chest and said righteously, don't worry, I'll come back and help you fix it one last time. If it still can't be fixed this time, and there's a problem again, I'll come and fix it for free until it's fixed. Granny Wang thought about it and realized that this boy's parents died while on a mission when he was a child. Since he had low talent, he moved into the recuperation area early on and has been hanging around for so many years. I often help the elderly in the nursing home to repair broken furniture or help with some housework. Although I will charge a thank you fee, it is much cheaper than hiring someone to repair it. There is just one bad thing, this guy is too boastful that he always says that he can repair anything and do anything. As a result, every time the furniture was repaired, it would not be repaired for a few days before new problems would appear and the guy would have to repair it again. However, over the years he has also earned a good reputation as a person who respects the elderly and loves the young, is helpful, and is sunny and cheerful. Well, mother-in-law, I trust you once again. Come over and fix the door when you're done. Qingtian smiled and nodded. After watching Granny Wang go home, he murmured softly, forget it. This time, we'll completely repair Granny Wang's door. It's about right to collect the repair fee 5 times a month. Fortunately, the voice was so soft that Wang Po didn't hear it. Otherwise, you don't know how others will thank you, Good Samaritan. Along the way from the rest area to the home of Patriarch Fugaku, Qingtian made 14 solemn promises to 7 old grandfathers and 6 old grandmothers. The chest was almost injured. After going through many trials and tribulations, he finally arrived at Fugaku's house. "You're here." "Yes, I am here. You shouldn't have come now. But I'm already here. Now that you're here, don't leave." "No, Chief, why are you here giving me secret signals so early in the morning?" Qingtian said speechlessly. "Didn't we agree to come and get the money today? You realize it's early in the morning. Is there any need to be in such a hurry?" Fugaku also said unhappily, "There is a clan meeting to be held later, and I need to find a way to arrange the resignation of the police department. I can also get some cash from a few elders to give to you. You blocked our door at daybreak and demanded money. What did you want to do? Even robbery wouldn't be this early." When Qingtian heard that Fugaku was going to ask the elders for money during the meeting, his expression changed instantly. He said with a wry smile, my bad, my wise clan leader, please don't be angry. Go ahead and do your work. I'll wait for you in the room." "Alright, ask Mikado to make you a cup of tea later. Now that you're here, don't leave. Wait in the room until I finish my meeting and talk." After saying that, Fugaku glanced at Qingtian with an expressionless face, then strode towards the family meeting room. "Pa, who is that? Yesterday you said you would cooperate with me and be a good puppet. But today you are giving me a cold shoulder." Qingtian was alone in the clan leader's room, drinking hot tea and complaining with an indignant look on his face. "Fugaku, you are really something. Just wait for me. Don't give me the chance, otherwise, you will suffer the consequences." On the other side, in the meeting room of the Uchiha residence. As the clan leader, Fugaku emphasized two issues at the meeting. 1. It is necessary to severely punish those police officers who have been complained about by villagers in previous years. 2. Increase efforts to accept high-paying tasks assigned by the village or family. All the elders and the powerful jonin of the family were confused by the two topics raised by the clan leader. There were even quite a few senior ninjas who secretly put their hands behind their backs and formed seals, beginning to suspect that they had fallen into an illusion. Handling police officers who have been complained about, also including those from previous years? Damn it, you might as well just fire all the Uchiha members in the police department. And the attitude towards accepting missions, isn't it all carried out with the goal of training one's own strength and confronting other ninjas? At the clan meeting last month, you yourself stressed the importance of improving our strength and said not to take easy missions with high pay. What, are you playing face-changing game from behind? The Uchiha have never been interested in the easy missions assigned by the rich people of the Fire Country. After all, there are not many Uchiha clan members who are short of money. In the meeting room, due to the clan leader's strength and authority, no one said a word. However, more and more ninjas began to secretly form hand seals, and some even began to mobilize the surging chakra, rushing around in their bodies, with a little scarlet flowing out of their mouths. After all, self-mutilation can be regarded as a way to break the illusion. The ninjas with blood on their mouths looked at each other in confusion. It was not an illusion. Aren't they the ones being controlled? Thinking of this, everyone looked at the clan leader Fugaku, who was still talking loudly. At this moment, Fugaku on the stage couldn't stop twitching at the corners of his mouth, even though his eyesight was poor and he couldn't see the little movements behind you. But with so many surging chakras surging below, how could Fugaku not feel it? Facing the puzzled looks from the audience, Fugaku's eyes began to change. Scarlet eyes, the recognizable Mangekyo Sharinan, and the cage-level momentum. The doubtful eyes in the audience suddenly became serious. The clan leader on the stage is real, and the kaleidoscope is open, so he should not be under any illusion. Could it be that there is something wrong with my mind? The thoughts of the ninjas below the stage began to drift further and further away. Alright, the meeting is over. Elder Setsuna, please stay for a moment. Everyone else, please go away first. As people left the meeting room in twos and threes, only the Uchiha clan's great elder, Uchiha Setsuna, was left. With his eye-catching spiky hair, thin figure, and sinister eyes, you can tell at a glance that he is a character that is difficult to get along with. Setsuna is not only the chief elder of the family, but also the captain of the police department, second only to Fugaku. I can pretend none of this happened. Fugaku looked directly at Setsuna and said sternly, but now, you must stop, and disband your Hawk faction. Setsuna also understood the determination in Fugaku's tone, but he was confused. It's normal for Fugaku, as the clan leader, to know about his little actions in secret. After all, Fugaku was the most powerful and prestigious person in the Uchiha clan, not just a powerless puppet. But it is precisely because of this that Setsuna is confused. His covert actions were not too covert, and were more to keep a secret from those outside the base and monitor the Umbu and Root Ninja of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Fugaku's inaction and non-interference made Setsuna feel that he agreed with their hawkish ideas. Gain the right to speak in the village with strong strength. Setsuna asked in confusion, why? I thought you were supposed to support us, Fugaku. If we continue, the Uchiha clan will be in danger of extinction. It's not too late to stop now. Fugaku said solemnly, in order to prevent sudden attacks from Konoha's high-ranking officials, I have been laissez-faire about your previous actions. But it's different now. Different? How is it different? Setsuna sneered. Do you still expect the hypocritical Sarutobi and the sinister Danzo to continue to allow our Uchiha clan to exist? Don't be naive, those hypocrites are afraid of the power of our clan. If we weren't afraid of destroying ourselves and attracting the attention of other countries, we would have gone to war long ago. Fugaku shook his head. I certainly don't think that the village's higher UPS will be merciful, but I have found a more reliable method. Therefore, you hawks must stabilize yourself. We cannot let the village find an excuse to attack us at this stage. A more secure method. Setsuna frowned. The current situation is nothing more than fight or flight. There is no possibility of peaceful coexistence. I won't be a coward who runs away before fighting. I can't tell you the specific plan now. After all, Fugaku is still unclear about what the specific plan is. At the moment, I only know that I need to make money and need stability. But he couldn't say this to Setsuna. On the one hand, it was to hide Kingtian's existence, and on the other hand, it was to prevent Shana from doubting whether his mental state as the patriarch was normal. Fugaku then said seriously, but I can guarantee it in the name of the head of the Uchiha clan, the plan will definitely be more stable and effective than your so-called way of starting a war. Quiet, you could hear a pin drop, and the eerie silence lasted for a long time. The two people looked at each other, seemingly testing something silently. I understand. Shana spoke first, then turned around and left without looking back. Why? After a long time, Fugaku sighed lightly and walked out. He agreed very quickly, but Fugaku could still feel the determination in Setsuna's eyes, and the expression that he didn't want to give up. Dear Patriarch, you see the meeting is over, right? Qingtian rubbed his fingers, constantly hinting at something. Fugaku glared at him unhappily and began to doubt again whether this guy was the hope of the Uchiha clan. I always feel like a charlatan who has fallen into the trap of money. He opened his mouth and was about to ask Lao Lu about the more specific plans. But thinking about the request he made yesterday, there is still that 10% chance. Fugaku remained silent as he took out a scroll from his arms and threw it towards Qingtian. The total is 24 million. Apart from the necessary expenses for the family, the rest is left to you. Rest assured. Without saying a word, Qingtian kicked the scroll into his arms with lightning speed. Then one of them stood up, bowed to Fugaku and said, goodbye. Damn. The fist is hard. Once you get the money, you don't even want to call me the patriarch anymore. Seeing Qingtian's look, veins bulged on Fugaku's forehead. Just as he was about to scold him, he found that the boy turned around and sat down again. Fugaku gritted his teeth and said, what, any other instructions? No, no. Qingtian sat down and patted his forehead, and said a little embarrassedly, dear clan leader, I almost forgot that there is another important matter that needs your help. Grass. If you can use it, you will become the dear patriarch again. Explain. Seeing Fugaku's rather impatient expression, Qingtian also said cautiously, the family should have a lot of Sharinan in stock. Dry. I was so anxious to get back and upgrade, I almost forgot to ask for a pair of eyes for the blind man. Fugaku frowned upon hearing this and said, indeed, but why do you need the Sharinan? Is it possible that your eyesight has begun to deteriorate? After saying this, Fugaku seemed to understand something, nodded and said to himself, yes, the ability to see the future directly must consume a lot of pupil power and have side effects. When he said this, there was a hint of tenderness in Fugaku's expression as he looked at Haruto. To help the family out of trouble. He is such a young and talented ninja, but he has been devoting himself silently. Now even the eyesight. One can imagine how many times he had secretly used his abilities in order to find a way out for his family. Fugaku looked at Qingtian with concern and said, don't leave yet, I'll ask the medical ninja in the family to help you get a pair of 3 Magadama Sharinan. Although it's a little bit inferior to the ability of the kaleidoscope, it's still the best in the family. Fugaku's gentle tone gave Haruto goosebumps. He silently moved back and then said, just give me your eyes and let me fix them myself. Is that okay? Fugaku was surprised and said, you installed it yourself. Without a professional medical ninja to perform the operation, what you installed yourself would not be eyes, but useless light bulbs. How is that possible? Qingtian was equally surprised and said, I have personally seen someone take off his eyes and then put them back in with a puff. It only took a few seconds to fully recover. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's eyebrows began to twitch again. It was taken off in a flash and pushed back in with a puff. Are you talking about eyes or light bulbs? See it with your own eyes. Where did you see it? After the rebirth, Uchiha Madara has the cells of the first Hokage and his good friend Senju Hashirama in his body. With that strong vitality and self-healing ability, it is indeed not difficult to replace the eyes as light bulbs. And there is also that old man, Danzo. The route also has a lot of talented people, so it's normal to find a few capable medical ninjas. Never mind, now Fugaku can at least be considered half of our own. All he needs to become my brother is a signed note with his name, date and fingerprint. It would also let him know about Shisui's existence. Thinking of this, Haruto confessed Shisui's existence to Fugaku. What? Shisui is still alive, and you kept him for a year? Uchiha Shisui, he is not only a genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, but also famous in the ninja world for his skill as Funchin Shisui on the battlefield. He is also his eldest son Itaki, who was both his teacher and friend. When Shisui died, not only did Itaki open the three Magatama Sharingan, but even Fugaku felt regretful for a long time. Now I know that he is still alive, and I also know the reason why he was forced to commit suicide. Fugaku's mood at this moment was also extremely complicated. But, more importantly, if it can be confirmed that Shisui was kept by this kid in the base for a whole year, it would undoubtedly be the best proof that he can predict the future. As long as he meets Shisui once, Fugaku can be 100% sure that this kid's ability to see into the future is real. Before, because of Harada's eccentric personality, Fugaku could only 90% believe in the existence of his unsolvable ability. Now, at this moment, Fugaku's expression was extremely complicated and distorted. Nervousness, anticipation, surprise, worry. This made Qingtian, who was standing by, stare in amazement at the vivid face-changing performance. It's like a piece of dough, being kneaded and changed constantly. Qingtian even began to suspect whether Shisui was the old man's illegitimate son. Upon hearing the news that he was still alive, she lost her composure like this. Qingtian looked at Fugaku strangely and nodded thoughtfully. Yes. In the previous life, I had never seen Shisui's parents appear in the anime. They were not much different in age from Itaki, and they had a very good relationship. Maybe, it is really possible that this old guy is being a scumbag outside behind Mikato's back. Fugaku came back to his senses, looked up and said in a trembling voice, "Can I go with you to the rest area to see Shisui?" At this time, Fugaku just wanted to talk to Shisui and confirm Harada's ability. When Qingtian heard Fugaku's voice, his heart trembled, and he confirmed his guess. The relationship between this old guy and Shisui is indeed special. He looks so righteous, but in fact he is a scumbag who cheats on his wife. Pooh. But this was a family issue of the old man after all, and Qingtian didn't intend to ask any further questions. Qingtian glanced at Fugaku with disdain. Qingtian said in a cold voice, "After I go back first, if you are sure that you are not being monitored, come to my house to find me yourself." After saying this, Qingtian turned around and left coldly. This time, not to mention being called the dear clan leader, he wasn't even given the chance to bow and say goodbye. What's going on? The money asked for was also given. I'll go over there later and prepare to hand over the Sharingan stock. Fugaku was also confused for a moment. After a while, Fugaku murmured softly, "I am completely useless now." As soon as Qingtian walked out of the room, he saw Fugaku's wife, Uchiha Mikato, hanging clothes in the yard alone. The sunny day's expression instantly changed from a snowy night to a warm summer. He called out to the woman obediently, "Sister Mikato." Mikato, who was hanging clothes, heard the voice and turned back with a gentle smile. "It's Sao Qingtian, have you finished talking to Fugaku?" Seeing Qingtian nod, Mikato said enthusiastically, "After we're done talking, stay and have dinner together." "No, Mikato-san, I have some things to do at home." "Okay, then you go ahead and do your work. Next time you come, I'll cook for you." Qingtian nodded when he heard that, then looked at Mikato with complicated eyes and opened his mouth silently. "What's the matter, Sonny? Is there something you want to tell your sister?" Seeing Qingtian hesitant to speak, Mikato asked directly. Qingtian hesitated for a moment, but finally whispered to Mikato, "Be careful of Fugaku." Ha! At this moment, Uchiha Mikato even suspected that there was something wrong with her ears. What Qingtian said just now was, "Be careful of Fugaku, be careful of your husband?" What's wrong with Fugaku? Mikato asked subconsciously. Qingtian couldn't bear to deceive this gentle elder sister, and after hesitating for a moment, Qingtian said again in a low and serious voice, "Fugaku seems to have an illegitimate child outside." Ha! Qingtian's words directly burned out Uchiha Mikato's CPU. Illegitimate child. According to my observation and analysis, the probability is estimated to be 90%. Looking at Sunaboy's serious and distressed expression, Mikato seemed to feel a nameless anger burning in her heart. Of course, this anger was not directed at Harada, but at Fugaku. But when she thought about how Fugaku would come home every day and would tell her what he did when asked, Mikato suppressed her anger. Thinking of this, Mikato said suspiciously, "That shouldn't be the case. Every time Fugaku goes out, he will tell me what he is going to do." Qingtian shook his head. "How do you know he didn't lie to you and go somewhere else? There is no truth in the mouth of a scumbag." "Mikato's sister, you must keep a close eye on him from now on. You must know where he's going in advance and confirm afterwards." Mikato, who was still in a daze, nodded subconsciously. Although doing so would be a bit unfair to that old guy. But now that he knew the truth, Qingtian really couldn't bear to see Sister Mikato being deceived by that scumbag. Besides, Qingtian didn't tell Fugaku now yet, he has discovered the special relationship between him and Shisui. Even if the guess was wrong, it would be a good thing to let Sister Mikato keep a closer eye on that old guy. "Well, Sister Mikato, I'll come visit you when I have time." Little did he know how much harm Qingtian's analysis had brought to Fugaku. After telling the truth, Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief and left. At noon, recreation area, sunny home. Shisui had his eyes bandaged and his expression could not be seen clearly. He was alone at the dining table, chewing a large rice ball, and from the inner room came Kingtian's evil laughter. The scene was a bit weird for a moment. Uchiha clan, Fugaku family. The atmosphere of the restaurant is also somewhat unusual. Fugaku and Mikato were both a little absent-minded while eating the sumptuous lunch. One of them was because they were going to the rest area to meet Shisui and confirm Kingtian's spacetime ability. The two people, each with their own concerns, did not pick up their chopsticks. Mikato came back to her senses first and looked at Fugaku, who looked worried, and couldn't help but frown. Why does Fugaku also look so absent-minded? Should I take the initiative to ask him? Still no, if Fugaku knew that I suspected him just because I heard Haruta mention it casually. Wouldn't it prove that I don't trust him enough? But Kingtian's sincere words before didn't seem like acting. Mikato was conflicted and thought about it, and decided to pay more attention to Fugaku's whereabouts in the future. Noticing her son had left, the lady stopped eating. Fugaku got up, went back to his room, changed his clothes, and prepared to leave. After changing into black clothes that were easier to hide, Fugaku prepared to go out in a hurry. Where are you going? Uchiha Mikato's doubtful voice sounded. Fugaku paused, turned around and replied, after the clan meeting, the second elder asked me to go over after dinner to discuss something. Is there something I want to talk to you about? Mikato didn't ask any further questions, but said softly to Fugaku, okay, be careful on the road. His wife seemed a little strange today, but Fugaku, who was busy kneading Shisui, nodded and left the room. Mikato frowned at her husband, who didn't even turn his head, and Kingtian's words echoed in her mind again. You have to know where you are going beforehand and then confirm it afterwards. Thinking about my husband's strange behavior today, he was obviously worried while eating, and then he changed into clothes that were easy to disguise before going out. Even if it is to avoid the surveillance of the village ninja, there is no need to change out of ordinary clothes. As the clan leader, he could go to the elder's house in the middle of the day and walk around normally without arousing the suspicion of the surveillance personnel. So my husband's outfit was not so much to avoid the surveillance of the umbu. It's more like trying to avoid family members on patrol. The more Mikato thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong, and her brows furrowed on her delicate face. No, it's better to go to Inahayari's house. If we get caught, the worst that can happen is that we just apologize to Fugaku. Mikato cleared the dishes, took off her apron, and strode towards the home of Uchiha Inayari, the second elder of the resident. Fugaku, who had hidden his body and easily avoided the surveillance of the umbu and the patrol of his clansmen, finally arrived at the rest area of the base. But the moment he followed Mikato out of the door, a big word danger seemed to appear on his forehead. Who is it? A cold shout startled Fugaku, who had just walked into Kingtian's yard. Wrong house? Then Fugaku turned around and saw a young man in linen clothes with dark eyes walking out of Harutan's house. Fugaku asked doubtfully, isn't this Uchiha Haruto's home? Hearing Fugaku's voice, Shisui thought for a moment, then looked up and asked, who are you, Chief Fugaku? When Uchiha Fugaku heard the question, he looked at the man's appearance. Fugaku also asked uncertainly, Shisui, it's Shisui, right? Seeing the boy nodded, Fugaku was surprised and asked again, where is Qingtian? I went to Wang Po's house next door to repair the gate. Zishui replied calmly. Ha, this guy's business scope is quite broad. To make money, really? Forget it, since that kid isn't here, I can have a good talk with Shisui. Let's go inside and talk. Although it is a rest area, it would not be good to be seen by patrolling tribesmen. The weaker the presence of a sunny day, the safer it is, whether it is in the village or in the family. Time passes by, from day to dusk. Fugaku and Shisui talked in the room for almost a day. During the conversation, Fugaku also understood everything that Shisui had experienced before. Danzo coveted Shisui's Sharinan. Did he act on his own or with the tacit approval of the Hokage? He didn't know, but all this made Fugaku completely disappointed with the village's top leaders. At the same time, he also had a clear judgment on the authenticity of Kingtian's ability. That kid, does it take so long to repair a door? Fugaku complained with a frown. If it wasn't for the purpose of concealing his tracks, Fugaku would have wanted to capture him himself. Shisui on the side said calmly, it seems that Granny Wang is not the only one who is looking for his help. Logically, the guy has made a lot of money over the years. Don't you know where the money has been spent? He looked at Shisui and shook his head. Fugaku was really confused. It seems that money is really a key part of his plan. Shisui nodded seriously, I don't know what it's for, but it must be very important. Indeed. Fugaku also agreed and said, that guy only cares about money and not people. I'm back. Sunny, who had just finished her work, was carrying a lunchbox. As soon as she entered the yard, she saw Fugaku dressed in black and couldn't help but wonder, why are you here? Didn't you tell me to come here secretly? Fugaku glared at Qingtian and replied with gritted teeth. Damn, after staying for almost a day, this kid forgot about it. After all, I am the nominal head of the Uchiha clan. Oops, Qingtian slapped his head and said guiltily, I almost forgot about you. Today is really busy, Wang Po, Mr. John, Sister Li, Uncle Kun. That's enough, that's enough. Fu Yueguang listened to the name that had been said for 2 minutes, and sweat broke out on his forehead that he quickly interrupted and said, let's talk about business first. Okay. Qingtian nodded and took out a bowl of chicken leg rice he brought from Uncle Kun's house. As he sat and ate, he looked up at Fugaku, waiting for him to speak. Looking at this scene, veins popped up on Fugaku's forehead. Kid, shouldn't you be the one to say the important things? You are the one who sees the future, not me. Shouldn't you tell me more about your plan? Oh. Qingtian understood, threw the chicken feet that were only left with bones out of the yard, and said, the important thing is to restore Shisui's eyes first, and then you should find a way to make money as soon as possible. After saying that, Qingtian took out a chicken leg from the lunchbox and started chewing it. No more? Fugaku looked at Haruto in confusion and asked, is this your plan to save the Uchiha clan? Well, that's all for now. Qingtian said without raising his head, as for future developments, the fewer people who know, the better. If I tell you too much, there will be variables easily. When I need your help, I'll come to you. For the time being, you will be responsible for restraining those radicals in the tribe who want to start a war, and then withdraw the tribe members from the police department as soon as possible. At last, with sparkling eyes, he looked at Fugaku and said seriously, make money. Don't say it's just those old guys in the village who want to deal with Uchiha. As long as you have the money, I can destroy the Six-Paths Sage even if he is reborn. Since his rebirth, he has been living as a transparent character in the Uchiha clan's sunny day. During this period, White Fang committed suicide. The Third Ninja World War. The Nine Tails Rebellion broke out in Konoha. The Fourth Hokage, the death of Naruto's father. The plot is exactly the same as in the original book. During World War III, in order to avoid being sent to the battlefield, Qingtian even deliberately broke his legs and soaked them in cold water. At that time, because of his young age, low strength, and serious illness, he was left behind in the family. More than 10 years of forbearance and sublimation in one day. With the capital, Qingtian also dared to put on a good show in front of Fugaku. If you want to make more money, you can't do it on your own. If you want to get involved in society, you still need a background. As for why I chose this time to confess to Fugaku, Qingtian also has his own considerations. The explosion of the Nine Tails controlled by the Sharingan, the sudden death of Shisui, Itaki who became silent after joining the Umbu, and the increasing number of surveillance personnel. This undoubtedly made the undercurrent between the Uchiha clan and the village's top leaders even more turbulent. Faced with this situation, Fugaku, who is powerless to change it, is most hoping for a miracle to happen. Similarly, the prerequisite is to gain Fugaku's trust. It's these kaleidoscope eyes, special abilities, clean background, plus Shisui's presence. Only with this can Fugaku feel at ease to hand over the power of the Uchiha clan. Controlling the Uchiha clan is the first step of the Sunny Day plan. Obviously, the first step was successful, but the premise of all this is that the plot has not changed. Before, the Sunny Day did not make any unnecessary movements, nor did it become the butterfly flapping its wings on the other side of the ocean. But it's different now. Major reshuffle in the police department, and Fugaku who realized the importance of money. Next steps. It will undoubtedly greatly deviate from the development of the original work. Therefore, Qingtian himself was not sure what changes would occur in the future. After all, he could not really see the future. This is the reason why Haruto did not explain it specifically to Shisui and Fugaku. After all, they all believed that they could see through the future. If you say something certain but it doesn't happen, instead, it will cause suspicion among the two. But just to give them a general direction of development. No matter what happens next, Qingtian can pretend that he had already expected it. Therefore, the most perfect method is to turn the two into puppets who only obey orders. Later on, I will just throw some secrets to the two of them from time to time, which no one knows. Once confirmed, the two would do it willingly even if they were puppets. Fugaku, who had been thinking for a long time, suddenly looked up and said to Qingtian, I think we can tell Mikato the truth. Miss Mikato. Qingtian looked at Fugaku in confusion. Although I believe that Mikato-san can keep the secret. But you should understand that the fewer people know, the safer it is, right? Of course I understand. Fugaku nodded and explained. However, a qualified medical ninja needs at least several years of study. Especially, the medical ninjas in the family are all quite old. Although we can disguise his face during the surgery, there is still a risk of being recognized, and the possibility is not low. We are from the same clan, and he is also known as Shunshin Shisui. Except for the newly born children, there is no one in the clan who doesn't know him. So I thought that instead of risking being discovered by the others, it would be better for Mikato to heal Shisui herself after she knows the truth. At this point, Fugaku said with a firm expression, of course, Mikato will never reveal the secret to anyone without permission, you can rest assured about that. Oh yes. I almost forgot that Mikato-san also knows medical ninjutsu. Of course you can. I believe that Mikato-san can keep the secret. Then Qingtian looked at Fugaku with a strange look, and said hesitantly, but do you really want Mikatone and Shisui to meet? What are you talking about, kid? Fugaku was speechless. Why can't Mikato and Shisui meet? Since you agreed to tell Mikato, then it's settled. Shisui, who had been listening for a while, also stood up and thanked him. Thank you for troubling Patriarch Fugaku. That's what should be done. Fugaku patted Shisui's shoulder and then said to Haruto, I'll go home for dinner and then bring Mikato to help Shisui with the surgery. Qingtian looked at Fugaku's departing back with extremely complicated eyes. Bring your legal wife to treat your illegitimate child. This old guy Fugaku has a really big heart. Forget it. Anyway, I have told Mikato-san everything I should say. I guess Fugaku will be more obedient from now on. I don't know who Shisui's mother is. Qingtian turned around and looked at Shisui with the same complicated eyes. After all, the children are innocent. You should be nicer to Shisui in the future. Patting Shisui's shoulder, Qingtian said softly, Brother Shui, come and eat something first. After tonight, you will be able to recover. After saying that, Qingtian pushed the half-remaining chicken leg rice in the lunchbox to Zishui. Although I don't understand why my best friend's tone sounds strange, but Shisui still said politely, thank you. Fugaku returned home and was about to look for his wife Mikato. As a result, his brows furrowed, and he found that there seemed something strange at home. It was dinner time, but the table was emptied out. The lights in the house were not on at all, so it seemed a little dim. Fugaku realized something was wrong and was about to go to his wife's room, but he found Mikato walking out of the kitchen with her hands behind her back. In the dim environment, Fugaku couldn't see his wife's expression for a moment, but he always felt a chill on his back. Fujiyama looking at his wife who had a strange aura, he asked in a puzzled voice, Mikato, Suzuki is eating in his room. I think we should go to the training ground and talk. Mikato said softly with her head lowered and her hands behind her back. The atmosphere was a bit strange, but Fugaku, who also planned to find a private place to talk to his wife about Haruto Shisui, nodded and said, let's talk about it at the training ground. I also need to confess something to you. After saying that, Fugaku took the lead and walked towards the training ground, but he didn't notice anything unusual about his wife behind him. When Misaka heard her husband say the word confession, her body trembled and her face seemed to turn a little paler. Tightening the kitchen knife on her back, Mikato followed Fugaku's steps. The Uchiha clan's resident training ground. The night was dark. The training ground was empty at this time, with only Fugaku Mikato and her husband who had just entered the ground left. Mikato, what are you doing with a kitchen knife? Before I could figure out the problem with the kitchen knife, I saw Mikato had already started to make hand seals quickly. The confused Fugaku became even more confused. Wait, what are you doing? Shakura of the elite Jonin level is released. The blood-colored 3 Magatama Sharinan looks even more eerie in the dark. Mikato, who had not responded until now, finally spoke. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. The mottled shadows of the trees rustled in the moonlight. Why hasn't the old guy come yet? Sunny was lying on a rocking chair in the yard, with her eyes slightly squinted, as if she was about to fall asleep. Shisui, who was standing aside with a calm expression, said softly, the clan leader may be busy with other important matters. I am not in a hurry to replace the eyes. You're not in a hurry, I'm in a hurry. Qingtian replied angrily, what time is it? Don't you need to sleep? I've been waiting for him for 3 hours. While the two were talking, the gate of the yard was pushed open. He was still wearing all black, but Fugaku had a black mask on his face. Uchiha Mikato, who was also dressed as a ninja, followed behind Fugaku with a slightly red face. Miss Mikato, you're here. Qingtian stood up and first greeted Uchiha Mikato who was behind the old boy. Then he looked at Fugaku, not to mention the face mask used to hide his face. With Qingtian's current dynamic vision, he can clearly see the little clumps of hair on Fugaku's hair and the curly hair on his hands. There was also a faint smell of burnt meat in the air. What's wrong with you? After waiting for so long, Qingtian, who was about to complain, was a little confused at this moment. This was clearly a sign of a fight, and it happened shortly after leaving the yard. Thinking of this, Qingtian looked serious, raised his head and looked at Fugaku and said seriously, could it be that you were discovered when you came here, and had a conflict with the ninja who was monitoring you? Although it was a question, Qingtian said it with great certainty. This is the base camp of the Uchiha clan. The ninja who dared to attack Fugaku couldn't be a member of the family. Then it can only be Danzo's root, or the Umbu ninja directly under the Hokage. Moreover, the person who made the move was quite powerful. After all, Fugaku is also a powerful cage-level warrior. The situation is more serious than I expected. They even dared to attack Fugaku, the clan leader, in their base. I originally wanted to continue to develop in a low-key manner for a few months, earn more money, and then take action after my strength has increased significantly. But now it seems that the plan has to be advanced further. Qingtian, who was overthinking, had a cold light flash in his eyes. I've already started thinking about version 1.0 of the Konoha collapse plan. Ahem. No, I just had a little sparring with the second elder at the training ground. Fugaku embarrassedly avoided Kingtian's gaze, and then changed the subject. These are all trivial matters. Let's help Shisui replace his eyes first. Depend on, the truth about how I was beaten up by my own wife at the training ground cannot be told even if I die. Otherwise, I don't know how this kid would laugh at me. Time goes back 3 hours. Fugaku, who was dodging and asking for the reason, realized that he had lied and left out his wife, went to the second elder's house but didn't find him. This led to the situation developing into an all-out fight. After explaining the reason to his wife, he brought her here late. He should have vented his resentment and anger for this unprovoked disaster on Qingtian. But Mikato, who was loyal, did not say that it was because of Haruto's previous words and her husband's lies that led to her outburst. Mikato was also thinking about Qingtian and didn't want her husband to vent his anger on Qingtian. So she just said that she went to the second elder's house but didn't find anyone, so she took action. So Fugaku didn't know that Haruto actually played an assisting role in the event where he was beaten up by his wife. One can even say that he is the real initiator of the Beat the Tribe Leader campaign. Sunny also didn't know the truth that Fugaku was beaten up by his wife. After thinking about it confidently, I felt that the situation had changed. Perhaps it was because of the sudden Uchiha clan meeting today, or the police department's move to change its personnel, which aroused the temptation of the village's top leaders. So there should be another year for the sunny days to slowly develop. Just because of those few words I said to Mikato. Plan 1.0, which will lead to the collapse of Konoha, was put on the agenda first. Mikato took Shisui into the back room to begin the surgery. In the yard, it was sunny and Fugaku was silent with each other. One person was thinking about the progress of the 2 topics of today's clan meeting, as well as how to deal with the hawkish faction headed by Setsuna. The other person was modifying and improving the so-called 1.0 plan in his mind bit by bit, combining it with the current timeline and situation. Silence for a long time. Qingtian looked up at Fugaku and said solemnly, "Do you have the remaining Sharinan in the clan with you?" Fugaku nodded slightly and replied, "Yes. Leave it to me for safekeeping." Qingtian wanted to explain, but he saw the old man Fugaku and just threw a scroll to him. "It's all in there." Fugaku, who had completely believed in the ability of time and space, had originally planned to entrust the family's treasure to Haruto for safekeeping, so I was quite happy to give it. When did this old guy become so sensible? Qingtian was a little confused, but didn't plan to ask that. He just put away the scroll containing the Sharinan. Then, the two of them fell into their own thoughts. Silence is tonight's. Time passes every second. Half an hour later, Uchiha Mikato walked out with a relaxed expression. Done. Everything should be fine when Shisui wakes up tomorrow morning. Thank you for your help, Sister Mikato. Qingtian spoke to Mikato in a gentle manner. Mikato smiled gently at Qingtian and said softly, "It's okay, it's just a simple eye replacement surgery." Mikato had always had a favorable impression of Qingtian, who was not much older than her eldest son. Now, Fugaku told him the secret of this boy's eyes, and he is responsible for reviving the glory of the Uchiha clan. It also added an extra filter to the image of sunny day in Mikato's eyes. After all, the current Qingtian is the real patriarch of the Uchiha clan. After Mikato and Haruto exchanged some pleasantries in the yard for a while, Fugaku led his men away. The night was dark and windy. Qingtian was alone, staring at the mall panel and once again showing that perverted smile of he. Character name Uchiha Haruto. Faction Konoha. Changeable. Chakra attributes: wind, fire, thunder, earth, water, yin, yang. Ninjutsu reserve: fire, great fire extinguishment, water dragon bullet, thunder, sharp spear, earth flow wall. Comprehensive combat strength. Top Jonin. Mangekyo Sharinan, left, has been bound, to be upgraded. Introduction: if you dare, don't use it. If you do, I'll steal it. The rising ninjutsu thief in the ninja world. Ability introduction: perfect imitation. Mangekyo Sharinan, right, has been bound, to be upgraded. Ability introduction: absolute domain, limited to 3 seconds, upgradable. Introduction: the legend of the 3-second true man will eventually resound throughout the ninja world. Primary Atsutsuki bloodline, bound, to be upgraded. Introduction: devouring planets, a terrifying clan that transcends death. The ninja world is just the starting point to dominate the starry sky. Come on, young man. Nice sunny weather. Konoha Village Commercial Street. There are all kinds of shops, and the place is bustling with people. Lefu, it's you again. Uchiha Chingwei, who was wearing the uniform of the police department, shouted coldly at the fat and big-eared izakaya owner in front of him. How many times has this happened? Changwei pointed at the pile of leftover wine and food at the entrance of the pub and said, "Why do you have to throw it at the door instead of going to the designated place to throw away garbage? This is a commercial street, not a garbage station." The fat Laifu looked at Changwei unhappily and said, "There are only a few customers in the store every day. How can we afford to hire someone to take out the trash? Don't you have arms? You won't move unless we find you and call you out." "Why, you are a spinning top. you won't move unless you are whipped twice, right? Chang Wei sneered, or do you want to stay in the police department for a few days? After hearing this, Lai Fu compromised and left the store reluctantly carrying the garbage. Damn it, it's just a small matter, and you keep threatening me with the police department. Can't I just throw a few bags of garbage in front of my house? Lai Fu walked away while whispering angrily, wait, I'll report you to the public email address later. In parks, streets, shops, schools, and training grounds, a large number of Uchiha clan members wearing police uniforms were discussing the instructions conveyed by the clan meeting yesterday. What on earth is the patriarch thinking? On the one hand, we need to be more strict than before in supervision, and on the other hand, we need to seriously deal with the tribesmen who have been complained about. We are just asking for trouble. I also feel that something is wrong. Last month we were warned not to focus on the rewards when doing missions, but now we are being told to only do missions that pay well. I really can't guess what the patriarch is thinking. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku, who was being complained by everyone, was wearing casual clothes. Under the surveillance of Umbu ninjas, he walked unobstructedly from the Uchiha clan's residence into the gate of the Hayaga family, another wealthy family in Konoha village. Hokage Rock, right below. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was working, heard the report from his Umbu that he asked in surprise, you said Fugaku went to the Hayaga clan openly. The masked Umbu nodded and said, yes, not just us, many villagers on the street saw it, and they made no attempt to hide it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who already had white hair and a wrinkled face, took a sip of the pipe in his hand and frowned tightly when he heard the news. Uchiha and Hayaga can be said to be the two largest and most powerful families in Konoha village at this stage. It would be terrible if the two families really had a close connection. Send someone to keep an eye on the Hayaga gate. How long has Fugaku been in there? Has anyone escorted him out? Report these to me as soon as he comes out. Following Sarutobi's order, the Umbu ninja nodded and disappeared from the room with a flash of body technique. Sarutobi stood up and looked out the window of the office building, looking towards the direction of the Hayaga clan with deep eyes. Crunch! The door of the Hokage's office was pushed open. Hiruzen, you received the message, didn't you? Danzo, who was wearing a white robe and had his right eye bandaged, said in a grim tone as soon as he entered the door, I told you long ago, the Uchiha clan is not a peaceful people. It's not too late. While Fugaku is away, we can organize people to attack the Uchiha clan's base first. Good God, I'm afraid Fugaku has reached some kind of deal with the Hayaga clan. Danzo actually thought that this was an opportunity, and could take advantage of Fugaku's absence to wipe out the entire Uchiha clan. Sarutobi seemed to be used to Danzo's intrusion without reporting that he didn't blame him, but just looked out the window and said without turning his head, calm down, Danzo. Since Fugaku entered openly, it means that what we want to discuss is not some shameful secret. What if? Danzo said coldly, what if Fugaku guessed your thoughts and acted like this on purpose? Sarutobi Hiruzen held his pipe in his mouth, took a deep puff, and said calmly, no, even if Fugaku wants to form an alliance, the Hayaga clan will never agree to it. Hayashi is a smart man. Don't be too confident, Hiruzen. Danzo sneered, if the two families really form an alliance, your position as Hokage will be unstable. It's better to send troops quickly and completely eliminate the Uchiha clan. Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and looked at Danzo, frowning and said, no need to say more, even if the Uchiha would rebel, it would not happen in the next 1 or 2 days. I'll ask Hayashi later about Fugaku's purpose of going to the Hayaga household and we'll know. Danzo still didn't give up, and continued to say to Hiruzen in dissatisfaction, it's obvious that you don't trust the Uchiha clan, but you are still hesitant and can't make up your mind. Why don't you just stay here and handle your official duties, and leave the Umbu to me? Let me take the people to deal with the Uchiha clan. You are only the Hokage's assistant now, not the Hokage yet. Without me speaking, there's no way the Umbu would follow your orders. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone couldn't help but grow colder in response to Danzo's repeated presumptuous remarks. Okay, no more words, just go down. Snort. Danzo snorted coldly and said in a cold tone, you will regret this, Hiruzen. I regret not cherishing this opportunity to directly eliminate the Uchiha clan. After saying this, Danzo turned and left. Sarutobi, who had been smoking his pipe in silence for a few minutes, tapped 3 times on his desk. Another masked Umbu ninja pushed the door open and walked in. Wait for the rich after you leaves, help me invite Hayashi to my house for dinner. Sarutobi said softly, and then added, ask Suzaku to come. The ninja who received the order nodded and went out to carry out the order. The Hayaga clan's reception room. Fugaku, who was cared about by Sarutobi and Danzo, was talking about something with the head of the Hayaga clan, Hayaga Hayashi. However, Hayashi, who usually had a calm expression, looked extremely strange and surprised after hearing what Fugaku said. On the other side, Danzo returned to the route, his expression was calm, but the anger in his heart had not subsided. He couldn't help but complain to the guards around him, you've been the Hokage for too long. Hiruzen no longer has the courage and decisiveness he once had. He was wearing a red cloud and black robe, and a mask on his face that we couldn't confirm his identity. It's just that the person on the other end calls himself Uchiha Obito. And he said he has important information for you. Danzo took the letter, frowned and thought for a moment, then said, Uchiha Obito. If I remember correctly, that guy died a long time ago. Kakashi's I must be Obito's. The subordinate beside him nodded and responded, yes, according to the information, Uchiha Obito died in the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. It looks like a restless little mouse. Danzo said this in a contemptuous tone and opened the letter in his hand. The cutout printed words covered the thin paper. He who hides his head but shows his tail is really cautious enough. I originally planned to have my men investigate the handwriting of the letter to lock in the candidate, but this step was obviously guessed by someone in advance. Wise and great, sage and wise, from the future Godame Hokage, Danzo-sama. Seeing this, Danzo nodded slightly in agreement. Anyone who reads the letter will think that the writer is just flattering someone madly, but Danzo took it seriously because he felt the same way. At least this rat has good vision. At this moment, Danzo seemed to have a sympathetic relationship with the person who wrote the letter, as if they were great thinkers. Continue looking down. The demise of the Uchiha clan is already destined. I know the outcome, but I am powerless to stop it. Seeing this, Danzo frowned. I began to feel a little wary of this mysterious man, whether it is having its own intelligence system or knowing the thoughts of Konoha's top leaders. Or maybe he guessed it based on just a few clues, coupled with this cautious approach. This is an old six. Before he finished reading the letter, Danzo had already formed a preliminary impression of the person who wrote it. By chance, I once stole a batch of Sharinans from the main hall of the Uchiha shrine. Knowing that the Uchiha clan doesn't have much time left, I am worried all day long. I don't expect you to be merciful and let our family go. My strength is low. I don't ask to save my family, I just ask you to let me stay away from this place. Of course, before I leave, I hope to earn some money to help me escape. So I decided to have another big clearance sale before I run away. No bargaining. 30 million silver for a Sharingan. Do you want it? If you agree to the above transaction conditions, we will trade face to face at 2am. Tonight under the most luxuriant cherry tree outside the base. Suddenly, flames appeared in Danzo's hands, turning the letter he had just read into ashes. Then he stood there, staring at the ashes, frowning, and fell into deep thought. The information revealed in the letter contains too many flaws. Danzo had already analyzed several possibilities in his mind. 1. The content of the letter is false, a prank by a daring rat. But this possibility is extremely low. After all, the transaction time has already been agreed upon and we will know it tonight. 2. The content of the letter is true, the other party really has a batch of Sharingan. But this situation is even more bizarre. As for what was said in the letter about obtaining a batch of Sharinans by coincidence, Danzo would be a fool if he believed it. Danzo knew clearly what kind of person Uchiha Fugaku was. He would never be so careless as to be unaware of the family treasure being stolen. Or they are the rat who stole the Sharingan and were strong enough to invade the Uchiha clan silently and snatch the Sharingan head-on. Or maybe this letter was written by Uchiha Fugaku. After setting the time and place, when he brings his men there, he may face a tight net that has been set up. As for whether it was really just a member of the Uchiha clan who obtained a batch of Sharingan without Fugaku's knowledge. After discovering the crisis of genocide, he did not inform his tribe members, but instead planned to make a lot of money on his own. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Danzo won't believe it. He knew the characteristics of the Uchiha clan very well. A synonym for cold, aloof, and evil. If he is really a member of the Uchiha clan, his goal would never be something as ridiculous as money. Ryoma. After sorting out his thoughts, Danzo immediately gave an order, take 2 more sensory ninjas and lurk in the transaction location mentioned in the letter first. Check carefully for any traps that have been set up, or any mysterious people approaching. If not, you can hide nearby with the other 2. I'll be there when the transaction time comes. Abarame Ryoma, dressed in black, with a hood and sunglasses, nodded after hearing the leader's order. Then he selected 2 perception ninjas from the surrounding area and went to the transaction location first. Looking at the 3 people who had already set off, Danzo murmured to himself in the deep darkness, I hope you really have the Sharingan in your hand. Whether it's true or not, as long as you are still in Konoha, you will never escape from my grasp. Uchiha clan, base rest area. Shisui, who had regained his sight and recovered, looked at Qingtian, who was lying in a rocking chair in the sun, and asked in a questioning tone, will Danzo believe what is in the letter? Shisui, who had been busy cutting out newspapers early in the morning and preparing the letter according to Harada's instructions, couldn't figure out whether those words full of loopholes would really attract Danzo's attention. Shisui, who had worked in the route, knew Danzo very well. Shrewd, ruthless, insidious and cunning, these words really fit Danzo very well. You can rest assured. Qingtian, with a leisurely look on his face, said even if there are many loopholes, Danzo will definitely make this deal with us. Seeing that Shisui still had a confused expression, Qingtian explained said, you have to understand that Danzo's 6th brother's desire for the Sharingan is not a little bit. After these words came out, Shisui was confused again. Hasn't he already got my eyes? I am using the Sharingan to lure him. Will he really be fooled? Absolutely. One Sharingan cannot satisfy the desire of the multi-eyed monster. At this point, Qingtian looked up at Shisui and said seriously, now you not only need to hide your identity well, but also try to avoid contact with Danzo. If something unexpected happens and you're forced to fight, then you have to be careful. Even if you kill that old man with your own hands, you can't let your guard down. After all, the multi-eyed worm can be resurrected. Qingtian mentioned this specifically just in case. This ultimate eye technique that can resurrect on the spot is even more powerful than the Rinnegan in some aspects. That's right. Qingtian nodded and said, then Lao Liu's understanding and research of our Uchiha clan is more profound than you can imagine. Shisui frowned, even though he found it unbelievable, but since these words were spoken by his best friend who could see into the future, he would not doubt it. Confused, Shisui directly asked, but Danzo obviously doesn't have the blood of our Uchiha clan. Without the support of the blood limit, even if you replace the Sharingan, you will soon be affected by the rejection. The Uchiha clan wants to open their eyes, but they need to go through strong stimulation. Some members of the tribe may never have the chance to open their eyes in their entire lives. Many members of the Uchiha clan died on the battlefield. The reason why ninjas from other countries did not acquire the Sharingan was because they did not have the blood of the Uchiha clan. They don't even have the conditions to open their eyes and evolve. The consequence of forcibly replacing it is that the blood and eyes will reject each other, which will cause the Sharingan to be permanently unable to close and evolve. The activated Sharingan will continuously drain the chakra from the host 24 hours a day. That's why Shisui felt so incredible. Shisui could understand why Danzo tried to steal his Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, the strength of Tian Shen is self-evident. It can invade other people's brains and directly tamper with their consciousness, turning them into obedient puppets. With a huge amount of chakra close to the level of cage, it is not too much of a burden to nourish a Mangekyo Sharingan. Shisui was not surprised when Danzo put on a Sharingan and prepared to use it to sneak up on people. But if it was just the other 2 Magadama or 3 Magadama Sharingan, even if Danzo replaced it, it would not help to enhance his strength. This is exactly what Shisui is puzzled about. Shisui, you still think too little of Danzo. Qingtian crossed his legs and said calmly, Danzo is very ambitious and courageous. He's not just studying our Uchiha clan. After all, in the history of Konoha village, there was someone who was able to defeat Uchiha Madara head-on, the first Hokage. Hashirama Senju. Shisui reacted quickly and took over the topic, with a hint of horror in his tone. After all, there was only one person in the entire ninja world who could defeat Uchiha Madara head-on at that time, let alone Konoha. After Shisui finished speaking, he was shocked speechless by Danzo's cruelty and audacity. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Qingtian didn't answer, but sneered, I don't know what Danzo's teacher, Senju Tobirama, would think when he knew that his disciple was using the cells of his beloved brother's remains for experiments. A large number of human experiments, coupled with the assistance of the great ninja scientist Orochimaru. If Danzo, who transplanted the cells of the first generation, is equipped with the Uchiha clan Sharingan, a mere position as Hokage's assistant cannot satisfy his ambition. This is also the reason why he dares to transform into a multi-eyed monster. Glancing at Shisui, who was still standing there in a daze, Qingtian continued, Danzo will definitely not easily believe the news in the letter, but as long as there is a 1% chance, then he will definitely show up tonight. After all, Danzo already possesses the cells of the first generation and has mastered the Izanagi eye technique. His desire for the Sharingan now is like a shark smelling blood. No need to rush, it will come up by itself following the smell. After hearing these secrets from his best friend, Shisui's disgust towards Danzo was about to overflow. So even though we know all this, should we still give the Sharingan to Danzo? The murderous intent in Shisui's eyes flashed wildly. Why don't we ambush at the trading location in advance before the Sharingan is traded, and we can deal with Danzo tonight? Then tell the Saname Hokage everything Danzo did. Maybe it will help ease the relationship between our clan and the village. After not getting a response for a while, Shisui turned to look at his best friend, and found that his best friend was looking him up and down with a very strange look. What happened? Shisui asked dumbly. Ambush Danzo, tell the Sandaime, to ease the tension with the village. Clear Sky looked at Shisui as if he saw Rookie and said, you don't think you're humorous, do you? If that scoundrel Danzo was so easy to deal with, he wouldn't be alive today. It's not your turn to ambush him. Believe it or not, the old Yinbai had already arranged for people to ambush near the transaction location as soon as he read the letter. I have to say that at this moment, Qingtian seemed to be really in sync with Danzo's thoughts. Even the step of him arranging the manpower had been anticipated. Shisui was stunned, not knowing how to react, because he could hear the mockery in his best friend's tone. Do you think Danzo can accomplish so many great things in Konoha, under the nose of the Hokage? If you really think that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen is completely unaware of the situation, I don't mind if you go ask old woman Tsunade to look into her brain. You mean the Sandaime Hokage knew about what Danzo did? There was even a hint of trembling in Shisui's tone. Nonsense. Qingtian looked at Shisui, his tone full of regret. Human experiment, primary cell research, which one does not require a huge amount of funds and a large number of instruments, as well as the support and assistance of elite ninjas. Such a big thing, but the leader of Konoha village was completely unaware of it. Then I really doubt whether the Hokage of Konoha is that old guy Sarutobi or that old guy Danzo. Stop dreaming of peaceful coexistence. The only one who can save the Uchiha clan is yourself. Seeing Shisui's head drooping lower and lower, the sunny day also slowed down. He said in a comforting tone, just follow my orders and that's all. The Uchiha clan won't fall that easily. Since you know that Danzo has mastered Izanagi, and you sold the Sharingan to him, isn't that helping him? Why, all the words I just said were in vain. Qingtian explained speechlessly, I just told you that Danzo is ambitious enough, and he is not satisfied with his current position. In addition to fear, the important reason why he is eager to destroy the Uchiha clan is also his covetousness for the Sharingan. Hearing this, Shisui seemed to understand a little. So, selling the Sharingan to Danzo, in addition to making money, can also dispel his eagerness to destroy the Uchiha clan? Qingtian used his little finger to pick his ear and said, yes, you have made some progress by discovering one of the purposes. Shisui was confused for a moment. One of the purposes? Qingtian nodded. That sinister old guy, even if he gets the Sharingan, he will never be satisfied with it. And the Uchiha clan, in Danzo's eyes, is synonymous with evil. He will never let them off so easily. Shisui, then we. Qingtian didn't intend to continue explaining. He just rolled his eyes and said calmly, okay, your brain capacity doesn't allow you to know so much. Just follow my orders. Shisui opened his mouth in grievance, and finally uttered, I know. Have you ever seen Konoha village at 2 a.m.? As night falls, everything becomes silent. At the gate of the Uchiha clan's residence, he was wearing a red cloud and a black robe, and a wooden spiral mask tightly covered his face. If black and white Zetsu saw Qingtian dressed like this, they would probably suspect that Obito was coming to attack Konoha at night. The expression under the mask was calm, and he walked unhurriedly to the cherry tree. The transaction took place underground, less than 10 meters away. An underground passage large enough to accommodate about 5 people, where 3 ninjas wearing root combat uniforms were hiding. A root ninja next to Abarame Ryoma said coldly, you can do it. The target has reached the range of the spell. Stop. Longma interrupted, the bugs I placed at the trading location gave me the feeling that this person is not the real person, but just a clone. Number 2, go report the intelligence to Lord Danzo. I will stay here and continue to monitor him with the bugs. The ninja called number 2 nodded and quickly formed seals with his hands, earth-style, quicksand. The underground passage began to extend silently, and number 2 quickly left along the extended passage. Just a few tens of seconds. Number 2 found Danzo drinking tea in a residential house 800 meters away from the transaction site. Sir, no traps or ambushes have been found within a 500-meter radius of the transaction location. Ryoma said that the person who came was just a shadow clone and could not be captured. May I ask for the next instructions? Putting the teacup down, Danzo showed an expression that was quite expected. You can tell from that letter how cautious this rat is. How could someone who is willing to reveal even his handwriting take the risk himself? But since it really appeared, even if it was just a shadow clone, did that mean that Rat was really planning to trade? Having this plan means that he really has the Sharingan. Although we don't know the other party's purpose yet, it is definitely not for just money. Come on, lead the way. Let me see what this rat is up to. Seeing that Danzo and others were already several minutes late, Qingtian under the cherry tree was not in a hurry. Instead, he was admiring the cherry blossoms in the dark night with great interest, as if he was sure that Danzo would not break his promise. Swish, 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 the sound of air caressing leaves and grass could be heard. 6 root ninjas appeared here, surrounding Danzo. Squinting his exposed single eye, Danzo looked at Qingtian calmly, who was wearing the Akatsuki uniform, and couldn't help but feel that he looked familiar. This uniform seems to be the same as the one that Hanzo slaughtered in the Rain Village. Could it be that the Uchiha clan has some connections with the Rain Village, or perhaps other organizations? Danzo, who was quick-wit, looked at him for a while, but did not ask about his origins. He just said coldly, you want to trade with me? That's right, Master Danzo has a very sharp vision. He immediately realized that it was me who wanted to trade with you. Danzo couldn't help but look dark when he heard this inappropriate tone. Sharp, sharp. At 2 a.m. in the morning at the trading location, you were still hiding your true colors. Who else could it be but you? Could it be that you are here to see the scenery? He can even flatter someone in a crooked way. He is indeed a rat. Although he was unhappy, Danzo's expression remained unchanged. He looked at Qingtian coldly and said, so, what do you want to trade? No hurry, let me introduce myself first. Qingtian pointed at the mask on his face and said in a high voice, Uchiha Obito, now I am a diplomat for the mysterious organization Akatsuki. Our mysterious Akatsuki organization is headquartered in the Rain Village building. Our boss is called Nagato, and he possesses the Samsara Eye. His strength is unrivaled in the ninja world, he is unrivaled in the world. Qingtian chattered for a long time and sold out most of the information about Akatsuki. Seeing that Danzo was getting impatient, he stopped talking and immediately threw out a scroll. I know the rules, I initiated the transaction, so you can check the goods first and then pay. Ryoma caught the scroll the moment it flew away, carefully checked it, and after confirming that there were no traps, he handed it over to Danzo. Danzo tore the scroll open, and a 2 Magatama Sherinan floated in a transparent medical tube. The requirement for 2 Megatama to perform the Azinamai technique is the minimum 3 Megatama Sherinan. Danzo frowned and looked up. He looked towards Qingtian and said, "Didn't they say there were a batch of Sherinan? Why is there only one, and it's only a 2 Magatama one?" Qingtian chuckled, "Master Danzo, if I really bring out all the Sherinans, I think this transaction will become the last one. They are all yellow river water, why put it in Nonkyu Spring? It's a bit sweet. If we really give him all the inventory to inspect, the first thing this old guy would do is probably to rob his fellow robbers." After complaining in his heart, Qingtian continued, "Of course, I have quite a few 3 Magatama Sherinan in stock, but the premise of subsequent transactions is that we hope that our first transaction can be completed happily." Qingtian chuckled and said, "I have the 3 Megatama, but I can't get the Mangekyo for now. I can't get it yet. If there is a chance to get it, I will contact you as soon as possible. As for the 2 Magatama Sherinan, you said you didn't need it." Qingtian's tone at this moment also changed from the funny one at the beginning. The temperature dropped to a freezing winter. "Do business with me. It's not about looking at you, what you want, it's about looking at me, what I have." Danzo, "Anyway, if you want to buy a 3 Magatama Sherinan, you must buy a 2 Magatama one. These two models of eyeballs are matching. If one is missing, I won't sell it." "Sold as a fucking set. You really treat your eyes as light bulbs." Qingtian's impudent tone seemed to anger the root guards surrounding Danzo. They all took out various ninja tools and pointed them at Qingtian. Qingtian picked his ears without any concern, and looked up from time to continue admiring the cherry blossoms at night. Danzo raised his hand slightly, and the guards around him quickly put away their weapons and guarded silently without saying a word. Danzo's mouth twitched slightly. After thinking for a moment, he found that there was no better way for the time being. "I had no choice but to ask, when is the next transaction?" Qingtian was admiring the flowers and replied lazily, 2 days later, same time, same place. Unless something unexpected happens, we will trade every 2 days. Danzo, who was planning to compromise temporarily, also said, "Okay, let's do as you say. It's a package deal." At this point, Danzo's eyes flashed coldly, "But, the transaction the day after tomorrow, including future transactions, at least one 3 Magatama Sherinan must be produced each time. Otherwise, I will let you know that it is not so easy to take advantage of me." Qingtian didn't take the old man's warning seriously at all. Just seeing that he agreed to the deal, Qingtian's attitude instantly became respectful. "Wise Danzo, don't worry. For the transaction the day after tomorrow, I will definitely pick out the best quality and brightest 3 Magatama for you. Ryoma, give me the money." Having reached a consensus, Danzo didn't say anything more and directly ordered his subordinates to complete the first transaction. "Thank you, boss." As Qingtian collected the money, there was excitement in her voice. Seeing that the deal was done, Qingtian, who was about to retreat, was surrounded by root ninjas. Qingtian paused, turned to look at Danzo, and said in a grim tone, "Old man, what are you trying to do?" When Danzo heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably again. "Damn it, I'm going to take this rat's life. Even if the 6 paths come, we can't stop them. I said that." The coldness in Danzo's eyes became even colder. "I'm just curious about what you just said, Obito. The Mangekyo eyes that you can't do anything about it for now. I don't think you meant Uchiha Fugaku. After all, he is known as Fugaku with evil eyes. Not only is he very powerful, he is also your clan leader. You wouldn't want to take advantage of your clan leader's eyes, would you?" Danzo asked this question. On the one hand, he wanted to get information about Old Six's identity, and on the other hand, he was indeed interested in the kaleidoscope in his words. "Oh, so this is what you wanted to ask, boss?" It was almost a big misunderstanding. Haruto, who was disguised as Obito, nodded as if he had suddenly realized something and said, "So many people surrounded us at once that I thought the boss was so petty he wants to rob a trader with a 2 Magatama Sherinan. As for the Mangekyo, I'm certainly not talking about Chief Fugaku." The wooden mask worn by Qingtian also leaves one eye exposed, which complements Danzo perfectly. His deep gaze that pierced through the darkness scanned Danzo up and down. After a moment, Qingtian said leisurely, "A simple reminder, I have information about kaleidoscope, but there is only one." Upon hearing this, Danzo's pupils shrank. Once again, he looked up and down at Qingtian's clone with a stern gaze. The two one-eyed dragons seemed to be looking at each other affectionately in the dark night. "Okay, since the boss has no other instructions, can I leave first?" Qingtian laughed and said, "It's late at night, I'm so sleepy. I really envy you old people for not being sleepy. Young people like us can't do that anymore. I'm so sleepy by 3 or 4 in the morning." Even Abarame Ryoma, who always had a blank expression on his face and only cared about carrying out his mission, couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard this. "I envy the elderly for being less sleepy. I always feel like this guy is swearing." Danzo was still thinking about the hint at this time and didn't pay attention to his teasing words. He just raised his hand, and the men surrounding Qingtian immediately dispersed and made way. Qingtian walked towards the gate of the Uchiha clan without looking back. Halfway there, he even politely raised one hand and waved in the air as a farewell. Danzo, who had been staring at Qingtian's back all the way, now withdrew his gaze. On the way back to the root base, he ordered his men, investigate. This person needs to be investigated thoroughly. Danzo turned to look at Ryoma. I think you should have recorded our previous conversation. After seeing Ryoma nod, Danzo continued, we can put the matter of monitoring the Uchiha clan aside for the time being. We still have people from the Umbu anyway. Since you can get the Sharingan with money, there's no need to rush to deal with the Uchiha clan. Keeping them now can also distract Hiruzen's attention and facilitate Orochimaru's research on the human body, the mysterious organization Akatsuki, and the leader of the Rain Village who possesses the Rinnegan. Go verify all this information. Before, Danzo didn't take Qingtian's nonsense to heart. After all, it would take too much energy and manpower to verify the half-true and half-false news. However, it was not until that guy gave the hint that Danzo began to take all the information seriously again. Danzo's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he said coldly to Ryoma, and gather all the root members who participated in the ambush of Uchiha Shisui. Check their seals to see if there are any problems with the tongue eradication seal. At this point, Danzo paused and suddenly changed his tone in a cold voice. No, all members of the root, whether new or old, must be checked. Tongue trouble root seal. After entering the root, except for special ninjas with deep backgrounds, this mark will be engraved on the tongue. The Uchiha clan's base and rest area. Fugaku, Mikato, Shisui, and Haruta were sitting in a row in the yard. The two kerosene lamps on the table dispelled the darkness around the four people. Fugaku was too busy during the day to have time, so he had to bring his wife to check on Shisui's recovery at night. Unexpectedly, Qingtian actually used the Sharingan that was given to him yesterday to trade with Danzo. Fugaku was well aware of Danzo's insidiousness. Fugaku really couldn't understand Haruta's behavior of aiding the enemy. Qingtian was too lazy to explain, but after seeing Mikato's equally confused look, he finally softened his heart and gave the old man face. Let Shisui explain the previous conversation to Fugaku. Qingtian also added the conversation between the clone and Danzo before and after the transaction. Fugaku pondered for a moment, then looked up at Haruto and said, you mean you want to strengthen Danzo's power and ambitions, and then cause internal strife between him and Sarutobi? Look at this, look at this. Qingtian pointed at Shisui in annoyance. This old guy can figure out something after listening to you repeat it. And you are so stupid that you want to go to the third generation to complain, and you still fantasize about peaceful coexistence. Shisui scratched his head awkwardly and said, Sunny Day-kun, from now on I will do whatever you say. Fugaku's mouth twitched. The old guy this kid was talking about shouldn't be me. Wasn't he the dear patriarch before? Fugaku quickly came back to his senses, but still asked in confusion, although the relationship between Danzo and the Saname is not very harmonious. But it is not so easy to make them fight. And what about Uchiha Obito you mentioned before, and the Akatsuki organization? What are these plans? Qingtian waved his hand and was not going to explain, but then he thought about the original work and realized that Obito had sneaked into the family shrine many times and talked with Itaki. And there is that old bastard Black Zetsu, who rewrote all the historical slates in the family. Now the plot development has begun to deviate. It would be better to let Fugaku, Shisui, and others know more information so that they won't be fooled by that kid Obito. Qingtian's expression straightened up. He looked at the three people and said in a deep voice, all the information I told Danzo before is true. And the clothes my clone is wearing are the uniforms of the Akatsuki organization. If you encounter them, try not to cause a conflict. Now is not the time to confront them. Fugaku frowned. Akatsuki organization? Are they very strong? There aren't many of them. The Cotters don't exceed 10. Hearing this, Fugaku looked much more relaxed. How strong can an organization with less than 10 people be? Seeing that the old man didn't take it seriously, Qingtian added, 10 people, the lowest strength is elite Jonin, and there are several cage-level strengths. The leader in front of Xiaoming is Uzumaki Nagato. He is also the owner of the Samsara Eye. His strength has surpassed the current cage of each village. The three people nearby were shocked. He quickly put away his contempt. Whether it is the strength beyond the cage level, or the Samsara Eye, it is indeed not something that the Uchiha clan, which is still in a precarious situation, can afford to offend. Xiao Qingtian, you said that the leader who possesses the Samsara Eye is in the open, then. Uchiha Mikato suddenly interrupted and asked. In response to Mikato's question, Qingtian replied softly, Mikato sister, you are really smart. That guy is just a pawn in the open. Fugaku looked at Qingtian with a resentful look, as if silently saying, why are you so nice to my wife? My hair won't change color. Qingtian rolled his eyes, ignored the resentful old man, and continued, there are many secrets hidden behind the Akatsuki organization. In a sense, the person in power behind the Akatsuki organization can be said to be Uchiha Madara. As soon as these words came out, Fugaku's pupils suddenly shrank. He couldn't help but exclaimed in shock, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he still be alive? It wasn't just Fugaku who was excited. Even the usually straight man Shisui and the gentle Mikato had surprise in their eyes. Before, regardless of the secrets of the mysterious organization, even the number of people inside, or the appearance of the Rinnegan, the few people who knew King Tian's ability were not surprised. Instead, they kept it in mind as special information. But, you said that our ancestor, who is also one of the true founders of Konoha village, Uchiha Madara, is still alive. It's hard to believe. Calm down, calm down. Qingtian looked at Fugaku, who was jumping up and down, and sneered, after all, you are the head of the clan, but you can't even accept such a small matter. No wonder the Uchiha clan was destroyed in your hands. Fugaku, who had not yet calmed down, felt as if a heavy hammer had hit his chest when he heard this, and he staggered. His face flushed red, his eyes as big as copper bells stared at the sunny sky. It was neither right to say nor not to say. He almost got internal injuries and vomited blood. Uchiha Mikato, seeing her husband's look, quickly said, Xiao Qingtian, don't. Before she could finish her words, Qingtian interrupted her, Sister Mikato, don't speak for that old man. If it weren't for me, you would be the one lying in a pool of blood next year. This old guy should be made to feel uncomfortable and uncomfortable. Mikato looked at her husband, who was clutching his chest, at a loss. Hearing Harada's words, Fugaku looked at his wife Mikato with an apologetic look. Then he restrained his expression and asked in a deep voice, Ban is still alive, why hasn't he shown up yet? Qingtian, who was sitting in a rocking chair, said leisurely, during the Third Ninja World War, Madara was still alive. He died again not long after the Battle of Konobe Bridge, but it won't be long, maybe he will come back to life. Fugaku thinks, where did the Riddler come from? Mikato's inner thoughts, what is Sunny Boy talking about? Shisui's inner thoughts, is my best friend sick? Fugaku, who had just been criticized, did not say a word. Mikato didn't ask when she saw her husband was silent. Only the slightly silly Shisui asked with a worried look on his face, Qingtian-kun, are you sick? Fuck. Hearing what Shisui said, Qingtian stood up angrily, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. How many times have I told you, I'm not sick, I'm not sick. Next time you spread rumors, just wait and see, puff. Mikato looked at Haruto's expression and laughed out loud. Sunny, who had been looking relaxed, talked about all the important figures. Be it the village's senior officials or the famous Uchiha Madara in the ninja world, they all acted nonchalant. As a result, there are times when I get really angry. Seeing the three people turning their heads, Mikato quickly covered her mouth and glanced around with innocent eyes. Not only Mikato, but Fugaku also raised the corner of his mouth when he saw Qingtian jumping for joy. Qingtian sat back in the rocking chair and said unhappily, remember my clone's outfit and the mask. If one day someone wears this costume and says he is Uchiha Madara, then he is fooling you. He wants to use you as fools. The guy who is currently acting under the name of Madara is actually Uchiha Obito. At this point, Qingtian slapped his forehead and said, by the way, the Nine Tails Rebellion in Konoha was also the work of this guy. Obito, if he's not really dead, why would he do this? Because of a woman. Mikato. As for Obito, I have an impression of him. He is a very passionate and hard-working guy. He always talks about his dream of becoming Hokage. Fugaku, who was standing by, whispered to his wife. Yes, it's that passionate boy from before, but now it has transformed. Qingtian sighed, the black and pure love warrior. It's a pity, I'm just a pawn being used by others. Looking at the three people who were still full of questions, Qingtian was not prepared to tell all the truth tonight. After all, the current Fugaku just needs to be responsible for making money. There's no use knowing so much. Okay, what time is it? I'm going back to my room to sleep. Qingtian stood up and yawned, if you want to chat, keep your voice down. After saying that, Qingtian laughed and went back to the room. The three people who were left behind looked at each other in silence. How can I sleep when there are so many questions that are not answered? But the real owner had already left, so Fugaku had to give up. As for calling him back to continue, Fugaku said, I don't want to get internal injuries and vomit blood. Chief Fugaku. Fugaku, who was about to leave with his wife, looked at Shisui with confusion. I still don't understand, clan leader. The plan is to strengthen Danzo and allow him to seize power from the Saname Hokage. Then. Why did Haruto-kun disguise himself as Obito and even deliberately reveal the information about the Akatsuki to Danzo? If Danzo sends the Roots people to the Rain Country to inquire or find out the truth about Akatsuki, wouldn't that be sending them to their deaths? Shisui looked confused and felt his head itchy. As if he was going to grow a brain. He scratched his head and asked, letting the Root ninjas go to die, isn't this weakening Danzo's overall strength? Fugaku shook his head after hearing this and asked, do you think someone like Danzo would care about the death of his subordinates? Without any need to think, Shisui shook his head instantly. Fugaku continued, Danzo has obtained the Sharingan and mastered the Izanagi technique. This will undoubtedly intensify his ambitions. Although the relationship between him and Sarutobi is not harmonious, they won't fall out in the short term. At this point, Fugaku changed the subject and asked Shisui, what if all the men that Danzo sent out to gather intelligence were killed? Do you think he will add more manpower to the route? Shisui responded without hesitation, of course he will. When I was in the route, he had been eyeing the ninjas from various families in the village. But he was always rejected by the third generation. Fugaku nodded, that's right, Danzo doesn't care about the death of his men, but he won't let the power of the route be weakened too much. After all, this is the basis for him to fight for the position of Hokage. So when the route suffers too many casualties, Danzo will definitely find a way to recruit reinforcements from other families or even the Umbu. And the third generation would never agree to that. This way. The conflict between the two will become even greater. These details were also what Fugaku figured out after he returned home on a sunny day. My best friend is truly amazing, Shisui exclaimed. What if Danzo doesn't send anyone to find out the information? Mikato asked her husband curiously. Fugaku shook his head, he will definitely send someone to look for him. After saying this, Fugaku looked deeply at Shisui. That boy Haruta gave Danzo a reason to go. Sensing the deep meaning in the clan leader's eyes, Shisui was stunned. You are talking about Fugaku, the hint he left for Danzo. Shisui frowned and recalled a kaleidoscope. Fugaku stared at Shisui and said, that boy told Danzo that there was a mangekyo other than me. Who do you think Danzo would think of? Looking at Fugaku's gaze, Shisui pointed at himself and answered uncertainly, you mean, one of the mangekyo is referring to me? Fugaku nodded, that's right. Looking at the confused Shisui, Fugaku also teased, in the future, you should not think too much, just listen to the boy's orders. Shisui, this sentence always feels a bit familiar. Besides, is the patriarch calling me stupid? There is definitely no record of Haruto opening the mangekyo in Danzo's intelligence. So from Danzo's perspective, the only ones in the Uchiha clan who opened the mangekyo were me. And you. P.S. Itaki Uchiha opened the mangekyo on the night of the clan's genocide. That guy was wearing an Akatsuki uniform and covering his face. He also mentioned the information of a mangekyo in his words. The tip is a kaleidoscope. You can say that Danzo has taken one of yours. You are still alive. The one-eyed one. Everything is done to make it impossible for Danzo to determine whether you are alive or dead, while also trying to find out information about you. Having said this, Fugaku sneered and continued, this kid is really insidious. He dressed like this on purpose to force Danzo to send someone to die. Maybe Danzo's first move after returning is to investigate his own subordinates. After Fugaku's introduction, Shisui, whose mind was finally relieved, nodded and said, Danzo's suspicious personality is definitely at will. He already has the eye. Does Danzo still care so much about Shisui's life or death? Mikato, who was standing by, was still a little confused that boy Qingtian deliberately revealed so much information during the transaction. It was obvious that he wanted Danzo to send someone to confirm it. Danzo, would you step into a trap knowing it is there just to confirm whether Shisui is dead or alive? Certainly. As long as Danzo still wants to be Hokage, he will never allow Shisui to live. Seeing his wife's puzzled look, Fugaku explained softly, Shisui, whose eye was dug out by Danzo, will announce the truth if he shows up in Konoha. That Danzo's dream of becoming the Hokage was instantly awakened. Wouldn't it be better if Danzo didn't admit it? Mikato frowned. Suddenly I felt that my wife's IQ seemed to be on the same level as Shisui's. Fugaku replied unhappily, there's no point in denying it. He has already installed Shisui's mangekyo on his head. Seeing his wife's unfriendly look, Fugaku quickly added softly, according to what Haruto said, the arm that Danzo covered. Not only has the Sharingan, but also has the cells of the first Hokage injected into it. Once the truth gets out, if Danzo wants to prove his innocence, he will have to confront Shisui face to face. Really, if Danzo cannot prove his innocence, the other ninja families in the village who possess blood limits will definitely not let Danzo take the position. He will even try to expel Danzo from Konoha. Even if the Fire Country daimyo personally ordered Danzo to be the Hokage, the ninja families in the village would never agree. In more extreme cases, there is even the possibility that the entire family will flee. A Hokage who always covets the blood of the ninjas in the village. It's creepy just to think about it. Especially the Hayaga family, who are also a family that practices dojutsu. When I woke up, I found that the two big white light bulbs on my face were gone. What would this experience be like? No wonder Qingtian and Fugaku were certain that Danzo would send people to find out information about Akatsuki. Even if they know there is a trap, they will still send people to die. Mikato and Shisui felt much better after most of their doubts were resolved. It seems I can still sleep tonight. But Fugaku, who had more thoughts, felt uncomfortable. Some of the previous doubts have not been resolved, and now there are many more. For example, the ancestor who repeatedly jumped between life and death, Uchiha Madara, and the last one in the clan like Sunny Day Boy, Uchiha Obito. He can even control the nine-tailed fox. This means that there is another tribesman who has opened up the kaleidoscope ability. But why attack Konoha again? Could it be that there was some hidden story behind his death? Was it someone from the Hokage faction who was behind the scenes on the battlefield? What about Kakashi's eye? Pure love warrior. What is it? Fugaku became more and more annoyed the more he thought about it. At this moment, he heard the snoring coming from the inner room and sighed deeply. Then, with a constipated expression on his face, he left the rest area with his wife. When they got home and just took off their black robes, the couple heard a slight noise at the door. The hazy dawn light lifted a corner of the night veil. At this time, Uchiha Itachi, who received the latest order from the Hokage, returned home in the morning light with mixed feelings. Click! As soon as I entered the door, I saw that my parents had not slept all night. Especially the complicated look in his mother's eyes. Itachi was silent for a moment. Yesterday in the Hokage building, the Sandaime Hokage talked to him for a long time about the will of fire and the current situation in the village, which needed stability and could not withstand turmoil. After weighing the pros and cons, Itachi accepted the secret order from the Hokage to monitor the Uchiha clan, and the main target of Surveil Lance is his own father, the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Itachi, who thought he could be ruthless, was shaken for a moment when he saw his mother's eyes. Father, mother. After being stunned for a moment, Itachi immediately came back to his senses and said hello respectfully. Itachi, Mikato called out eldest son in a complicated tone. Fugaku, who was standing by, gently held Mikato's hand and squeezed it a little harder. Then he took over the topic and asked in a normal tone, "Did you just come back from a mission?" Itachi nodded upon hearing this and replied to Fugaku, "Yes, father, I have just completed my mission, and I will stay in the clan and rest for a while." Fugaku nodded, his expression as usual. "Now that you are done, just rest at home for a while. Suzuki often misses you." When talking about Suzuki, Itachi's cold expression seemed to soften a little. "I see." Seeing the tiredness on his parents' faces, Itachi guessed that they hadn't slept all night, so he said, "Father and mother, if you haven't had enough rest, go and take some sleep. I'll take care of Suzuki when he wakes up." Fugaku nodded slightly, then Suzuki, "Thank you for troubling you this morning." After saying that, he took Mikado back to the bedroom. It wasn't until his parents' backs disappeared that Itachi frowned slightly. Just now he deliberately put into the topic his guess that the two of them had not slept. "I thought I would hear my father's explanation and find out what the two of them were doing last night." Unexpectedly, my father just nodded, neither denying nor admitting it. There is no intention to explain at all. Itachi felt that there was something a little strange about this morning's meeting. The mother's attitude, there seemed to be a hint of weirdness in his eyes and tone. My father's expression and tone did not change, but there was inexplicably a sense of faint distance. Strange, strange. Itachi, who hadn't figured it out for a long time, looked at the increasingly bright sky, turned around and walked into the kitchen, and began to prepare breakfast for his brother. The rich parents returned to the bedroom. At this time, they were discussing in low voices. "Mikato, watch your eyes and tone next time. Itachi must have noticed something's wrong with you." Without Sunny Boy's permission, the truth cannot be told to Itachi for the time being. According to what that guy said, Itachi during this time period was the Sandaime spy. Our every move was recorded. At 2 a.m., Qingtian made a deal with Danzo. The Fugaku couple, who came to visit Shisui in hiding, arrived at the rest area at 12 o'clock. During the 2 hours of free time, Qingtian also told the two some information, including the secrets about Itachi and the village leaders. Seeing his wife's uncomfortable expression, Fugaku said sternly, "You should know what is important and what is not. Don't ruin the plan because of your soft heart." Mikato nodded and responded quietly, "I understand. I'll be more careful next time. It was just a little too sudden today." At this point, Mikado changed the subject and asked Fugaku, "But according to the illusion you described to me before, facing Itachi's actions, didn't you not resist at all?" Fugaku heard this and was silent for a moment before he replied in a slightly hoarse voice, "I saw the illusion that Qingtian set for me. Once opened at first, I still didn't understand why I didn't react after the people in my clan were killed by Itachi. In the end, I even dragged you to hell with me." At that time, Itachi was still at the state of 3 Megatama Sharingan, just like now. His strength had not reached the level of Kage. Holding his wife's slender hand, Fugaku explained softly, "After I calmed down, I thought about it for a long time and finally understood the problem." Fugaku frowned. Itachi's position is clearly above the interests of the village now. If he knows the truth, will he turn around and tell that old fox of the third generation? Qingtian grinned. "If you, as a father, try to persuade him, Itachi might really turn around and sell you out. After all, he must have noticed that you allowed the hawks to develop. If you explain it now, he probably won't believe it." Fugaku, with a somewhat grim expression on his face, nodded heavily. Indeed, the eldest son's suspicious character requires him to explain. It is indeed unknown how much Itachi can believe it. But Haruto has now been recognized by Fugaku as the hope of the Uchiha clan, and it would be too risky for Itachi, who is in the third generation's lineup, to meet Haruto. Looking at Fugaku, who looked embarrassed, Qingtian chuckled and said teasingly, this is a complicated and subtle father-son relationship. There are better people to do this, that you just need to cooperate with Sister Mikato. After hearing this, Fugaku raised his head fiercely. Shisui. Qingtian nodded. Shisui, who was both Itaka's mentor and friend, is undoubtedly a much more suitable person than you. Fugaku heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Indeed, Itaka's level of trust in Shisui must be much higher than that of him as a father. Speaking of Shisui, Fugaku looked around the room and asked, "Where are the others? I sent him out on a mission a month ago." Taking a sip of the hot tea on the table, Qingtian said calmly, "I've been raising it for a year, it's time to make it useful." Task. Fugaku asked in confusion. At this time, what mission did you ask Shisui to go on outside the village? As for the village, it is filled with Umbu spies, and there is also the Saname who can perform the telescope technique within the range of the barrier. It is believed that even Shisui, who is famous for his instant body movement technique, would not be able to carry out a mission for a month without the third Hokage and the Umbu finding any trace. Qingtian put down his teacup, his face full of passion, and answered word by word, "Rob the rich, help the poor. Fugaku goddamn robs the rich and gives to the poor." The corners of Fugaku's mouth couldn't stop twitching. After a moment of thought, he understood why Qingtian sent Shisui out, sending a top jonin out to rob and steal. The only one who can do this is probably this money-losing guy in front of me. But Fugaku didn't ask any more questions, since it wasn't him who did such a shameful thing anyway. So when will Shisui be back? Sunny day, just these 2 days. It's a long-term task that is due once a month. Fugaku was truly speechless. Treating robbery as a long-term mission, Shisui is really pitiful. Once a month. There is always a sense of déjà vu of paying wages on time and handing in protection fees on time. Fugaku, then let's wait for Shisui to come back, and then find a chance to talk to Itaki. One question is finished. Fugaku then asked, now that the police department has almost withdrawn, what is the next plan? Seeing the golden flash in Qingtian's eyes, Fugaku quickly added, besides making money, what should I do? Fugaku was very afraid of this thing, so he sent him out to form a great thief team with Shisui. Why? Seeing the resistance in Fugaku's eyes, Qingtian sighed with some regret. Have you heard about the missing persons case in the village? Fugaku nodded. After all, he was the leader of the police department. He was the first to know about the cases reported by the villagers. Although the subsequent intelligence was suppressed by the top leaders and was not allowed to be spread. But when Qingtian mentioned it, he remembered the frequent cases of missing persons during this period. Sonny, it's at the edge of Konoha's defensive barrier, go find it yourself. You don't need to look for anyone, just find the human laboratory hidden underground. With the previous intelligence reminder, Fugaku knew it without Qingtian saying much. These prohibited human experiments were the work of Danzo and Orochimaru. Fugaku's eyes sparkled. If I use my identity as a police officer to investigate these cases, I can get these things out. I'm sure the reputation of the village's top brass will take a heavy hit. Qingtian shook his head and denied it. It's useless. You investigate as a member of the police department, even if everyone knows about it. The end result is nothing more than Danzo throwing Orochimaru out to take the blame. And then the anger of the residents shifted. The higher UPS announced that Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, had defected. They didn't lose much in reputation. Fugaku looked at Qingtian with a puzzled look on his face. Then, Qingtian said calmly, I want you to hide your identity and go find it. Once you find the location, don't make it public. I don't know the exact number of underground laboratories. Just find as many as you can. Remember not to be discovered by Orochimaru or other Umbu. Fugaku has already begun to develop the initial consciousness of a puppet. Although he was confused, he nodded to show that he understood. A small village 100 miles away from Konoha village. Kojiki Unma, a well-known local evil businessman, is now in big trouble. In the spacious courtyard, a mysterious man wearing a red cloud, black robe, and a mask stood firmly there. At his feet, there were rows of wandering ninjas recruited by Yunma, humming uncontrollably. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead, and Yunma's eyes were filled with fear. He said in a trembling voice, Who are you? I doubt we are under the protection of Konoha. Who knows? Maybe there are Konoha ninjas on missions nearby. Don't mess around. My name is Uchiha Madara. The mysterious man, under Yunma's gaze as if he were a madman, suppressed his grievance and said solemnly, My name is Uchiha Madara. I have come here to help God. Walk on the road. Kojiki Unma, you've done so many evil things. You've used the hired rogue ninjas to force people to buy and sell things in nearby villages. You've made a fortune. Their behavior is unforgivable. The 2 most crowded people among them were Uchiha Shisui, who was sent out by Qingtian. Shisui has been carrying out secret missions this month, and the pain and tears in his heart are hard to describe, compared to the previous missions in the dark or the roots. At this moment, Yuma's eyes were filled with even more despair. This is a madman, a psychopath. Yuma's palms were sweating profusely and he was frantically thinking about how to escape. At this time, behind the mysterious man, a wandering ninja was approaching quietly. preparing to launch a sneak attack. A glimmer of hope flashed in Yunma's eyes, and he couldn't stop praying in his heart. "Akun, it's up to you. If you can deal with this lunatic, I will give you a 200 UN salary increase every month." Water style, water dragon bullet. A water bullet as big as a basketball shot rapidly toward the mysterious man's back. Feeling that it was not safe enough, Akun drew out the samurai sword in his hand and rushed forward quickly. Shisui dodged the jutsu that attacked the blind spot from behind by just standing still and slightly tilting his head. Akun behind him, the cold light of the samurai sword in his hand flashed, and he swung the sword with all his strength to cut at the mysterious man's neck. There was cruelty and madness in his eyes. It was as if he had seen the scene of the mysterious man's head falling to the ground. At this moment, Yuma, who was opposite Shisui, also showed an ecstatic expression. Only, Yuma's flushed face quickly turned pale. The madness in Akun's eyes had not yet dissipated, but suddenly, he was shocked to find that the world seemed to be turning upside down. My vision began to roll non-stop. Ah, how did the head fall? It seems to be me. Thinking of this, Akun's consciousness became blurry. Yunma, whose face was pale, no longer cared about the dampness and heat under his feet. He just looked at the mysterious man in front of him with even greater fear, and tremblingly said, please. Excuse me, Master Madara, do you have any instructions? 5 minutes later, Uchiha Madara, who had gained a lot, left this place with the warm farewell of Kojiki Unma. Leaves, Hokage office building. After listening to Ataka's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned deeply. So, in other words, Fugaku has not behaved abnormally at all in this month. Sucking on the pipe at the corner of his mouth, the Sandai asked, then. How did Fugaku arrange for those who were dismissed from the police department? Itaki, who lived in the base, had already figured out this basic information. Without hesitation, he answered, except for being sent out to carry out some high-paying missions, most of the time they are left alone in the base doing nothing. Only. Itaki frowned, it's just that my father has issued an order that all the tribesmen who have been withdrawn must apply for approval before going out. And there was a secret meeting with these people. Because the meeting place was not far from my home, I sneaked in quietly. Sarutobi's eyes gleamed as he waited for Itaki to say next. Itaki continued, the core of the meeting is to strictly forbid them from contacting the Great Elder and joining faction activities. That's it. The representative of the Hawk faction of Uchiha. The third generation said to himself thoughtfully, first, they removed him from office and gave him power to improve his reputation. Now they are suppressing the development of the Hawks. Could it be that Fugaku really wants to coexist peacefully with the village? Itaki on the side did not answer. He just stood there with a cold face and in silence. The Sanname was naturally well aware of the major changes in positions in the police department, during which Fugaku obtained a large amount of cash. Some time ago, Sarutobi hosted banquets for the heads of various families to inquire about intelligence, and they confessed to the fact that they had paid money to buy official positions. On the one hand, it is to tell the Hokage that we are not in private contact with the Uchiha clan, but just a simple transaction. On the one hand, it's also to tell Sarutobi that we've already given out the money, and Police Minister Fugaku has delegated his power, so you won't come and interfere. The Sanname was naturally aware of this, so he could only take the opportunity to let these family ninjas confirm Chang Shun's job. In addition to selling official positions, Fugaku also set a mandatory task for the clan to be carried out at least once a month. After Itaka's report, Sarutobi also discovered the information contained therein, all of which were high-paying tasks. So what was Fugaku's purpose in taking so much cash? This is what puzzled Sarutobi. Then the Sanname asked Itaki, have you found out what your father did with all that money? Itaki frowned and replied in confusion, the clan does not have any extra expenses. I have also investigated the cash in my father's hands for a long time, but nothing was found. On the contrary, when I sneaked into the Great Elder's room, I discovered that he had secretly paid out of his own pocket and sent people to other villages to purchase a large amount of detonating talisman paper. Sarutobi nodded to show that he understood. Sarutobi was well aware of Uchiha Setsuna and the Hawk faction's little tricks. Even Setsuna can send his men out of the village to buy talisman paper, tools, etc. All of this happened with the tacit consent of 3 generations. After all, there is a saying that goes, be a whore and set up a virtuous archway. A bitch who doesn't behave herself to be a good bitch is not a good bitch. If a conflict breaks out between the village and the Uchiha clan, Setsuna's little actions will be naked evidence. When the time comes, we will present the evidence to prove that the Uchiha clan had the intention of rebellion in advance, and the village only launched a counterattack out of necessity. In this way, the residents of Konoha village and various ninja families will only blame Uchiha. It will not involve the village's top leaders, or even him, the Hokage. They suddenly attacked the wealthy families in the village without any evidence, even the Uchiha clan, which didn't have a good reputation. Such actions will only cause panic among residents, as well as fear and alienation among the various families. Although Sarutobi is a shrewd and calculating person, he is not so stupid as to be so stupid. Things need to be done, but they still require methods and reputation. In Sarutobi's opinion, Danzo would do whatever it takes to achieve his goal. Finally fell to the lower level. Without the Sandaime, who had obtained more information, had no choice but to order Itaka to continue to lie in wait and focus on investigating the flow of funds. The next day, Shisui, looking exhausted and mentally tired, returned to the rest area. In the left hand there is a ninja scroll for storage. In his right hand he held a black robe and mask for going out. Seeing his best friend snatching the scroll and counting the money with golden eyes, Shisui said with embarrassment, "Next time, can you please not let me do this kind of mission again?" When Qingtian heard this, his amused expression instantly changed. "You must be joking with the ninja world." Pointing at the pile of cash in front of him, Qingtian said angrily, "Look, I got this much in just 1 month. Such a good business with no capital, you are not willing to do it. Besides, I have shown great mercy. I will allow your conditions and only rob those profiteers who have done evil things." Bang! Qingtian slammed the table and said righteously, "We are speaking out for those innocent people who have been deceived." Shisui suddenly had an idea and came up with a good way of wording. He looked at Qingtian expectantly and said, "I have robbed all the small tribes near Konoha village. The rest are all reputable merchants, but you promised me that you wouldn't rob them." "Too small." Shisui was confused. "What's too small?" Qingtian shook his head and said regretfully, "Shisui, you are still too narrow-minded. How can you only focus on the area around Konoha village? You need to have a longer-term vision. Are these rich and unkind evil merchants only found in the vicinity of Konoha village? The kingdom of fire, the kingdom of water, the kingdom of earth, the kingdom of wind, the kingdom of thunder, even the entire ninja world. Aren't there any places like these?" Qingtian patted the confused Shisui's shoulder and said earnestly, "We should focus on the entire ninja world, not just the vicinity of Konoha village. This is a just act of enforcing justice, punishing evil and promoting good, speaking for the weak. How can this be possible? It will only be carried out within the borders of the Fire Nation. Could it be that Shisui that you look down on the civilians of other countries, or that you still have the old-fashioned idea of regional discrimination in your heart?" "No, I don't. Only that this." Shisui, who was almost successfully pushed by Qingtian, suddenly had another idea. "But, didn't you ask me not to reveal that I was still alive?" Hope reappeared in Shisui's eyes. "What if I'm too far away on a mission and discovered by Konoha's ninjas out on the road, or the Akatsuki members you mentioned? Wouldn't that ruin your plan?" "Sonny, Shisui, you robbed Ba. Did you use your real name when you robbed the rich and gave to the poor?" Shisui replied weakly, "No, I told them I was Uchiha Madara as you ordered." Qingtian nodded immediately and said with a smile, "That's right, the one who robbed was Uchiha Madara. What does it have to do with you, Shisui?" Shisui reacted and stared at Qingtian in amazement. "This then hey." Qingtian continued, "Even if you are discovered by the villagers, you just need to insist that you are Uchiha Madara. Then you don't need to do anything, just run. With your attainments in the art of instant teleportation, even a beginner cage-level warrior cannot catch up with you. So your worry.is not a problem. We should think carefully about how to broadcast this righteous act to the entire ninja world." Qingtian sighed softly. "There are more than tens of millions of poor people oppressed by these evil businessmen. These are all poor people, Shisui." Shisui looked at the clear sky with a silly look on his face, saying nothing. Qingtian placed both of his hands on his shoulders and said righteously, "In this fucked up world, someone has to be the light that dispels this darkness. I'll leave the heavy responsibility of saving the civilians of this ninja world to you." After saying, Qingtian laughed and continued to count the money. And the light in Shisui's eyes disappeared. What happened to Shisui? While Suzuki was carrying Itaka to training, Fugaku quietly sneaked into the training area. "I didn't pay attention at first and talked to Qingtian for more than half an hour. I noticed that Shisui was standing next to me, still looking as if he had lost all hope in life." "Fine." Qingtian waved his hand and said casually, "I'm preparing myself mentally. It will be fine in a while." Fugaku looked confused. "What psychological construction? Save the ninja world." "Fugaku, I shouldn't have asked." Fugaku stood up and walked toward Shisui. He needed Shisui's cooperation to explain the situation to Itaki. "Please don't let anything unexpected happen at this time." Coming in front of Shisui, Fugaku called out softly in confusion, Shisui, what's wrong with this miserable expression on his face?" Shisui finally came back to his senses, and the moment he saw Fugaku, his initial confusion turned into surprise. Shisui glanced at Qingtian and said excitedly, "Qingtian, I found someone who is stronger than me, and more suitable to complete the task." Qingtian turned around, pointed at Fugaku and asked, "Are you talking about him?" Shisui nodded frantically, looking at Qingtian with pleading eyes. Clear Sky ignored Shisui's look and shook his head. "He can't. The light in my eyes slowly dims." Before Shisui turned to stone, Qingtian added, "For the time being, the flame of hope slowly lights up." With eyes that flickered, Shisui murmured softly, "Not for the time being." Fugaku, who was confused, looked at the two riddlers. "It's totally off the mark." He understood every word. The combination is confusing. Fugaku looked at the confused face and said, "So what are you talking about?" Shisui turned around, looked at the clan leader, and replied solemnly, "Save the ninja world." "Fuck you. Riddler, get out of Uchiha." "Hello." Afterwards, the three of them discussed the matter of Itaki in the courtyard. Shisui hid his body and followed Fugaku all the way back home. Seeing Itake hadn't returned yet, Fugaku greeted Mikato first. Then he made a few hot drinks in the back room, waiting for Itake to arrive. Half an hour later, two brothers with the same expression returned home after training. Mikato, who learned of the situation, saw the two brothers and spoke first. "Itake, your father wants to talk to you in the back room." "I understand, mother." Itake nodded, greeted little Suzuki beside him, and walked straight into the inner room. Itake, who had not yet entered the room, greeted him first and then pushed the door open. "Father, you." Just a slight raise of his eyebrows made Itake suddenly stop in his tracks. The room was slightly dim, and steam was rising from the teacup. Besides his father, there was another familiar face in the room that shocked Itake. Shisui. Moment, the black pupils in his eyes turned into blood-red 3-Magatama Sharinon. Looking directly at the person in front of him, Itake's cold expression gradually turned into horror. What's going on? It's not a transformation jutsu, nor is it a shadow clone. The real entity is indeed the close friend who passed away that year. Uchiha Shisui. "Shisui, you're still alive." Itake, with a broken expression, came up to Shisui with complicated eyes. "Why?" "Itake, I was right." Sunny day cabin. From time to time, creepy laughter came from the inner room, echoing in the deserted courtyard. After counting the revenue, Qingtian flipped through the shopping mall panel in front of him with a sly smile. In the upper right corner of the transparent panel, the balance is displayed up to 3 small goals. Qingtian sighed in a low voice. "It turns out that a business with no capital can start quickly. That's 300 million a month. It can be said that I have said goodbye to my previous poor life." Qingtian stroked his chin, looking at the countless commodities, and fell into happy trouble. "What should I buy? 300 million yuan of purchasing funds. There are a lot of things that can be bought. Upgrading both eyes to an eternal kaleidoscope would only cost a little over 300 million. If the Atsutsuki bloodline is to be upgraded, there is still 2 small funding targets short. Taking into account the current changes in the situation in the village and its own shortcomings and strength." After thinking for a long time, Qingtian finally made a decision. 1 month of stealing and learning. In Qingtian's attribute panel, the ninjutsu reserve column is already filled with text, plus the talent bonus of the primary Atsutsuki bloodline. Qingtian's overall combat power at this time has been upgraded to cage level, lower position, on the panel. Defined by the system panel, the strength of shadow level powerhouses is divided into 5 states: entry, lower, middle, upper, and peak. Logically speaking, he has mastered many ninjutsu and has the Mangekyo Sharinan. He also learned from Shisui the technique of instant teleportation, which is comparable to short-distance teleportation. Hirui's ability should be more than that, especially that absolute territory that comes with the right eye. Time stops within a 3-meter range. This is a bug-like ability. However, the chakra consumption of this trick is also enormous. Quantification of chakra and immature practical experience. This became Qingtian's fatal weakness in wanting to become a hexagonal warrior. But fortunately, it's only temporary. These shortcomings are just minor problems in front of the system. Ultimately, it's just that there's not enough money. Not enough Shakura? You can buy tailed beasts directly in the system and transform into Super Sai. Few immediately become a Jinchuriki. The tailed beasts produced by the system are far better than those in the ninja world. Absolutely loyal and obedient. If you ask it to stand, it will never lie down. If you ask it to eat, it will never eat shit. A role model in the puppet world. Once you have bought all 7 tailed beasts, you can summon them. Once all 9 tailed beasts are purchased, Qingtian can directly transform into the 10 tails Jinchuriki, waiting for that kid Obito to bring out the 10 tails, and then rob the rich to help the poor. 2 10 tails, a dragon that works all year round in the body, transforming into a super worker, a model employee of a sweatshop, contributing endless Shakura 24 hours a day. Put one outside as a super shadow level pet, and it will hit wherever you point it. Just thinking about it, that makes my blood boil. This is not much more exciting than Naruto Next Generations. As for the lack of practical experience, the system's built-in practice room can also solve this problem. It's just a little expensive. The training fee per hour ranges from 5 million to 50 million, depending on the strength of the summoned character. Similar to practicing in a dream, simulating spiritual battle. In the training room, you can summon any character from the Naruto series to fight with you in person. 100% immersive combat simulation quickly improves your combat experience. Life was hard before and there was nothing we could do about it because we had little money. Now we have 2 big enemies, Shisui and Fugaku. The sunny days are getting more and more promising. There's no rush for eternal kaleidoscope. Your current vision is still a long way from blindness. Let's first solve the problem of low chakra quantity. After making plans, Sunade scrolled down the shopping mall panel to the tailed beast column. A cartoon tailed beast head with a square frame, sealed with black chains. 1 to 3, selling price NT $150 million. 4 to 7 tails, price $200 million. 8 tails, $320 million. 9-tailed fox, $430 million. 10-tailed body, $660 million. The complete version of the 10 tails can only be summoned after purchasing all 9-tailed beasts and the 10-tail shell. Mobile game manufacturers all over the world are indeed the same. I want to have high combat power, I want to be the best in the game. Then give me lots of money. The definition of selling price, in addition to combat power. The more popular the character, the higher the price of the product will be. There is not much difference in strength between 1 tail and 8 tails, but the price difference is obvious. Qingtian had no choice but to accept the price, as he had no choice but to bargain. At this stage, it's enough to get a tailed beast, and the remaining money can be used to buy some magical skills. After the whisper, the balance in the upper right corner of the mall panel was only over 160 million. In the tailed beast column, the cartoon avatar of the one tail has been lit up. After completing the binding, it was clear on a sunny day that a huge amount of chakra was flowing from the abdomen into every part of the body. It was as if he was in a hot spring, with the warm feeling all over his body, and Qingtian couldn't help but hum with pleasure. Qingtian came back to his senses and narrowed his eyes. Then he sank into the spiritual ocean and the inner world. It wasn't like the cell and chains that the Kyuubi had inside Naruto. In the spacious courtyard surrounded by lush greenery, a huge dog, like a well-behaved golden retriever, was lying in the center of the courtyard. Seeing the arrival of sunny days, the tail behind it swayed happily, bringing up gusts of wind. Qingtian nodded in satisfaction, then instructed Yaiwei to refine the chakra carefully, and then his mind withdrew. Chakala's problem has been solved temporarily. The remaining funds are enough to buy that technique. Turn to the Forbidden Techniques section on the mall page. Qingtian skillfully found the god-level skill he had longed for. Flying Thunder God Technique, S-Price, 130 million, Introduction to Ninjutsu, invented by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama level 1 time and space ninjutsu. Absolutely magical skills of attack, defense, escape. After buying it without hesitation, Qingtian turned his attention to the ceiling ninjutsu in the mall. Although the one tail inside the body is well behaved and will not run away noisily like the 9-tailed fox, but if you go out on a sunny day, the risk of exposure is not small. For example, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can reveal the fact that there is a tailed beast hidden in his body. Not to mention Qingtian, who is currently a member of the Uchiha clan, which is famous for its eye techniques. Looking carefully at the introduction to ninjutsu, Qingtian flipped through the pages looking for a suitable sealing technique. 3 minutes later. Wheel binding, a price, 24 million, the price is right and the effect is good. After Qingtian explored the introduction of ninjutsu, he decisively unlocked this product. Rather than being a ninjutsu for sealing the tailed beasts, this seal is more like a special seal for sealing one's own chakra fluctuations and hiding the flow of chakra in the body. The seal restricting the tailed beasts is extremely weak. If the tailed beast inside the body shows signs of trying to escape, this seal can only serve as a reminder and has no ability to restrain the tailed beast. Qingtian's personal panel at this time has been luxuriously upgraded again. Character name Uchiha Haruto, faction Konoha, changeable, chakra attributes fire, thunder, wind, fire, water, yin, yang, ninjutsu reserve, great fire extinguishing. Water prison. Thunder blade. Earth flow wall. Instant body technique, transformation technique, multiple shadow clones, flying thunder god. Try to omit as many words as possible. Special items, bound Mangekyo, left, perfect imitation, Mangekyo, right, absolute domain, Etsutsuki bloodline, primary, tail beast, one tail, comprehensive combat strength, shadow level, peak, with the skills that Qingtian possesses at this time. Entering the super shadow level, becoming a strong man on the same level as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. What is lacking is only the polishing in practical application. There are cage-level leaders from various villages living in the current ninja world, as well as Madara and Hashirama from the past, but they are all powerful people who have experienced the baptism of war and emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. On-the-spot reaction, combat intuition, the ever-changing use of ninjutsu, and the subtle control of chakra. All of them stretched for hundreds of streets on sunny days. But fortunately, time is not tight now, compared to the ideal world of sunny days. At this time, the problems between the Uchiha clan and Konoha were just child's play. Why? Qingtian sighed and said, after all, there is not enough money. There are still a few resentful brothers. Sunny day, sunny day. Fugaku, who was supposed to be talking to Ataki at home, actually came to the sunny cottage at this time. Looking at Fugaku who suddenly arrived, Qingtian asked with a puzzled look, "What's wrong, Day-wan?" "Pa, what's wrong, Chief Fugaku?" Qingtian thought to himself that this was a close call and he almost shouted out what was in his heart. Fugaku frowned, not knowing what the boy's previous name meant. What big? It's definitely not a good thing. Fugaku soon put this question behind him. Then he said seriously to Qingtian in front of him. Itaka seemed to have noticed it, and said that there should be someone behind Shisui and me who gave us advice. Qingtian nodded calmly. Qingtian was not surprised that Itaki could detect this. After all, Itaki has enough understanding of both Shisui and Fugaku, the unusual changes of Uchiha in recent times, and his father, the clan leader. This series of cool operations, plus Shisui, that idiot who can't think straight. It was normal for Itaki to extract this information. Qingtian asked, "You guys shouldn't have exposed my true identity, right?" "No." Fugaku shook his head, "Although Itaki guessed your existence, but we didn't admit it. As long as it's not exposed." Qingtian heard this and waved his hand. "It doesn't matter if I guess there's someone behind you. It can't confirm my identity anyway. Itaki said he wanted to meet you to talk, but I didn't respond." Fugaku continued, "I asked Shisui to chat with him in the room and keep an eye on him. Then I came to ask for your opinion." Qingtian stroked his chin in thought, considering whether or not to meet with Itaki. It's good that he was persuaded, then Sunny Day will have one more brother to blame. If he hadn't been convinced, Itaki might have passed the information on to that old man Sarutobi. However, with the current strength of the top shadow level, even if Konoha's top brass launched a surprise attack, Qingtian was confident and unafraid. At the Sandame's current age, he is at most at the level of Cage, maybe even below that, plus a phantom-level Danzo. Even if he cannot win, with the Absolute Domain and Flying Thunder God technique, he has the confidence to remain undefeated while fighting two at the same time, so there is still hope. As for the large number of elite ninjas from the Umbu and Root, the Hawks of the Uchiha clan, and he glanced at Fugaku who was waiting for his decision. Qingtian thought to himself, there is another humanoid puppet at the Cage level. In terms of combat capability, the Uchiha already has the strength to go head-to-head with the villagers. There is a 90% certainty that even if a fight breaks out, the village will not be able to do anything to the Uchiha. But, what's the difference between a 10% risk and committing suicide? It seems that Sarutobi is the only Cage-level person in the village, but this is the old guy's apprentice. In other words, the three ninjas who are famous in the ninja world for pornography, gambling, and drug use are not dead yet. Huang, the lustful immortal, will come naturally. Betting, I can only lose, not win against Tsunade-sama. Poison, Orochimaru bites anyone anywhere. These three guys are not simple people. In addition, there are the pure love warriors who frequently enter and leave Konoha during this period of time. Except for waiting for the higher UPS to take action against Uchiha and recover the Sharingan, he would also go to the cemetery to visit the White Lotus and Kakashi in his heart. If we confront each other head-on, let's not talk about winning or losing. Once the internal war breaks out, it will undoubtedly attract the attention of ninjas from other countries. Taking advantage of Konoha's internal strife, it is possible that ninjas from other countries will unite to start another ninja world war. After all, the geographical location of Konoha village is the most favorable among all countries. It is not in Qingtian's interest to reveal his identity now. Besides, in the subsequent plans, Itaki is also an indispensable chess piece. One of them. After thinking it through, Qingtian took out a shuriken shining with golden light from his ninja tool bag and threw it to Fugaku. The shuriken wrapped in gold lacquer was purchased by Qingtian from the ninja tool column of the mall. It was specially used as a medium for making the Flying Thunder God mark. The glittering golden appearance is in keeping with his identity as a wealthy man. Fugaku subconsciously took the shuriken, then looked at Qingtian in confusion, unable to understand his intentions for a moment. Clear Sky spoke softly, "Take him home to attack it, I'll show up later." Looking at the even more confused Fugaku, Qingtian explained, "I forgot, let me tell you, I have learned the Flying Thunder God technique." "What?" Fugaku was shocked when he heard this, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Flying Thunder God? When did you learn this trick?" "A scroll of forbidden technique level, Sarutobi hid it very well. Look at you, you are such a loser." Haruto looked at Fugaku with disdain. "I saw it directly from the future, and then I learned it." "No?" Fugaku was so annoyed. "Are you speaking human language? Just learn it when you see it? Or from the future?" Fugaku's mouth twitched, and his eyes were full of shock and confusion when he looked at Qingtian. "Okay, stop looking," Qingtian said with a look of disgust. "Hurry up and take your things back first, and I'll come when I'm dressed." Fugaku, who was kicked out by Qingtian, still had a hint of shock and disbelief in his eyes. That guy's perfunctory explanation is a lie. No one would believe it. Once close friends, sitting opposite each other. The room was empty and the two of them were silent. The heat in the teacup had long dissipated. Itaki looked at the somewhat embarrassed Shisui, feeling extremely confused and shocked. Although he suspected that there was a hidden mastermind behind the two of them, but judging by Shisui's expression and his father's sudden departure, his suspicions seemed to be correct. Moreover, that person's location was not far from the Uchiha clan's base. It is even possible that he is hiding in the base. My father must have been undecided and went to ask the person behind the scenes, and Shisui stayed behind to monitor my movements and prevent me from following him. Various signs indicate that his father, the current head of the Uchiha clan, and his best friend who was as powerful as him, now seem to be obeying the mysterious man. It seems that the family undercover mission failed. Maybe the mission has been exposed long ago. No wonder I haven't been able to find out any information about my father for such a long time. Not just father and Shisui. The strange sense of alienation that my mother had been experiencing during this period seemed to have been explained. But, the only people who knew about his secret mission, besides the Sand Aim, were Danzo and the two Hokage advisors. A brainstorm. For a moment, Itaki even doubted Danzo himself. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Not to mention that Danzo dug out Shisui's eyes, his father also knew Danzo's character very well and would never obey him. But Itake could never find a suitable answer. Fugaku arrived home, nodded to Mikato, and walked into the inner room. And Fugaku's arrival just broke the silent atmosphere. The scarlet in Shisui's eyes disappeared, turning black again, and he gave Itaki a somewhat awkward smile. Fugaku glanced at his eldest son indifferently and took out a golden shuriken from his arms. Under the puzzled looks of Itake and Shisui, Fugaku casually threw the shuriken with the mark on it into a corner of the tea table. Fugaku looked at Itaki and said expressionlessly, "The person you want to see will appear soon." After saying that, he sat down without saying a word and sipped the cold tea on the table. Itake frowned and nodded, not caring about his father's cold attitude. After all, he was the one who did this, helping the village monitor the Uchiha clan. How much is it? It's already good enough that we didn't kick him out directly. SS. Uchiha Mikato walked into the room with a cup of hot tea. Putting away the cold tea on the table, Mikato glanced at Itaki with complicated eyes, and placed 4 cups of hot tea on the tea table. Itake's heart trembled. Sure enough, my mother also knew about that person's existence. My mother wouldn't stay when my father was talking. Then this last cup of tea should be left for him. The shuriken next to the tea table suddenly emitted a faint chakra fluctuation. In this relatively quiet room, the small change instantly caught everyone's attention. "Hey Mikato sister." Mikato, who was about to leave, paused. Red clouds, black robes, and wooden mask. The disguised sunny day became the focus the moment it appeared. Space-time ninjutsu. Itake's low shout brought everyone back to their senses. Except for Fugaku, who remained calm. Shisui, Mikato, Itaki and the other two were all shocked. Shisui thought to himself, "My best friend is really amazing, he has even mastered the space-time ninjutsu." Mikato panicked secretly, "What should I do? This outfit doesn't look like it will reveal my identity, but he calls me Sister Mikato. Should I answer or pretend I don't know?" Itake's mind was once again filled with confusion. Who is this person? The shuriken that my father dropped before should be the time and space coordinates. Does this person know the Flying Thunder God technique? How did he master the secret of the village? His simple appearance shocked everyone. Qingtian scratched his head, chuckled, and sat down. Mikato recovered, nodded to Qingtian, and walked out with the tea tray. He crossed his hands, rested his elbows on the tea table, and leaned his head upwards. Clear Sky looked at Itake calmly and said casually, "I heard you wanted to talk to me?" Suppressing the many doubts and shocks in his heart, Itake nodded. He first stood up and bowed to Qingtian. "Although I don't know your true identity, I would like to thank you for saving Shisui's life." Seeing Qingtian nod, Itake sat down and asked seriously, "I want to know what your purpose is?" "They want to start a war between the Uchiha clan and the village. Or maybe we should give up our power and show weakness, so that the Uchiha will give up the idea of becoming a villain." Itake. Fugaku let out a low shout, looked at his eldest son with a dark face and said coldly, "Are you not even pretending now? You sound like a village leader questioning the Uchiha clan. You really are worthy of being my good son." Itake looked Fugaku in the eyes and responded seriously, "I just don't want the village, which has finally achieved peace, to fall into war again." "You." Fugaku's eyes narrowed, and he was about to speak when he was interrupted by Qingtian. Clear Sky waved his hand, looking at Itake's playful tone. "I would like to ask you a question first. Are you talking to me as the Hokage Sambu, or are you talking to me as Fugaku's son, a member of the Uchiha clan? What's the difference?" "Your identity is different, so my answer is naturally different." Qingtian played with the teacup in his hand and said softly, "If you are talking to me as an Umbu, then I have nothing to say. If you are talking to me as a member of the Uchiha clan, then I can tell you my purpose." Itake thought for a moment and said, "Now I will ask you again as Uchiha Itake. Kanaha, Hokage building. Hasn't the flow of funds been clarified yet?" Sarutobi Hiruzen whispered in confusion. Itake, who was wearing Umbu uniform, said, "The cash was stored in the scroll by my father, and there was no evidence of any extra expenses in the family." Sarutobi nodded. Regarding the mystery of the funds, he believed Itake's report. After all, Itake was not the only person arranged by Sarutobi to monitor him. The edge of the Uchiha station, including the edge of the village's barrier. The Umbu personnel did not discover any Uchiha clan members moving around. No financial transactions with strangers were found. At this point, a month had passed since Itake and Haruto had their face-to-face conversation. During this month, Sarutobi became increasingly suspicious of the Uchiha clan's actions. First, he evacuated the police department, and then sold the positions to the family ninjas in the village. Now, in order to make money, he is openly selling the family's inherited ninjutsu, the inheritance of a wealthy family. As soon as this news came out, not only the families in the village had ideas, even several small tribes nearby have already had a large number of wandering ninjas and wealthy businessmen heading for Konoha. If the news spread not so slowly, other countries would probably send people to conduct the transaction. Although Sarutobi really didn't want Konoha to attract attention in this way. But what can he say when the Uchiha clan sells off their personal property? It wasn't just Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage, who was confused. Now the ninjas of Konoha are all confused by the Uchiha clan's outrageous actions. Everyone is doubting the deeper reasons and purposes behind the transaction. After all, if you say that the wealthy Uchiha clan is short of money, no ninja would believe it. But they don't want to believe the fact. However, this is the truth behind this series of outrageous operations. After all, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't figure out who was the real ruler of the Uchiha clan. There is a gold-eating beast growing in his head. Sarutobi rubbed his temple with a slight headache, and then asked, "Let's not talk about the money first. Is there still no other action on Fugaku's side?" Itake lowered his head, a barely perceptible gleam in his eyes, and then he said seriously, "No, it's still the same as usual. It's just that recently, my father and the family elder have been arguing more and more seriously about the Hawk faction." Sarutobi nodded, mentally pondering what Fugaku meant. Itake had already reported this matter before, and Fugaku wanted Setsuna to disband the hawkish faction in the family. Setsuna agreed on the surface, but secretly he was still preparing a large number of ninja tools and detonating tags. After Fugaku found out, after several private warnings failed, he publicly ordered Setsuna to disband his faction at the Uchiha clan meeting. Setsuna, who couldn't hide his feelings, almost got into a fight with Fugaku because of this. "I understand. For the time being, I'll have to trouble you to continue lurking. If you find out where the funds are flowing, report to me immediately." Itake nodded, and at Sarutobi's signal, left the room. After a while, another masked Umbu member walked in. Sarutobi asked directly, "Did Danzo find anything new?" The dragon shook his head. "For the time being, we cannot find out who Danzo traded with, and we cannot confirm that it is the Uchiha clan. Every 2 days, members of the route would go to the Uchiha base at 2 or 3 in the morning to trade with the mysterious man. If this is not discovered in long-term scheduled transactions, that can only mean that the Umbu ninja and him as the Hokage are too useless." But Sarutobi only sent people to follow and monitor, and did not confront Danzo directly. He wanted to confirm the identity of the mysterious man and confirm whether Danzo was secretly connected to the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi frowned and asked, "Have you found out where the route personnel who went out are?" The extra nodded and replied, "After confirmation by Team B, all the route ninjas who went out half a month ago have sneaked into the rain village. It's just that after we went in, we didn't find any trace of them coming out." Sarutobi rubbed his brows and asked, "Have you sent anyone in to investigate?" The extra replied, "We sent someone in, but they haven't come out either, and no information has been sent back. If they didn't come out, there would be no information. For the ninja, it was most likely that they had already been sacrificed." Hearing this, Sarutobi's face darkened even more. Ramen village. What on earth is Danzo planning? Let's withdraw all the personnel first. During this period of time, send more personnel to the entrance of the route to monitor Danzo's movements. As for the Uchiha side, we are sending 2 more Umbu teams to monitor. During the scroll transaction period, any actions of any member of the Uchiha clan, who they meet and who they trade with. Keep a close eye on these. After the dragon set left, Sarutobi smacked his pipe, pondering the chaotic situation before him. It's not just the Uchiha clan's abnormalities that give Sarutobi a headache. The missing persons case that had been sealed up before has been brought up again. Seriously, this time, not only ordinary civilians were missing, but also people from several ninja families in the village. Among them, the 3 families of Ino, Deer and Dai, the Hyaga clan, and even the Uchiha clan have all had cases of missing people. This kind of news could no longer be suppressed by Sarutobi. This is also the reason why Sarutobi sent more people to monitor Danzo. "Danzo, it's best if you didn't get involved in this incident." The smoke obscured Sarutobi's face, so he couldn't see the look in his eyes. But the chill hidden in his words made his hair stand on end. Uchiha Station. At dinner time, the Fugaku family gathered at the dining table. Itake and Suzuki were at the bottom, with an empty space between Fugaku and Mikato. After dinner, Fugaku went out the door and chatted with the tribesmen passing by from time to time. 5-year-old Suzuki glanced at the door, looked up at his brother and mother, and said crisply, "Father has been feeling strange these past few days." Mikato, who was clearing the table, froze for a moment, then returned to normal after a moment. Itake looked at his brother and whispered, "What's wrong, Suzuki? Why do you say father is weird?" The little boy looked up at his brother and analyzed seriously. "During the past few days when we were eating, I always felt that my mother and father were a little distant. And father, you didn't have the habit of taking a walk after dinner before." Mikato put down her bowl and chopsticks, looked at Suzuki and said gently, "It's just that mom and dad had a fight some time ago, and they are still sulking these days." "Is that so?" The little boy blinked in confusion. "That's it." Mikato nodded, squatted down, and stroked Suzuki's head gently. He whispered, "Don't tell anyone about mom and dad's fight, Suzuki." The sky began to darken. There are several public training grounds in the village, and many ninjas are sweating on the grounds. Red clouds, black robes, and masks. The mysterious man walked in from outside the field at a leisurely pace. All the ninjas on the training ground turned a blind eye to the mysterious man who suddenly appeared. The mysterious man walked straight towards a boy of about 15 or 16 years old. After confirming the young man's face, the mysterious man knocked him down. Then he carried the person away quietly in public. When the mysterious man walked away, everyone in the field's eyes flickered slightly, and then they resumed training as if nothing had happened. "Tomoki?" Another young man's exclamation attracted a lot of people's attention. "What's wrong?" The boy saw someone asking, and quickly said, "My friend Zisha was training in front of me just now, but he disappeared when I was distracted." "Ha! It's not like he left on his own when you didn't see him." "Impossible, he was training right next to me, and I could see him out of the corner of my eye." Tomoki isn't the type of person who would play a prank and suddenly leave without saying goodbye. Seeing the boy's frightened expression, his tone became more serious. Someone in the field suddenly asked, "Whose family is your friend from? If it's really gone, go check on your friend's house first." "My friend's name is Tomoki, Sarutobi Tomoki." The boy looked around the field again, but still didn't see anyone. He immediately ran towards the Sarutobi clan's base. Close to the edge of the barrier of Kanaha village, a deserted grove of trees, a mysterious man appeared here carrying Sarutobi Tomoki. He pulled out a golden shuriken from his arms. He used chakra to activate the mark left inside, then casually threw it aside. The next second, Qingtian, dressed in the same style, appeared instantly through the flying thunder god mark. Fugaku carried the young man and looked at Qingtian, who was wearing a mask and the same red clouds and black robe, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "Do you have to make it exactly the same?" Qingtian waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, when we do this kind of thing in the future, we can just wear the same uniform. Anyway, this kind of clothing that does not increase combat power at all only costs 200 or 300 yuan in the clothing column of the mall. This little money is nothing considering the sunny day now." Fugaku responded in a low voice, "I really doubt whether Obito has ever offended you in the family." "It's not that you've offended me, I'm not that petty." Qingtian raised his eyebrows and whispered, "It's just that guy always worked for others for free in the recuperation area, which seriously damaged the market ecology. It was during that time that I saw that the boy was really unhappy." Fugaku felt uncomfortable when he heard this. "Maybe you are really not petty." Fugaku glanced at the unconscious boy and said softly, "We have found him and confirmed his location. Now it's up to you." Fugaku, who was not good at perception ninjutsu, discovered several of Orochimaru's experimental bases one after another by tracking the root ninjas for a long time. In order to avoid a head-on encounter with Orochimaru, Fugaku would use illusions to tie people up every time, and then summon clear sky to sense them. After making sure there was no one around, they took the unconscious ninjas from each family. Or it could be a corpse, hidden directly in a hidden location in the underground base. No wonder the missing persons case has attracted the attention of the various families in the village. Neither the Umbu nor the family ninjas can find any clues. These kidnappings were actually carried out by Fugaku, who was a cage-level warrior. He used the Mangekyo illusion technique to personally handle them. As for the ninja who had been appearing in the family residence with the appearance of Fugaku during this period, he was naturally disguised as Shisui. He would deliberately show up from time to time, and pass on the news that he was still at the base at the time of the crime through the Umbu who were monitoring the Uchiha. So far, it seems that Qingtian and his team are implementing their plan very smoothly. Qingtian nodded slightly, then quickly formed seals with his hands. Secret Mayfly technique. Qingtian slapped the ground heavily with one hand, and a huge amount of chakra turned into countless transparent particles and poured into the ground in an instant. We're lucky Orochimaru isn't at this base. After a while, Qingtian stood up and took the lead to move towards the base. Fugaku hurriedly followed, carrying the person, and sighed again in his heart. This kid is an absolute freak. The amount of chakra that erupted in that instant was already at the level of a cage. He is the same age as the boy on his shoulders, but he has the strength of a cage. What a monster! Earth escape Lyubi. A passage opened up underground next to the big tree. The two walked down without hesitation. The underground base was dim and slightly damp. It was a narrow and long passage with a coal lamp hanging every 10 meters on both sides. A faint smell of blood drifted towards the entrance little by little along the depth of the passage. Sunny said calmly, "It seems that this base has been conducting human experiments recently." Fugaku nodded without saying anything more. They have visited several such laboratories during this period. Without even looking at the laboratory room deep inside, you can guess what the bloody scene is like inside. Fugaku threw the boy on his shoulder casually at the entrance of the base, turned to Qingtian and whispered, "Is that enough?" Qingtian nodded slightly. "That's enough. It has attracted quite a bit of attention now. If this continues, it is estimated that their clan leader in 3 generations may have to go out and stake out the situation themselves. With this kid from the Sarutobi family, that's about it." Fugaku straightened his shirt and said in a cold tone, "Then should we kill this kid?" Qingtian did not answer. He looked at the unconscious boy on the ground with his eyes dimly, and said in a calm tone, "Maybe you did nothing wrong, but for my plan, I can only say sorry." Then Qingtian raised his foot and lightly touched the boy's heart. The unconscious Sarutobi boy remained unconscious forever. "Let's proceed according to the plan." Fugaku nodded and turned to leave the base. "There is only one last step left in the next plan." Fugaku deliberately revealed some clues to lure more Umbu or family ninjas into this base. Qingtian, who has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and can evacuate at any time, is responsible for staying behind. Make sure no root ninja gets in first and destroys the human laboratory in the base. On a sunny day with nothing to do, I leaned against the wall with my eyes closed and waited. Fugaku, who had just walked out of the base, looked up and found that it was drizzling in the dim sky. 10 minutes after Fugaku left, the person was wearing shoes that were slightly soaked by rain. The candlelight on both sides of the wall spread in the direction of the person coming. The darkness underground was gradually illuminated. Qingtian leaned against the stone wall, looking at the slowly approaching figure with interest. He was wearing a black ninja costume and had Konoha's exclusive forehead protector on his forehead. Long black hair draped over the shoulders, vertical golden pupils, and purple eyeshadow extending from the corners of the eyes to the wings of the nose. He is obviously a man, but he exudes an enchanting and dangerous weirdness. Qingtian didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. The last base. Surprisingly, at the end, I ran into Orochimaru himself, who was rushing in from the entrance. I didn't expect that there would be guests visiting late at night. As Orochimaru approached, he first took a look at Qingtian, who was dressed mysteriously and looked fearless. Then he looked down expressionlessly at the body lying on the ground. He spoke in a hoarse and cold voice. "The method used by the guest to frame others is not very clever." Qingtian waved his hand and said casually, "It doesn't matter whether it's high or low, as long as someone spreads everything they see here, that's enough. There are more smart people in the village than you think. The method is complicated. I'm afraid they won't understand it." Speaking of this, Qingtian's tone became more playful, just like the death of White Fang. "Doesn't it prove that there are many idiots in the village?" It seems that the guest knows a lot about the affairs of Konoha village." Orochimaru licked his tongue and said in a cold tone, "Could it be that the guest is from our village?" Qingtian spread his hands, his tone more playful. "Then who knows?" The coldness in his eyes intensified as the guest said, "All this will only make sense if it is seen by others. But if everyone who saw it died, it wouldn't matter. Are you right, guest?" Qingtian nodded casually and replied in agreement, "Indeed." Orochimaru licked his tongue, then just die. Shadow snake hand. Hiss, hiss, dozens of poisonous snakes suddenly jumped out from the cuffs, revealing their long fangs, and rushed towards Qingtian's position at a rapid speed. Dozens of poisonous snakes gathered together in the air, like a cannonball with countless bloody mouths. Boom! Gravel is flying. The snake bullet that passed through the afterimage was so powerful that it even knocked a hole into the rock wall underground. How decisive! As expected of Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, the sound comes from behind. What a fast teleportation technique! Orochimaru's pupils shrank and he turned around suddenly. He sank his body to the ground and quickly formed seals with his hands. 10,000 snakes formation. Wind style, great breakthrough. Venomous snakes continued to flow out of Orochimaru's trouser legs and mouth. It seems to cover the entire passage in one breath. At the same time, a level wind-style ninjutsu was spread all over the passage. The strong wind pressure cut scars on the thick stone wall in an instant. Qingtian's eyes lit up, worthy of being one of the 3 ninjas with rich combat experience. The moment he realized that I was moving fast, he took advantage of the narrow environment of the underground passage. The move was a ranged ninjutsu that was enough to cover the entire passage. But, unfortunately, Qingtian knows more than just the technique of teleportation. Qingtian took a leisurely step forward and disappeared from Orochimaru's sight. Orochimaru frowned. The poisonous snakes scattered throughout the passage gave him the feeling that there were no living people there. The mysterious person might not be using the instant teleportation technique. It is a more advanced ninjutsu similar to Flying Thunder God's space-time ninjutsu. Orochimaru reacted, his eyes fixed. He quickly scanned the surroundings. On the one hand, we must be alert to the sudden appearance of a mysterious man, and on the other hand, we must look for possible teleportation media. That is the Flying Thunder God mark, which is used to provide coordinates to Qingtian. Think for a moment. Orochimaru turned and looked at the body that was lying on the ground. A corpse crawled over by countless poisonous snakes. The exposed skin quickly turned into an enchanting purple at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just when Orochimaru was about to release his ninjutsu to crush the entire corpse. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon technique. Boom, boom, boom. The narrow and damp passage could not accommodate the ferocious fiery red dragon. The moment the ninjutsu was activated, the entire passage was blown apart. Drip, splash. The giant red dragon broke through the passage and flew straight into the sky amid the heavy rain. Countless poisonous snakes turned into ashes the moment the dragon roared. The underground base at this time, looking down from the sky. It's like a huge well that has just been violently mined. The rain poured down drop by drop. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The passage was filled with heat, and white smoke rose from it as the rain poured down on it. The clear sky, intact, slowly fell to the ground from mid-air. With his head slightly tilted, Qingtian looked at the ground not far away and waited quietly. After a while, a figure slowly emerged from the land that Qingtian was looking at. Looking at Orochimaru, who was also uninjured but a little embarrassed, Qingtian said with a slightly disappointed tone, "The power of this weapon is not that great. It didn't even scratch your skin." Orochimaru returned to the ground with a serious look in his eyes. "What exactly is your purpose?" Orochimaru realized that he couldn't easily defeat his opponent and chose to stop. "This is Konoha village. The commotion just now has probably attracted a lot of people's attention. The mysterious man in front of him may have mastered the time and space ninjutsu and can retreat at any time." But Orochimaru didn't want to be caught by the umbu. Looking at Orochimaru, who had no intention of continuing to attack, Qingtian sighed softly. It was a rare opportunity for actual combat, but unfortunately it ended in such a sloppy manner. Cooperating with Danzo is not a smart decision. I think you, Orochimaru, who failed in the election for Hokage, are also aware of the hypocrisy of that old Menfei. Qingtian spread his hands and said, "I can guarantee that these human experiments will be exposed. Danzo will immediately blame you. And Sarutobi, who knew that Danzo was involved, would only deal with you and not blame him. And your ending, Orochimaru." At this point, Qingtian paused and said, "It's nothing more than being treated as a traitor by the village. If you can escape, you can still be considered a traitor. If you can't escape, you'll be a dead ninja." After listening to Qingtian's analysis, Orochimaru said calmly, "I have expected all this. It is not something difficult to understand." "Oh?" Qingtian asked with great interest. "Since you had already guessed that Danzo would blame you if the matter was exposed, why did you still help him? If you had exposed the laboratory earlier and then put the blame on Danzo, I think things could have turned around. Even now, I will not tell anyone about your presence here." Orochimaru sneered, "Human experimentation can't be hidden for long. There has to be someone with enough weight to take the blame. It's obvious that the teacher will not give up Danzo. The candidate has already been decided." Qingtian scratched his ears. "My identity is not worth noting. As for my relationship with Danzo and Konoha, as you can see, it's not very friendly." Orochimaru sneered and said, "Indeed, hiding their identities and making human experiments public, and there are ninjas from various families. The kidnappings during this period were also committed by customers, right?" Although it was a question, Orochimaru's tone was very certain. Qingtian didn't want to deny it. After all, the body was still there. Qingtian waved his hand and said, "Don't call me guest anymore. Just call me rich man from now on. Orochimaru, Mr. Millionaire. This code name is really unique." Qingtian raised his eyebrows and tilted his head to look at the dark forest behind him. "I was planning to talk to you, but unfortunately." By the time Qingtian finished speaking, Orochimaru could sense the approaching ninja not far away. "After you betray the village, I think we will have a chance to cooperate." Qingtian spoke confidently, as if he had seen through Orochimaru's ending. A golden shuriken flew through the rain and shot towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru took it casually, holding the strange-looking shuriken, thoughtfully. "Keep it. It will also facilitate our subsequent cooperation. As for whether you want to leave or stay now, please feel free to do so. Will I cooperate with you if you are so confident?" Qingtian nodded calmly. "I know you are obsessed with studying the truth of life and the secrets of ninjutsu. The bargaining chips I hold are much richer than those held by Danzo." Orochimaru's eyes narrowed and he became more confused. Who is this person? Not only does he have a deep understanding of the various situations in the village. As for himself, it seemed as if he had already won. A rich bargaining chip. Orochimaru put aside his doubts for the time being, licked his tongue and whispered, "Then I look forward to meeting Mr. Rich next time." The moist soil slowly wrapped Orochimaru from bottom to top. "Mr. Rich, aren't you going to leave?" Qingtian looked behind him, his tone slightly regretful. "There are still too few ninjas coming. It seems that not enough people are paying attention to it." Orochimaru, who was about to sink into the ground, was just about to speak. Deafening thunder interrupted his words. Looking up, it looked like a black curtain was printed with several green patterns. If not enough people come, then add more fuel to the fire. His hands slowly formed a complex seal, and Qingtian said calmly, "What a perfect weather." Orochimaru, with only a head left on the ground, looked at Qingtian in confusion. He wanted to see what this person was planning. Lightning style, Kirin. Take a look at this, my ultimate move worth 66 million Krypton gold. Countless blue lightning bolts intertwined and changed continuously at the moment of forming seals on a sunny day. Finally, it transformed into a huge, ferocious-looking Kylan, with its huge mouth opened, roaring in the sky. The resounding thunder is like the roar of a unicorn. Printed, the Kylan swooped down from the sky. Boom, boom. This moment, heaven and earth are silent. Hokage building. Hearing the noise, Sarutobi suddenly turned his head and looked out the window. His gaze seemed to penetrate through layers of rain and look towards the underground base at the edge of the barrier. Cage-level ninja. Sarutobi's pupils shrank, and he immediately shouted in a low voice, "Organize people and rush to the direction of the lightning strike immediately." After saying that, Sarutobi tore off his Hokage robe, revealing the black ninja combat uniform underneath. Without waiting for the Umbu's response, Sarutobi leaped out of the building's window. It's not just Sarutobi. At the moment the lightning struck, all the Jonin in the village, including the clan leaders, raised their heads and looked in the same direction. The Kylan technique is all about speed, so fast that the enemy has no time to dodge. Therefore, from the Kylan's roar to its landing, it was just a blink of an eye. Although I didn't see the roaring beast in the sky, but this earth-shattering explosion. There was also a flash of shake-ray explosion that was comparable to that of a cage. It also made everyone rush to the scene of the incident as soon as possible. Mad. I told you earlier that you were going to make such a big fuss. Why would you let me lure anyone here? Fugaku, who was running at full speed in the rainy night, seemed to have become Batman's nemesis. Not far behind Fugaku, several groups of Umbu members were approaching rapidly, and the number is increasing. At the beginning, Fugaku, for the sake of safety, only led 2 Umbu teams. He even deliberately slowed down and approached the underground laboratory. I didn't expect Qingtian to suddenly make such a big noise. I guess everyone in Konoha who has a strong sense of chakra knows this place. Fugaku, who was dressed mysteriously and was being followed by Umbu, instantly became the target of everyone's criticism. All the ninjas who rushed to this direction to investigate the situation immediately joined the team to hunt down Fugaku. Most of the people who come here are Jonin, although he is indeed at the shadow level. But dozens of Jonin, ninjas who can sense forms, explore forms, and pursue forms are almost all there. Even when Fugaku turned around, he caught a glimpse of the pursuit team, and Byakugan had joined them. For a moment, I couldn't get rid of this group of people. Fugaku was so anxious that he cursed. No, it should be scolding the sunny day. You know, if we delay any longer, that old guy Sarutobi might come. You bastard, you bastard. Fugaku cursed under his teeth as he ran. Old man, this way. A low shout passed through the heavy rain and reached Fugaku's ears. Fugaku accelerated, turned a corner and crashed into the dense forest on the left. Group by 5, spread out and surround. Govern, show the direction. At the entrance of the dense forest, the captain of the Umbu was commanding everyone to give orders. Captain, the person is missing. What? The Umbu captain wearing a fox mask was surprised to hear what Ji said. After all, Ji is a member of the Hyaga branch family. The mysterious person went in for just a few seconds and suddenly disappeared? Although he did not suspect his men, the captain still organized his men and entered the dense forest to begin searching step by step. Uchiha Station. The Fugaku family. It was still the secret room used for conversation. It was the one where Harada asked Fugaku to abdicate. Below the tea table in the room, one side of the table leg was slightly lit. 2 mysterious men dressed identically appeared here as if teleporting. Fugaku took off the mask on his face, looked at Qingtian and gritted his teeth and said, "You just called me an old man, right?" Cut. Qingtian took off his mask and snorted, then counterattacked, "You think I didn't hear you calling me a jerk, you bastard?" Fugaku, who had no guilt at all, said angrily, "Look at what you have done. We agreed to lead 2 teams, that's about it. It's almost time, and you've already brought hatred to the whole village. If you slow down a few steps, that old fox Sarutobi might be here soon." Qingtian took off his soaked black robe and said calmly, "Okay, didn't Orochimaru come here after you left?" Orochimaru? Fugaku paused, frowned, and asked, "Did you guys take action?" Human experimentation was revealed. The noise was even louder than Qingtian had expected. That night, there were a large number of Umbu and Root ninjas. All the families and even many nearby civilians witnessed the bloody scene. The ground bombarded by Kylan completely exposed the underground base. Looking down from above, one can see the expensive medical equipment and human specimens immersed in the nutrition chamber. It was like a horrifying picture of hell, piercing deeply into everyone's eyes. A heavy rain last night washed away the purity of Konoha's surface, revealed the hidden darkness to the sunlight. Not only that, Fugaku discovered a total of 5 underground bases, and at each base, there was a clear day where the mark of the flying thunder god was left. After changing into clean clothes last night, I overturned all these bases at night. It happened to be a thunderstorm day, the thunder that resounded through the heavens and the earth led everyone again and again, revealing the darkness buried deep underground. It was not only the civilians who felt panic, the ninja families were equally shocked and terrified. The missing persons case that has attracted attention in recent times was also solved last night. The bodies of ninjas from various families can be found in every base. Some of the survivors were seriously injured and unconscious, and are still lying in the medical department without waking up. The bodies of members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were found at the base with their eyes gouged out. The sun is shining and the air is fresh. The dawn after the rain seemed much brighter. The usually bustling streets of Konoha seemed a little quiet today. Most of the shops are closed at this time. The few pedestrians on the street also spoke in low voices and walked hurriedly, as if I was afraid that I would be kidnapped in the next second. After all, the ones with the most corpses last night were not those of the family ninjas. Instead, it is these statusless commoners. Hokage building, at this time, there were more ninjas coming and going than pedestrians on the street. Teams came in, received orders and left quickly. A smoke-filled office. Sarutobi, with an angry look on his face, growled at Danzo in front of him, "Look at the stupid thing you did. Civilians are panicking, and everyone is in danger. The streets are empty, but news is spreading fast. Is this the Konoha you wanted to see?" The thought of this shocking scandal in our own country spreading to other countries makes me feel uncomfortable. At this moment, Sarutobi really wanted to kill Danzo with his own hands. Bang! Sarutobi became more and more angry the more he thought about it, and slammed the table fiercely. These disgusting laboratories are still in Konoha village. Not to mention the medical equipment in the base, which are remnants of experiments performed by multiple medical ninjas. Many people are even doubting whether I, the Hokage, am involved in this. Now all the major families in Konoha are still waiting for me to give them an explanation. At this time, Danzo, who was being scolded by Sarutobi, had an extremely ugly look on his face. As he has been undergoing a Sharingan transplant during this period, he has not put too much energy into Orochimaru's laboratory. After the incident was exposed last night, a large number of Umbu ninjas rushed into the root base, looking as if they were going to arrest Danzo by force, and a major war almost broke out. Danzo did not deny the construction of the base and the civilians. He just said, "I really didn't know about those family ninjas. It must be Orochimaru who made the decision on his own, which led to the current consequences." What happened last night was indeed a big deal, and it has become known to everyone in Konoha. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, Danzo quickly put all the blame on Orochimaru. However, Danzo was completely unaware of the matter of the family's ninjas. Sarutobi kept smacking his cigarette holder in annoyance. He didn't believe Danzo at all when he said he didn't know anything. I just kept thinking about the solution to the problem in my mind. Sarutobi had no reaction when Danzo said the name Orochimaru. After all, he went out in person last night and found the remaining snakeskin powder in the first underground base. There were too many witnesses, and the incident happened too suddenly, so there was no time to block the news. Someone needs to take responsibility for this matter. This person must also have a certain identity. And there was also the shadow-level expert who suddenly appeared last night. A mysterious person who was dressed strangely and suddenly disappeared while being tracked by the Umbu team. These two mysterious men seemed to be heading for the experimental base. All these things, one by one, really gave Sarutobi a headache. The irritated Sarutobi glared fiercely at Danzo from time to time. The usually arrogant Danzo became quiet at this moment and did not dare to provoke. Uchiha Station, Haruta, Fugaku, Shisui, and Itaki wearing masks. The four of them gathered again in the room where they had the secret conversation. Qingtian tapped his fingers on the tabletop in a rhythmic manner and said calmly, "Now, all that's left is this final shiver. Fugaku, can't you speak normally?" As a married man, Fugaku always felt that there was something unusual about the way this boy spoke. Another golden shuriken was thrown to Itaki by Qingtian. At this time, that old fellow Sarutobi will definitely call you back to help. You are the captain of the Umbu after all. If he lets you rest after something like this happens in Konoha, then even if the clan leader Fugaku is stupid, he can probably guess that you have ulterior motives. Fugaku, who was lying nearby and also shot, frowned. Looking at the sunny day with displeasure, I felt a sudden output in my heart. Itaki nodded calmly and took the shuriken with the mark on it. Shisui looked at Itaki with worried eyes, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. "Don't worry, Shisui." Itaki turned his head and said to Shisui with a gentle expression, "Monopoly is right. I am the only one who is most suitable to do this. Goddamn Monopoly." The corners of Fugaku's mouth twitched, and at this moment it just happened to keep up with the rhythm of Qingtian tapping on the table. Haruto, who still hadn't revealed his true identity to Itaki, also mentioned this exaggerated nickname. Shisui looked at Itaki and said apologetically, "I'm sorry Itaki, I want you to bear this kind of thing alone, but I can't help you." Itaki patted Shisui's shoulder and consoled him, "It's okay, Shisui. This is all for our ideals. For the village, and for the Uchiha clan. But, that's enough." As Sunny said. That afternoon, Itaki was called back to the Umbu. At this time, Itaki, who had changed into the Umbu uniform again, was walking quickly towards the Hokage building. My mind recalled the conversation and agreement with this mysterious man a month ago. At a young age, I witnessed the cruelty of war and the fragility of life. Itaki, who longed for peace in his heart, was naturally not easily persuaded by Qingtian. After all, she is dressed mysteriously and hides behind the scenes, more like a conspirator hiding in the dark and stirring up trouble. Even the rebirth of close friend Shisui and the bonds of family affection, Itaki's desire for peace and his reluctance to see war remain unchanged. But until Qingtian said that, "Your loyalty is only to Konoha, and all you hope for is peace," instead of the so-called Hokage, the top brass of Konoha, plus some of the secret information he told. The secretive ways of Danzo and Orochimaru. The layers of darkness hidden in the seemingly peaceful village. Itaki was slightly shaken, but finally, after Shisui's persuasion, he made a 3-month appointment with Haruto. Within 3 months, without damaging the village's foundation or affecting too many civilians. To ease the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village, let the Konoha high-level officials no longer be afraid of the Uchiha, and let the hawkish faction in the clan completely give up the idea of war. If there are signs of a war starting, Itaka said he would report it to the Sandaime immediately. Faced with such a difficult problem, Qingtian agreed without hesitation, and told Itaka the whole plan. Knowing the full picture of Sunny Day's subsequent plan, Itaka pondered it in his mind for a long time. Ultimately, it was decided to stick to the agreement. All the information that should have been reported to the third generation was temporarily concealed. Until what happened last night, Itake had a little more trust in Qingtian, the peace he longed for. It's not just the superficial glamour. All I can say is that the unexpected events of last night made Itake somewhat disappointed with the village's higher UPS. Seeing that the situation was not right, the plot eventually developed the same as the original drama. The day after the incident was exposed, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen personally announced that Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, had defected from Konoha, and all the charges were placed on Orochimaru. Faced with this final result, most of the civilians in the village believed it. The quiet atmosphere in the village slowly returned to life after the culprit defected, but the major families are not so easy to believe. Although he didn't dare to question the Sandaime in person, he was still a little cautious. Several survivors found in the underground base were taken home by their families for treatment while they were unconscious. After learning that the person was taken away to Konoha's medical department, Sarutobi could only frown and curse Danzo madly in his heart. He knew that this was a sign of the family's distrust of the village, but he had no way of explaining it. Unless he can give up Danzo, give up the darkness that the Hokage needs to bear. The Fugaku family. Hot steam, warm tea. Qingtian played with the teacup in the water and said sarcastically, "This is the so-called celebrity effect. The only ones in trouble are the civilians. The various clans that represent the backbone of Konoha won't care if the Hokage is involved or not, because, in the final analysis, in this world where strength is everything, the lives of ordinary people are like ants in their eyes. But when misfortune befell my own family, the situation was completely different." Speaking of this, Qingtian recalled a piece of satirical news he had read in his previous life. The local town's missing persons case has been investigated for 3 years with no clues. In the same town, the pet cat of the richest man in the area went missing just 3 hours ago. A large amount of manpower and material resources are used to check surveillance and inspect buildings. Finally, traces of the cat were found in the private garden of the local richest man's house. Qingtian said with emotion, "No matter which world, the gap between people has been revealed from the moment they are born." Shisui, who was standing by, asked frankly, "Qingtian-kun, are you saying that everything now is the future that has been changed by you?" "Yeah, I knew long ago that Orochimaru would defect, also because of the human experiment." Haruto's tone was slightly melancholy, but unlike now, Sarutobi won't announce the results of the investigation so quickly. None of the ninja clans will question the decisions of the top leaders. Qingtian put down the teacup and sneered, "Orochimaru's power alone is enough to deceive all the Umbu and root ninjas of Konoha. Not only have they built several underground bases within the Konoha barrier, but they have also moved so many sophisticated medical devices silently. Those family leaders are not stupid enough to believe that Konoha's top brass were not involved in this matter." After drinking the little remaining tea, Qingtian chuckled, "Once suspicion arises, the crime is established." After hearing this, Fugaku, who was standing aside, also lamented in his heart how deep the calculations of Old Six were. When it comes to conspiracy and intrigue, Fugaku would like to call him the best. Others are making plans in secret, knowing the past, observing the present, and calculating the future. This old man looks directly into the future. It's simply a cheat. Fugaku took a sip of his tea and said softly, Orochimaru isn't the only one taking the blame this time. That Sarutobi guy, if he wants to protect Danzo, he won't be able to explain the suspicions of the various families. It seems that there is no serious problem now. It will only be relieved slowly over time. But at a critical moment, these doubts can also turn into sharp knives and pierce into the chest of Konoha as a whole. Oh, Shisui nodded in understanding. Qingtian looked at Shisui impatiently and said unhappily, you don't have to stay here anymore. There are follow-up plans regarding Itachi that you can't help, and there's no point in staying here. Why don't you hurry up and do the task assigned to you? Why are you still dawdling here? Shisui's face instantly turned bitter, and he reluctantly nodded, then turned and left. Save the ninja world. A week later, although Orochimaru's defection has come to an end, but there are more human laboratories hidden underground than Sarutobi imagined. During this period, a large number of UMBU personnel have been secretly destroying and investigating hidden bases. The rest of the personnel were sent out to monitor Danzo's activities and any movements of the Uchiha clan. Now is a time when people's morale is unstable. If the Uchiha want to rebel, now is a great opportunity to launch it. Boom boom boom, enter. Sarutobi looked up and saw Itachi wearing an UMBU mask and asked softly, what happened? The people of the Shana faction told me that they have something important to discuss. Sarutobi frowned, didn't you say it clearly? Itachi replied, he wants me to go to the station and talk to him face to face at his residence. I just happened to meet Shisui who was about to go out. Is it about to begin? Itachi nodded, patted his best friend's shoulder, and whispered, don't worry. Shisui looked at Itachi's back, his eyes full of complexity. Then he sighed softly, concealed his identity and quickly left Konoha. Shisui knew what would happen next, so he was helpless and chose to leave. Fugaku, Haruto, Itachi. The three of them discussed in the room for a while and added some details to the next plan. It was not until Itachi turned and left that a trace of pity flashed in Fugaku's eyes. Then he murmured in a low voice, all this is necessary, right? I don't know if he was talking to himself or asking Qingtian who was standing beside him. Qingtian, who was wearing a red cloud and black robe, nodded calmly, you should understand. If you want to get back to the top, necessary sacrifices are inevitable. Station. The residence of the Uchiha chief elder. A meeting regarding the rebellion was being held in secret at this time. Setsuna was at the top and said in a serious tone, the top brass must have been involved in the human experiment. The people in the village are in turmoil right now. Rebel now to redress the grievances of the people. The top leaders are doing something taboo, and use this as a banner. We succeeded, and we have a legitimate reason. If we fail, the village won't dare to kill us all at this juncture. We can't miss such a good opportunity. That's right. Uchiha Tetsuka, who is also from the Hawk clan, echoed loudly, given the attitude of the village leaders towards us, there is bound to be a war. This is a God-given opportunity that must not be missed. Another of Setsuna's confidants slammed the table and stood up. It's just a bloody battle, what's there to be afraid of? This person had a ruthless look on his face and spoke wildly, at worst, the whole Konoha will collapse, attract ninjas from other countries to watch the fun. Even if we can't win, we'll attract the attention of the wolves, the old dogs in the village will also be buried with us. Worthy of being a hawk. Even if all of them are destroyed, there is still a wave of crazy words to die together. There are quite a few who agree with it. Why should we trample on the precious peace so easily? How is this kind of speech and behavior different from that of spies from other countries? Who? Suddenly there was a low shout. I looked in the direction of the sound. Wind, in the enclosed dark room, a light black breeze blew. Dozens of pitch-black crows flew by in a flock. In the center of the dark room, a flock of crows surrounded. Itachi appeared here wearing ninja combat uniform and with a solemn expression. Uchiha Itachi? Setsuna frowned, looked at Itachi who had come with an unknown purpose, and asked in a deep voice, what are you doing here? Didn't you invite me here? Itachi lowered his head and whispered, you invited me here, invited me to act like a villain. Shana and several of his trusted men looked at each other, confused for a moment. When did you invite the Itachi? During this period, Fugaku kept asking him to disband the Hawk faction, and they almost got into a fight. How could Setsuna possibly invite Fugaku's eldest son, or Itachi from the UMBU, to discuss rebellion? Setsuna asked in confusion, who invited you here? Hearing, Itachi didn't even raise his head, but slowly pulled out the samurai sword hanging at his waist. He continued, then I refused, and you were ready to capture me. You plan to use my identity to force the head of the Uchiha clan to act with you. Even if my father doesn't want to, as long as you tie me up and take me to the battlefield, even if it's just a corpse, I will definitely drag him down with me. This caused an irreconcilable conflict between the village and the Uchiha. Setsuna didn't understand Itachi's purpose in doing this, but the way he drew his knife. His intention was obvious. There were about 30 hawks discussing rebellion in the secret room. The moment Itachi drew his sword, everyone drew their weapons at the same time and stood ready. The absolute genius of the Uchiha clan. Graduated from ninja school at the age of 7. Became a Chunin at the age of 10. Joined Umbu at the age of 11. Now he is even at the captain level of the Umbu. He became famous at a young age and his talent is outstanding. They dare not underestimate it. The atmosphere froze instantly. In the huge dark room, Itachi was the only one speaking alone. Faced with the entire Hawk's attack, I couldn't hold back. In the end, I was seriously injured and destroyed the entire Hawk faction. Falling words, 3 shurikens flew straight towards the Great Elder with a whistling sound. He reacted quickly, pointed his toes, and quickly retreated. Itachi used the instant body movement technique and took advantage of the moment when Setsuna and his confidant were distanced from each other. A knife pierced through Taihuo's heart. Blood slowly seeped out along the handle of the knife. There was a blank look in Taihuo's eyes. Before he died, he couldn't believe that his death was so hasty and sad. Uchiha, Itachi. The furious elder returned his sight. The scattered high-temperature fireworks were like sharp swords coming out of a gun, bringing with them a fiery gust of wind. Itachi did not dodge, but looked down at the fallen Taihuo. A hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. The flames shattered Itachi's entire body. Clone. In an instant, he let out a low shout, and his eyes transformed into 3 Magatama Sharingan. Call out. 5 more shurikens flew towards us from the rooftop. Fire style, crow storm. Ga. Hundreds of scarlet crows swooped down with deadly aura. Don't hesitate, kill him. When he saw everyone who was extremely hesitant, he spoke hoarsely. Obviously, Itachi's identity as Fugaku's eldest son prevented the others from taking action immediately. As soon as the Great Elder finished speaking, everyone put aside their unnecessary thoughts and chose to obey orders. Fire Dragon Bomb. Flame Ball. Wind Fairy Fire. The sudden battle completely turned the entire dark room upside down. Boom! An entire dark room door, including the heavy roof. After being burned red, it exploded completely. Open. Smoke and dust flew up all over the sky. The heat waves in the air are visible to the naked eye. Everyone also saw the scene outside at this time. Uchiha Itachi. Outside the secret room, dozens of Hawk members were organizing their equipment and weapons, waiting to set off. Setsuna was confused at first as to why they hadn't come in to support despite such a big commotion inside. Until now. There was blood all over the ground, and the fallen corpse had a confused expression on his face. Anger. Shana's mansion has become a ruin. The temperature kept rising, and the sky was filled with scattered hot smoke and dust, flashing with little crimson, floating back and forth in the air. This place is like the entrance of a volcano, hot and dangerous. He is already furious, and every move is deadly. Throat, neck, heart. Itachi relied on substitution techniques and brilliant physical skills to avoid Setsuna's frontal attacks. Like a shadow, he moves among the other members of the Hawk faction. The sharp blade flashed with cold light, like the sickle in the hands of the god of death. One strike of the sword and one person falls down. Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. Why on earth are you doing this? When he was hung behind him and couldn't stop him, he gritted his teeth and roared. Itachi was speechless and could only lower his head and faithfully play the role of the silent god of death. Seeing that there were only a few Hawks left, he glared in anger, with blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. I don't know if it was internal injury caused by anger or if it was caused by biting my lip. Ah, you're a traitor to the Uchiha clan. The moment he became uncontrollably angry, he had already fallen into madness. Fire Sealing Seal. Fire style, flame array explosion. The moment he was at a speed disadvantage, he was about to fall behind Itachi. Then he no longer cared about the remaining tribesmen and used his ultimate skill to cover the entire range. S-rank fire style ninjutsu. If you get hit, you're done. The remaining few people, who were already frightened by Itachi's killing, saw the crazy elder start to not distinguish between friend and foe, and fled in panic. With a massive amount of Shakura condensed into one blow, the brown earth instantly turned into dark red. The attacks gather from underground and explode on the surface. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion resounded throughout Konoha. It was like a volcanic eruption, flames shot up into the sky, the earth was shattered layer by layer. Within a radius of 100 meters, all you see is a scene of red. The earth turned into magma, surging like a wave. The heat waves overlap and intersect, clearly visible. Incredible range damage. The 2 Hawks didn't even have time to escape before they were buried in this fiery hell. Shanshan stood on the only stable footing within 100 meters, looking around with red eyes. It's like being on an isolated island in the fiery red ocean, eagerly looking for people passing by. A house not far from here. Fugaku, dressed in ninja costume, and Haruta, wearing a mask, gathered here. The 2 looked out the window and witnessed the entire battle. Fugaku looked gloomy and said in a slightly sad tone, "These are the backbone of the Uchiha. They are also the countless and few clan members There are only a little over 500 extant members of the Uchiha clan, including the elderly, the weak, and the sick. The entire hawkish faction is basically composed of young and middle-aged people, with nearly 100 people. Fugaku never told Haruto that Setsuna had secretly misappropriated the family's cash to expand the Hawk faction. Fugaku had indeed been sincere in his advice to Setsuna. If Setsuna agrees to disband the Hawk faction, Fugaku will even try every means to keep him. In the final analysis, these dead tribesmen did not commit any heinous crimes, they were just forced to embark on this road of no return. When Haruto told Itaki about the plan, he and Shisui were present. Although I know that if this plan is successful, it will be more beneficial to the development of the family. But Fugaku was more shocked by Haruta and the cruelty of his eldest son. Two young men were sipping tea at the table nonchalantly, planning to massacre their own family members. This scene also left a heavy impression on Fugaku's heart. It won't be long before you feel that all your efforts today are worth it. Qingtian said in a deep voice, after this plan, the Uchiha clan can truly become a whole. All my orders will be absolute. Fugaku snorted in annoyance without saying anything, rolling his eyes in his heart. Now I don't even have to go through the motions to follow through, it's just your orders. It turns out that I am still the dear patriarch. Now. Qingtian ignored Fugaku and continued, second, after this battle, the Uchiha clan will usher in a long period of stability. Whether it's the turbulent public opinion or the suspicion of the various families, that old fellow Sarutobi would never dare to continue to attack Uchiha at this moment. Even if he has evidence of the Hawks' rebellion, after Itachi killed all the Hawks himself, that evidence will only become a piece of waste paper. After all, Itachi's last name is Uchiha, and he personally killed all the clan members who rebelled against the village. Such a loyal act can even earn you a good reputation among the people. Unless that old guy dares to directly send Itachi into his family to spy and announce it to everyone. Fugaku shook his head and took over the topic in a deep voice. Sarutobi wouldn't dare to do that. The human experiments have already made the family suspicious, and now Sarutobi has the guts to say that Itachi was a spy he sent out. Who among the families will dare to send people to the Umbu in the future? Who dares to work for Konoha? Even the various families will alienate the members who have entered the Umbu as soon as possible. Even if Itachi openly said that he was sent into the family as an undercover agent by the Hokage, the old fox would never admit it. Qingtian chuckled, right, so Itachi's final fate was to be hated by the rest of the family and abandoned by the village leaders. Then, like Orochimaru, he became a traitor to Konoha village. Then Itachi can infiltrate Akatsuki with justification. On the surface, this strategy kills 3 birds with 1 stone. There are also many hidden benefits. For example, Orochimaru, whom he met during the kidnapping case, also left behind the shuriken with the mark. The reason why Qingtian values the ninja scientist Orochimaru is simple: innovation. Although Qingtian has an invincible golden finger, he can only obtain ninjutsu and abilities that have appeared in the ninja world. If we can control Orochimaru, we can let him innovate and research ninjutsu that did not appear in the original work or new bloodstains. Will the cheat code be automatically updated and evolved again? Even if I can't, Qingtian relies on the imitation ability of his left eye that he can steal all the inventions of Orochimaru at any time. Coupled with the follow-up of the kidnapping case, a seed of doubt about the Hokage was planted in each family. At the same time, the conflict between Danzo and Sarutobi deepened. At last, on the battlefield before him, there were nearly 100 pairs of Sharingan waiting for him to collect. A true strategy of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Although Qingtian is cruel and sinister, he is also a bit black-hearted. With such a big commotion, that old guy Sarutobi will be here soon, Qingtian said softly, turned around and disappeared. Fugaku stared out the window, sighed softly, and then stepped out. In the collapsed secret room, dozens of corpses were buried under the rubble, and there was a burning smell. Qingtian, wearing red clouds and black robes, was busy retrieving his Sharingan. There were several fairly intact bodies at his feet. It was the hawkish personnel who happened to escape after Setsuna's rampage. Qingtian also wasted 10 more seconds and brought all the people back, and granted several people a painless death. After rearranging the crime scene, Qingtian sat leisurely on the rubble nearby. He slowly formed seals with his hands, sensed the ninjutsu, and activated the mayfly. The terrifying chakra suddenly condensed, and tiny spots of light invisible to the naked eye instantly enveloped the entire Uchiha base. On a sunny day with your eyes closed, you can clearly perceive everything around you. Although the images are not visible, the shapes of the creatures, the flow of the chakra, and the traces of the breeze can be seen. This is a more detailed way of conveying information than the naked eye. Qingtian clearly sensed that a group of ninjas not far from their base were approaching rapidly. The leader was smaller in stature, but his chakra was the most powerful. Chakras of the 5 attributes are spread throughout the body. The only one in Konoha who has such characteristics is the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The second are the several Umbu captains around him. One of the Umbu had eyes filled with a chakra aura that didn't match his body. Qingtian also recognized this person's identity. Heite Kakashi, turn your attention to the battlefield. We are about to reach Mount Fugaku head-on. It's already a crazy moment. There was also Uchiha Itaki, who was blasted into the ground and looked a little weak. The strange thing is, Itaki, whom Qingtian sensed, kept his head down in the ruins, and the samurai sword in his hand was trembling slightly at an amplitude that was invisible to the naked eye. Instantly, a huge and cold chakra surged into Itaki's eyes. Qingtian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and whispered softly, it seems that there is one more benefit. Today is a really good day for shooting eagles. Fugaku, who was wearing combat uniform, frowned and looked at Setsuna not far away, and sighed deeply in his heart. His mission at this time was to assist Itaki in killing Setsuna completely before the third Hokage arrived. Then he stalled for time and waited for Sarutobi to arrive, showing an attitude of severely punishing Itaki. Fugaku, who had made up his mind, suddenly stopped and looked at the battlefield in front of him with his pupils trembling. The katana in his hand was dyed red by the blood of his fellow tribesmen. A cold expression, as if he didn't care about anything. But my heart is filled with endless sadness and unspeakable pain. The evolution of the Sharingan is the best proof. The three megatama in his eyes spun rapidly, and a tear of blood slid down his cheek. The surging chakra gushed out. The fiery red chakra instantly wrapped Itaki's body. The armor that seemed to be forged by flames was growing and expanding rapidly. Buzz buzz buzz. The earth is shaking. At the moment of rampage, a glimmer of clarity flashed in his eyes. Without the need for sensing ninjutsu, he could now sense the terrifying chakra below. Uchiha Itaki. Without waiting for Itaki to show up, he was furious and took the initiative again. Low shout, print it. Fire style, flame prison burial. With Itaki as the center, the scorching earth turned into rolling magma. It flowed rapidly and surrounded him. Heat waves came one after another, and the pit where Itaki was located was flooded by endless rock flows. The air in the field is filled with boiling heat. Shanda gasped heavily, his bloodshot eyes staring at the hot cage in front of him. A square, airtight cage with endless heat rising from it. Itaki, who was trapped inside, did not panic at all. The rolling magma was blocked by the armor on his body without a drop of it falling. The rapidly growing armor seemed to have changed into a different form. In just a few seconds, fiery red bones emerged from inside, forming the upper body of a giant. Click, click. Outside the cage, spiderweb-like cracks spread. Then there was a loud bang. Boom! Under that instant of incredulous look, the huge fiery red skeleton burst the entire cage. Just the upper body alone was already 20 meters tall, looking down at him from above. Itaki stepped out with an expressionless face, and the giant that was clinging to his body moved with him. Susanoo. His pupils suddenly trembled and he recognized the giant at a glance. Kaleidoscope. Setsuna gritted his teeth, stared into Itaki's eyes, and said in a deep voice, word by word as expected, "You are the peerless genius of our Uchiha clan. Feel sorry." There was a hint of sadness in Itaki's eyes. While Setsuna was looking directly at him, a Tsukuyomi was quietly activated. The battlefield fell silent for a moment. Fugaku, who was outside the field, looked at the flaming giant with a shocked expression. My heart is equally complicated. No one knew better than him how strong the emotional stimulation was needed to evolve from the three megatama to the Mangekyo. Although the child always looks indifferent, as if he doesn't care about anything. But as Qingtian said, Itaki has an extremely gentle and delicate heart. The third generation, Sarutobi Hiruzen, led the Umbu and simply ignored the Uchiha ninjas in front of the base gate. The path goes straight to Setsuna's mansion. The moment the giant appeared, Sarutobi's expression became even more solemn. He also recognized at a glance the ultimate ninjutsu that this Mangekyo Sharingan possessed. And this newly appeared Susanoo is different from Fugaku. Itaki went to the banquet, and what happened in Setsuna? Uchiha has another ninja with Mangekyo eyes. What Sarutobi is most concerned about now is, who is the one who opened his eyes? If it was the leader of the Hawk faction, Uchiha Setsuna. So today he is not here just to gather information. On the battlefield, the two looked at each other for no more than 2 seconds. Strands of blood kept dripping from the corners of Shinshin's mouth onto the ground, with bursts of green smoke rising out. He looked ferocious for a moment, then came to his senses, staggered and almost fell to the ground. Having been badly injured, he forced himself to steady himself, gasping for breath. The great elder regained his sanity, ignored Itaki in front of him, and looked around the mansion that had turned into ruins. There were also corpses of fellow tribesmen not far away. All of them were killed with one strike. Some of the incomplete bodies were destroyed in his rage. Setsuna turned to look at Itaki, his eyes filled with sadness. Until this point, he still didn't know what Itaki's purpose was. But these newly evolved eyes say so much. Your life is really tiring, Itaki. Setsuna said in a hoarse voice, looking at the young man in front of him, and sighed. Feel sorry. The giant disappeared, and Itaki lowered his head again, repeating softly, sorry. Stop! The angry shout could be heard throughout the entire station. Fugaku, leading his clansmen with a grim look on his face, arrived on time. Facing his father's scolding, Itachi remained indifferent, but the knife in his hand became a little faster. Phew, a knife pierces the heart. The great elder's body slowly fell to the ground. Court death. Fugaku, who was immersed in the role, instantly opened the kaleidoscope. With a flash of body technique, he appeared in front of Itachi in the blink of an eye. A full-strength kick wrapped in chakra went straight to Itachi's chest. Fugaku showed no mercy in this powerful kick. Itachi quickly crossed the samurai sword in his hand and held it diagonally across his chest with both hands. Clang, with a crisp sound, the handle broke into two pieces. Ahem! The remaining force of the kick sent Itachi flying into the air, coughing up large amounts of blood from the corners of his mouth. Itachi, who had just experienced a great battle, was extremely weak at this time. Coupled with the sudden explosion of the Mangekyo, his chakra was also in a state of being almost depleted. However, the furious Fugaku had no intention of stopping when facing his injured eldest son. Seeing that Itachi was in mid-air, he had no strength to rely on. Fugaku quickly formed a seal and a fire dragon bullet roared towards Itachi. A giant fireball, as big as a tailed beast, radiates terrifying heat and rushes straight to the face with terrifying murderous intent. At least in the eyes of outsiders, Fugaku's move was entirely aimed at killing Itachi. Just before the fireball hit, water release, big explosive water wave. It was like a waterfall falling from the sky, blocking the fireball. Sizzle, the collision between water and fire caused a stalemate, and rolling fog spread. Seeing that he was stopped, the furious Fugaku formed hand seals again and prepared to release ninjutsu. Fugaku, stop! Sarutobi appeared in time with a group of Umbu. Kakashi, wearing an Umbu mask and holding the unconscious Itachi in his arms, followed Sarutobi. Fugaku looked at Itachi in the arms of the Umbu, a moment of confusion flashed across his face, but he finally dropped his hands. Sarutobi was wearing a black armor and a Konoha forward protector. Although he was old, this short man exuded amazing power. Looking around at the ruins, Sarutobi turned to Fugaku and asked seriously, "What happened?" Fugaku shook his head with a heavy expression, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "I don't know the specific situation. When I hear the noise and come over." Fugaku's eyes flashed with just the right amount of murderous intent, and then he pointed at Itachi and Kakashi's arms and said in a trembling voice, "That evil boy, they actually killed all of Setsuna and the other tribesmen here." After saying this, Fugaku looked at Sarutobi with red eyes and said solemnly, "Hokage-sama, Itachi secretly killed nearly 100 people of my clan. Please hand this evil boy over to me for punishment." Sarutobi frowned and did not answer, but asked again, "How could Itachi slaughter Setsuna and nearly 100 people? The evil boy has awakened the Mangekyo." Fugaku replied in a deep voice. Sarutobi was shocked, but he remained calm on the surface. He said calmly, "We still don't know what the truth is. It's better to wait until Itachi wakes up and ask him clearly before taking any action." Fugaku frowned. "I saw the evil boy's cruel act with my own eyes. Nearly 100 members of our tribe died. I must also give an explanation to their families." Seeing that Fugaku was getting a little emotional, Sarutobi suddenly said in a gentle tone, "An explanation must be given. But we must also find out the truth of the matter. Itachi, you are not only one of your Uchiha. You are one of our village. Besides, Itachi is still the captain of the Umbu and has several unfinished top-secret missions on his shoulders." Sarutobi said, then gave Kakashi a look. Kakashi understood immediately and retreated towards the Hokage building with Itachi in his arms. Fugaku was about to stop him, but Sarutobi patted him on the shoulder and whispered, "What's more, Setsuna has organized nearly 100 people to gather here. We haven't found out what the purpose is yet." After hearing this, Fugaku withdrew his hand with a slightly ugly expression. He understood the warning in Sarutobi's words. "Let the weasel go this time, and I won't pursue the matter of your clan's great elder plotting rebellion here." Fugaku was silent for a while, and finally said, "I understand. Let me explain this on two sides." When Sarutobi arrived with the Umbu, Qingtian had changed into a different outfit and left the base. The Sarutobi clan's base was not far away. Brown short hair, black collarbone, gray and white armor, and a samurai sword hanging on the back. The combat uniform is very similar to that of the Umbu. The only difference is the mask on the face. Different from the dark part, masks are made with animal faces. The masks at the root are richer in form and more bizarre. If Danzo was present at the scene, he would be able to recognize the person disguised as Haruto at a glance. His name is Tianzang, and his root code is Jia, an experimental subject cultivated by Orochimaru using the cells of the first-generation Hokage. Because he mastered wood release, after entering the root, he was even personally trained by Danzo in the early stages. But the real Tenzo had been sent by Danzo a few days ago to help Orochimaru escape. Qingtian stretched lazily and muttered softly, "It's time for someone else to take the blame. No need to thank me for this great gift, my dear Danzo. Clap your hands lightly and the mayfly will start moving." an inconspicuous little thatched hut in the station. Under Kingtian's perception, there was actually a group of Umbu teams hiding in the surrounding area. Umbu configuration: 4 people in a team, 4 teams in a group. A total of 16 Umbu were lurking near this thatched hut. 4 of them possess chakras that are about the level of a Jonin, and the rest are all above the level of a Chuyunin. There are so many bad things in the village, but there is still such tight defense here. This seems to be the right place. Kingtian's mouth corners slightly raised, and his heart was burning with joy. For this operation, Qingtian invested a huge amount of money. Originally, if you collect 500 million, you can directly upgrade the Itsutsuki bloodline, and all blood limits can be used directly. But for the sake of the things in the thatched hut and to sow discord between the 2 old foxes, Qingtian had no choice but to spend some of his money and unlock the most expensive wood release in the blood limit. Coupled with a set of wood release ninjutsu, there are 3 small targets. Upgrading your eyes to Eternal Kaleidoscope only costs this much. This was also all the savings that Fugaku had after being busy for a month and selling some scrolls to the village families. When Qingtian made the purchase with all her heart almost broke into pieces. After all, in a few days, those rich people outside the village will come to Fugaku to trade. But, the next second, he appeared in front of the wooden house. Who is it? 2 groups of Umbu members surrounded Qingtian in an instant. There were 8 more people hiding in the dark with weapons in hand, ready to attack at any time. Sorry. Qingtian clasped her hands lightly. I'm a bit rushed. As they were making hand seals, the Umbu surrounded them. If it weren't for Qingtian's attire, the Umbu would have recognized him as a member of Konoha at a glance. They took action immediately. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several kunao feinted attacks, with 3 Umbu following closely behind. The dagger, katana and shuriken are about to get close. Qingtian leaned forward slightly and dodged several kunao with ease. Use your toes to exert force instantly and jump into the air. His 2 hands, one in front and one behind, brushed against the sharp blade and pressed it on the arms of the 2 men. Would release, grafting technique, cats, slender hands with countless irregular wooden spikes extending from the fingers. Phew! The 2 Umbu turned into bloody men in the blink of an eye, with their bodies pierced by spikes. The blinding blood spurted out. The dagger attacked from behind, and a sharp gust of wind brushed past my ears. Qingtian turned in the air and pointed. Dozens of sharp wooden spears pierced through the last person who was close to them. Bang! The pierced body exploded and turned into a light white mist. Oh, Qingtian's eyes lit up. Good reaction. The 3rd person who attacked at close range was, according to Qingtian's perception, one of the 4 senior ninjas. Seeing that his attack was avoided, he immediately formed a seal to perform the substitution technique. This is would release. There was a flash of surprise in everyone's eyes. Zitu, evacuate the people in the station and seek help from nearby. The leader of the Umbu looked at the clear sky and said solemnly, the rest of you, unite and attack. The man called Happy Rabbit nodded slightly and walked out lightly. The remaining 13 Umbu all appeared and surrounded Qingtian tightly in the center. Clone Big Shuriken, Earth Release, Wind Style, Great Breakthrough, Water Style, Water Prison Technique. In the blink of an eye, 3 lines of blockade on land, and air. The sight is filled with extremely gorgeous ninjutsu coordination. Qingtian raised his lips and was about to fight back when suddenly a loud shout stopped him in his tracks. The heart-turning technique. The sudden feeling of losing control of his body stunned Qingtian. The secret technique of the mountain clan. Qingtian thought to himself that it was carelessness. Boom, boom, the earth was torn apart and gravel flew everywhere. The terrifying aftermath of the hurricane continues to spread. Wow, poof. A long-haired woman wearing a fox mask from the Umbu stumbled to the ground, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Is Huahu okay? The captain of the Umbu stared at the area ahead where the bomb had been fired. The flying dust temporarily blocked his vision, but everyone was still on high alert. Fine. Huahu supported himself on the ground with both hands, slowly climbed up, and said with all his strength, this person has such a strong mental power. The backlash came too quickly. I'm not sure if I have fixed this person just now. Captain, please pay attention. Cats. The slender wooden platform cleared away the smoke and dust, standing out from the center of the encirclement. Qingtian stood on a high platform in midair, overlooking the Umbu below. Although he was not injured, the torn corners of his clothes proved that the combined ninjutsu attack just now had worked. Qingtian glanced at the thatched hut that was protected by everyone behind him, his eyes cold. I still underestimated you. Qingtian whispered and then formed a seal again. Would release, held collapse. Endless Shakara is wreaking havoc. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook within a few miles. Under the feet of the Umbu, hundreds of ancient thorny trees were spiraling up and growing wildly. Careful, the Umbu captain shouted. At the moment of the vibration, he had already jumped up, exerting his body skills to the extreme. He did not dare to stop for a moment and dodged everywhere. Seeing the ancient trees growing stronger and stronger with branches connected to each other and extending, it was like countless iron whips coming towards us with bursts of breaking wind. All they saw were spikes that covered the sky. The Umbu were trapped in it and could only dodge in a panic. At this time, the only thatched hut was still intact. Whether it was the Umbu or Qingtian, everyone's attacks avoided this place at the same time. The branches of the huge trees seemed to consciously clear a straight path leading to the wooden house. Sunny, with a relaxed look on his face, walked briskly to the front of the house. As for the dark forces in the tree world, Qingtian doesn't care about life or death. Anyway, he deliberately let the happy rabbit go to report the news. It would seem like a good idea to have one or two more survivors to help publicize Danzo's ambitions. Bang! A purple curtain of light shot up into the sky when Qingtian pushed the door open. There's also a barrier. The old fox is cautious enough. Unfortunately, it's too late. Qingtian raised his fingertips slightly and aimed them at the center of the light curtain. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Violent thunder filled the air, and green photovoltaic energy moved around the fingertips. Chidori's sharp spear, boom. A terrifying electric current burst out from the fingertips and penetrated the entire barrier in the blink of an eye. Click, click. The barrier shattered and dissipated like glass with a single point breaking the surface. Qingtian pretended to blow away the faint smoke from his fingertips and then walked in. Eye-catching, the rows of bookshelves are piled high with scrolls. Wow! Qingtian's eyes lit up and he quickly walked forward to read it. After verifying the authenticity of several scrolls, Qingtian murmured in an ecstatic voice, "It's published, it's published." 3 minutes ago, Sarutobi, who was rushing to the Hokage building, was still thinking gloomily about what happened after Itaki attended the banquet. At the same time, he was also thinking about what to do after Itaki woke up. Sarutobi, who was having a headache, suddenly changed his expression. He quickly turned his head and looked towards Sarutobi's camp. The purple barrier light curtain that shot up into the sky only lit up for a few seconds and then shattered. Damn it! Always happy and angry Sarutobi, who showed no emotion, was now gritting his teeth with a look of rage on his face. He understood better than anyone what the breaking of the barrier meant. Boom! Sarutobi burst out with all his strength and stepped out a hole with his feet, causing bursts of airflow. The Umbu people behind him looked at each other and hurried to follow. When Sarutobi arrived at the base, Kida also rushed there with a dozen ninjas from the Inyazuka clan. The thatched hut where the scroll was placed was surrounded by dense forest. Sarutobi, with a gloomy look on his face, slammed his palm into the ground. Bang! A giant ape with white hair on its face and a Konoha forehead protector tied on its head was summoned by Sarutobi. Konoha's years of accumulation were wiped out. Sarutobi gritted his teeth, turned around and asked angrily, "Who is it?" There were only 3 people left alive in the Umbu team responsible for guarding this place. Zitu, who evacuated at the beginning, the captain who was seriously injured, and Huaho, who used the secret mountain technique on Qingtian. The hellfall cast by Qingtian was under the control of no caster. It only relies on locking onto the target's vitality and targeting moving creatures. The flower fox, who was attacked by the secret technique, fell into a coma immediately after the branch pierced his lower abdomen. Fortunately, he survived. The captain, who was seriously injured, quickly knelt on one knee and said, "Hokage, this person is wearing a root ninja uniform. The wood release ninjutsu used is extremely powerful. Your subordinates are no match for it and cannot stop the enemy." The captain then reported a series of battle intelligence to Sarutobi one by one. "Get up." Sarutobi frowned. Although he was angry, he would not take his anger out on others. Not only was the entire Umbu team killed or wounded, but they couldn't even delay the battle. The attacker is at least a cage-level warrior. It took only 5 minutes from the time he showed up to the time he left. Another strange cage-level would release. Sarutobi paced back and forth, muttering something to himself. The old face was twisted into a ball like a braid. During this period of time, he had been troubled by one thing after another, which was really exhausting. Woof, woof, woof. A one-eyed ninja dog suddenly barked. Inyazuka-tsum looked at the ninja dog. "What happened to Kuromaru?" Woof. Inyazuka-tsum translated, "You said there's still some smell left." "The smell hasn't dissipated yet. The criminal may not have gone far." Sarutobi's eyes lit up, and he looked at Inyazuka-tsuma and said quickly, "Chase." The ninja dog Kuromaru took the order and ran all the way from Sarutobi's base. Recreation area, sunny cabin. The room was filled with so many scrolls that it was almost full. Qingtian sat cross-legged in the center of the scroll with a perverted smile on his face. Fugaku glanced at Qingtian with disdain and silently distanced himself from her. Sarutobi must be very angry this time. Fugaku picked up 2 scrolls containing forbidden techniques from time to time and said softly, "But it's not easy for us to use these things." Sunny chuckled, "Itaki is about to rebel, plus there's Shisui outside. Don't do this big business near Konoha for the time being. If it really doesn't work, it would be nice to let Orochimaru help deal with it." Fugaku nodded, tacitly agreeing to the suggestion. "Oh, that's right," Qingtian said to Fugaku, "you can only back up all these things a billion times." Fugaku looked at the room full of scrolls and his eyebrows twitched wildly. There is a sentence, I don't know if I should say it, but this thing really can't be exposed. Keep some of it hidden in the family. For the rest, you can make a few copies and sell more copies. With this kid's greed for money. This room is full of stuff, I guess every rich person in the ninja world will be able to have one in the future. Fugaku frowned and silently calculated how long it would take to copy a room full of scrolls, and whether he should ask his wife to help. At this time, Qingtian was still smiling foolishly, fantasizing about the carefree time he would have after selling all the things in this house. Sudden, Qingtian frowned, sensing the information that the San'an was approaching with a large number of people. The original purpose of releasing the Mayfly technique was to avoid being disturbed when counting the spoils at home, in order to prevent Obito and Black Zetsu from arriving during this period. Then, he noticed the Sarutobi group arriving, etc. It seems that the leader this time is not Sarutobi. Dog? Ninja dog, you're in trouble, Qingtian screamed, and a flying thunder god disappeared from the spot in an instant. Fugaku stood there in a daze. What happened? Ninja dog. After standing there in a daze for a while, Fugaku seemed to suddenly realize something and cold sweat broke out on his body. Not good, Fugaku also exclaimed and rushed out of the yard to find someone to transfer the stolen goods. Konoha Hokage Rock. That was a close call. Qingtian looked so lucky that he was almost caught on the spot. Our strength has increased too quickly during this period, and we are not as cautious as before. This bad habit needs to be corrected. When facing just a dozen Umbu members, he revealed a big flaw. Now that they have forgotten the Inyazuka clan's tracking ninjutsu, they were almost found in their lair. This made Qingtian, who always prided himself on being the most sinister person in the ninja world, feel a little embarrassed. After some self-reflection, Sunny looked out at the people chasing after him in search of something. I've seen people walking their dogs a lot in my past life, but it's really rare to see a dog walking a person. Qingtian looked at the wonder below and expressed his own feelings. It's still a group of people walking. Since you're here, I'll take you guys out for some fun. After saying that, Qingtian disappeared again. The ninja dog Kuromara braked suddenly and almost took everyone behind him with him. The sky was full of dust. Hyuan kept sniffing his nose, then suddenly changed direction and continued running. Sarutobi behind him felt anxious. When the ninja dog ran towards the Uchiha base, Sarutobi had already developed the intention to kill. As a result, the feelings that had been brewing with great difficulty collapsed the moment Kuromara changed his route to Hokage Rock. Changed the route again. This time. It's the Hyuga family. Sarutobi couldn't figure out that the enemy had realized they were being followed and were deliberately going around in circles to toy with them. In order to prevent being followed, I deliberately made a few detours before returning to my destination. But Sarutobi, who was obsessed with getting the scroll back, had no choice but to follow behind Kuromaru and keep arranging for additional manpower from the Umbu. Sunset, dusk. Hyuan was breathing heavily and drooling. This is really a great time for the dog to run. The Sarutobi group behind him all had dark lines on their faces. Seems to realize that he is being played. Have fun. After a whole afternoon of racing, he managed to create a winding mountain road in Konoha. The leader of the team is a one-eyed dog. Basically all the ninja families ran through, and every time they were almost there, they would turn around. Sarutobi's impatient mood calmed down after a burst of excitement. Woof! Hamera changed his route again and looked at the people behind him. Inyazuka-san looked a little embarrassed and said to Sarutobi, "This Hokage-sama, are you still pursuing me?" Sarutobi hesitated for a moment, and finally said calmly, "Chase." Sarutobi thought a lot on the road this afternoon. The deal between Gen and the mysterious man, the outbreak of human experiments, and the strange shadows that appear one after another. The route's uniform, the bloodstains from the wood release, all the evidence seemed to point to Danzo, but it was all too coincidental. Somehow, Sarutobi felt as if there was a pair of dark hands hidden in the darkness, controlling everything. Sarutobi, who was absent-minded, noticed that everyone had stopped and changed direction out of habit. Then lean over and prepare to run. Lord Fire. Cage and Umbu behind him gave a careful reminder. Sarutobi came back to his senses and couldn't help but blush. Mad, I almost got used to being walked in the afternoon. Sarutobi looked up and realized that the leader, Kuromaru, had been stopped by someone. Wearing the same clothes as the Umbu, this is an entrance to the route base. The accompanying Umbu held candles in their hands to illuminate the view. Sarutobi, is there something wrong? Danzo's deep voice came from the depths. Sarutobi stopped and watched Danzo emerge from the darkness step by step, with an extremely complicated expression on his face. After a moment's silence, Sarutobi looked directly at Danzo. The Sarutobi base was attacked today, and 14 of the Umbu guarding it died. Danzo frowned. Although he knew that this matter was serious, he didn't know what it meant for Sarutobi to break directly into the route. Because of the human experiments these days, the entrance to the route is now under dark surveillance. Danzo, who did not receive the latest news today, also just found out about this. Sarutobi looked at Danzo, who had an expressionless face, and continued, there was only one attacker, and he was wearing a root combat uniform and was using would release. After saying this, Sarutobi stared at Danzo's every move. When Danzo heard this, his pupils shrank suddenly. Would release? Could it be Tenzo? Impossible, I clearly sent Tenzo to assist Orochimaru. How could he appear in Konoha and attack the Sarutobi clan? Besides, it is impossible for him to have such strength. Danzo was thinking, his expression unchanged. So, Sarutobi, what do you want to tell me here? It's such an obvious frame-up, don't say you can't see it. Sarutobi pointed at Kuromaru, the attacker left a scent behind, and we tracked it all the way here. Impossible. Danzo said coldly, this could never have been done by a root ninja, and the attackers could never have sneaked in here. Danzo, who had never issued such a ridiculous order, naturally would not believe that anyone would betray him. Impossible. Sarutobi said firmly, since you think it's impossible, let the ninja dogs search. After saying that, Sarutobi and his men strode forward. Wait, Danzo stretched out his hand to block Sarutobi, are you going to bring people to search the roots together? Sarutobi paused, he understood Danzo's hint. As the dark side of Konoha, there may be many things in this base that are comparable to human experiments. But the forbidden scroll passed down from generation to generation is undoubtedly more important. I'm not negotiating with you, I'm giving you an order. Sarutobi pushed Danzo aside with resolute steps and continued to lead his men forward following Kuromaru. Danzo, with a livid face, stared at Sarutobi's back. The anger hidden deep in my heart continued to rise. Maybe we can really consider that person's suggestion. After crossing many twists and turns underground, they finally stopped in front of a sealed secret door at Hyoen's signal. Danzo, open it, Sarutobi said with a cold face. Danzo stepped forward with narrowed eyes and glanced at the group of Umbu behind Sarutobi. All of these are the treasures you asked me to collect. Are you sure you want to open them here? The precious treasures I commanded to be collected? Sarutobi frowned, not understanding what Danzo meant. But anxious to find out the result, he said in a deep voice, open it. Danzo nodded behind him, and Abarame Ryoma, who had been following behind him, immediately handed him a key. Danzo sneered as he stepped forward, unsealed the door, and pushed it open. The small darkroom only had 3 rows of wooden shelves. The things placed inside made the Umbu behind Sarutobi and Inyazuka Tsumugi gasp. One row was the most normal, with several root combat uniforms and Konoha forward protectors. There are 2 rows of wooden frames left. A dozen Tumagadama Sherinan soaked in potion, a Hyuga family Byakugan that was already showing signs of decay, and several clumps of mutated meat piled up in tiny hoses. The scrolls placed on the last row of wooden shelves have clear handwriting engraved underneath. The secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan, the secret techniques of the Abarame clan, the Hyuga Taijutsu, the Heitake sword techniques, almost all of the inherited ninjutsu of the entire Konoha family are here. Danzo, Sarutobi roared, and the chakra in his body surged. Okay, I said, why are you saying that I told you to do that? What a good way to pass the buck. Sarutobi was almost crying with anger. At this moment, Sarutobi really regretted bringing people in. The Umbu behind him are all members of various families. They were not marked like the roots, and this time they were really tricked by Danzo. Sarutobi, who was blamed, went berserk instantly. And look at Danzo at this time. His face was full of confusion, and his pupils kept shaking like a top. How so? It's totally off the mark. Danzo did intend to put the blame on Sarutobi at the beginning. There should only be root uniforms and a few pairs of Tumagadama Sherinans in here, right? Just a few pairs of Uchiha eyes, the Umbu and Inyazuka Tsumugi wouldn't have much reaction. Even if they report it to the family, it won't cause much impact. But these dozen or so pairs of Sherinan that suddenly appeared, as well as Byakugan and even mystical scrolls. If these things were to come out, it would really blow the sky away. Although these were all things that Danzo had planned. But how come the spoils appeared when we haven't even started any action yet? There are also clear words engraved at the bottom of the scroll, which clearly shows that it has been invaded. Who is it? Not only did they find the root base hidden deep in Konoha, but they also set up such a thing without triggering the barrier. At the same time as being shocked, Danzo also felt a slight fear. You are really looking for death. Earth escape, rock collapse. Boom, boom. The underground rock wall exploded like a cannonball. Layer upon layer of heavy rocks kept falling from the top of the head. The Umbu who were nearly injured by mistake quickly dispersed. A sudden battle breaks out. The root ninja came following the sound and confronted the Umbu. Danzo kept dodging in the smoke and dust. Sarutobi calmed down. This is not my arrangement, someone has tampered with it. Sarutobi had a cold face and did not respond, but he kept making hand seals. Earth escape, yellow spring marsh. Water escape, big breakthrough. Lightning release, thunder feast. As expected of a ninjutsu doctor, he has all the skills and abundant chakra. Continuous ninjutsu bombardment. One person is worth an army. The sound was so loud that even the Hokage building above was shaking, but Danzo, who had been dodging, did not suffer much damage and kept explaining something. The only thing that was damaged was the entire root base, especially the dark room that Danzo had just opened. Under Sarutobi's deliberate manipulation, it was completely destroyed. The number of dark forces and roots attracted by the loud noise gradually increased. During the transaction with Danzo, Qingtian hid countless tricks. Those unused Tumagatama Sharinan had already been engraved with the Flying Thunder God mark by Qingtian. Before the mark is activated, there is no visible difference at all. It was just an ordinary backup plan, but I didn't expect it to play a crucial role. I thought that the invasion of the roots would be discovered quickly based on the marks. Haruto's initial plan was to use the sound of the battle to lure Sarutobi and his men into the roots so that he could cause trouble for Danzo. Let the Umbu see the laboratory inside the root, thereby deepening the suspicion between the family and the top leaders. After sneaking in along the mark, they found themselves in a dark room. Qingtian changed his mind, changed his smelly clothes, and prepared the scene. The Byakugan of the Hyaga branch that was kidnapped some time ago, which had lost its effect and looked rotten, came in handy. As for those mystical scrolls, in fact, only 2 of the secret techniques are real, and the rest of the scrolls are just some A-level ninjutsu that Qingtian put there casually. These scrolls are some of the stolen goods from the Sarutobi family. That's why he carved those words on the bottom of the wooden frame so that everyone who came could recognize them at a glance. After everything was arranged, Qingtian was still worried, so he went to Nanhi River to take a bath to wash away the smell. Sunny didn't know at this time. Danzo stood in front of the door and put the blame on Sarutobi. Sarutobi destroyed all the evidence at the first opportunity, and undoubtedly destroyed all traces of Frame Up. After all, from Sarutobi's perspective, all of this must have been done by Danzo. Having seen the Sharinan and the Byakugan with his own eyes, Sarutobi did not doubt the authenticity of the scroll. While shocking Danzo's audacity, he directly destroyed all the evidence. Taking a bath and humming a song on a sunny day, he looked out at the Hokage building from afar, feeling secretly proud as he saw the ninjas rushing towards the gathering place. Before, Orochimaru helped to take the blame. This time, let's see which of you 2 old foxes will come out to take the blame. After putting on new clothes, Sunny Day flashed back to the Sunny Day cottage. Most of the scrolls that had filled the room had disappeared, but Fugaku was still directing 3 young clansmen in the process of moving them. Fugaku saw Haruto appear and quickly stepped forward to ask, "Did the 3rd generation and the others find you?" Qingtian shook his head. "It's done. They are probably still busy fighting among themselves right now. You disappeared without even explaining why, and then you just yelled that you were in trouble. I thought you were exposed." Fugaku let out a long sigh, and his resentful look made Qingtian feel creepy. "This is..." Haruto pointed at the 3 clan members and looked at Fugaku in confusion. "I'm not afraid that Sarutobi will bring people here, so I'm busy cleaning up." Fugaku pointed to his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, these people don't know anything." Qingtian nodded and immediately felt relieved. Fugaku's attainments in illusion are even higher than Harui's current ones. Then you can use illusion to control a group of people. Qingtian's eyes became brighter as he spoke. "Copy the scroll of secret arts 24 hours a day. Do you think I'm your Jinchuriki?" Fugaku rolled his eyes. 24 hours. Shakura is not that easy to refine. Qingtian ignored Fugaku's complaints and was just thinking about whether to get a tailed beast for Fugaku to use temporarily. However, even if you want to get a tailed beast for the puppet, it is best to get a native tailed beast from the ninja world. After all, the personalities of the local tailed beasts and those produced by the system are too obvious. Qingtian doesn't intend to let anyone know the secret of the system. That's right. Clear Sky turned to look at Fugaku and asked curiously, "I don't know the power of your Mangekyo yet." Fugaku raised an eyebrow. "I never saw you ask, so I thought you had already seen it in the future." "Do you think you can see the future whenever you want?" Qingtian waved his hand. "Is it worth wasting my eyesight to see this little thing?" Snort. Fugaku snorted in annoyance. "It's just such a small matter. Is it worth you asking in person? You're so grown up, and you're still being stubborn." Qingtian said venomously, "Did you learn this tsundere attitude from your Suzuki? Am I being upset? I'm arrogant?" Fugaku stared at Qingtian with eyes wide open and couldn't help clenching his fists. "Is this old six talking human language? You. Okay, let's get down to business. Tell me about your abilities," Qingtian said. Fugaku gnashed his teeth and spoke for a long time before he spoke in a cold voice. "When I first became the clan leader, I was full of hope and wanted to push the Uchiha clan to its former heights. But as time went on, after the second Hokage and the village leaders became more wary of the Uchiha clan, I became disappointed with Konoha. And the prototype of the Hawks faction also developed at that time, etc." Qingtian interrupted tactlessly, "Don't tell me the story, just talk about my abilities." Fugaku swallowed his breath and pointed at Qingtian. You. Then, looking at Qingtian's indifferent expression, Fugaku lowered his head as if accepting his fate and said directly, "Illusion and reality. After opening the eyes, the effect of illusions will increase by 2 to 3 times. She's ability is to increase the power of ninjutsu by 2 to 3 times. Oh, King Tian's eyes lit up. This ability is not bad. The Sharinan is the eye that reflects the mind, and the ability of the Mangekyo is affected by the strong wishes of the heart. Qingtian stroked his chin and analyzed, so you wanted to lead the family back to its peak, but the cruel reality made you realize that without the strength of Uchiha Madara or Hashirama, your idea was just a fantasy after all. Fugaku sighed slightly with a hint of melancholy, as if acknowledging Haruto's analysis. Qingtian nodded thoughtfully, what a fantasy and reality. Before you opened your eyes, you should have been a lower-ranked cage. With the amplification of the kaleidoscope, it shouldn't be a problem for you to fight against a mid-ranked cage. Fugaku quickly explained, you can fight back for a short time, but the consumption of chakra and pupil power makes it difficult to sustain it. Fugaku was afraid that Haruto, the sixth brother, would know his abilities and then send him directly to kill any cage. Given this kid's sinister personality, this is not impossible. All right. Qingtian nodded to show that he understood, and then he started to make arrangements. As for the scrolls, you should hurry up and find a way to copy a few more copies. It won't be long before there are tasks outside the village for you to complete. Outside the village. Fugaku pointed at himself and said, when I, the clan leader, am not at the station, there's no telling what those old foxes will do. Don't worry, I will arrange everything. You want me to protect Danzo secretly. You don't know how much this guy is targeting Uchiha, right? Fugaku stared blankly at the clear sky, a look of disbelief on his face. Qingtian spread his hands and said, don't be so surprised, it's just a script. This scoundrel Danzo must die. But before you die, wouldn't it be nice to squeeze out some more value? Qingtian pulled Fugaku aside and briefly explained the plan he needed to carry out. After listening to this, Fugaku frowned and asked, but how can you be sure that Danzo will leave the village? Clear Sky smiled confidently, with what happened today, Danzo is probably as good as us Uchiha in Sarutobi's place. Danzo won't give in to being watched every day. Fugaku then asked, even so, what's the point of Danzo leaving the village? Qingtian looked at Fugaku Viper and said, why do I feel like your IQ has degenerated to that of Shisui? Shisui who is saving the ninja world. Qingtian sighed and explained, within the village, Danzo probably has no hope of making a comeback. Unless he's stupid enough to fight Sarutobi right in Konoha. But he's obviously not that stupid, so the only hope for recovery is. Fugaku, who didn't want to be on par with Shisui in terms of intelligence, quickly answered, the Lord of the Land of Fire. Is the IQ still online? Qingtian nodded with relief. Fugaku had a dark face and looked at Qingtian speechlessly. After a while, Fugaku still felt something was wrong and continued to ask, but can Danzo escape from the village under the third Hokage snows? Qingtian raised his head, his eyes leisurely, you don't need to consider whether he will or can leave the village. If I want Danzo to leave the village, then he must leave even if he doesn't want to. Fugaku, the way you sound, someone who doesn't know would think you are the Hokage of Konoha village. Hokage, I don't want to be the one even if you beg me to do it. Qingtian had a constipated expression on his face. Even though they are so powerful, the existence of the village is a complete burden. Not to mention that there is a daimyo who knows no ninjutsu above him. Qingtian sneered, that's just the feudal monarchy mentality of you guys. If you want to become a Hokage, you need the consent of ordinary people. I really don't understand why you all want to be the Hokage and suffer all the hardships and humiliation. After saying that, Qingtian looked back at the few scrolls left in the house and smiled brightly, my goal is to become the richest man in the entire ninja world, just a mere Hokage. Qingtian shook his head and chuckled, how ridiculous. Fugaku stared at Qingtian who was talking in amazement, with a head full of question marks. The position of Hokage is not as good as that of a rich man. It's outrageous. However, as a native of the ninja world, he naturally would not understand the thoughts of Qingtian, an outsider. The next day, it's sunny. Fugaku ran towards the sunny day cottage with an anxious look on his face. Qingtian, who was eating happily, looked at Fugaku with a puzzled look, what happened again? Danzo is in jail. Ha! Qingtian, who didn't know the specific details of yesterday, was confused at this moment. According to his idea, Danzo would at most be confined to the route by Sarutobi. How come he's almost going to jail? Qingtian could never have guessed that Danzo would talk goodmouth to Sarutobi before opening the dark room. If you knew, maybe it wouldn't be so strange. Hokage building. Itaki, who had regained consciousness, was reporting to Sarutobi the details of the previous battle within the Uchiha clan. This is the script that Haruai and Itaki had made up. Sarutobi, with gray hair on his temples, seemed to be even older than he was yesterday. Danzo hasn't figured out the mess yet, and now he has to figure out how to make arrangements for Itaki's future. The undercover Uchiha is no longer effective, but if Itaki continues to be in the Umbu, Fugaku will definitely not give up. You can't say that Itake massacred nearly 100 of your clansmen because of the order of the Hokage. Sarutobi kept smacking his pipe, thinking for a long time, looked up and said to Itake slowly, thank you for your hard work before. You don't have to continue the mission in the village. Recently, a very mysterious organization has emerged in the ninja world. I need you to go in undercover and get intelligence on their organization. Based on the information provided by Jiraiya, who was traveling around the ninja world, Sarutobi felt that it was a good idea to send Itachi to carry out this mission. This organization is called Akatsuki, and its members seem to be S-rank rebel ninjas from each village. You need to slowly dig into the people behind the organization and their purpose. Itachi lowered his head, with a barely perceptible gleam in his eyes. Is it a coincidence, or did that guy guess it long ago? The mission assigned to him by the Hokage was surprisingly the same as the mission given to him by Sunny. What's even more incredible is that the information Xingtian provided about the organization was obviously much more detailed than that provided by the Hokage. Itachi couldn't stop analyzing in his heart. Analyzing Xingtian's sources of information, identity information, and various relationships with his parents and Shisui. Although he was surprised in his heart, his face remained calm. Itachi nodded and whispered to Sarutobi, "I'll leave directly later." Sarutobi looked at Itachi, whose hand was still wrapped in bandages, apologetically, "Thank you for your hard work." Itachi shook his head, then discussed the details with Sarutobi and stepped back. Because his parents were still alive, and there was news that Danzo was in prison, Itachi did not, like in the original drama, specifically tell the higher UPS to treat Suzuki well. Konoha, Umbu Prison. A solitary cell, a wooden bed, a wooden table, and a one-eyed old man. Danzo sat cross-legged on the bed, looking up at Sarutobi outside the door with an expressionless face. "Why, Lord Hokage, are you here to judge me?" Sarutobi frowned. "Danzo, you should know that the consequences of these things being exposed. I'm not the only one who saw it. If they don't deal with you, those families will not let it go." "Oh," Sarutobi sighed, "of course I won't forget, but yesterday was a very important matter." Looking at Danzo, who looked unconvinced, Sarutobi explained awkwardly, "The Umbu who were killed yesterday were responsible for guarding the forbidden scrolls in the village." "What?" Danzo exclaimed in surprise, "You mean all those scrolls were stolen?" Sarutobi nodded with difficulty. "Sarutobi, you should abdicate. If I were the Hokage, such a ridiculous thing would never happen." Danzo sneered, "In the base camp, someone could rob our home. You are doing your job well as Hokage." Sarutobi's old face turned slightly red, and he defended himself in a deep voice, "I didn't expect that someone would dare to do it directly in Konoha, and I was only away for a few minutes, and an entire Umbu team and the barrier were unable to hold back the thief." Sarutobi had mentioned the death of several Umbu members at the root base yesterday, but Danzo hadn't expected this to be the reason. And that person was pretending to be Tian Zhang. This is obviously a frame-up by that person. First he stole the scroll, and then he lured you and your men to the root. It's just a little trick, but it made you go crazy. Danzo continued with a cold expression, "I didn't think you would be so stupid as to put me in jail." After everything happened yesterday, Sarutobi reviewed the entire process carefully. All the evidence and accusations point to Danzo. Although Danzo did have the motivation to do these things, and even had such thoughts, but the timing was wrong, and the marks left behind were too heavy. The Root's uniforms and cage-level strength, yet they deliberately left some people alive. It's such a coincidence. The biggest question is, would someone with cage-level strength really be willing to work under Danzo? Sarutobi rubbed his temple with a headache, whether it's your own directing or someone else's conspiracy. The news has been spread, and someone has to take responsibility. There are so many people in the village waiting to see how I deal with them. Hee. Danzo chuckled sinisterly, "Then why don't you just explain to your family that someone is behind all this, and then let me go out to help you find it? You should understand the truth." Sarutobi shook his head, "Now all the evidence points to you. They will not listen to this mere speculation. Besides, regarding the human experiments you and Orochimaru conducted, their trust in the higher UPS isn't what it used to be. Now there's another incident like this. If you don't deal with it, you'll cause public outrage." "Hypocrisy." Danzo shook his head and sneered. "Just stay here for now," Sarutobi said, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. "I will find a way to find out who is behind this myself. When the truth comes out, I will find a way to release you." After saying that, Sarutobi was about to turn around and leave. "Are you really going to let me out?" Danzo said sinisterly, "or should you just transfer all the root ninjas into your Umbu, and then dump everything on me like Orochimaru did?" Sarutobi paused, without looking back, and simply replied, "No. If I really wanted to do this, I wouldn't have deliberately let Yamanaka Kaze and Abarame Tone go yesterday. In yesterday's battle that destroyed this root base, no one died except for a few people injured by the aftermath. And it was Sarutobi who intentionally let Danzo's two most trusted confidants escape." Danzo smiled grimly, "You didn't kill me and let them escape because you were afraid that I would reveal all the dirty deeds you had been involved in during the battle." Sarutobi frowned, "Not everyone is as dark as you think, Danzo. You should stay here and reflect on yourself." After saying that, Sarutobi walked away without hesitation. After Sarutobi left, the guards who arrived quickly closed the door tightly. Outside the prison, there was even an entire Umbu team guarding in secret. This is to prevent die-hard fans from coming to jailbreak. The cell was dark and damp, without a single ray of light. Danzo sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, squinting his eyes and sneering, muttering, "Sarutobi, you will regret this." Although not sure what Sarutobi really thinks, but Danzo firmly believed that Sarutobi would not kill him, and even let his confidant go, and came to the cell to appease him. He is simply afraid that the fish will be destroyed and the net will be broken, and that I will make public the shady things he has done. In fact, after Danzo reviewed the whole thing, he felt a little regretful about what he had said at the door of the dark room. The current situation is mostly caused by people who framed others behind the scenes, but he dragged Sarutobi into this by talking nonsense, which undoubtedly gave Blackhand another assist. Even if it was just to prove his innocence, Sarutobi would definitely deal with this matter seriously. But who is Danzo? The ninja world is exploding, but this ruthless guy is still tough on the outside. How can I admit it? The edge of Konoha's barrier. Itaki was wearing combat uniform, with a horizontal stripe on the Konoha forward guard on his head. Itaki, who was about to leave the village, paused and looked at the big tree behind him. "Are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you planning to let your father go with you?" Haruto was dressed in the same outfit as Obito, leaning against the top of a tree, speaking in a leisurely tone. "Father is leaving the village too?" Itaki asked in a puzzled tone. Itaki was not surprised by the sudden appearance of the mysterious man, as he knew that he mastered the time and space ninjutsu. "Yeah." Qingtian nodded gently. "Your father will also have to go out on a mission in a while. He's still busy now, I'll help him see you off." At this time, Fugaku, who was frantically copying books at home with 3 young clansmen, cursed in a low voice with a black face. Damn it. Itaki didn't react to his parents not seeing him off. He just looked at Qingtian with a frown and asked, "Danzo's imprisonment was your doing?" Sunny, who didn't know that Danzo had given him an assist, I scratched my head awkwardly. "I guess so." "I understand." Itaki nodded without asking any more questions. Itaki, who originally wanted to ask Qingtian to take better care of Suzuki, opened his mouth, but finally said it. After all, the current Qingtian has not yet gained Itaki's complete trust. Seeing Itaki hesitate to speak, Qingtian chuckled and said directly, "Don't worry, I will help you take good care of Suzuki." Itaki's eyes narrowed. "It's like this again. The source of the intelligence is strange, and this person seems to know too much secret information." It was really weird that he didn't even mention his parents but just mentioned Suzuki directly. "That's right." Qingtian pulled out a golden ring from his bosom and threw it to Itaki from the tree. Itaki took it casually, looking at the golden ring in his hand with some confusion. "I have no interest in joining such a boring organization." Itaki's eyes narrowed. "Boring? So you also know the ultimate goal of their organization?" Qingtian stretched lazily on the tree and yawned. "I know it's true, but I can't tell you this for the time being. After all, you can't really tell how much you trust me right now, right?" At this point, Qingtian jumped down from the tree with interest. "If you are willing to do the same as Shisui, sign a document here. Then I can tell you whatever you want to know." Documents signed by Shisui. Itaki looked at the approaching sunny sky with a wary look. "What document?" Qingtian's exposed one eye flashed with a sharp light, and he quickly took out a stack of paper documents from his arms and randomly pulled out one of them. Itaki took the paper and looked at it intently. "What kind of file is this? Are you kidding, a fool? IOU." The corners of his cold face twitched slightly, and Itaki looked up at Qingtian, who looked excited. 500 million. Qingtian nodded calmly. "I'm not as hypocritical as Sarutobi, talking to you about the will of fire and the ninja code all the time. You can ask me any question you want to know, and this file is the reward I need. Fair and just, everyone gets what they need." Clear Sky stared at Itaki with a burning gaze and said temptingly, "Compared to Shisui, this is already a very cheap price for you. Don't you have any particular questions you want to know?" Itaki frowned, holding the IOU with some hesitation. Seeing Itaki's indecision, Qingtian took advantage of the situation and said, "There is almost no secret in the entire ninja world that I don't know." After saying that, Qingtian took out a golden pen from his arms and handed it to Itaki. Itaki subconsciously took the pen, looked at the IOU in his hand, and was silent for a moment. At this time, Qingtian didn't say anything more. He just turned around and looked at the nearby scenery, looking confident. Itaki frowned and looked at Qingtian's back, thinking to himself, "A question. What should I ask? Relationship with parents, family? What is this person's true identity? His source of information? His ultimate goal? Everything about Akatsuki?" Too many doubts swirled in Itaki's mind. After considering for a long time, Itaki finally signed his name. "Don't forget the time and date. It's better to add a handprint," Qingtian reminded loudly. Itaki paused. "Didn't you say Shisui also signed it? Let me see his format and learn from it." Clear Sky could tell that Itaki was gathering information, but he didn't expose him. "Anyway, the one who signed the IOU is my brother, so it doesn't matter if I give him a little benefit first. Qingtian happily took out Shisui's high-priced IOU and showed it to Itaki openly. 5 billion. Itaki's pupils trembled and he couldn't help but be surprised. Qingtian solemnly folded the IOU into a square shape and stuffed it into his arms, saying softly, "No cheating, no dishonesty, fair trade." Shisui signed this willingly that if you don't believe me, you can find a chance to ask him yourself. Itaki was shocked but didn't ask any more questions. After pondering for a moment, Itaki lowered his head and added a date and fingerprint on his IOU. "Can I ask?" Qingtian took the IOU handed over by Itaki and slowly took 2 steps back. "Wait." Under Itaki's puzzled gaze, Qingtian held up a thin piece of paper with one hand and activated a weak wind attribute Shakura. An extremely thin half piece of white paper slowly fell from the IOU. "What are you doing?" Itaki frowned and asked. "Don't be anxious," Qingtian said calmly and patted the thick stack of papers in his arms. "I have done this in advance. All ES are like this. The amount remains the same, just with a new payment date and a little bit of interest. This should be normal." Itaki remained silent and did not respond. Anyway, if this guy dared to tamper with the money and change it from 500 million to several billion, he would not return it. After unlocking the yin-yang contract, Qingtian showed the IOU to Itaki again. The amount remains the same and the repayment period is changed to within 1 year, which is normal. 10% interest? It doesn't clearly say whether it's year, month, or day. Itaki just looked at this person coldly without saying a word. Qingtian laughed awkwardly. "Don't worry, your father and I have a very good relationship. He definitely won't cheat his own son." After Qingtian finished speaking, he took out a gold pen and added the word year after the interest. The stack of yin-yang ES in Qingtian's arms also depends on who gives it. Those who can be counted as a group are given to the ones at the top, such as Itaki and Shisui. The ones who can be considered as real brothers are the ones at the bottom of the pile. The repayment period ranges from 1 year to 1 day. The interest rate also depends on who writes it. It can be 1 year or 1 day. Anyway, those who have signed it say it's good. His eyes were spinning like a windmill, and Itaki even opened a kaleidoscope and carefully scanned the IOU in Qingtian's hand. 1 year to repay, plus interest of 550 million. Although it was not a small amount, Itaki could still barely accept it. "Can you ask now?" Itaki said coldly. "Sure." Qingtian spread her hands and said, "I have a question that you should think carefully before asking. If you want to ask more questions, that's fine. It's just a matter of signing more names." Itaki's mouth twitched. 550 million. That's all. Too lazy to argue, Itaki raised his eyes and stared straight at Qingtian, and said in a serious tone, "A question. You don't have any intention of hurting the Uchiha, hurting Suzuki?" "Yeah." Qingtian was shocked and looked at Itaki with complicated eyes. He really deserves to be the #1 brother-supporting maniac in the ninja world. Qingtian, who had already planned to reveal his true identity, didn't expect Itaki to ask this question. "It's really easy to make money. Hurting the Uchiha, hurting Suzuki. Technically these are 2 problems for you." Sunny looked at Itaki, "But for Fugaku and Shisui's sake, I will answer them all. Whether it's an Uchiha or your brother, I would never intentionally hurt them. Even bringing Uchiha back to its peak is one of my goals." Qingtian raised his index finger and said, "I'll give you this piece of information for free. I won't charge you for it separately." Itaki looked deeply into the clear sky. "I know." After saying that, Itaki was about to turn around and leave. Bridge sacks. Itaki turned around. Anything else? A sunny day with a smile on its face and no harm to people or animals. After removing his disguise and returning to his original appearance, he walked step by step from outside the base to the rest area. As he passed by the gate of the base, the cherry tree not far away caught his attention. A corner of the silver note was exposed on the black soil at the bottom of the tree. This tiny bit that ordinary people can't notice can be detected by just smelling it on a sunny day. "Uncle Kun, are you going to the village to drink again?" The famous drunkard in the rest area of the garrison came closer with his body hunched over. "It's Xiao Qingtian. Such a big thing happened in the clan that the tavern I often go to is closed. I am addicted now. I am going to the village to satisfy my craving." Qingtian stepped forward to support Master Kun and walked towards the cherry tree step by step. "Then you must be careful. The village has been in turmoil recently. I heard that after the guards were replaced, several pubs in the village stopped following the rules. What a sky-high wine list. The beautiful women who are selling wine are using all kinds of tricks. At your age, don't be fooled." Master Kun chuckled and patted Qingtian's arm. "Don't worry, I've seen all kinds of tricks from this old man." Walking under the tree, Qingtian stepped on the banknote and exposed a corner of it, still a little worried, and reminded Master Kun, "Be careful of those young girls. Don't ruin your reputation because of a girl." Upon hearing this, Mr. Kun just waved his hand and walked towards the village tavern in a casual manner. Judging from the direction Mr. Kun was walking, it seemed to be the black shop with the most beautiful wine ticket sellers. He picked up the money from under his feet at lightning speed. While looking at Master Kun's cheerful back from afar, Qingtian sighed softly. Good words cannot persuade a damned person. I hope I can see Master Kun again in the recuperation area in the future night. The dog has not yet woken up, and the cock has not yet crowed. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Qingtian changed his clothes and avoided the gate guards, walked step by step to the cherry tree. The banknotes he picked up under the tree on a sunny day were the secret signal he made to meet with the roots. Tell me what you want from me. Qingtian spoke softly towards the empty tree. After speaking, the flat land next to the tree gradually rose up. The earth double wrapped in mud revealed its shape. The person who came was one of Danzo's confidants, Yamanaka Fu of the Yamanaka clan. He has long orange hair and a standard tough guy face, but the orange ponytail at the back of his head is a bit distracting. Danzo-sama has agreed to cooperate with you. Cooperate? Qingtian sneered. You were pretending to be deep and silent before, but now that you're in prison you want to cooperate again. Looking at the silent Shan Zhongfeng, Qingtian continued, you're not still thinking of asking me to help you rob the prison again, are you? Shan Zhongfeng said with some embarrassment, there are many umbu outside the prison, and most of the rootsmen are now under house arrest. If you have a way, Lord Danzo will definitely be grateful to you when he comes out. Qingtian waved his hands and said coldly, what I want is practical benefits. What's the point of gratitude? Danzo-sama said that if you can help in any way, you will be given an extra district in Kanaha's territory. Dressed in black with the upper half of her face covered, a Barame Torin appeared from behind a tree and spoke slowly. Qingtian pretended to consider it, remained silent for a moment, then looked up and said with a smile, I do have a solution, but I have a condition. Shan Zhongfeng frowned, you say? Qingtian Wadabu said softly, the conditions of our cooperation remain unchanged. Help him become Hokage, and I will get a quarter of the Konoha management area. As for the additional district you mentioned later, I don't want it either. I can help you, 2. Cash will be enough. I'll do whatever you can to help me. Qingtian grinned, how about it? Is this condition reasonable enough? He doesn't even need to give me an extra district. It's just a few extra things. Shan Zhongfeng and Chu Jian looked at each other for a moment, then nodded. Taking out a stack of banknotes from his pocket, Shan Zhongfeng said in a deep voice, this is all I have for now. I will give you a generous reward when Master Danzo comes out. Qingtian took the banknotes and began to count them skillfully, only 50 million. Shan Zhongfeng explained, the situation was special before, and we didn't have time to get the money when we escaped. This 50 million is the deposit for buying you the Sherinand. I carry it with me all the time. Qingtian nodded. She knew what the so-called special circumstances meant without asking. It was nothing more than Danzo getting beaten up in his old lair. But even without the 50 million, Qingtian also planned to do something, and the Fire Country still needed Danzo to help take some blame. To be honest, 50 million is still a bit too little. After Qingtian finished speaking, he took out the bottom piece of documents from his arms and handed it to Shan Zhongfeng. You actually have a way to contact Danzo in prison, then you should let Danzo sign this document. Name, date, handprint. Give me back the signed note. Danzo can come out anytime. Shan Zhongfeng looked at the IOU of 500 million in his hand with an embarrassed expression. It's not that I think the money is too much. If we can really rescue Danzo, adding one more zero at the end won't be a problem. Anyway, based on Yamanaka Feng's understanding of Danzo, there is basically no hope of getting the money back. The root-taking insects can't get the paper in with so many people watching. At most, we would carve words on the wings of insects to convey some simple messages. Oh, Qingtian looked up at the silent man in black and almost forgot that this guy was an expert at playing with insects. How about this? After a moment of silence, Qingtian said, tell Danzo the news. If he agrees, you too can help sign it. After Shan Zhongfeng heard this, he said directly, no need to report that we can decide on this amount of money directly. Danzo-sama will definitely not deny his debt afterwards. Oh, Qingtian looked at the two of them with a dim gaze, and said in a vague tone, you can decide. Somehow, Shan Zhongfeng and Chu Jian always got goosebumps when they heard the tone of the person in front of them and the single eye that was glowing with green light. However, the two of them nodded resolutely. Qingtian didn't say anything more and asked the two to go through the procedure directly. In addition to the two of you, add Danzo's name as well. He will agree if you say so anyway. The two didn't think much about it. They both felt that in the end they probably wouldn't be able to pay the money back. With a stroke of the pen, he also wrote the boss's name on it. Qingtian solemnly put away the IOU, took a big step, and said, let's go. Shan Zhongfeng frowned. Where to? This guy is not just trying to cheat the police and then run away, right? The crisp chirping of cicadas echoed in my ears. Passing through layers of dense forests, Qingtian could already sense the umbu guarding in the dark ahead. I'll hold off the hidden umbu, and you two can handle the visible guards, right? Stop on a sunny day and speak casually. No problem. Shan Zhongfeng lowered his voice and reminded, the root-pulling bug has sensed in advance that there is at least a whole team of umbu hiding here. Qingtian gently waved his hand, you don't need to worry about the manpower of the umbu, just rush in and take them away as quickly as you can. This place is not too far from the Hokage building in Saratobi's base, so don't hide your ultimate moves. At this time, Qingtian did not forget to set a trap for Danzo, leaving traces of their two trusted ninjutsu. Qingtian waved his hand and said, "Alright, stay away for now and wait for the right opportunity to act." Shen Zhongfang nodded and quickly moved away with Chu. General Sunny was warming up on the spot, his finger bones crackling. After waiting for the two people at the route to leave, Qingtian looked ahead at Maozhong and said, "The big show is about to begin." He slowly formed seals with his hands and spoke in a cold tone. "Water style, great water wave." The Umbu captain who was hiding in the dense forest on guard frowned and quickly turned his head to look. "Spread." The impatient shouting startled countless sleeping birds and made the teammates perk up. Clatter, from far to near, the increasingly powerful sound is approaching rapidly. Boom! The surging tide that covered the sky and the sun rushed towards them, knocking down the giant trees. The tide was coming in faster and faster, and under the dark night sky, the surging wall of water looked like a ferocious giant mouth. Boom, boom, boom. The tide fell and the earth shook. The roar continued, the dry soil on the ground turned into wet mud under constant erosion. Shen Zhongfeng, who had already arrived not far from the prison, looked at Chu Zhen beside him with a shocked expression. "Can you find out? A powerful water escape with such a range, and yet it is controlled so precisely. Like a surging wave of thousands of ninjas, it stopped at the prison gate at just the right moment." A Baramatijan frowned and said in a serious tone, "At least he is at the middle level of cage, and his chakra has not been depleted at all. The abilities that can be confirmed for now are extremely strong perception abilities and dual attribute chakra properties of water and earth. It is uncertain whether he still has the ability to use wood release." Shen Zhongfang nodded silently. "Let's rescue Master Danzo first, and let him analyze the information." After saying this, the two of them increased their speed. While admiring his masterpiece, Qingtian carefully used his perception ninjutsu to the fullest extent. Apparently he had not forgotten the lesson he learned from his previous battle with the Umbu team at Sarutobi's base. Brush, brush, brush. 7 masked Umbu ninjas came through the waves and came in front of Qingtian. Qingtian grinned and slightly turned sideways to avoid the kunao that brushed his hair from behind. "There are 7 in front of us, and there are 3 more in the dense forest behind us," Qingtian said with regret. "It's an S-level water jutsu after all, but it only took out 6 Umbu." The captain's pupils shrank. This man had such a strong perception. "Get started." With a low shout, the Umbu captain drew his shuriken and took the lead. Clang! Qingtian took out a kunao and blocked the attack easily. "This is a rare opportunity, so I might as well practice some physical skills while I'm at it." Leaning back slightly, Qingtian directly released the kunao that was on his blade under the surprised look of the Umbu captain. The free hand quickly grasped the wrist holding the knife. Bang! A fierce side kick hit the waist accurately. Puff! The captain spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was shot into the dense forest like a cannonball. Shadow clone technique. Water style, water prison technique. The Umbu didn't hesitate and took advantage of the moment when the two men were fighting. The 4 ninjas kept their distance and released single target control ninjutsu from a distance, while the rest of the Umbu drew their weapons and rushed forward. Together with the shadow clones they cast, dozens of figures rushed towards Qingtian and attacked him. Lean over, turn your head, light jump, bang, bang, bang. With his nimble body, he moved among the Umbu like lightning, and every move he made resulted in figures being blown into white mist. On sunny days, you can be casual and at ease. During this period of time, Qingtian spent a lot of time in the system's training room while falling asleep. The first person chosen to be responsible for sparring and improving his combat skills was Mike Guy after he opened 6 doors. In less than a month, plus the bonus of bloodline talent. At this moment, Qingtian's physical skills are extremely strong. The purpose was to delay time and kill a few Umbu and frame Danzo. Therefore, Qingtian did not use his ultimate skill to clear the field directly, but instead tested his physical skills in reality. Clang! Another hit. The mysterious man, who was extremely casual, easily blocked his full-strength attack again. The captain of the Umbu couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart as he looked at the wooden spiral mask in the dark night. His body was like a machine, coordinating with his companions in alternating close combat, while his mind was frantically thinking of new countermeasures. Speed. The mysterious man was so fast that he had to give up some of his strength just to barely keep up. Even a few tenths of a second of charging time cannot be wasted. Abandon strength and enhance speed. The captain made a decision in his heart, and the dagger in his hand became much lighter and faster. Another blind angle attack. Qingtian leaped into the air. Ding-ling clang, the body was still spinning in the air, and the kunao drew beautiful arcs. All the attacking shurikens and ninja tools were shot down. Chance. Looking at the mysterious man who had not yet landed, the captain's eyes lit up. 5 kunao shot like arrows towards the mysterious man's chest. He tightly grasped the dagger in his hand, gave up some of his strength, and accelerated to stab the mysterious man's thigh. This is the enemy who attacked the village and killed his companions. The captain will naturally not show mercy. Stabbing at this position will only bring you closer to him, making it easier for him to strike the vital points more quickly. Oh, Although it's a bit vulgar, this is a good trick. Qingtian praised softly, but didn't stop moving. Instant thousands of cherry blossoms bloom. Ding, ding, ding. Shakira gushed out instantly, and Qingtian's body was like a miniature turret. Countless silver needles and kunao flew out from all over Qingtian's body like miniature cannonballs. Bang, bang, bang. In less than half a second, the clear sky fell to the ground. What meets the eye is a knitted hell. The soil under his feet, the big trees on both sides, and the four umbu who didn't have time to dodge. His body is covered with kunao and silver needles. Sunny, who aspires to become the richest and most shady person in the ninja world. The instantaneous use of hidden weapon ninjutsu is a science that must be mastered. Qingtian sincerely advised, if you practice physical skills with me, you may still have a chance of survival. If you insist on going that way, your life will be in danger. The captain frowned, but did not respond, nor did he stop. A strong attack won't work, this guy's speed and physical skills are very strong. But, I can just hold out until the Hokage comes to support me. That maybe I can do it. Why? Qingtian sighed softly, it's hard to persuade a damned person with kind words. It would be bad if you go over there and disrupt the traces of those two people's attack. Qingtian closed his eyes and sensed it for a while. It's almost time to delay, I should succeed. Upon hearing this, the captain immediately realized that this man had accomplices. One person dealt with them while his accomplices went to break out of the prison. Just hold on for 1 more minute. In 1 minute, the Hokage should be able to arrive. As soon as this thought flashed through the captain's mind, the extremely dazzling thunder and the sudden strong wind made his heart stop suddenly. I could still vaguely hear the mysterious man's cold words. Lightning release, 1,000 moments of heavy flow. Boom, boom, boom. The night sky was illuminated by blue light, and the earth was torn apart, raising billowing smoke and dust. When the smoke clears, the captain, who was seriously injured but still hanging on to his breath, spat out large mouthfuls of blood clots with bits of internal organs in them. There was still a slight roar echoing in his ears, and he couldn't even feel his own limbs. Not to mention the teammates who had gathered around us before. Looking at the charred brown gully that was nearly 100 meters long, the captain's bright red face could not hide his extremely horrified look. Tada, tada, tada. Qingtian approached leisurely, looking down at the bloody man lying on the ground, and said, so, we should listen to advice. Cough, cough, cough. The dying captain raised his head and trembled slightly, and asked with difficulty, who are you? Qingtian looked at this person for a moment, then shook his head and chuckled, Danzo's good brother, you can also call me Rich Man. The captain, with blood all over his mouth, tilted his head and died immediately after hearing this. You are so loyal. Qingtian looked at the corpse and sighed softly. Qingtian was more cautious than before. Although the battle was casual, his perception was never relaxed. As the captain asked this question, he was trembling with serious injuries and shaking his head before death. He had been using the blood from the corners of his mouth to mark secret codes on the ground that Qingtian couldn't understand. The last move of tilting the head just happened to block his view of looking down. These points that ordinary people would not care about were undoubtedly taken more seriously by Qingtian, who had suffered losses before. Qingtian sighed in a low voice, Kanaha's will of fire should be the strongest illusion in the ninja world. Sensing Sarutobi's approaching presence, Haruto did not destroy the secret code left by this person. He took a step and disappeared from the spot. Sarutobi, who had rushed over as fast as he could, looked at the ruins that had changed drastically, his face gloomy. A few seconds later, a large number of umbu followed. Pick up the remains of our companions and explore this place for all the information we can find. Danzo has already escaped from prison, and he is also familiar with the barriers in the village. It's too late to catch up now. The umbu nodded and immediately dispersed. Sarutobi, who was hesitating on how to deal with and announce the matter, stood there in silence. Half an hour later, thinking about the recent unrest in the village and the suspicions of the various families, Sarutobi, after pondering for a long time, finally made up his mind. Hokage-sama, explain. The umbu stepped forward to report, the jailer guarding the cell, as well as Team A led by Master Bokushin, were completely wiped out. The interior of the cell was not damaged. Most of the wounds on the jailer's body were caused by insect poison and wind escape. Preliminary speculation is that there were 3 people who broke into the prison and they were divided into 2 groups. Yamano Kaze, who escaped from the route earlier, and Abarame Tone, who is from the Abarame clan, worked as a team and killed the jailer and rescued Danzo. Another person killed the entire A team alone. This person possesses at least 3 types of chakra attributes, water, thunder, and earth. He is also proficient in close combat and the use of hidden weapons. Sarutobi nodded, and in his mind he had already deduced a scene in which Haruai alone attracted the attention of the entire umbu, and then 2 root members took the opportunity to attack and kill the jailer and rescue Danzo. Sarutobi, who had just arrived at the scene, noticed the silver needles in kunao not far away. Apparently, in a very short period of time, this person also engaged in close combat with the umbu team. Even in the face of siege, they did not fall into a disadvantage. Instead, the dark team was forced to retreat towards the prison. This can be deduced from the location of the Umbu corpse, the power of the ninjutsu, and the signs of destruction at the scene. Master Muxian left behind several important clues before his death. These are the information translated from the 27th set of secret codes of the Umbu. Cage, Danzo, Tomo, and Rich Man. Sarutobi frowned. Only words? The Umbu nodded. It was the secret information that Master Muxian drew with his blood with his last bit of strength before he died. After we compared the symbols with all the ciphertexts and translated them, we found only these few words. Sarutobi said in a heavy tone, "Put all the bodies of the members together intactly. They are all heroes who sacrificed for the peace of the village." Sarutobi looked up at the dimly lit sky and pondered the meaning of these 4 words. The mysterious Cage is probably the same person who stole the scroll from the village. Although there were no traces of wood release here, Sarutobi had an inexplicable intuition. After all, Cage is not a common person, and the fact that one of them helped Danzo was enough to surprise Sarutobi. If there was another one, Danzo's ambition would have been out of control long ago. Moreover, this person's relationship with Danzo is not as friendly as it seems. By time clue analysis, if the 2 shadow-level characters are really the same person, this guy played a big role in Danzo's imprisonment. The next day, the residents of the entire Konoha village were once again shocked by the sudden announcement made by the Hokage. It wasn't long since Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, defected. A high-ranking Konoha ninja assisting the Hokage and a genius ninja from the Uchiha clan. 2 famous Konoha figures were officially announced as traitorous ninjas by the Konoha authorities today. Hey, are you sure? Danzo is a real high-ranking figure in Konoha. It's no exaggeration to say that he is the #1 person under the Hokage. Even such a big shot has defected? And Itake from the Uchiha clan, he's a super genius. I heard he's a captain-level figure in the Umbu. I'm going to be Danzo's bodyguard. Aren't you afraid that I won't be able to resist and take action along the way? Fugaku looked at Qingtian with resentment. Why don't we give this task to Shisui? Qingtian played with the pure gold kunao in his hand and said lazily, Shisui is not suitable. The Sharinan under Danzo's bandage might show some movement when Shisui approaches. If Danzo finds out about this, we'll have to fight him right away. Qingtian yawned and continued, although it's not difficult to kill him now, at least let me, your brother, make use of my remaining value. And you, this isn't much of a protection. You just hide in the dark and pay attention to Danzo's every move. If there is danger, help if you can. If you can't, just retreat. The 2 men at the route have marks placed on them by me. As long as you hold the gold kunao and don't go too far away, you can always sense their location. My good brother will never give up and run away with his tail between his legs. If I can secretly grasp their intelligence, I won't have to waste my eyesight to see those little tricks that are not presentable. At this point, Qingtian's tone became 3 points higher. Besides, my good brother hasn't paid back the money yet. Now is not the time to die. Fugaku looked disdainful. Danzo is really lucky to be your brother. Of course. Speaking of this, Sunny is no longer sleepy. If you think it's better to be brothers, you can also sign one. Come on. Fugaku rolled his eyes and said unhappily, have you forgotten who made those eas for you? I made this thing with my own hands, and you still want me to sign that layer of yin-yang treaty? Cut. These days, Fugaku has been busy controlling people to hand-copy those secret techniques. Qingtian found it troublesome, so he asked Fugaku to make and copy a total of 1,000 copies. Too bad, bro, I can't add one. Fugaku looked at the shameless man in front of him and couldn't help but complain, it's okay to trick outsiders, but don't bring your own people into it. Thinking of the interest and repayment date on the note, Fugaku shuddered a little. Sign the IOU with your own hands, the wandering immortal in the ninja world. Gently press the handprint. Brothers, who are you going to pay homage to? Just that IOU, plus Qingtian's face that only cares about money but not people. Fugaku had no doubt that after being tricked into signing this note, he would not dare to return the money. The fuse for the 4th Ninja World War may be about to appear. A small tribe not far from Konoha village. Danzo, Yamanaka Kaze, and Abarame Tone gathered in a dark room. After listening to his subordinate's report, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Danzo's eyes. The weirdness during this period should be the work of this person. From the exposure of human experiments, to the robbing of Konoha's secret techniques and framing me, to the massacre of Umbu during the prison break, he is forcing me to break up with Sarutobi. After hearing this, Shen Zhongfeng immediately knelt on one knee and said, please forgive me, sir, we just wanted to break into the prison as quickly as possible, so we left many traces of our actions. No problem, Danzo said in a cold tone, even if you didn't do anything, as long as I walked out of prison. Sarutobi will also believe that this person has a special relationship with me. The traces of your 2 actions are nothing more than an additional layer of evidence. At this point, Danzo's eyes flashed with doubt, but if this person is responsible for all of this, then what about wood release? Could it be the bloodline left behind by the Senju clan? Or does he also have the first generation of cells, and he has researched them out? Danzo, who had linked all the clues together, had analyzed the truth as best as possible. However, he just couldn't understand why he could use would release. A Baramate Suchijin, who was standing by, stepped forward and asked, "Sir, since we know that this person is the one who framed us, do we still want to cooperate with him?" Danzo hesitated for a moment and said in a cold tone, "Just pretend you know nothing for now. Let this rat be proud for a while. We still need his strength now. How dare you use me like this? I will get back at you later." Several people subsequently conducted further research on King strength, and no one mentioned the IOU. After all, in Danzo's eyes, that thing was just a piece of blank paper, and he had no intention of returning it at all. 7 days passed in a flash. The previous disturbances gradually subsided during this week. The Fugaku family. In the clan leader's office, Fugaku leaned back in his chair with a comfortable look on his face, his feet resting on the table. The pile of family documents and some guard information on the desk were just used as cushions. Boom boom boom, Fugaku opened his eyes slightly and said casually, "Come in." Mikato walked in wearing casual clothes, holding a cup of hot tea, and then closed the door tightly. "There are so many documents, you should at least deal with some of them." Mikato put down her teacup and whispered in a low voice. Fugaku yawned, "It's okay Mikato-san, there's no one around, just speak in a normal voice." After hearing this, Mikato pulled over a chair and sat down, and her voice returned to normal. "You haven't dealt with many things in the tribe, and you haven't been to the guard team much recently. That won't arouse suspicion." Haruta, who used the substitution technique to pretend to be Fugaku, said calmly, "Don't worry, Mikato-san. After what happened with Itake, no one would suspect anything was wrong if I stayed home to recuperate for a while. After all, Itake, who did such a cruel thing, is my own son." Mikato rolled her eyes after hearing this. This kid Qingtian likes to take advantage of others verbally. Itake has become his biological son, so what am I? Mikato glanced at the pile of documents under Qingtian's feet and said with some distress, "Why don't we deal with some of them? Let's share it, otherwise Fugaku will probably be busy for several days after he comes back." "Don't worry, Mikato-san. It's easy to handle." Qingtian put down his legs and said in a leisurely tone, "Now that there is no Hawk faction, the tribe does not have as many troubles as you think. As for the village guard's documents, it's a mixed team. Every day there are trivial matters to deal with, and there is no end to them. Just let the families have fun on their own and don't bother them. The best way is to just ignore them. They handed in these documents just to follow procedures. If I really wanted to intervene, they would not be happy." Mikato was distracted for a moment as she looked at Qingtian, who was so young but so mature. Misaki-san, Misaki-san?" Qingtian looked at Mikato, who was staring at him in a daze, and was a little confused for a moment. "Don't tempt me to commit a crime, my surname is not Cao. Besides, committing a crime with this face. It's really too stimulating." Mikato came back to her senses and screamed, her face turning red. "What are you thinking about, Mikato-san? You look so absorbed in it." Mikato turned her gaze to look out the window, and occasionally stole glances at Qingtian out of the corner of her eyes, looking as if she was unable to speak. "No way, no way. This expression, this movement." Click, Qingtian was stunned for a moment, feeling like something was wrong with his internal organs. I don't know whether the one that was broken into 2 pieces was the left atrium representing the devil, or the right ventricle representing the angel. Qingtian smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. "If you miss Itake, you can use the ninjutsu I taught you. Aren't you wearing the necklace?" Qingtian was talking about the phantom body technique that he had taught Itake before. That he used the yin-yang chakra to create several media later. Fugaku, who followed Danzo, and Shisui, who saved the ninja world. After making Qingtian, he specially sent it with Flying Thunder God. Of course, recovering some funds from Shisui was just a side issue and was definitely not the main purpose. "Didn't you say that the farther the distance, the more chakra is consumed to condense the thought body?" Mikato shook her head and said gently, "It's better not to disturb Itake if it's nothing serious." Cut. Qingtian looked indignant. "That old man Fugaku must have been blessed by his ancestors to be able to marry you." Mikato blushed slightly and quickly got back to business. "At least show your face more often in the base. I feel like there seemed to be a lot more umbu around the base recently." Qingtian's lips curled up and he chuckled. "These umbu are not here to spy on the Uchiha. That old fox must have set his sights on me." Mikato was shocked. "Are you saying that the Sandai has noticed you?" Qingtian looked relaxed. "Don't worry, the old fox is only targeting my incarnation. I knew the umbu were watching when I made the 4th deal with the root. It seems that the remaining troubles from Danzo have been dealt with, and the old guy wants to catch me now." Qingtian stood up and looked out the window with disdain. His sight seemed to penetrate through the layers of stone walls and he saw the umbu hiding around the cherry tree in front of the station. "Let me explain this on 2 sides. Shisui, who was wandering outside, had just finished a mission in a mansion and was about to transfer funds when he suddenly stopped. "Wow, Afei, look, it really looks exactly like you. It can't be your clone." Shisui looked up instantly and saw 2 strange figures standing on the ancient tree at the door. the same attire as Shisui was wearing at the moment, red clouds and black robe. Obito, whom Qingtian mentioned, and black and white. The naked eye could not tell the degree of similarity between the real and fake ones, and the two people on the tree and under the tree performed the real and fake Uchiha. Idiot! Is it a clone? Can't you sense it yourself? The extremely black half of the head rolled its eyes and angrily cursed the white half of the body. Who are you? Obito looked at the impostor below with a deep gaze and a gloomy tone. According to the plan, Obito was supposed to go to Konoha to trick Itaki and retrieve his Sharingan at the same time. As a result, before they set off, news of Itaka's defection from Konoha spread. Not only that, a large number of wealthy businessmen near Konoha were robbed. A powerful mental patient who would not be killed if he was paid. This information was spreading more and more. Originally, Obito had no interest in taking care of such trivial matters. He was not a ninja policeman, and he was not responsible for catching robbers. But when he and Black and White Zetsu were looking for Itaka's whereabouts, they accidentally heard the name that the psychopath used every time he robbed. So Obito brought Black and White Zetsu to the door first. Shisui's eyes fixed, and he imitated Obito's voice at the moment, and said in a low voice, "I am Uchiha Madara." Obito. So. Who am I? Wow, Master Madara, you actually. Shut up, idiot. Black Zetsu covered the white half of his mouth with one hand, frowning uncontrollably and saying, "It seems those people are right. Are you mentally ill? Whether it is true or not, you'll know once you take off the mask," Obito said in a sinister tone and swooped down. Boom! The smoke and dust dispersed, leaving only a hole in the ground, and Shisui's figure had disappeared. Call out! A kunai suddenly shot out from behind Obito. Obito stayed where he was without dodging. The next second, the kunai, flashing with cold light, went straight through his head and shot into the distance. Obito turned around and was about to taunt. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Like several machine guns firing in succession, countless kunai and silver needles filled Obito's entire vision. Ding-ailing, ancient trees, the land, and mansions were all filled with kunai and hidden weapons, each of which penetrated deep into the wood. What a fast instant body movement technique, Obito exclaimed as he appeared from behind a big tree. Looking around, Shisui was no longer there. Can we track it down? The leader asked as he headed towards the tree. The next second, Black and White Juice head popped out from the center of the ancient tree. Black Zetsu's tone also became more serious. In the attack just now, this person deliberately included us in it. Bai Zetsu smiled playfully. I could feel it before, but after you finished speaking, Faye, I couldn't feel it anymore. It's really fast, just a few swipes and you'll be able to run a long way. Obito had long been accustomed to White Zetsu's habitual attacks. Except for the sentence, "I can't perceive it," the rest of the nonsense was automatically filtered out. Damn it! Obito growled angrily. Who on earth is this person? How could it be just mental illness? She dressed the same as him and even imitated his self-title. Such an obvious frame-up and an act of deliberately destroying Madara's reputation. It's obvious that they are targeting Akatsuki and Obito. The most important thing is how he got the information. This is the real question. Obito had a headache as to how many secrets of the follow-up plans he knew. Night, desolate valleys, and hidden caves. This place is not too far from Konoha and is adjacent to the Valley of the End. It is Shisui's first action outside. A secret location. The cave is extremely simple with a wooden bed, a round table and 4 wooden stools. 2 candles hanging on the rock wall illuminate the view. Shisui sat on the wooden bed, holding a golden kunai in one hand and making a special seal with the other. 3 minutes later, buzz, 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 the moment the kunai vibrated, Qingtian's figure popped out of the cave. What's wrong? Qingtian, who had returned to his original appearance, sat down on the round table and asked, "Did you make a big profit today?" Shisui shook his head and said in a serious tone, "Today I met Obito and Black and White Zetsu. Just like what you said, the masked man's hollow ignores physical attacks. Cut. I thought you had a great harvest, but it turns out to be just such a small thing," Qingtian said somewhat disappointedly. "Shisui, it seems that the only thing on my best friend's mind is money." Shisui was speechless for a moment before continuing, "Those 2 people should have come specifically to look for me, and they may go to Konoha later." After receiving the seal, he lazily lay down with his eyes closed. Ben was lying down at home, and Qingtian, who had already entered the system training room, felt the vibration of the Shisui mark. Fearing that Shisui might be in danger, he immediately interrupted the actual combat training and rushed over as soon as possible. Now, Shisui is not only Qingtian's best brother, the one with the largest IOU, but also his biggest source of income outside the village. The training cost of just a few million is not as important as the presence of brothers. After notifying everyone, Qingtian found that there were more than 10 minutes left in the practice room. Adhering to the spirit of diligence and thrift, he lay down. Mikado, who had nothing to do at home, had already condensed an illusion in a few minutes after she noticed the vibration of the necklace around her neck. What happened? Mikado asked. It's nothing serious. Let's talk about it after Chief Fugaku and Itaki arrive. Shisui looked at the body that was completely dark, with only the eyes and the phantom of the body shape visible, and he was secretly amazed in his heart. I rarely see my best friend go out, but he knows so many magical ninjutsu. After hearing that it was nothing serious, Mikato looked around with relief, and then looked at her dark body curiously. 20 minutes later, Lien Qingtian got up and chatted with Mikato for a while, and then Fugaku and Itake's phantom arrived late. Itake, are you doing okay out there? Mikato asked with a little concern. Father, mother. Itake nodded in response, I'm doing well out there, don't worry. Fugaku maintained his father's dignity and said nothing, but nodded lightly. Mikato, on the other hand, was very concerned about Itake. Qingtian did not disturb the scene of the mother and son reuniting, but just sat on the wooden bed with her legs spread out, twisting her buttocks. To be honest, this wooden bed is still too hard. A few minutes later, Mikato looked at Qingtian sheepishly and said, I hope I didn't delay you. It's okay, Mikato-san. It's okay if you want to chat a little longer, Qingtian said softly, waving his hands casually. Fugaku, who was standing by, gritted his teeth secretly and almost stumbled. Although she is my wife, your discrimination against her is too obvious. No, let's talk about business first, Misaka said to Qingtian with a little apology. Just to maintain this illusion for half an hour, Mikato had used up nearly half of her chakra. One can imagine how exhausting it is for Sunny Day to maintain this technique. Although this technique consumes a lot of energy, Qingtian does not feel any pressure. After all, he has already assigned the task of refining chakra to the one in his body. Clear Sky turned to look at Itake and whispered, Shisui has already greeted Obito. They should be coming to recruit you and Orochimaru next. Itake glanced at Shisui's true form, and after finding no injuries, he looked at Haruto and said calmly, I will play a good role and pretend to obey the undercover Akatsuki. Just be perfunctory. Qingtian yawned and said listlessly, you and Orochimaru are two powerful generals in Obito's eyes. The Akatsuki organization's next plan cannot be accomplished without the strength of an S-rank rebel ninja. Besides, no matter how well you act, Obito will never trust you. So just be casual and join in. Itake frowned. Akatsuki's next plan? Qingtian nodded. It's okay to tell you. The next plan of the Akatsuki organization is to capture all the leaders. So ninjas of your strength are very rare in the Akatsuki organization. Itake showed no expression on the surface, but he was deeply shocked in his heart. Capture the tailed beasts? Or all of them? The Jinchuriki who had already been assigned by each ninja village and even strictly protected was actually the target of that organization. This will undoubtedly provoke a brand new ninja war. Itake observed his parents and Shisui from the corner of his eye, and their expressions seemed to change. It was obvious that they also knew the news a long time ago. If you knew everything, why did you send me undercover in Xiao? Although Itake was smart enough, he was still confused at this moment. Qingtian didn't answer, but just laughed and said, of course I have my own purpose, I'll tell you after you get in. Of course, he would not tell Itake now that he had ideas not only about the Akatsuki organization, but also about these native-tailed beasts. The current Akatsuki belongs to Obito and Nagato, and it is still unclear who will control Akatsuki in the future. After they have gathered all the talents and collected the tailed beasts, their infamy will spread throughout the ninja world. The cuckoo directly takes over the magpie's nest and the fisherman gets the benefit. Isn't this wonderful? Simply put, the current Akatsuki organization is a perfect working team in Qingtian's eyes. And his good brother Itake can start working in the factory earlier so that Sunny Day can also enjoy the fruits of his labor earlier. The reason why I don't tell Itake now is that I'm afraid that this employee will think that the boss is also a warmongerer, and will not work hard enough and will even slack off and make trouble. After Qingtian finished speaking, he ignored Itake who was silent beside him and turned to look at Fugaku. How's the situation over there? Everything went smoothly. Fugaku said calmly, with the coordinates and information you provided, I stayed far away and didn't approach rashly. Fugaku was not good at perception ninjutsu, so before leaving, Qingtian specifically emphasized to him that Danzo was a subordinate of the Abarame family. Qingtian was silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up at Fugaku and saw a gleam of light in his eyes, as if he had come up with a good idea. Obito actually already knows someone is pretending to be him, you might as well muddy the waters even further. Fugaku looked at Qingtian's glowing eyes, and had a bad feeling in his heart, wondering, what do you mean? Qingtian raised his voice, anyway, you can determine the approximate location based on the mark, so you won't lose Danzo and the others. Besides, you are not that close to Konoha now, so you can just dress up as Obito and help Shisui develop business outside the city. After Fugaku heard this, his phantom body couldn't stop shaking. You mean to let me rob people along the way while I'm following them? Chief, this is not robbery. Shisui, who had been carrying out this secret mission for a long time, quickly interrupted. Fugaku turned his head and looked at Shisui with a dull look, so what is this? Shisui stepped forward and said firmly, save the ninja world. Don't say such harsh words. Qingtian echoed, we are here to rid the ninja world of harm, it's time for those evil merchants who suck the blood of the civilians to pay the price. Fugaku's phantom shuddered for a moment, and finally nodded resignedly. That's right, Qingtian warned, don't think about using illusions and then killing people afterwards. The phantom of Fugaku was trembling again, and he gritted his teeth and asked, why? Isn't it to rid the ninja world of harm? Wouldn't it be better to kill them after taking their possessions? Qingtian glanced at Fugaku with disdain. Once you've killed everyone, who will spread the news? How come Uchiha Madara's name is so famous in the ninja world? Fugaku continued to waver, his mouth opening and closing, but for a long time he couldn't utter a word. What a sin! Fugaku has not yet gotten an accurate answer from Haruto as to whether Madara is dead or alive. But with such a reputation throughout the ninja world, even if Madara dies, he will crawl out and fight this thing to the death. Fugaku recalled the scene in the Sunny Day cottage where Shisui turned into a stone statue. His heart sank and he argued again, if we don't kill those people, won't they come back again? Anyway, all you want is their wealth. Now that you have the stuff, you might as well kill the people. There was a hint of pleading in Fugaku's tone when he said this. He really would rather go to the battlefield and fight a great battle than pretend to be a middle school boy and rob. It is better to use the name of your ancestors. Qingtian looked at Fugaku as if he were an idiot. Start over again? If they come again, you won't rob them again. Come a few more times, and once they realize we are watching them all the time, they will naturally change their evil ways and do good. Perhaps after they have a sudden realization, they will become good companies and good bosses who are kind, respectful, frugal, and willing to do good and give charity. Hearing this, Nikato and Itake couldn't help but feel sympathy for Fugaku, whose phantom was surging like a wave. Especially Shisui, who could completely empathize with him. The sympathy in his eyes was almost overflowing. He was just a relatively famous ninja in the family, and it was embarrassing for him to do these things. What's more, he is the patriarch of a wealthy and famous family in the entire ninja world. Fugaku let out a long sigh and then said nothing more. He didn't want to argue anymore, but when it came to money, there was really no bottom line. Even more inhumane. Boo! With the crisp sound of a bubble bursting, Fugaku's phantom disappeared. I don't know whether I interrupted it myself or was cummed in Qingtian's mouth. Qingtian didn't care about the puppet's departure. He just yawned and said, nothing else, let's adjourn. I am so sleepy now. It's not that Qingtian didn't have enough energy, it's that he had been fighting with Teacher Kai, who had opened 7 gates, in the training room for too long and had consumed too much energy. Still no ninjutsu was used, only pure taijutsu. Without using ninjutsu and eye techniques, Qingtian was completely at a disadvantage against the 7 gates Kai and could only rely on the abnormal recovery ability of would release Bloodstain to occasionally fight back. But while being abused, Qingtian's actual combat ability also grew and transformed at an extremely exaggerated speed. The next day, Office of the Patriarch. The desk and the piles of documents were squeezed into the corner of the room. In the middle of the room, a luxurious 5-meter-long bed that Qingtian summoned with would release occupied the previous office position. At this time, Qingtian's substitute took on the appearance of Fugaku. His physical body was lying on the bed and snoring, while his spirit was immersed in the training room. This method of not causing any real damage, yet being able to constantly fight against various strong opponents and become stronger, is undoubtedly deeply loved by Qingtian. Practice quietly, and then amaze everyone. It is simply the dream skill of old silver coins. Boom boom boom, the guard knocked on the door and spoke directly outside the door. Chief Fugaku, the Hokage sent a message and asked you to attend the meeting. Meeting? Qingtian pushed open the door, straightened his clothes, and secretly wondered the old fox's purpose. Hokage building. There were only a few people in the spacious meeting room. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing the Hokage robe, sat at the top, with 2 elderly men sitting beside him. The current high-ranking officials of Konoha, Hokage advisors Mito Kato and Utane Koharu. Unfortunately, Konoha's elderly F4 group was forced to disband due to Danzo's defection. Next, representatives from the major families of Konoha were also present. The powerful Hyuga family, headed by Hyuga Hayashi. The Akimichi clan of the Hokage faction, with Akimichi Choza as its chief. The Yamanaka clan, with Hai as its chief. The Nara clan, with Nara Shikaku as its chief. Almost all the top figures in Konoha gathered here. There was one empty seat left in the front row, which was reserved for the Uchiha who was farthest from the center of the village. With Fugaku's final entrance, the Umbu members withdrew and slowly closed the door. The clear sky transformed into Mount Fuji, and sat on a chair, looking at everyone in the room with interest. Qingtian discovered an interesting phenomenon that not all ninja families were convened for this meeting. Except for Nara Shikaku, who was used as a military strategist by Sarutobi, the rest were the clan leaders who had previously traded with Fugaku. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at Fugaku inconspicuously, and then said in a deep voice, the main purpose of this meeting is to solve the large number of complaints from the guard team. As expected, Qingtian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and sighed inwardly. The sequelae came faster than he imagined. Sarutobi glanced at the people in the audience and said sternly, "The basic duties of the guard are to be fair and just and to govern by law." In a short period of time, all the complaint mailboxes in Konoha were filled with letters. Some businessmen even directly put the letters into the mission mailbox in the Hokage building, favoring one's own ninjas, protecting one's own business, targeting similar shops, etc. "I don't want the above chaos to happen in Konoha," Sarutobi said in a serious tone. "If you do it again, I will have the Umbu personally deal with the offender." After the meeting, the heads of each family will convey the message to all members serving in the guard team. All the clan leaders below the stage, except Qingtian and Nara Shikaku, quickly nodded in agreement. Shikaku had not agreed to Fugaku's deal in the first place, and this time he was just here as a military advisor to help Sarutobi analyze the situation and someone else. Qingtian ignored it because there was no Uchiha left in the guard team except him as the captain. Sarutobi did not specifically mention any one company, nor did he investigate the various violations that had occurred before that he just ordered them to rectify now, which was enough to give them face. The clan leaders did not dare to disobey and decided to go back and talk to their clan members. Qingtian laughed secretly inwardly, thinking that it was too late to change it now. Sarutobi's biggest mistake was not dealing with the matter seriously as soon as he discovered it. The conflict has already occurred, and the clan leaders can either ignore it or strictly order their clansmen to enforce the law fairly in the future. But it is not so easy for vendors and civilians who have been treated unfairly to let it go. Failure to compensate merchants who were unfairly regulated and failure to hold accountable family members who previously violated the law are also major failures. The reason why the Uchiha clan has been the subject of complaints for a long time is that they have always enforced the law strictly and never look at the identity of the offender. No matter whether they are family ninjas or ordinary civilians, as long as they violate the rules, they will be dealt with severely. This kind of inhumane law enforcement is the fundamental reason why people hate it and complain about it. Sarutobi made a series of regulations on various issues of the guard team on the stage. On a sunny day with nothing to do, I held a cup of hot tea in my hand, sipped it, and looked very contented. Even though he didn't turn around, Qingtian could clearly sense the hidden sight in the dark. Judging from the seat, it should be Sarutobi's intelligent brain, Nara Shikaku. Qingtian's expression remained the same, but he was just pondering the reason. When the meeting was over, the clan leaders stood up and said goodbye. After hanging out in the sunny weather for an hour or so, he was about to leave when Sarutobi called him. "Patriarch Fugaku, please stay that we will need to take up a little of your time." Qingtian was stunned for a moment, then nodded, sat down and continued to sip his tea. After everyone dispersed, the door was closed again by the Umbu. At this time, the only people present were Sarutobi, who represented Konoha's top management, 2 Hokage advisors, and Nara Shikaku. Qingtian lowered his head in silence. The teacup in his hand was almost broken into pieces. There was silence for a while, and no one in the room spoke. Yutane Kohara was the first to lose her temper. She frowned and said directly, "Patriarch Fugaku, there is something I can't figure out?" Qingtian paused, then looked up and chuckled, "Please speak, sir." "It seems that Chief Fugaku has earned a lot of cash during this period?" Xiaochun narrowed her eyes and asked in confusion, "Can you tell me what Chief Fugaku is planning to do with so much money?" "I see, if you can't guess it or grasp it, should you just let the higher UPS come out and threaten them?" Qingtian had a blank expression on his face and said in a calm tone, "We have indeed made a lot of money recently, but all of this money is reserved for the renovation of the base." Everyone curled their lips and said, "Renovating the base? You really believed in my nonsense?" Mito Katokome raised his glasses and said in a serious tone, "Fugaku, your explanation is too perfunctory. Your Uchiha base is so large, and there aren't that many people in the clan. Is it really necessary to renovate the entire base? Broad?" Qingtian stared at Maitaman Yen with a fake smile. "I remember that the Mito clan's base in the village is indeed not big. How about you talk to the Hokage and I will be happy to trade you a large station for a small courtyard in the center of the village." "How? The edge of the village, moving to the central area, is a beautiful idea. And since you are from the Uchiha clan, that is even more impossible." Mito frowned and didn't respond, and although he understood the reason, he couldn't say it out loud. "Ahem." Sarutobi coughed, looked at Fugaku and said gently, "Since you are interested in renovating the base, Fugaku, we can send the ninjas in the village and the merchants responsible for the construction to help." "What a good move of retreating to advance," Qingtian sneered in his heart. Knowing that I was just trying to be perfunctory, this old fox wanted to make his excuse come true. "The merchants who built it can come to me directly for money, and the ninjas who help can also legitimately enter the base for surveillance. What a good calculation." Qingtian chuckled and waved his hand, "Don't bother Hokage with this little thing. Although the family doesn't have many people, it's no problem to do the construction. I will keep the funds for now and wait and see if there are any good construction materials." There was a moment of silence. Sarutobi's eyes narrowed, and he got straight to the point. "Fugaku, stop making these excuses. As the village's cage, I just want to know why you have prepared so much money." "Why?" King Tian's tone darkened as he looked directly at Sarutobi. I have thought for a long time whether the Uchiha's presence in Konoha is necessary. It was not until I withdrew all the clan members from the guard team and found that there was no change in Konoha. Only then did I realize that the existence of the Uchiha seemed to have become dispensable since they moved away from the center. If that's the case, I'll save more money that if the day comes when the village no longer needs Uchiha, our clan can buy a better place to stay outside. Is this explanation satisfactory to you, Hokage-sama? When these words were spoken, several people in the field were shocked. Bang! Mightyman N slammed the table, his face serious. Fugaku, watch your attitude. Manner? Qingtian laughed out loud. Move away from the center, be on guard against your companions, monitor the station. Plus, our clan Sharinan was openly placed in the Root's darkroom before Uchiha attack has slaughtered nearly half of the clan members. He was taken away seriously injured by the Hokage, but he left the village unscathed. All this, it seems that you gentlemen have not given me even an explanation. Qingtian's voice became colder. So, what attitude should I use to speak? Faced with the sudden confrontation, Nara Shikaku could not help but clench his fists, ready to use the shadow secret technique at any time. There was silence for a moment. Sarutobi frowned, as if what Fugaku said before was an excuse. So now when he said he would move away from Konoha, maybe it wasn't just something he said in anger. But if the Uchiha really leaves Konoha, at this stage there will be one less powerful family's military deterrence, and the enemy country might take this opportunity to spy on them and harass them. Whether it's true or not, Uchiha can't leave now. Konoha's hard-earned peace must not be broken at this time. Sarutobi, who had figured it out, softened his tone. Everything that happened before was done secretly by Danzo. Now that Danzo has defected, Fugaku, don't be too angry. I know you're angry about moving away from the edge of the village, Fugaku, but you should understand that the Nine Tails turmoil was indeed caused by the Sharinan. Although we know it was not you, the Uchiha cannot ignore it. Sarutobi sighed. Fugaku, please understand the difficulties I face as the Hokage. Good job. There was no mention of Itachi being let go, and all the blame was put on Danzo. Seeing that intimidation was useless, he immediately played the emotional card. Qingtian, who also didn't want to fall out now, also went down the stairs. Hokage, your words are too kind. I just lost control of myself. Mood. If anyone is to blame, it's really only that immortal old thing Danzo. Qingtian glanced at the two advisors behind Sarutobi, who seemed a little indignant when he scolded Danzo. Qingtian continued. Danzo is worse than a pig or a dog. He killed the blood of the village, he coveted the secret arts of various families, he even participated in human body rituals and so on. What a bad beast, he. Fugaku. Utane Kohara couldn't bear to see her companion of several decades being verbally abused like that, so she interrupted and shouted. Qingtian raised the corner of his mouth, looked at Utane Kohara provocatively and said, what instructions does Lord Kohara have? Sarutobi let out a long sigh. Troubles came one after another. Ignoring Kohara's complaints, Sarutobi looked at the military advisor and said in a deep voice, Shikaku, what do you think? Shikaku stroked his chin, his tone solemn. First of all, let's make a premise. Uchiha cannot leave Konoha, at least not at this stage. Sarutobi lit up his pipe and nodded. Yes. The defection of Orochimaru, Itachi, and Danzo has undoubtedly put Konoha at the center of the storm. Especially Danzo. Many big figures from various countries are wary of Konoha, and Danzo, and the Root do account for a large part of it. Sarutobi did not explicitly say why those people were afraid of Danzo, but several people present understood that it was because of Danzo's unscrupulous and shady practices that would do anything to achieve his goals. Spy, instigation, assassination, bounty, poisoning, relatives, close friends. In the several ninja world wars in previous years, all the shady yet extremely effective strategies were created by Danzo. It can be said that with Danzo's departure, many people have begun to stir in secret. So the Uchiha cannot leave Konoha at this stage. After listening to this, Shikaku nodded and analyzed calmly. So now it's not that Uchiha can't leave Konoha, but Konoha can't leave Uchiha. Shikaku, you. Shut up, Haru. Sarutobi said coldly, although the words are harsh, what Shikaku said is the truth. Sarutobi, you. Xiaochun, stop talking. Mito interrupted again. Shikaku is right, this is the current situation in the village. Utane Kohara's face turned pale and she was shaking with anger. You. Sarutobi waved his hand. Mito, take Kohara back first. Mito Kato and nodded, helped the angry Utane Kohara out of the meeting room. After the two left, Shikaku continued his analysis. No matter whether what Patriarch Fugaku said about leaving Konoha is true or not, the attitude of the top leaders towards the Uki clan must first be changed. At least we need to let Patriarch Fugaku see the sincerity and attitude of the top leaders. Otherwise, even if it's just a lie, it may become true. Sarutobi smacked his cigarette and nodded. I will remove the Umbu who are monitoring openly, and I will have them act more secretly in secret. Shikaku added, it would be best to deliver a few shops closer to the center of the village as well. It's just a shop. There won't be too many of their tribesmen who can move in. Even if something unexpected happens, it can be quickly suppressed. And it can also test whether he really has such plans. If they accept and send someone to stay permanently, it means that the Uchiha still has the intention to ease the tension between the village and the village. If you don't accept it and no one is assigned to manage it. Sarutobi's eyes narrowed. Does this mean that he really wants to leave Konoha? Shikaka nodded, then asked in confusion, and Chief Fugaku seems to be acting a little strange today. Sarutobi frowned and said with a slight sympathy, indeed, Fugaku today is very different from before. He's not as steady as before, and he's a lot more irritable. Shikaka nodded, especially the fact that he went out of his way to provoke Koharu before leaving. He has the temper of a teenager. You said. Is it possible that it's not him? Sarutobi asked uncertainly. Shikaka hesitated for a moment. It's possible, but it's very small. After being suppressed for so long, it's normal to explode when you can't hold it back anymore. Qingtian returned to the base and was happily telling Mikato about everything that happened in the conference room. Mikato asked worriedly, won't this make the third Hokage target us even more? Qingtian sneered, even if that old fox had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to touch Uchiha now. Maybe after I finish this performance, the old man will send someone to give me a gift. How could that be? Mikato looked at Qingtian in surprise. A good horse is often ridden, and a good man is often bullied. Once my body is hard, if he doesn't want Konoha to be in turmoil, then his body will have to soften. Haruta patiently explained to Mikado, Konoha at this stage can't stand turmoil. That without that mad dog Danzo, Sarutobi will definitely retreat for the sake of stability. As long as we Uchiha don't find any signs of rebellion, even if we do something stupid, the old guy will turn a blind eye. Mikato nodded thoughtfully after listening to this. Don't worry, I've written all of this down. When Fugaku comes back, I will tell him every word. The reason why Haruta told Mikato all this was to tell Fugaku not to reveal any flaws in front of Sarutobi after he changed back to his original identity. Why not wait for Fugaku to come back and tell him in person? It's always more comfortable to talk to a beautiful woman than to a puppet, isn't it? By the way, how's that little Suzuki? Although Qingtian has been dressed as Fugaku during this period, he has been practicing in the office most of the time. Occasionally, when I go back to Fugaku's house for dinner, I never see that little brat. Speaking of Suzuki, Mikato looked melancholy. The boy has been quite quiet since Itaki left. He trains like crazy every day, saying that he will definitely surpass Itaki, and then defeat him and tie him up to admit his mistake. Phew, Qingtian couldn't help laughing out loud. The protagonist of the original drama had such a strong halo, but in the end Itaki had to let go before he could be defeated. Now that he had his own existence, Itaki's eyes and sick body were no longer a problem. Suzuki might not be able to surpass Itaki and bring him back in his lifetime. After seeing Mikato's somewhat resentful look, Qingtian immediately said seriously, bringing Itaka back is a good goal. If you practice more at a young age, you will suffer less as a ninja when you grow up. Seeing Mikato still sad, Qingtian comforted her softly. The results are already very good now. In the future I saw, after the Uchiha clan was exterminated, Suzuki, who didn't know the truth, went through a lot of hardships in order to kill Itaki. I have lived in hatred since I was a child and I am not liked by the people in the village. Mikado looked at the clear sky, her eyes full of gratitude. Compared to the time when brothers were fighting each other, things were much better now. Qingtian supported his chin and said softly, we should wait until Fugaku comes back to see what's wrong with Suzuki. To be honest, Qingtian doesn't want to have any contact with Suzuki and Naruto, the two original protagonists. When the two protagonists were fighting Madara and were on the verge of death, the Sage of Six Paths appeared in their sea of consciousness and taught them the power of the six yin and yang. Qingtian was unsure as to what the Six Paths Sage's actual state was. What is certain is that Qingtian is no match for Liudeo now. 3 days later, there were almost no Umbu in front of the Uchiha residence. Although there are many hidden things, they are no longer visible. Then, under Mikato's surprised gaze, the Umbu also delivered several deeds to the village's shops. I said that old fox couldn't get hard. Qingtian played with the title deed in his hand with a calm tone. Mikato rolled her eyes speechlessly. What a lewd word. These deeds are not far from the center. Should we send someone there? Mikato asked worriedly. Although the locations are good, these places will obviously be closely watched by senior management. Send, of course I will. Qingtian said in a high voice, don't refuse the business that comes to your doorstep. Even if he doesn't send it, I plan to buy a few shops in the village and make a fortune. Although she knew that Qingtian was greedy for money, Mikato was still confused. What kind of business is the store for? Qingtian's eyes sparkled. The most profitable business. The most profitable business. Mikado wondered, since when did the Uchiha have this kind of business? There's no business in all of Konoha. Qingtian raised the corners of his mouth and said excitedly, ninjutsu scroll. Not only the Uchiha clan's heritage, but also all the spoils of war in the past can be sold. Mikato was stunned, staring at Qingtian with her beautiful eyes wide open. Opening a shop in the village to sell is different from selling inheritance at a high price. After all, most of the Uchiha clan's inheritance is simply fire-based, and the stronger ones must be combined with the Sharinon pupil technique. That's why Sarutobi didn't stop Fugaku from auctioning his inheritance. But considering the Uchiha's previous gains on the battlefield, there are quite a few types of ninjutsu from D level to A level. If ordinary ninjas want to gain access to high-level ninjutsu, in addition to making sufficient contributions to the village, they also need to complete tasks of corresponding difficulty and number. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, the village will not provide you with high-level ninjutsu for free. This is also the difference between civilian ninjas and family ninjas. The only way for civilian ninjas to learn ninjutsu is to go to ninja school, and what they learn are just the basics. Thinking about going up. Apart from his status and talent, he can only be loyal to the village leaders and be willing to be brainwashed by the so-called Will of Fire. The fourth Hokage, who was born a commoner, not only firmly relied on Sarutobi, but also completed more than 300 A-level and 40 S-level missions before he was able to see the Flying Thunder body technique. Not only the Hokage of Konoha, but the Hokage of other villages also strictly block the high-level ninjutsu. It is not only to cultivate the loyalty of the village ninjas, but also to control their path to advancement in strength. And King Tian's behavior at this time will undoubtedly break this long-standing system. The consequences are not just offending Sarutobi. The top leaders of any village in the ninja world would not want to see this happen. King Tian said casually, comforting her, "Don't worry, Sister Mikato. As long as we don't rebel at this critical moment, Sarutobi won't dare to stop us." At this point, King Tian said in a playful tone, "If other villages have objections, I will go there and explain it properly." "All right." Seeing King Tian's expression, Misaka didn't plan to persuade him. People can see the future, what else can she say? As for the selection of the shop personnel, please take care of it, Sister Mikado. King Tian chuckled and said, "It's just a small matter, I have to go out of the village." Mikado frowned and asked in confusion, "Leaving the village at this time, what's the big deal?" Now that Fugaku and Itaki are not here, and even Haruto is gone, Mikato is still a little worried. "Don't worry, it's just a simple debt collection," King Tian said. "If it's fast, it will only take 1 day. If it's slow, 2 days will be enough. I will tell him to handle official business in the office later. I won't be around for the next 2 days. Just come and bring a pot of tea every day and pretend that I'm still here." Mikato nodded slightly. If it was just for a day or two, then it would be fine. The Land of Fire, the daimyo's residence. In the inner room, the atmosphere is weird. The daimyo wearing a fan headdress was at the top, with Danzo kneeling alone below. The 6 samurai who were responsible for protecting the daimyo closely lay on the ground with dull eyes, and it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. Danzo took off the bandage covering his right eye and said calmly, "The incident in Konoha was framed by a mysterious person." Not only did Sarutobi lose the scroll of forbidden techniques that Konoha had treasured for many years, he also fell into the enemy's counter-espionage scheme. This is really wrong for a Hokage. Danzo bowed and said, "Your Excellency is very perceptive. Please clear my name." The daimyo held a feather fan in his hand, and his dull pupils slowly returned to normal. "Oh, this is the truth. Danzo, please get up. I will send someone to explain to Konoha. Just follow the team back." Danzo stood up, bowed again, then turned and left. At the gate of the mansion, the protection personnel sent by Konoha, 6 ninjas led by Sarutobi Asuma, were keeping a close eye on Yamanaka Kaze and Abarame Tone. They already knew about the major events that happened in Konoha, Danzo's defection, and the news of summoning beasts. Today, Danzo showed up and Asuma led people to stop them but was stopped by 2 people. Then Danzo passed through the encirclement and just whispered a few words to the daimyo, and was ordered to stop fighting. He was also kept outside the door under guard on the pretext of discussing confidential matters. Even though they knew the visitor had ill intentions, they dared not disobey the daimyo's orders and could only keep a close eye on Danzo's 2 subordinates. Danzo ignored everyone's vigilant looks and slowly walked to the door. "Let's find a side hall to stay first. We'll return to Konoha after the daimyo arranges for the return crew." Inside an izakaya that had a closing sign hung in broad daylight, Fugaku, Shisui, and Itaki gathered together. "Itake, did the masked man come to find you?" Shisui asked. Itake said calmly, "Just like what Monopoly said, I just said a few perfunctory words and joined the organization. There's only 2 days left. We can act freely, and he will assign us tasks once he convinces Orochimaru to join us." Shisui nodded and turned to look at Fugaku. "Patriarch, what is the purpose of the Monopoly summoning us? This place is not far from the daimyo's residence." After Shisui asked, Itake looked at his father with a serious look. If it was a plan to destroy peace, Itake had to find a way to stop it. Fugaku curled his lips and said impatiently, "That guy said he wanted to collect the debt. Who knows what his plan is?" During this period, Fugaku's temper was not very good because he had been impersonating his ancestor. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When Fugaku learned about Haruto's purpose of collecting debts, the first person he thought of was his good brother Danzo. King Tian did not answer, but asked first, "The old guy should have met daimyo, right?" Fugaku raised the kunao in his hand that could locate the target. We will meet alone. Asuma and the others have been left outside the door. On a sunny day, his one eye lit up slightly, and his joy was hard to hide. Just right. Qingtian chuckled and said, we actually met alone. I guess my good brother must have made good use of Shisui's eyes. As he spoke, Qingtian took out the IOU that Shen Zhongfeng had helped to sign from his bosom. His mission is complete, and it's time for him to pay back the debt. Fugaku glanced sideways, the corner of his mouth twitching. The amount owed is 500 million, the repayment date is 3 days, and there is a 300% daily interest. In just 3 days, Danzo needs to pay back 5 billion including principal and interest. You are truly worthy of being called good brothers. Itaka leaned forward slightly, staring at Qingtian and said in a serious tone, Danzo is in the Fire Country Daimyo's mansion. Rest assured. Qingtian looked at Itaki and whispered, I have no interest in those ordinary people. My purpose this time is just to settle a debt with my good brother. Besides, you should understand what it means that Danzo can live in the Daimyo's mansion under the eyes of Asuma and others. The current Danzo is no longer of any use. Upon hearing this, Itaka looked into the eyes of his best friend Shisui, nodded and said nothing more, but secretly analyzed in his mind Danzo was forced into this situation by the person in front of him, and he could only use his friend's eyes on the daimyo. Ordinary illusions cannot be maintained forever, only the other gods can. Except for the initial stage of the technique, which requires the use of chakra to maintain it. Once the technique is completed, the mind of the person being treated will be subtly changed. Danzo is unable to break the impasse within Konoha, and the only way to turn the situation around is to ask the daimyo to step forward. Even though the Sandaime realized that something was wrong, he could not openly disobey the daimyo's orders. Itaka frowned. This person actually guessed that Danzo would use Koto Amatsukami to control the daimyo. Why didn't he stop it in advance? First they ruined Danzo's reputation and forced him to betray the village, and now they are deliberately letting him seek whitewash from the daimyo. Wrong. They allowed Danzo to clear his name, and now it's clear that they are going to attack him again. Itaka's pupils suddenly shrank and a horrifying thought occurred to him. If this person secretly eliminated Danzo and returned to Konoha disguised as Danzo, the sky gradually darkened, and the stars slowly appeared, shining with cold light. A side hall of Daming Prefecture. Danzo listened to the reports from his two subordinates with a sullen face. According to the information from Konoha's secret agent, as expected, most of the root ninjas were recruited into the Umbu by Sarutobi. Even Tenzo, who had been secretly trained before, was brought back to the Umbu by Kakashi in the mission to assist Orochimaru in escaping from the Land of Fire. Even though I was unwilling, I could only wait until I returned and slowly think of a way to get the person back. Danzo untied the bandage on his face, and the scarlet Sharingan in his eye sockets was already closed. A genjutsu that can directly modify the will and control the thoughts of others is worthy of being the strongest. Danzo reached out expressionlessly and removed the Sharingan from its socket. Unfortunately, it takes 10 years to cool down after using it once. Only 2 or 3 drops of blood and tears shed from the empty eye sockets before they were suppressed by the primary cells in the body. Shen Zhongfeng took the Sharingan handed over by Danzo, took out the scroll and used special medical instruments to store the eye, and then took out a brand new 3-Magatama Sharingan. After taking the Sharingan, Danzo paused slightly and suddenly turned his head to look out the window. For red sun formation. Under the night sky, 4 crimson rays shot up into the sky. The side hall where Danzo is located is firmly sealed here. My good brother is busy with plastic surgery? Qingtian appeared in the house, looking at Danzo with an empty right eye, and complained with interest. Shen Zhongfeng and Chu Zhen immediately took out their weapons and stood on both sides of Danzo to be on guard. The 4 red flame formation was activated by 4 people, and 3 people have not appeared yet. Danzo kept a calm expression, narrowed his one eye and looked at the newcomer. What do you mean by this? No big deal. Qingtian slowly approached, took out the IOU in his hand, and chuckled. I just came to ask for a debt from you, sir. Danzo frowned and looked at the IOU. His 2 subordinates had reported this matter to him, including signing his name on it, but Danzo had never cared about it at all. That excuse is a bit far-fetched, Danzo said coldly. He would not believe that this person had set up such a large-scale barrier in the daimyo's mansion and made such a fuss just to ask for a small amount of money. In order to activate the 4 red flame formation, at least 4 top-level jonin must work together. Danzo frowned, having a bad feeling in his heart. He lowered his head and gave his 2 subordinates a secret look, then slowly took off the bandage on his right hand, revealing a scarlet hand. The smile on Qingtian's lips turned cold. Using your body to perform performance art is really disgusting, old man. Moment, a fierce gust of wind suddenly came. On the right-hand side, an orange-red ponytail drew a phantom in the air, and on the left-hand side, a vast swarm of black poisonous insects appeared. The samurai sword in his hand was only a millimeter away from the man's neck, but Shen Zhongfeng heard the man's chuckle. It's really unethical. The single eye exposed outside the wooden mask quickly transformed into a kaleidoscope. Qingtian shouted coldly, absolute domain. There was a long knife in front of his neck, a poisonous insect about to approach him, and everything within 3 meters around Qingtian was suspended. The time 3 meters away flows normally. Countless poisonous insects rush into the field one after another, then flap their wings at the edge of the field and stop in the air. Danzo's eyes narrowed, and he secretly sighed that this was a difficult situation. Not only Danzo, but also the 3 people on the roof led by Fugaku were also extremely surprised when they saw this scene. Fugaku and Shisui only knew that the ability of one of Harada's eyes was to see through the future, but Harada never told them about the other eye. Space-time ninjutsu. Itaki exclaimed softly. This man, in addition to Flying Thunder God, also possessed space ninjutsu that he didn't know about. From Itaki's perspective, he did not see Harada's exposed eyes, and did not know Harada's true identity, so he mistakenly took the eye technique for the space-time ninjutsu. Fugaku and Shisui heard Itaki's quiet voice but did not explain. Sizzle, on a sunny day, his right hand was filled with electric light, and his left hand was ablaze red. Lightning escape and fire escape, forming seals with one hand, almost simultaneously. Chidori sharp spear. Fire style, flame dragon. Phew! Shan Zongfeng's brain was pierced directly. The poisonous insects on the right were all swallowed by the fire dragon. After 3 seconds, Qingtian slightly tilted his body and took the long sword that Shan Zongfeng was swinging due to inertia with his right hand. Bang! The coldness in Shan Zongfeng's eyes had not yet dissipated when he fell to the ground dead. The head pierced by the lightning shield remained stagnant for several seconds before a sticky white liquid mixed with a little scarlet oozed out. Qingtian withdrew his hand and stood up, turning his head to look at a Baramate Tsuchiya who was sweating on his brow not far away. To be honest, I have a little trypophobia. 2 Jonin-level roots died one after another in just 5 seconds. Danzo was not sad, and even his expression did not change except for being solemn. How about it, Boss Tuan, can we pay the bill now? Qingtian said with a smile and waved the IOU in his hand towards Danzo. Danzo didn't respond, but slowly formed a seal with his hands. Would release, explosive gun tree, boom, boom. 3 ancient trees broke through the ground, and their twisted trunks grew rapidly. Bang! The roof of the side hall was pierced through by the ancient tree one after another. 3 ancient trees surrounded Danzo in the center, like huge and loyal guards. The branches of the ancient trees thrust forward like sharp blades, shooting towards the clear sky and the sky. In addition to the previously analyzed intelligence, the deaths of the 2 subordinates once again provided Danzo with data on Haruto's strength. You can't get close. What a great would-release move that is both offensive and defensive. But you are still far from being able to use this trick in front of me. Qingtian jumped up, dodging the branches of the ancient tree while slowly forming seals with his hands. Would release, tree world arrives. Boom boom boom. There was a loud noise like an earthquake, and the land within the barrier was shattered. Countless giant trees popped out of the ground with greater speed and frightening momentum than before. In the blink of an eye, the luxurious side hall was torn into pieces, and the barrier was covered by a dense forest. Several ancient tree branches were connected to form a swing in the air. Qingtian sat on it, swaying from side to side, looking at Danzo, who had died once, with great interest. Danzo, with his shirt torn to pieces, looked up at Qingtian coldly on the ground. The densely packed Sharinan on his right hand quietly closed one. Really, this person was the one behind stealing the scroll and framing others in Konoha. Danzo said nothing, let alone question. The battle has begun. Identities, purposes and reasons are not important. Only the living are qualified to think about these questions. What we need now is to concentrate on fighting the enemy. Danzo took a long breath, stared at the clear sky above, and exhaled suddenly. Wind escape vacuum jade. A spiral of strong wind, carrying bits of gravel, hit straight up. Qingtian blocked the swing but didn't dodge, just waved his hand gently. As Qingtian waved his hand, the branches of the giant trees wrapped around each other and blocked the wind escape, like a city wall. Bang, bang. The smoke cleared and the branches disintegrated. Clear Sky was unharmed, looking down at Danzo like a clown. Qingtian turned around and looked behind him. Why don't you guys go ahead? He is my brother after all. Besides, it seems like you 3 have some grudge against him. After he finished speaking, the branches of the giant tree grew like a sky-high attic, and Fugaku and the other 2 appeared from behind the tree. So it's you, the evil Uchiha clan. Danzo's eyes were solemn and he kept making seals with his hands. The art of spiritual communication. Bang! The smoke and dust dispersed, revealing cat ears, tiger claws, elephant trunk, and pointed mouth. The psychic beast, the dream taper. Fugaku and the other 2, who were shocked by Haruiko's strength, came back to their senses when they heard Danzo's words. Evil Uchiha. Fugaku sneered and stared at Danzo's right eye and right hand, mockingly saying, 2 eyes are evil. But what is this of yours? A demon crawling out of hell. The 3 Fugaku men who showed up were not in disguise, and the moment the 4 Red Yang formation fell, Danzo's death was doomed. This formation requires at least 1 cage-level warrior, plus 3 top-level jonin to assist them. Even space ninjutsu cannot escape before the barrier is broken. can only travel through the space within the barrier. Danzo's cold eyes swept back and forth between Fugaku, Shisui, and Itaki. I am different from you. I'm doing this for Konoha and for the peace of the ninja world. Phew, even the sunny day in the sky couldn't help but smile. Although the concepts are different, Danzo's overconfidence and shamelessness are more realistic than in the anime. Even more disgusting. Fugaku shook his head when he heard that he really couldn't learn how to talk back. This disgusting old thing should just be killed. Bang, bang, bang. At the edge of the barrier, Asuma Sarutobi led 5 Konoha Chunins and a group of samurai to try to destroy it. After a while, Asuma shook his head as he looked at the ending without any change. It's useless. This is the real 4 Red Yang formation. Looking at the interior of the barrier blocked by giant trees, Asuma said solemnly, there are at least 3 top-level Jonin and a cage-level warrior inside that we need to request support immediately. The person who came actually dared to attack directly in the daimyo's mansion. This is not only aimed at Danzo, but also a slap in the face of the entire fire country. Outside the venue, countless carrier pigeons and spirit beasts carrying secret letters spread the news as quickly as possible. I remembered the stolen scroll mentioned in my father's letter, and the cage-level strongman who had an unclear relationship with Danzo and could use would release. Asuma was feeling overwhelmed. His frown made the Konoha forward protector rise a lot. He didn't even notice that the cigarette in his mouth was burning to the corner of his mouth. His mission is to protect the daimyo. If Danzo died, it wouldn't matter. But if the guy who set up the barrier still wants to attack the daimyo, it would be really bad. Things have come to this point. The letter asking for help has already been sent out, and the daimyo prefecture is unable to mobilize cage-level strongmen to provide support in a short period of time. If the opponent is so crazy as to attack the daimyo, Asuma tightened the shakura knife in his hand, ready to fight to the death. Boom! After the loud noise, the Sharingan on his right hand closed again. The psychic beast, the nightmare taper, was burning with horrible black flames all over its body, rolling madly on the ground. There were constant shrill screams in his ears, and Danzo's face became even gloomier. Glancing at the only 3 open eyes on his right hand, Danzo frantically thought of a countermeasure. Wind style, breaking the vacuum. Wind style, shuriken. Shuriken plus the change in the nature of wind escape, suddenly then it expanded 10 times. The target is directly aimed at Fugaku and his 3 companions to surround and attack them. Fire style, 9 dragon ceiling turn. Fugaku's eyes are rotating like a kaleidoscope, with the blessing of illusion and reality. A-level fire ninjutsu, as powerful as forbidden techniques. Roar! 9 ferocious-looking fiery red beasts roared and devoured everything. Danzo's wind shuriken couldn't even cut through the dragon, it was directly eaten by the dragon, and fire took advantage of the wind to swoop down even faster. The scorching heat above his head was approaching, but Danzo did not dodge. Instead, he leaned forward and rushed towards Shisui, the only person in the field who had only 3 Megatama Sharingan. Boom, boom, boom. Gravel flew everywhere, and Danzo, with a cold face, appeared beside Shisui again unscathed at the cost of sacrificing his life. The head flew high in the air, and blood spurted out without even having time to splash out. The head in the air seemed to dissipate like mist. Shisui's expression was serious, his pupils quickly scanned his surroundings, and he was always ready for battle. Hearing the sound of his clothes fluttering in the breeze behind him, Shisui turned around suddenly and slashed down with his long sword. Phew! The man was beheaded with a single blow. Not good. Danzo's shirt had already been torn apart before. This corpse is not Danzo. Shisui reacted and was about to jump up, but his toes were tapped by a hand that suddenly emerged from the ground. Seal of self-karma binding, boom. Danzo succeeded and pushed Shin Zongfeng's corpse out of the ground. There is still 1 Sharingan left on the right hand. Shisui was cursed, with black stripes all over his body, and his ability to move was restrained for a moment. The kunao in Danzo's hand was covered with layers of wind attribute shakura, and the blade suddenly grew to more than 2 meters. Danzo's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He aimed at Shisui's heart and stabbed fiercely. Bite! The kunao that came from a distance to rescue was only blocked for a few tenths of a second before it was shattered by Danzo's blade with wind attribute shakura. 1 step closer to the heart. Boom! The fiery bone palm, with its overwhelming force, took advantage of the few gaps that had been blocked before and crushed Danzo to the ground in 1 step. Click, the curse seal was broken. Shisui looked down at the scarlet spot on his chest and said to himself, that was a close call. His heart was almost pierced. Thanks, Itaki. Shisui turned to look at his best friend who was wrapped in Susanoo on the right and thanked him quietly. Itaki nodded without responding, but just stared around. Danzo's right Sharingan was gone. Qingtian, who was watching the show on the swing, suddenly curled his lips and whispered without turning his head, "What's wrong with you, brother? Why do you have to target me, the audience, instead of caring about your opponent on stage?" Danzo used his Inagi to move again, and without Fugaku and the other 2 understanding him at all, he headed straight for Qingtian. Everything for Konoha. A bone-chilling voice came from behind Qingtian. Qingtian didn't even stand up, but just turned his head slightly to look at Danzo, with blood swirling in his eyes. Field. Expand. The spiky hair, scattered bandages, and Danzo leaping into the air seemed like a frozen photograph, and the madness on his face was so clear. Puff. The swing rope made of giant tree branches, under King control, instantly pierced through Danzo's chest, splashing a waterfall of bright red. Thump. Danzo's body fell freely from the sky, raising clouds of dust. Fugaku and Shisui both breathed a sigh of relief. This disgusting thing was finally dead. It's not that his strength is that strong, at most he is at the peak of the Jonin level, very close to the entry-level cage level. Mainly for cheating, it comes with a one-time resurrection crystal. The materials are of the Uchiha family's special quality that the playing is dirty and the fighting is disgusting. On the other hand, Itaki on the side did not relax at all and continued to stare at the corpse in the smoke. Something is wrong, this is so abnormal. Clearly, Danzo's men paid the price with their lives at the very beginning to make him see the consequences of close combat with the monopoly. This behavior seemed like suicide, and the words he was shouting for Konoha seemed like a deliberate last will. Everything always feels a little inconsistent. Itaki glanced at Qingtian in the air. This person was also looking at Danzo's body with great interest. Be careful, the person is not dead yet. Itaki, who has not discovered the truth yet, can only judge the situation and remind Shisui and his father based on Danzo's abnormality and Qingtian's strangeness. Itaki's voice had just fallen. Bang! The ground next to Fugaku cracked again. The body was abnormally swollen, the veins on the forehead were bulging, and the face was extremely hideous. After fighting for so long, this is the first time that Danzo has revealed this face. Taking advantage of the moment when Fugaku was distracted, Danzo approached and grabbed his right hand, and his body expanded further. What a shame I can't take you with me. However, you, the chief villain of the Uchiha clan, should stay with me. Danzo's body swelled into a spherical shape at this time, and his eyes were full of madness as he stared at Fugaku. Everything for Konoha. Inside 4 symbols seal. At the cost of life, a forbidden sealing method was engraved in the body in advance. The figure on the swing disappeared, and Qingtian, who was traveling through space, was secretly amazed. As expected of him, he is a famous scoundrel in the ninja world. He started planning the moment Kota Amatsukami, who had his right eye removed, discovered that I showed up. Although he was holding a 3 magatama in his hand, he insisted on using the hole in his right eye until all the Sharingan in his hand were closed out. He hid behind a tree and installed his eye just before attacking me. He used scattered bandages to cover his right eye, and even took advantage of my time and space stagnation to prevent the bandages from falling out after being killed instantly. He used the smoke and dust falling from the high altitude to cover himself. It's not the easier to kill Shisui, nor the youngest Itake, but the obvious leader of the Uchiha clan. Aiming for complete death, he lured Fugaku, who had been using the Mangekyo for a long time, and suddenly attacked him when he let his guard down. One thing leads to another. What a brilliant plan. If Qingtian had not suffered before and knew Danzo's character, he would have already set up the mayfly technique the moment the barrier was opened, and even he might have been tricked into it. Qingtian, who knew the truth, did not remind everyone first that he wanted them to remember it. Anyway, they all had the mark of Flying Thunder God on them, so Qingtian, who arrived in time to rescue them, did not say a word, crossing the space, appearing in an instant and opening up the territory. The ferocity in the corner of the eye disappeared, leaving only the round fleshy ball and the scarlet protruding blood vessels, which had already broken most of the tight flesh. The inky black seal passed over Danzo's arm and was only 2 fingers away from Fugaku. Qingtian waved his arms casually, and a flash of blue lightning passed by. Together with Danzo's broken hand and Fugaku, who had a look of horror in his eyes, they were dragged out of the sealed room. The explosive distance of the seal technique. Puff, puff, puff. The moment Qingtian evacuated, blood mixed with ink-black spots spurted out like needles and threads. Within a 50-meter radius centered on Danzo, all the ancient trees and the land were eroded. Looking at the huge semicircular hole on the ground, Fugaku swallowed with some palpitations. It's only been a few years since we've had peace, and you've fallen to this level. Qingtian glanced up and down at Fugaku and said in a mocking tone, 3 against 1 and we almost got killed. It's really embarrassing you. Shisui on the side was also a little scared. You can't die anymore. Qingtian replied. Fugaku, who had seen Harada's strength, wanted to ask, but Itaki, who didn't know the truth, was still here, so he didn't say anything. He just looked at the sunny sky with complicated eyes, and screamed in his heart, monster. At this age and with this strength, I have never seen or even heard of anyone like this in my long life. Stop being in a daze. Qingtian said softly, when the barrier is open later, I will use Flying Thunder God to teleport you out first. As for Itake, you can move freely and wait for the arrangements of the Akatsuki organization. Shisui and Chief Fugaku, you two should return to Konoha as soon as possible. Aren't you going back with us? Asked Shisui from the side. He's really been spoiled. Qingtian shook his head and sighed. Fugaku explained directly, the Monopoly man probably wants to disguise himself as Danzo, and then returned to the village with the order given by the daimyo to clear his name. As he spoke, Fugaku's eyes lit up. The village's second-in-command becomes our Uchiha clan's accomplice. This is really a good move. At that time, Xingtian ordered Fugaku to follow Danzo all the way, and even asked him to protect him if he was in danger before he met the daimyo. I haven't figured it out before. It turned out that Danzo was waiting for Shisui's eyes to control the daimyo first, and then reap the spoils in one fell swoop. Itaki, who had already analyzed the situation, just looked at Xingtian, who was looting corpses without any manners, with a gloomy look, and his fear in his heart increased even more. Go on, idiot. Xingtian took out the relics of Yamanaka Fu and a barometage and threw the sherinon soaked in a medical tube to Shisui. Shisui took the eye and stared blankly at his best friend, who pointed at himself and said, "Stupid. Idiot." Xingtian shook his head in silence, made a gesture, and the barrier slowly broke from the top. Xingtian teleported the three people back to the tavern where they had gathered one by one, and told Fugaku to go back as soon as possible to organize the situation, and then return to the barrier alone. Looking at the hole in front of him, Xingtian made seals with his hands and the land rolled. The traces of destruction caused by Danzo's activation of the four-symbol seal were completely covered up. Then he transformed into the appearance of Danzo, straightened his tattered robe, and slapped his chest with Xingtian. Puff! Large mouthfuls of blood spurted out, staining his clothes and the corners of his mouth. Xingtian looked at him for a moment and grinned. A new identity, a new beginning. Feeling that the injuries in his body were healed by yin-yang escape in just a moment, Xingtian had to deliberately hunch over and pretend to lie on the ground, gasping for breath. It took less than 10 seconds from the time the three people were transferred back to the time they were disguised, and at this point the barrier was completely broken. The moment the barrier was broken, the people led by Asuma quickly cleared the giant trees in their way and rushed in. Danzo. The side hall collapsed and two root ninjas died miserably. Asuma frowned as he looked at the seriously injured Danzo in front of him and said in a serious tone, "What happened?" Whoosh, whoosh. After taking a long breath, Xingtian slowly stood up, his eyes sinister. "It's not your turn to ask about my affairs." After saying that, Xingtian turned to look at the samurai guards who were responsible for the safety of the daimyo and said, "Please inform the daimyo that the attacking enemy has been repelled by me. Please make arrangements to return to the village as soon as possible." After saying that, Xingtian hunched over and walked towards another side hall, completely ignoring Asuma and the others. Asuma looked at Danzo's back and frowned. Indeed, given Danzo's personality, he would never explain the whole story to him. His current identity is just a bodyguard of the daimyo, and he is also not qualified to ask questions. Ah, these are troubled times. Asuma sighed softly, quickly wrote down all the information, and summoned the spirit beast to pass it on to the village. It would be better to leave the headaches to his Hokage father. The next day. It's sunny. A team of 10 samurai followed Danzo on their journey back to the village, carrying a letter written by the daimyo. At the gate of the daimyo's mansion, Asuma, who had not yet arrived to take over the ambush shift, could only watch Danzo's departing back from afar, feeling annoyed. Judging from the daimyo's attitude, Danzo's identity as a traitor will definitely be cleared and he will be reinstated soon. But Asuma really didn't like this person's actions and methods. Using the excuse of being seriously injured, Xingtian lay peacefully in the sedan chair lifted by 4 warriors, with a look of satisfaction on his face. With the speed of these people, it would take at least 4 or 5 days to reach Konoha. With nothing to do, Xingtian activated the perception ninjutsu, closed his eyes and sank directly into the training room. A public toilet in the Fire Nation. A man in a red cloud and black robe with a gloomy face walked in, dragging a corpse with a mist headguard on the forehead with one hand. He pushed open the toilet's secret door skillfully, ignoring the strong stench, and stepped into the narrow dark path. The lights were dim and the environment was as cold as a morgue. At the entrance, a bald man was holding a list and staring at the people who came. Looking at the bald man in front of him, Kakuza casually threw the body over. The bald man took the body and carefully compared it with the portrait on the list in his hand. After confirming that everything was correct, he placed the body in the morgue on the dark wall behind him, pulled out an iron box from under the desk, and handed it to Kakuzu. Kakuzu glanced at the iron box full of banknotes, nodded slightly, took out one of the stacks and started counting it in his hand. Looking at the forehead protector on the corpse, the bald man asked in confusion, "Don't you know the stronghold near the hidden mist village? You don't have a base of exchange that I don't know about?" Kakuzu concentrated on counting the money and responded without looking up, "It's just that there was a big business near the fire country, and I was in a hurry so I dragged it over." "Are you afraid that someone will snatch your prey? Why are you in such a hurry?" The bald man flipped open the list in his hand, curiously looking for targets with high bounties within the Fire Nation. Land, abbot of the current ninja temple, one of the original 12 guardian ninjas of the Land of Fire, with a bounty of 8 million. Asuma Sarutobi, son of the 3rd Hokage, one of the 12 guardian ninjas, with a bounty of 14 million. Danzo Shimura, formerly one of Konoha's high-ranking officials, now a traitor to Konoha, with a bounty of 57 million. The bald man's eyes fixed, and he said with certainty, "Danzo, The accompanying warriors took out their cooking utensils and prepared to start a fire and cook on the spot. It was at this time that Haruto, disguised as Danzo, stepped out of the sedan chair. Boom! The ground beneath his feet cracked, and a single hand connected by countless black threads, tightly grasping a kunao, flew towards King Tian's forehead at a rapid speed. Plop! King Tian's falling figure exploded into a ball of white mist. Crash! Kakuzu, who came out from the ground, fixed his eyes, then looked towards the sedan. It took 2 days to figure out the team's movements and eating habits, and I hid in a corner of the road that they had to pass through. I didn't expect the sneak attack to fail so badly. Have you discovered it a long time ago? Kakuzu asked in a deep voice, secretly alert. Of course. Qingtian stepped out of the sedan chair and said with a smile, I didn't expect that one of the 2 people I value most in the Akatsuki organization would come directly to my door. It's a nice surprise. Kakuzu's heart froze. He knows the organization, and what does it mean that he values one of the 2 people? Kakuzu glanced at the samurai around him who were still cooking as if nothing had happened, and his vigilance increased. Qingtian approached slowly, a flash of blood in his eyes, and he gently explained, the documents in these people's hands are a little important to me. It's better for us to change places to communicate. Wind style, suppress. A large-scale spiral hurricane burst out from King Tian's mouth at close range. The sudden ninjutsu was launched, and Kakuzu had no time to react, so he blocked his head with his hands. In the blink of an eye, he was blown hundreds of meters away by the hurricane. Crash! 100 meters away, Kakuzu leaned over and gripped the ground with his feet, his shoes rubbing against the ground leaving long marks. Trouble! Kakuzu looked directly at Danzo not far away and muttered to himself. That was the Sharingan just now. No wonder those warriors were indifferent, it turned out to be an illusion. Noticing the red in Danzo's eyes, Kakuzu was surprised for a moment, and then he was hit head-on by the wind escape. Qingtian approached leisurely, and asked softly with interest, can you ask me how much the reward is at the gold exchange office? Kakuzu said nothing as he slowly took off his robe, revealing the combat uniform underneath. From the looks of you, my bounty should not be too small. Qingtian shook his head and whispered in an annoyed tone, I should have known that I shouldn't have given that old guy the chance to self-destruct. It's such a pity to waste such a large amount of resources. Earth release Earth spear. His hands, covered in sutures, had hardened to black. Kakuzu came close instantly, and with his hands wrapped in Earth attribute chakra, he slapped Haruto's head hard. Qingtian kept smiling as he dodged slightly and grabbed Jiaodu's wrist with one hand from bottom to top. He exerted force with his right foot and kicked Kakuzu's waist hard with a side kick. Bang! The powerful kick sent Kakuzu flying dozens of meters away, where he crashed into a small hill, splashing up gravel. Crash! Kakuzu stood up unscathed and said in a cold tone, any physical attack will be useless to me. Yeah, Qingtian chuckled, and his lowered left hand suddenly emitted endless green light. It was like the cry of thousands of birds and beasts. The sound was harsh and dangerous. Watch carefully. Qingtian dragged Chidori and walked slowly, looking at Kakuzu with a playful tone. Kakuzu didn't respond, his eyes were fixed, staring intently at Danzo's every move. If a ninjutsu of this power hits, a heart will be destroyed. Swish, that's what happened. Kakuzu groaned in pain. He looked down at the lightning that pierced his chest with bloodshot eyes, his eyes full of confusion. He was clearly in my sight just a second ago, when, plop, Kakuzu fell to the ground with a burst heart. The sunny day behind him curled his lips at the fallen Jiaodu, and the birds started singing again. Pretending to be dead and launching a sneak attack is not a glorious tactic. After saying that, he used another Chidori move, aiming at Kakuzu's other heart and pressed down. Water style, water curtain tent. A human-shaped mask suddenly appeared behind Kakuzu, and a surging wave spewed out of his mouth. Kakuzu realized that he couldn't launch a sneak attack, and immediately analyzed Chidori's weaknesses. Close-range stabbing lightning ninjutsu, water ninjutsu conducts electricity, and this person will also be hurt by this technique at a close distance. Qingtian's eyes lit up. As expected of a ninja fossil in his 90s, he had plenty of practical experience. Kakuzu thought Danzo would give up his lightning release and retreat, but he didn't expect that. Sizzle! Kakuzu gritted his teeth in agony, another heart burst. Not only the corners on the ground, but also the sunny sky that was soaked by the water curtain was covered with blue light. But he has the super recovery ability of yin-yang release and would release blood. This kind of lightning strike on a sunny day can only be regarded as a strong massage. Restore the method, flaming winds and chaotic waves, strange-faced explosions of flames. 2 new masks opened behind them, and the chakras of wind and fire attributes blended with each other. This time Qingtian did not resist head-on, he just retreated slightly and used the extremely fast teleportation technique to flash to the top of the hill. Boom, boom, boom. An extreme explosion, flames shot up into the sky. The aftermath swept the gravel and strong winds in all directions. On the top of the mountain, Qingtian's white robe was rustling in the wind as the aftermath blew. The wind is so noisy today. Looking at the monster slowly appearing in the firelight, Qingtian raised the corners of his mouth. The Jiaodu on the ground was like an umbrella lizard at this time, with countless black silk threads turning into a long tongue, and the remaining 3 heart masks propped up an umbrella-shaped barrier made of black silk from the neck. With dark green pupils fixed on Danzo on the top of the mountain, Kakuzu analyzed things very calmly in his mind. The hearts of water and earth attributes exploded, returning 2 pieces of information to Kakuzu. 1. Close combat skills are very strong. 2. Amazing resistance to lightning. Kakuzu didn't realize at this time that the reason why Haru was not injured by the lightning escape wasn't because of his resistance, but because of his super high recovery ability. It's so Kakuzu narrowed his eyes slightly. Chakra starts surging. 3 hearts turned into a mask with a slightly open mouth, condensing a terrifying power. Qingtian was standing on the top of the mountain with a smile on his face, and had no intention of interrupting or stopping. Is this the secret technique of stealing someone's heart and staying alive? Qingtian sighed softly. It is comparable to Orochimaru's reincarnation style, but they are also second-rate immortality techniques with serious flaws. Rather than immortality, it's more like a technique for longevity. In Qingtian's opinion, Orochimaru's reincarnation technique simply enhances the activity of the physical body, and the damage to the mind is definitely serious, otherwise it would not be so easily restrained by the Sharingan. Kakuzu's secret technique, Earth Grudge, does not harm the spirit and can also transform chakra attributes into multiple ones. But the brain was the fatal injury left behind. Logically speaking, no matter how many hearts you have, if I blow your brains out with one punch, then you won't be able to be reborn. Moreover, once he casts the secret technique, he will transform into the appearance of a lizard, which is really too ugly. Even if he had the money to exchange, Qingtian had no intention of learning these 2 techniques. Buzz, huff, huff, Kakuzu gasped for breath, his eyes fixed on the smoke above him. The huge hillside was chopped off by a single blow, leaving only a semicircular hole and a cloud of dust. Ninjutsu fusion. This power is a bit like blood limit. A light voice came from behind him, and Kakuzu's body suddenly stiffened, and cold sweat couldn't help but slide down. Sizzle. Damn it. This is what Kakuzu muttered before his heart broke once again. Boom. The bright red blood spilled through the black mask. Kakuzu moved away again, turned around and stared at Danzo, who was unharmed not far away, with a complex look that contained 6 parts shock, 3 parts confusion and 1 part fear. What is going on? It's not the instant body ninjutsu. It appeared without any warning, as if penetrating through space. Space? Kakuzu frowned as he recalled all the details of the battle. Space-time ninjutsu. Kakuzu's eyes suddenly flashed, and he decisively tore off his right hand and threw it away. When the battle just started and they were facing close combat, Danzo didn't have the speed to move that fast. At that moment when my arm was turned over, no matter what the attack was, it could ignore the space and appear directly behind me to the right. Oh, did you find it? Qingtian said casually. Your reaction is not too slow. At least before you die, you can find out what the problem is. Kakuzu was furious when he heard this. I have carried out bounties offered by Konoha's high-ranking officials twice. Phew. Before he could finish his words, Danzo in front of him suddenly laughed out loud. No way, Kakuzu. Qingtian smiled with his eyes curved. You don't mean to say that you had a fight with the first Hokage, do you? Hiding 800 miles away and throwing a kunao counts as a fight. Qingtian's extremely evil smile was full of sarcasm. Kakuzu, in a rage, took a step forward. The only 2 remaining mask hearts of wind and fire attributes instantly burst out with surging chakra. Fire style, 10 direction hell of fire. Wind style, continuous blast slash. The one-armed Kakuzu looked at Danzo, who did not teleport behind him again, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since you're talking about the first Hokage, I'll show you something interesting. Qingtian put his hands together, chakra surged all over his body, and he was indifferent to the ninjutsu that was about to hit him, and whispered, would release, top Buddha. Boom, boom, boom. The earth was shaking non-stop as if there was an 8.0 magnitude earthquake. Kakuzu's terrifying ninjutsu attack was fiercely suppressed by countless giant wooden hands. Standing on the wooden incarnation of Buddha, Qingtian's perspective instantly rose 100 meters. Looking down at the shocked Kakuzu below, Qingtian said softly, I was showing mercy by not blowing your head off with my first strike. To be honest, your 5 hearts are nothing more than a few slaps. You choose to stay and serve me, or you muster up the courage to fight and make up for the fight you didn't have with the first generation decades ago. As Qingtian finished speaking, countless giant hands surrounded Kakuzu. His pair of dark green pupils shrank suddenly, and facing the situation where resistance would mean certain death, Kakuzu chose to surrender with peace of mind. Kakuzu has 2 hobbies in life. One is to hunt strong men to earn commissions, and the other is to cherish life very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived in this cruel ninja world for nearly 100 years relying on the secret technique of earth reproach. It's okay to hunt strong men, but they must be strong men who can be defeated. For a monster like the first Hokage, just throw a kunao at him as a token of your respect. There is nothing wrong with joining the Akatsuki organization and serving them. He just can't defeat the leader with the Rinnegan. Crash, faced with Kakuzu who had given up resistance, Haruhiko directly lifted the spell, and the nearly 100-meter-tall wooden Buddha collapsed and disintegrated. I don't understand why a ninja of your strength thinks so highly of me. Kakuzu, who had also retracted his secret technique, had 3 large holes exposed on his chest and spoke in confusion. He had not forgotten that before the battle began, Danzo said that he was one of the 2 most valued people in Akatsuki. What I value is not your ninjutsu or strength. Qingtian took out a light piece of paper and threw it to Kakuzu in the breeze. It's you who manage the money and have the ability to make money. Qingtian spread his hands and said, after all, what I want you to do is similar to the task assigned to you by the Akatsuki organization. It's just that you have to keep all the money and give it to me instead of giving it to that spendthrift woman Zionin. Kakuzu took the IOU, his pupils shrank slightly, and then he began to follow the brotherly procedures with an expressionless face. Your life depends on other people's thoughts, so why bother about trivial unfair treaties? Kakuzu, who deals with money all year round, took the initiative to add the date and fingerprints without even Qingtian's reminder. It's easier to talk to smart people. Qingtian happily put away the IOU and said softly without raising his head, I'll put a few curses on you that you won't object, right? Are you kidding? Qingtian doesn't think of himself as the protagonist favored by heaven and earth. Just because the villain says a few words to him, he will surrender and never betray. Necessary measures cannot be missed. Kakuzu's mouth twitched, and he responded silently. I knew it wasn't that simple. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your consent. Explain one. Qingtian reached out and touched the last 2 heart masks on Kakuzu's chest. You don't have to be so tense. If I want to kill you, I won't have to use such means. First, he engraved the Flying Thunder God seal into Kakuzu's heart, and then Harano cancelled his transformation technique, revealing a younger face. Under Kakuzu's slightly frightened eyes, Qingtian expressionlessly pulled out his tongue and carved a mark to eradicate the tongue trouble. He is even trying to pretend to be Danzo, but he must learn this representative ninjutsu. Besides, this kind of spell that can prevent people under the spell from leaking secrets is also Qingtian's favorite. In the original drama, Jiraiya used his life to demonstrate the importance of ninja intelligence. No matter how powerful a ninja is, or how invincible a ninjutsu is, with thousands of people studying and simulating it, it will eventually be cracked. It's just a matter of whether the price paid is worth it. If it was just a sunny day at this moment, and the intelligence skills were fully disclosed, 7 shadow-level people plus 3 super shadows would be enough. This is because of the special nature of Flying Thunder God in freezing time and space. Without these 2 ninjutsu, even super shadow might not be needed. I have engraved the seal of time and space on the heart. You can replace the remaining 3 later. But without my permission, it is best not to remove these 2 hearts with the surgery. Kakuzu, whose heart and tongue were both marked, naturally would not dislike the arm that was also marked. Moreover, having seen Qingtian's strength, he had no intention of betraying him at this moment. After all, the shadow that Nagato left in Kakuzu's heart was far less serious than that of Haruhiko, who could use such powerful wood release. Perhaps there is also the first-generation Hokage, who also used the shadow bonus of wood release. The leader of Akatsuki is very strong. Kakuzu was sewing up his severed hand while telling the information he knew about Akatsuki. I know about the Samsara Eye. Qingtian turned back into Danzo again and said in a relaxed tone, he's just a little brat who was used by others. The corner of Kakuzu's mouth twitched, and the needle and thread in his hand almost sewed the broken arm crooked. Still a little brat, Kakuzu, who had just seen Haruto's true appearance, couldn't help but complain in his heart. Judging from your appearance, you are just a little brat. It's just that this little brat's strength is a little bit scary. Seeing that Qingtian didn't take the Akatsuki organization seriously, Kakuzu said nothing more. After a short while, the arm was sewn up, and Kakuzu stood up and asked, so what is my next task? Just stay in the organization and make money, and you can continue to do what you like. Kakuzu felt much better after hearing that. Just don't forget to make the payment on time every 2 months. After listening to this, Jiaoda felt even more upset. Thinking back to the time when the money that was still hot in my arms had just gone into this person's pocket, I felt even worse. There was no way out. The law of the jungle was the truth of the ninja world, and Kakuzu quickly adjusted his mentality. Qingtian ignored Kakuzu's changing expression and pointed at his own face. Looking at the way I look now, you should know where to contact me. If it's inconvenient for you to enter Konoha, you can also contact their clan leader Fugaku through the Uchiha clan. That's right. Qingtian slapped his forehead and added, your organization's most recent member is Uchiha Itaki. If you find it troublesome, you can ask him to transfer the money to me when it's ready. After saying that, Qingtian walked away slowly, leaving behind a final code, just tell Itaka that Monopoly ordered you to do so. Kakuzu looked at Qingtian's departing back with a complicated expression, feeling indescribable in his heart. I came here as a hunter, but ended up hiding for 2 days. Finally he found out that his prey was actually a hidden fisherman, and he was the Karami who had been jumping in the fish pond for 2 days. This kind of powerful person who can replace other people's identities is undoubtedly a high-end behind-the-scenes player. Hey, the defeat is not unfair. Kakuzu, who had almost figured out what was going on, sighed softly, shook his head, and left. He is now anxious to find someone to help donate 3 hearts. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. The Sandaime Sarutobi, who had already received the news, and his advisors Utane Koharu and Mito Kato En, sat side by side. Danzo, disguised as Sunny, sat alone opposite him. Sarutobi looked carefully at the documents in the book and the daimyo's handwritten letter, his expression changing from gloomy to bright. What tricks did you use? Sarutobi did not doubt the authenticity of the letter. After all, Asuma had already reported the situation in the daimyo's mansion. But Sarutobi, who knew who he was, naturally suspected that Danzo had used some shady tricks again. I just told the daimyo the truth, and he asked me to help the incompetent Hokage find the mastermind. Qingtian raised the corner of his mouth slightly and find back the secret inheritance that you lost. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Danzo, please be careful with your words. It was stolen by a thief, not lost intentionally by me. Qingtian sneered and responded, what's the difference between being stolen at your doorstep and being thrown away? Alright. Utane Kohara quickly interrupted the two people's anger and said softly, the daimyo has decided to reinstate Danzo. Sarutobi, don't deliberately make trouble. I did it on purpose. Sarutobi pointed at Danzo and said in a deep voice, don't you two know what kind of person he is? The daimyo wrote a letter in person blaming me for my incompetence and demanding that Danzo be reinstated. Do you really not know what kind of tactics he used? Sarutobi, you have to provide evidence when you speak. Qingtian sneered, you can go meet the daimyo and see for yourself if I used any dirty tricks. Or you can ignore the daimyo's orders and continue to keep me in the cell. Don't worry, I will fully cooperate with you. Sarutobi's cigarette holder trembled with anger, and he said in a deep voice, don't worry, even if you don't tell me, I'm going to go check it out over there too. Qingtian stood up and continued, okay, when you get there, please say hello for me. I will go back to the root base first. Those root members you dug over can be considered as my gifts to you. As for why Qingtian knew that the root was incorporated into the umbu, it was naturally because of Tenzo wearing a human face mask standing at the door. Now he should be called Yamato. After Danzo left, Sarutobi kept smacking his cigarette holder in annoyance. Okay. Maidamanen, who couldn't bear to watch, persuaded Danzo actually managed to ask the daimyo to personally come down. There's nothing we can do about it. If that doesn't work, show the letter written by the daimyo to the clan leaders. They will naturally understand your difficulties. Sarutobi shook his head helplessly. It is better to keep the matter of the lost inheritance secret for the time being. I will try to explain it to the family. As he spoke, Sarutobi's eyes narrowed, but I still need to go check on the daimyo, at least to make sure that the lord is not under some kind of sealing technique, or threatened by Danzo. Also, according to Asuma's intelligence, the mysterious man who killed Danzo in Daimyo Prefecture should be the thief who stole the village's inheritance. After all, the current ninja world will use would release ninja. There are only a few who know the art. Maidamanen raised his glasses and continued to analyze, so the operation to capture this person does indeed require Danzo's help. At least Danzo should know a lot of information about this person. Why? Sarutobi sighed heavily and said with a slightly tired look, ever since the human experiment was exposed, the village has never been peaceful. Sarutobi, after expressing his deep emotion, opened the door surrounded by smoke. Now he was also busy removing the information about Danzo's betrayal and explaining to the clan leaders why Danzo had returned to the village to resume his post. As for the root ninja that he had pried away, there was no way Sarutobi could put it back. Wanted Danzo, break up the root and send them to the umbu. Sarutobi, who had made up his mind to turn against his old friend, had to cooperate again with his old friend who was reborn from the ashes. Who among the family members understands this change in mentality? It was a sunny day when I returned to the root base for the second time, and my mood was slightly different. The first time he was an intruder, the second time he took over and became the master. Danzo, dressed in a white robe, was walking alone on the streets of Konoha. The ninjas who recognized his identity were all shocked. Although I heard from the clan leader yesterday that Danzo's status as a traitor was revoked, but the person representing the darkness of Konoha actually appeared in the sun openly, and there was no root ninja accompanying him. I've never seen this before. The umbu in charge of surveillance quickly passed the news to Sarutobi. Danzo entered the Uchiha compound alone. Sarutobi frowned, he really couldn't understand the purpose of Danzo's trip. The Fugaku family. It was the room where the two had their secret meeting. It's just that my identity is very different now. Fugaku is no longer the head of the Uchiha clan, but has become a puppet in public. Qingtian is no longer the unknown person in the clan, but is now second only to the most powerful person in the entire Konoha. Fugaku boy, my guard team is relying on you. Qingtian squinted his eyes and sipped his hot tea, making arrangements in a connoisseur-like manner. Fugaku glanced at the pretentious Qingtian speechlessly. The reconstruction of the root is all Uchiha ninjas. Will it cause trouble for the third generation? Looking for trouble. Qingtian imitated Danzo's sinister smile. Although he is the Hokage, the formation of the root is my decision. He didn't dare to be too forceful when Danzo was in power, let alone now that I'm the boss of the route. Fugaku shrugged and said in a relaxed tone, since you have decided, then let it be. Having seen this kid's strength and methods, Fugaku had nothing to worry about. The enormous pressure that was on his shoulders in the past was undoubtedly relieved a lot through this kid's repeated planning. Moment, Shisui, dressed in a black combat uniform, with a root mask on and a short sword on his back, walked into the room. Qingtian took a quick look and said with satisfaction, this kid is qualified to be my personal bodyguard, he is qualified to be my personal bodyguard. Fugaku was speechless, and glanced at Shisui apologetically. For the time being, you can only move around the village in this way, that your true identity cannot be made public for the time being. The patriarch doesn't need to worry about it. I am already very satisfied to be able to walk openly on the streets of Konoha. Shisui touched the mask and said solemnly, it doesn't matter if I wear the mask all the time. The exposure of the true identity will undoubtedly cause greater vigilance among the top leaders. The reason why the Uchiha clan is safe and sound now is simply because the clan suffered serious damage in Itaka's action, and the village has the confidence to suppress the Uchiha clan despite the loss of manpower. The top leaders are just worried that the internal friction will become serious and attract the attention of other countries. In addition, the clan members who were wiped out by Itaki were all people who supported the rebellion against Konoha, and Sarutobi knew this very well. Therefore, Uchiha is now in an awkward situation where he is feared by the village but also needed by the village. The exposure of Shisui's identity will undoubtedly become the fuse that triggers changes. After all, if he has no rebellious heart, why should he hide the information that Shisui is alive? What's more, how could the top leaders not be afraid of Shisui's eyes that could subtly change other people's wills? Shisui knew in his heart that now was not the time to be exposed. Pretentious. Qingtian put down his teacup and looked at Fugaku unhappily. Have you seen enough umbu wearing masks on the streets? Fugaku smiled awkwardly and drank the tea. Then Qingtian looked at Shisui and waved his hand. Work hard under me, I won't treat you badly. Shisui nodded vigorously, patted his chest and assured, don't worry, my dear friend. Just don't make me go out and dress up as a middle school boy to rob people. You can even assign me to clean toilets at the route. Why call me best friend? From now on you have to call me boss. How could Qingtian want to give up the huge amount of money outside the village? But Zishui had almost cleared the surrounding area during this period of time. As for leeks, you can't cut all the roots at once, you have to leave some time for them to rest and grow. It would be a good idea to keep Shisui by your side during this period to strengthen his strength. When he has recovered, you can let him go back to cutting under a different identity. Now Kakuzu is in charge of the running water outside the village. Generally speaking, although the speed of making money will slow down, the advantage is that it can be sustained over the long term. Don't reveal my true identity. Qingtian reminded Fugaku, tell those little guys clearly that they must follow orders when they come to the route. You are still a little guy, don't you see how big this monster is? Fugaku thought for a moment and said, the hawks have been killed. Now the only ones left in the tribe are those who hope to live in peace with the village. I'll warn them. After finishing the business, Qingtian stood up and reminded again, there is also the business of the shop, you have to pay attention to me too. I heard Mikato talk about this when I came back earlier, although I felt that selling ninjutsu scrolls publicly was inappropriate. But considering how greedy this kid was, Fugaku just thought about it and didn't try to persuade him. He just nodded and said, I understand. Konoha Commercial Street. It is an ordinary snack bar with the 4 eye-catching characters Ichiro Rain written on the curtain above. Qingtian swaggered into the store with Zishui, and the boss greeted them with a warm look on his face. What do you two need to eat? Give me 2 bowls of your signature dish. As a delicacy that runs through the entire Naruto plot, Qingtian is still a little curious. Okay, 2 bowls of miso ramen. Please wait a moment. He said this with his eyes narrowed, then turned and went into the kitchen. Although he knew Danzo's identity, as many notices were posted in the village some time ago, he was just a civilian and could not clearly see what Danzo looked like. I have also seen many ninjas who eat wearing masks. Therefore, Qingtian and Shisui were just treated as ordinary customers by the boss. 10 minutes later, Qingtian patted his stomach in satisfaction, looked up and praised, it tastes really good, I will come again in the future. On the side Shisui nodded in agreement and covered the corner of the mask that was lifted at his lips. The boss smiled and said, as long as you like it, I look forward to your next visit. After saying that, he rubbed his hands and stared straight at the sunny sky. Qingtian understood immediately, picked up the wooden chopsticks from the empty bowl, and threw them behind him without looking back. Come out. As soon as Qingtian finished speaking, a ninja dressed as an umbu walked into the store holding wooden chopsticks. Shouta stared at the old man, who had a satisfied look on his face just now. In amazement, he suddenly became extremely cold, and a dangerous aura surrounded him. Clear Sky stood up and squinted at the umbu that walked in to tell Sarutobi to go to the daimyo if there are any problems. I'm not some criminal. You can either not do this little trick of secretly monitoring me, or do it in a covered way so as not to spoil my enjoyment of the delicious food. The umbu who was being reprimanded did not respond but secretly tensed his body and remained on guard at all times. Fugaku personally led 20 young and strong men from the family at the middle and upper ninja level and entered the root base. Qingtian was sitting at the top, looking at everyone below and nodded with satisfaction. Even the black-hearted businessmen who collect debts in the underworld have hired a lot of thugs. Qingtian, who claims to be the most sinister person in the ninja world, can't do everything by himself. The more followers you have, the faster you make money. The richest man in the ninja world start by impersonating Danzo. At this moment, Qingtian took another big step towards his ideal. Early the next morning, Qingtian received a message from the Umbu, asking him to go to the Hokage's office building. Sunny, who got up early, yawned and complained to Shisui unhappily, "This Hokage is like a rabbit, he gets scared by the slightest movement. After all, Patriarch Fugaku's actions last night were so obvious, it's normal for the Hokage to question you." Shisui on the side analyzed calmly. "Who are you helping?" Qingtian rolled his eyes. "You are such an ungrateful person. How could that be?" Shisui explained anxiously, "I'm definitely on the side of the boss. I'm just analyzing the situation." Alright. Qingtian waved his hand, "Let's deal with this old guy first. I become the second in command, but I can't even get enough sleep. The system is really exhausting." Sunny complained as she walked along. "Tell me, what's going on this time?" Qingtian sat on the chair and asked expressionlessly. Sarutobi stared at Danzo and said solemnly, "Why didn't you discuss with me in advance about summoning the Uchiha clan into the root?" "Discuss?" Qingtian smiled grimly. "You summoned Tenzu into the Umbu and recruited all the former root ninjas. Why didn't you discuss this with me?" Sarutobi did not answer, as if he felt guilty, but he still said coldly, "You can reorganize the root, but Uchiha can't." "I think you might have made a mistake, Sarutobi." Qingtian narrowed his eyes slightly and responded in a cold voice, "Although you are the Hokage, the formation of the root can be decided by me. Let alone the fact that this is a right granted to me by the daimyo. The Uchiha clan themselves have no objection, so why do you object? Or does the daimyo's orders mean nothing to you?" "Danzo," Sarutobi said angrily, "Daimyo, you know best what methods you used. And weren't you the one who was most opposed to the Uchiha getting in touch with high-level power?" After receiving the news last night, Sarutobi was angry but more confused. How could Danzo, who has always targeted the Uchiha, get involved with Fugaku? If there were only 1 or 2 Uchiha serving in the root like before, Sarutobi would not have reacted like this. As a result, all the root's executive ninjas are now Uchiha. So is it Danzo who is in charge of the root, or is it Uchiha who is in charge of the root? If Fugaku had any other intentions, it would be unknown whether Danzo could command his subordinates to take action. Sarutobi couldn't afford the consequences of being backstabbed. "Why Uchiha?" Clear Sky looked at the angry Sarutobi and sneered, "Does this old man have any other choice? Or are you willing to return the people who were previously assigned to the Umbu to me, Sarutobi? Or do you agree that I can go to each family to build the root's manpower?" Sarutobi frowned deeply when he heard this. Only then did he promise those root ninjas that they could stay in the Umbu and enjoy their days under the sun. Sarutobi couldn't slap himself in the face after just a few days. But it is even more impossible for the blood-stained family ninja to allow Danzo to choose people from here. Anyway, Uchiha can't. Sarutobi looked determined, neither offering a solution nor agreeing to Danzo's request. "You're not still thinking of asking me to cheat those children in the orphanage and those civilian ninjas who just graduated from the ninja school, are you?" Seeing no words, Sarutobi seemed to agree. Qingtian sneered, "Haha, you are the only one who is so hypocritical. Either you let me go to the family to select someone, or you don't care who I use to reorganize the roots." Qingtian slammed the table and stood up. "There is no room for negotiation on this matter. If you have any objections, you can go find the daimyo to remove me." After Qingtian finished speaking, he turned around and left without mercy. Qingtian did not mention the previous root ninjas, that he now looked down on those ugly guys as well. Sarutobi was furious and glared at Danzo's back, but he was speechless. Even as the Hokage, he couldn't openly resist the daimyo's orders. Secretly arresting those of Danzo's men was the limit of what Sarutobi could do. Although he couldn't hear the conversation inside the room, he could still hear the occasional slapping of the table, which was heard by Shisui, who was standing outside the door, and Kakashi, who was wearing an Umbu mask. Kakashi glanced at Shisui, who was standing beside him, and tried to identify his identity based on his figure, but he was confused for a long time. Kakashi knew last night that Danzo was reorganizing the root and recruiting Uchiha, but Kakashi didn't know many people in the Uchiha clan. But this person gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity, which was what made Kakashi strange. Click. Qingtian pushed open the door, glanced at Kakashi, who was guarding the side, and strode away with a cold face. Shisui hurriedly followed, and when they were far away, he whispered in Qingtian's ear, "Kakashi seems to have noticed me. You kept looking at me out of the corner of your eyes from outside the door." Hearing this, Qingtian was not panicked at all, and his steps were always relaxed. "So what if they found out? As long as I don't admit it and you haven't revealed your true face, who dares to say that you are Uchiha Shisui?" Qingtian said in a disdainful tone, although my current identity is Danzo, I am not just Danzo. Shisui nodded and stepped back. These words were a bit confusing and Shisui could hardly understand them. Regulation to play within the game, close friends only need to use Danzo's identity. But beyond development, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, these friends with messy identities can also be used with masks. Disguising himself as White Fang Hatake, killing people to silence them, and causing chaos in Konoha, this kind of shady method, his best friend might be even more clever than Danzo. If Kakashi spoke without any evidence, he might end up doubting his own life. The main reason why I was able to figure this out so quickly was because I had been disguised as Uchiha Madara and causing trouble outside under the arrangement of my best friend. Root, Secret Room. Fugaku led his men to rebuild last night, and in just one night, the base has changed drastically. Not only had the underground terrain been transformed into a much more complicated one by the Earth-style ninjutsu, Qingtian had also placed seals, sensors, and various flying thunder god marks in various passages. Browsing the dazzling array of merchandise, Sunny Day drooled. Mad. The money comes really quickly. After counting the results of Shisui's work during this period and Fugaku's short absence, Qingtian couldn't stop sighing. If it weren't for the purpose of maintaining the sustainable development of leaks, Qingtian would really like to let Shisui and Fugaku fight for it 3 times a day. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to the days of making money quickly for the time being. After pondering for a while, Qingtian finally made a decision, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The balance in the mall dropped like running water. It's finally time to reap the rewards. Qingtian closed his eyes tightly, raised the corners of his mouth, and enjoyed the feeling of his body being strengthened. The extremely happy look on his face was as if he had reached orgasm. Just 2 minutes. When Qingtian opened his eyes again, the kaleidoscope patterns in his eyes were more complicated, and the scarlet light was even brighter than before. And Qingtian's vision at this time is much clearer than before. Is this the eternal kaleidoscope? Qingtian felt the more turbulent power in his eyes at this moment, and was secretly delighted. These 300 million are worth it. The upgrade of the eyes not only makes the vision clearer, but also increases the power of Susanoo and changes its form. There is also an absolute killer move. The freezing of time and space has been improved by a full 2 seconds. In a duel between masters, life and death is a matter of a split second, often just a few tenths of a second, which is the difference between life and death. With an improvement of 2 seconds, it is no exaggeration to say that the sound quality has improved. What made Qingtian even happier was that the 3 seconds of true manliness in the skill description was finally changed. Although it only increased from 3 seconds to 5 seconds, the increase is not much, but it's an improvement anyway. The cross-legged body slowly floated up from the wooden bed, and a silver-white light condensed at Qingtian's fingertips. Qingtian looked at the white light on his fingertips with interest, and after a moment he pointed to the thick rock wall of the secret room. There was no deafening explosion, nor any overwhelming momentum. The rock wall illuminated by the white light was like foam that melted in water. It disappeared in the blink of an eye and was broken down into countless tiny particles that were invisible to the naked eye. Is this the power of blood elimination? Qingtian showed surprise on his face. 500 million to upgrade the bloodline, it seems to be quite profitable. In the anime, the old Tsuchikids used this dust release move to destroy the Susanoo of Madara's 25 would release clones resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. Qingtian has been coveting this powerful attack that can destroy anything for a long time. Invincible defensive eye technique, time and space domain. Destroy everything with the dust escape and the blood elimination. The comprehensive development that can attack and defend is undoubtedly a step forward. After a little experimentation, Qingtian opened his personal panel for the first time in a long time. Character name Uchiha Haruto. Faction Konoha. Changeable. Chakra attributes fire, thunder, wind, fire, water, yin, yang. Ninjutsu reserve. Blood limit, blood elimination, instant body technique, transformation technique, multiple shadow clones, flying thunder god. Comprehensive combat strength. Super shadow. Upper. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Left. Has been bound to be upgraded to Samsara Eye. Ability introduction. Perfect imitation. Imitation ability far exceeds the dynamic vision of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Any ninjutsu can be perfectly reproduced by just looking at the bloodstains. Introduction. If you dare, don't use it. If you do, I'll steal it. The quietly rising ninjutsu thief in the ninja world. Supplement. Except for the bloodstain net. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, right, has been bound to be upgraded to Samsara Eye. Ability description. Absolute domain. The spacetime within a 5-meter radius of the main body is frozen, except for you. All enemies in the domain will be lambs to be slaughtered. The maximum duration is 5 seconds. Introduction. The legend of being a real man for 3 seconds is a thing of the past, and the legend of being a real man for 5 seconds will eventually resound. Intermediate Atsutsuki bloodline, bound, to be upgraded. Introduction. The pure blood power of the Atsutsuki clan, intermediate, can improve the talent of ninjutsu and possess 7 chakra attributes. It has the ability to exert any blood limit and blood elimination. Supplement. Swallowing the planet, a terrifying clan that transcends death. the ninja world is just the starting point to dominate the starry sky. Come on, young man. After reading it, Qingtian nodded with satisfaction. He has already reached the level of Super Shadow now. Once he is familiar with his current skyrocketing strength and develops a few blood eliminations on his own, it won't take too long for him to reach the peak of Super Shadow. The subsequent upgrade of the Itsutsuki's advanced bloodline is a bit expensive, requiring a full 1.5 billion. Primary blood has all chakra attributes, and intermediate blood can control all blood limits and eliminate blood. High-level bloodlines can directly perform the blood net, representative ninjutsu, infinite moon reading. I envy you, but I can't afford it. Not only the bloodline, but also the Samsara eye is a little expensive, 600 million for both eyes. This is the premise that it has been upgraded to the eternal kaleidoscope. If you only have an ordinary eye and want to upgrade it to the Rinnegan at once, it would cost 1 billion. It costs tens of millions more than the step-by-step evolutionary path of sunny days. Seeing that the mall balance was just a little more than the small goal, Qingtian felt a little conflicted. In the end, it is kept as a reserve fund to deal with some unexpected events that may occur. It's better to spend it all at once and get the two tails out to work in the factory together with Shikaku. Think for a moment. Qingtian finally rationally saved the remaining balance. A training room that can improve practical experience is an indispensable expense nowadays, and the cost is not small. As for the amount of chakala, it is still sufficient before we develop some special bloodstains that consume more energy. After all, which boss would be dissatisfied with an employee as diligent as Yaiwei who voluntarily works overtime 24 hours a day? Even if a two-tailed beast is added, the improvement to Qingtian's strength will be pitifully small. After figuring it out, Qingtian went out to say hello to Shisui and told him that he needed to retreat. A few days. By the way, he told Shisui to train his strength at the base for the next few days and try not to go out. After all, while people are still here, even if something happens, Qingtian has the strength and confidence to solve it. But if something happened while Shisui was away while he was in seclusion, that would be an extra expense. This is not like the previous time when he went out on missions, where he could disguise his identity and escape at any time without being targeted. The old man Saratobi was very angry today, and Shisui was also looked at with strange eyes by Kakashi. After all, Shisui had also been on missions with Kakashi in both the Umbu and the Route. If any clues were discovered and reported to Saratobi, it would be troublesome if Shisui was kidnapped when he went out. After 2 days of hard training in the training room and a whole day of sleep, Qingtian walked out of the secret room yawning. With a slight perception, Qingtian slowly walked towards another large training ground. The huge skeleton body, with faint traces of flesh and blood on the face and fists. The giant's upper body was covered in a thick armor wrapped in dark green shakura. With a slight wave of his hand, the training ground was filled with rubble and dust. The terrifying power is fully displayed. Papa, Qingtian clapped his hands and approached slowly, as expected of a talented ninja. In such a short time, Susanoo has evolved into its third stage form. According to Qingtian's understanding, the Susanoo opened by the Mangekyo is divided into 5 stages. Stage 1, only a partial skeleton form, without a complete body outline. Stage 2, the upper body can be fully revealed in the form of a skeleton. This is the appearance when Itachi fought the Great Elder. Stage 3, the upper body is covered in flesh and blood, with armor attached. This is Shisui's current stage, but he can only be considered a beginner, and the flesh and blood of the giant's upper body has not yet been fully transformed. Stage 4, the giant has a healthy body, can walk upright and move more flexibly and quickly. Stage 5, based on the complete form, with the change in the nature of Shakura, it is stable and can also use the weapons transformed from Shakura to perform close and long-range attack forms. Of course, it doesn't mean that mastering the third stage Susanoo's Mangekyo will definitely be stronger than the second stage one. It all depends on the fighting style, the user's chakra supply, and the stability and nature of the change. Just like the sunny day now, even if only the first stage of Susanoo is activated, he can defeat the third stage of Shisui in minutes. Faced with this statement from his best friend, Shisui couldn't feel happy at all. Although we are of similar age, his abilities are far superior to mine. Now when people praise me for being good, I always feel like it's a mockery. What Shisui didn't know was that Qingtian's talent in ninjutsu at the beginning might not be as strong as that of the alcoholic Mr. Kun in the recuperation area. Now it's so perverted. It has nothing to do with talent, it's just cheating. Shisui silently put away his Susanoo, took 2 deep breaths, looked at Qingtian and reminded him, "Did you forget your disguise?" Qingtian shrugged, "I can sense the situation throughout the base. There's no need to pretend to be dead all the time." BT, the range of perception ninjutsu is so wide that Shisui, who has to wear a mask all the time, is somewhat envious. By the way, Patriarch Fugaku has come to see you several times in the past 3 days. Qingtian raised an eyebrow and asked about opening a store. For ordinary matters, Fugaku can make the decision on his own and there is no need for him to report. It seems that this is the only thing that has made Fugaku difficult to make a decision about recently. After all, it was an innovation that broke the long-standing system, so it was normal to be interviewed or even warned by Sarutobi. Shisui nodded. The clan leader said that he wants you to return to the clan after the quarantine. OJBK, you stay and train hard. I'll go see what the old guy has to say next. Qingtian didn't have any disguise and just used Flying Thunder God and disappeared on the spot. Shisui shook his head blankly, and then started his crazy training again. Susanna rose again, not caring about the consumption of pupil power and the weakening of vision. Shisui thought to himself, I can't let my best friend fall too far behind, I have to at least be able to keep up with him. Fugaku's house, secret room. In addition to Fugaku, Mikato, who had just served the hot tea, also stayed. The reason why Fugaku left his wife behind was simple. That boy was more considerate of Mikato's words and didn't say them so harshly. After all, Fugaku suffered some losses in this head-on confrontation with the third generation. Knowing Haruda's love of money, Fugaku left his wife behind to block the knife. Qingtian sipped his hot tea and looked at Fugaku strangely. What's going on? Showing affection while talking. Fugaku cleared his throat and said, all 3 ninjutsu shops are open. Report good news rather than bad news, and it is better to say good things first. But it was forcibly shut down by the Umbu just minutes after opening, and Sarutobi immediately made an appointment to meet with me. Seeing that there seemed to be a black gas floating over Qingtian's head, Fugaku immediately quickened his speech and said, but after I argued and protested against the old guy for 10 minutes, I finally managed to revive the store. Seeing Qingtian's complexion recover, Fugaku took 2 deep breaths and took a big gulp of hot tea. Qingtian looked calm and said calmly, what happens next? It is obvious that something has gone wrong with this behavior, and all the nice things he is saying now are just laying the groundwork for what will happen later. It's really nothing. Why did you come to me several times in 3 days? When it comes to money, Sunny's mind is clearer than ever. After his acting skills came into play, and Fugaku slammed the table and stood up. The hatred in his eyes was real. The damn old guy. He doesn't have even a little courage that a Hokage should have. You don't even have the courage to break the old corrupt system. You are unworthy of being a village. Fugaku shook his head and said with determination, if I hadn't said it at the time, I would have led my family to go to war with the village if they didn't allow me to open the store. The old guy didn't have the guts to make a big deal out of it, so he finally compromised. Although Fugaku's statement was a bit exaggerated, Mikado reminded him of Haruda's behavior when she pretended to be him to attend a meeting last time. Fugaku also maintained his attitude, and after several meetings with Sarutobi, he was indeed much tougher than before. It's just that the war has really passed. Fugaku's original words were that if he was not allowed to open the store, the entire family would have to move away from the village, which was the same excuse that Haruda used to threaten Sarutobi during the meeting. Watching Fugaku's actor-level performance, Qingtian's eyes were calm, and he just uttered 2 words coldly, result. Result. Fugaku's voice seemed to be turned down by a remote control. In the end, Sarutobi, each take a step back. He gave us permission to open a shop in Konoha, but we are not allowed to sell scrolls above A rank publicly. Even the A-grade ones can't be sold. Qingtian asked with a cold face. Fugaku lowered his head and hummed in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Qingtian took a long breath and whispered 4 words, time and space are frozen. Click, the horror on Fugaku's face and the confusion on Mikato's face were like frozen in a photograph. Qingtian grabbed Fugaku by the collar and activated the light and heavy rock technique instantly. Fugaku's body flew horizontally to the edge of the field, and his head just floated out of the coverage area. Although Qingtian really wanted to scold him directly, the 5 seconds of the field's expansion were centered on him. No matter whether Qingtian carries Fugaku forward or backward, Fugaku will always be in a time-stop state. When Fugaku heard the boy say the word time and space, he realized that something was wrong. When Fugaku came to his senses, he found himself suspended in mid-air in a strange posture. It looks like a horizontal R symbol, with the lower limbs and waist stretched like a straight line, and only the head protruding a little. Even more terrifying is, Mikato looked at Haruto's cold expression and was struggling over whether to speak up and try to persuade him. There was a sudden pause. Mikato looked at Qingtian, whose complexion had improved a lot, and felt a little awkward. The change between the previous second and the next was too obvious, whether it was the facial expression, position, or breath. Mikato, who was feeling strange, glanced back at her husband and was even more surprised. Just now I was just being cautious like a thief. How come he seemed to be wandering around in the next second, looking like he was being played to pieces? I always feel like my time seems to be out of place for a few seconds. Did something happen before? Mikato asked, looking at Qingtian with some confusion. Nothing, Sister Mikato. I was just experimenting with the space-time ninjutsu I just mastered. When facing Mikato, Qingtian's temper improved a lot. Although I guessed Fugaku's intention to keep Mikato, this old guy underestimated me. Not to mention Mikato, even if Kagaya Atsutsuki was moved here, I want to curse, she may not be able to stop me. What a powerful space-time ninjutsu. Mikato's beautiful eyes lit up and she praised Qingtian. After saying that, Mikato quickly thought of her husband again and asked worriedly, what happened to Fugaku? It's okay. Qingtian waved his hand, it's just a little bit of ninjutsu sequelae, it will be gone in a few seconds. After hearing this, Mikato breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't broken, it was good. Seeing that her husband hadn't come back to his senses, Mikato helped analyze the situation. Since the village won't let you sell it, you can ask Itaki for help. By the way, don't you have a deal with Orochimaru? Mikato already knew Haruto's true identity, and Fugaku would sometimes discuss some secrets with her directly. Qingtian nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. I didn't want to find him so soon, but the speed of making money can't be slowed down like this. Yes, you can subdue Orochimaru and arrange for him to sell outside the village. Anyway, that guy does things without any taboos, which is quite similar to you. Fugaku, who finally came back to his senses, hurriedly helped Qingtian think of a way to make money. I was really dumbfounded by the scolding in those 5 seconds just now. I have never been scolded so harshly in my life. Qingtian glanced at Fugaku, who was anxious to make a contribution, and stopped blaming him. That guy is a sinister and vicious snake. Not so easy to be manipulated. Qingtian took a sip of hot tea and continued, if we just use force to suppress him, that guy won't really compromise. It will just follow you around and wait for an opportunity to bite you hard. It's like even though he joined Akatsuki, he still didn't take action against Itaki, his fellow organization member, when the time came. And Orochimaru is not afraid of the threat of death. Although that guy is not very strong, his ability to save his life is really first class in the ninja world. You should know that in the original work, even though Orochimaru's physical body was killed once by Suzuki and sealed once by Itaki with the Tenfist sword, he was finally reborn with the help of the curse seal. God only knows how many bodies have been cursed by that guy. There are so many things that have appeared in the original work, not to mention those that have not appeared. Qingtian also had the idea of subduing Orochimaru in one go like Kakuza did, but to be honest, he couldn't do anything to the snake. He really doesn't care about much. Qingtian even thought of letting Shisui use Koto Amatsukami once, but there was no way to be sure whether Orochimaru would be able to break this so-called strongest illusion after one reincarnation. Orochimaru's reincarnation technique will undoubtedly split off part of the mind or soul fragments. This is the reason why Orochimaru is mentally weak and can be killed instantly by Itaka's illusion, but it is also a means of restraining Koto Amatsukami's subtle control. After all, your soul is damaged, so the means of controlling your soul are also indirectly destroyed. It's okay to use the research products produced in the mall to whet his appetite and ask him to help with scientific research, but it is not easy to get him to work hard for you. Besides, Haruto's original purpose for Orochimaru was to develop new ninjutsu, not to let him wander around the ninja world like a reckless man and rob people. You'll pass up the chance to become brothers with Orochimaru. Fugaku looked at Qingtian with some suspicion. Would this guy not let him write a note to the person he was targeting? Qingtian waved his hand. Brother will still do it, but the time has not come yet. Fugaku nodded. That's right. I almost thought my brain was broken because of the scolding. Let him run into obstacles outside for the next 2 years, receive some education in Akatsuki, and finally let his teacher give him one last lesson. Then it will be the perfect time to be brothers. Teacher's last lesson? Fugaku asked in confusion. Isn't Sarutobi the teacher of Orochimaru? Thinking of this, Fugaku's eyes lit up. Have you seen the future again? Qingtian nodded. That old guy Sarutobi won't live for many years, so let's just give in now. The traditional virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young should still be observed to some extent. When Mikado heard this, she couldn't help but shift her gaze guiltily and looked around. As for Orochimaru, Qingtian smiled grimly. Use brotherhood as a bond, and the name of money as a chain. This is a stronger relationship than the so-called suppression by force. Looking at Qingtian, who was so confident, Fugaku couldn't help but pray a few words for Orochimaru. If you are targeted by this thing, you won't be able to escape. Back to business, Qingtian said seriously. If I didn't need a peaceful environment to generate income, I would have found a way to kill that old guy Sarutobi long ago. Killing the top leaders and massacring Konoha was an immature idea that Qingtian had half a year ago. But this is just like cutting leeks. The reign of terror only makes a small profit. Konoha, where people are in panic, is not a good place to grow leeks. Steady and steady wins the race. Although A-level and above the scrolls were not allowed to be sold, but the majority of people in Konoha were civilians, and most of them needed various ninjutsu below A-level. Although the income has been cut, these 3 stores will definitely become Konoha's money-making beasts. Besides, Konoha was in chaos and the eyes of the ninja world were all on him, so it was not convenient for Qingtian to hide. After all, he is not alone now that he has a big family and several brother puppets. Anyway, the old guy won't live long. At the end of the day, Qingtian still likes Tsunadeheim as Hokage. Not to mention that in the original novel, Tsunade is the next Hokage. Even if she is not, Qingtian must make her the next Hokage. It's not that I like her broad mind, but her gambling addiction. The famous big fat sheep in the ninja world becomes the Hokage. This is what Qingtian hopes to see. I can also help with official business and hand over all my income. It's just wonderful. After understanding the situation, Qingtian finished his tea and quickly returned to the routes. The training ground was full of potholes, but there was no sign of Shisui. Qingtian slumped in his chairboard, listening to Sarutobi's endless complaints across from him. I did agree to it. Picking his ears, Qingtian said softly, they are just a few stores selling ninjutsu, what's the big deal, Danzo? Sarutobi slammed the table, do you know what you are talking about? Is that just a simple ninjutsu sales? This behavior of the Uchiha is undoubtedly damaging the unity of the village, it weakens the prestige of the top leaders. High-level prestige. Qingtian sneered, why don't you just say it directly that it will affect your authority as Hokage? Are you afraid that civilian ninjas will not be as loyal as before? Why bother involving the higher UPS? Sarutobi became even angrier when he heard this, staring at Danzo and saying in a deep voice, I don't care what you are planning, no matter what other plans you have behind this, but Uchiha cannot hold real power, this is the bottom line. Although Sarutobi felt that Danzo had changed a little bit from before, it might just be because he had been wanted and the root ninjas were recruited. So I feel resentful towards myself, don't cooperate, and occasionally say mean things. There was no overly doubtful question about Danzo's identity. As for being too close to the Uchiha, after thinking about it, Sarutobi just thought that he had his own calculations and schemes to deceive others. Qingtian shrugged and didn't refute. To be honest, Qingtian is a bit fed up with these noisy and meaningless conversations every day. Seeing that Danzo didn't say anything, Sarutobi took it as his agreement. Lighting up the pipe in his mouth, Sarutobi continued, Orochimaru and Itaka's defection, all three ninjas left the village, and other villages are already preparing to take action. Sarutobi did not point it out, but this matter was closely related to Danzo's previous defection. Did the spies you planted in other villages send back any confidential information, intelligence? I don't even know who the spy Danzo has planted is, so how can I get intelligence for you? Although Qingtian couldn't answer, he still acted arrogantly. With his one eye narrowed, Tsunade taunted Sarutobi and said, haven't you instigated all of my men to rebel? The contact person who delivered the message is gone, how can we get the information? Sarutobi frowned, not paying attention to Danzo's tone. Taking a puff of his cigarette, Sarutobi said in a deep voice, this concerns the peace of the village that we cannot be careless at all. Those are the ninjas responsible for receiving intelligence that I can transfer them back to the root temporarily. Don't bother. Qingtian said calmly, it is better to leave those garbage to your umbud, I don't have the habit of going back to my old friends. Seeing that Sarutobi was about to speak, Qingtian said directly, this time, I will go to meet him personally. After saying that, Qingtian stood up and said sarcastically, this is also a good opportunity for you to confirm the status of the daimyo. You haven't been going yet, aren't you worried that I might do something behind your back? At this time, Qingtian didn't understand whether this was just a coincidence or whether the old fox Sarutobi did it on purpose. But what is certain is that Sarutobi wishes to take a trip out of the village himself. And Qingtian was also planning to go out openly. So regardless of whether this was Sarutobi's plan or not, Qingtian took it. Sarutobi looked coldly at Danzo's departing back, smacking his cigarette holder continuously, his expression complicated and conflicted. With today's meeting, Sarutobi's goal was achieved. Those root ninjas had the mark of tongue eradication engraved on their tongues. Sarutobi couldn't ask them actively, so he could only let Danzo pick them out. If Danzo is unwilling to go out, he can ask back the ninjas who are in charge of the secret lines outside the village, and Sarutobi can also get the list of people who are asked to be brought back from the umbu. Afterwards, these people will be arranged back to the umbu, and Sarutobi will also be able to receive spy intelligence outside the village. It also indirectly increased the external intelligence capabilities of the Hokage faction and weakened the influence of Danzo. If Danzo is unwilling and takes the initiative to leave the village, it can be considered that his goal has been achieved. After all, the daimyo's condition needs to be confirmed, and the side hall that was attacked by a mysterious man also needs to be analyzed by specialized umbu personnel. The reason why Sarutobi never asked Danzo about the mysterious man was because he was worried about the unclear relationship between Danzo and that man. Danzo and Orochimaru's previous research included wood release and the cells of the first Hokage. Yamato, who is now an umbu member, is an example of a successful experiment. What is the relationship between Danzo and the other mysterious powerful man who can control wood release? He seemed to target Danzo repeatedly, but deliberately let him go in the daimyo's residence. After reading the information Asuma passed on, Sarutobi thought for a long time. It takes 3 top-level Jonin and 1 cage-level ninja to deploy the full version of the 4 Red Yang formation. After preliminary examination of the 2 root corpses, there were no signs of fierce fighting, and it looked more like they had been killed instantly. And how did Danzo get out of that situation alone? Even after returning to the village, there was no sign that Danzo had been seriously injured. Sarutobi thought that all this was wrong and that Danzo had made some special deal with the mysterious man at that time and was let off. As for the possibility that his identity had been replaced by someone else or that Danzo was dead, Sarutobi had not considered it yet. I don't know if I don't want to believe the sudden death of my old friend. Or maybe he trusted Danzo too much in his ability to escape and save his life. Root base. Qingtian immediately arranged his men to tell Fugaku about his going out. Shisui, who was packing up his equipment, asked in confusion, "Are we just the two of us going?" Among the tribesmen brought by Fugaku, there are still a few senior ninjas. Need not. Qingtian waved his hand with the flying thunder magic. If there is any special situation in the village, I can rush back as soon as possible. Although Fugaku brought some good subordinates, it would not be a good idea to let them know my information at this stage. Bringing them will have a negative impact on it affects our mobility. Shisui nodded in understanding, then asked, "Do we really need to go to other villages to gather intelligence? Collect some chicken feathers." Qingtian took big steps and said casually, "Can I still follow the old man's orders? I'll just tell him a few secrets when I come back." The hidden mist village must be quite lively during this time. Shisui quickly put the short sword on his back and strode to catch up with his best friend. Shisui had a somewhat bad feeling about going out this time. An isolated island surrounded by sea water on all sides. The territory is covered with thick fog all year round, coupled with a variety of mountainous terrain. The hidden mist village is the most difficult village to obtain information from and to place spies in among all the ninja villages. In the Mizu Cage building, several medical ninjas surrounded a child with serious expressions. The turquoise medical shakera was rushing into the child's body madly regardless of the loss. She is about 1.4 meters tall, with a standard baby face and the lower eyelid of her left eye extending all the way to the suture line of her chin. This person is none other than the fourth Mizu Cage, Karatachi Yagura. His condition was very bad at the moment, with extensive burns all over his body, and he was in a coma. What on earth just happened? The old and frail-looking Yuanshi leaned on a wooden cane and tapped the ground angrily. The Kirigakure ninja beside him quickly knelt on one knee and reported, "When I heard the noise and rushed over, the Mizukage-sama was already in this state. The accompanying guards are also dead. Where are the enemies?" Upon hearing this, Master Yuan became even angrier. The kneeling ninja carefully glanced at the marshal's expression and said hesitantly, "In addition to our people, there is another body at the scene. It's the traitorous ninja Baiwa Juzo." Juzo. When Master Yuan heard this, his old face twisted that he was one of the first 7 ninja swordsmen in the village and a user of the beheading sword. Master Yuan remembered the name Baiwa Juzang clearly. With his extremely high talent in ninjutsu and first-class swordsmanship skills, Master Yuan even made a lot of efforts for him to become one of the 7. Unexpectedly, this man could not stand the tyranny in the village and chose to defect with a beheading sword. Now he has become an enemy and ambushed the 4th Mizu Cage. I was really blind at the time. The master was furious. After asking about the Mizukage's condition again, he turned and left. After all, Kirigakure now has a lot of information to deal with. When Yagura was unconscious, only he, an old fellow who had the same authority as the Mizu Cage, could take over. The full moon hangs high in the sky, accompanied by the chirping of insects. The Valley of the End, a hidden cave. After performing the phantom body technique and restoring his original appearance, Qingtian lay directly on the soft and warm big bed. Shisui sat on a cushion nearby, looking at the big wooden bed covered with blankets, and shook his head. When they went out of the village to perform tasks, they would eat military ration pills when they were hungry, and build a simple temporary resting place when they were tired. It's not like close friends are out on a mission. Regardless of other things, at least the food, drink, and accommodation are definitely not bad. 20 minutes passed. All the people who had been given media by Qingtian were present. Fugaku, Mikato, Itake, and the newcomer Kakuzu, who appeared last. Fugaku, Shisui, and Itake immediately looked at the tall phantom. Mikato, who simply came to visit her son, focused more on Itake's illusion. Kakuzu just glanced at the clear sky, glanced at Shisui, who was wearing a mask, then turned to observe the other 3 phantoms. He didn't really care about the identities of these people. Kakuzu was more curious about this illusion technique that ignored distance, which was almost the same as the one controlled by the leader of the Akatsuki organization who possessed the Rinnegan. Qingtian got up with a dizzy head. To be honest, he felt a little sleepy after lying down for 20 minutes. He crossed his fingers, supported his chin with the back of his hands, and pressed forward. A small tree stump half a meter high from the ground cooperated and emerged. It seemed that the wooden stool was a little hard, and a blanket suddenly floated over from the bed. Qingtian raised his elbow slightly and spread the blanket on it. Shisui seemed to be used to this series of pretentious actions. Fugaku and Mikato rolled their eyes speechlessly. Only Kakuzu and Itaka secretly admired Haruto's precise control of chakra and his sudden display of superb earth escape. The blanket was floating, and there was no trace of wind escape, so it could only be the earth escape technique of light, heavy, and rock. This is not some common ninjutsu. Itake, has Akatsuki done anything special recently? After not getting an answer for a while, Qingtian looked up and found Itake observing Kakuzu without responding. Don't worry, he's our brother. Qingtian introduced softly. Kakuzu, an undercover member of the Akatsuki organization just like you. Itaka's pupils shrank, and he nodded before responding, I don't know the arrangements for the other members. It's just that a few days ago, I teamed up with the Kirigakure rebel ninja Baiwa Juzo to carry out a mission in Kirigakure. Destroy all direct bloodlines of the daimyo of the Land of Water. After the mission was successful, I encountered the fourth Mizukage. At this point Itake paused. Juzo was killed by the fourth Hokage who transformed into a tailed beast in order to save me, and the fourth Hokage was seriously injured by me. Oh, what a coincidence. Even though Itake had defected a year earlier than in the original work, he still went to the Hidden Mist village with Juzo. Wouldn't Obito be busy picking peaches then? But if Obito can pick it, why can't I? Qingtian stroked his chin, his eyes flashing with a gleam. This matter still needs to be carefully considered, and the original plan may have to be changed. If we could control the Hidden Mist village, we would have many more ways to make money. Qingtian pondered for a moment, then asked, have you two received any news from Orochimaru? Itake shook his head that he had just joined and was assigned to carry out the mission not long ago, so he really didn't know Orochimaru's situation. A cornerman on the side interrupted, Orochimaru has already joined the organization, but he has not yet been assigned a partner or a mission. Qingtian nodded, it was good that we hadn't arranged a partner yet. What if Flying Thunder God flies over and a member of Akatsuki appears next to him? So should I chop it up, or kill it? What about the information on Obito's whereabouts? Seeing Kakuzu's dazed look, Qingtian explained, he's just a love-struck man who wears a mask and looks a bit second-rate. Jiaodu was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Secondary school? Infatuation? However, the masked man did understand, and Kakuzu, who reacted, shook his head like Itake. Qingtian was not disappointed, he just asked casually with the attitude of giving it a try. After getting the information he wanted, Qingtian chatted with a few people for a while. For example, he told Fugaku about the importance of the store, and told Kakuzu about where the bounty was the highest. After the speech was over, and after Mikato and Itake had finished their chatter, Qingtian finally lifted the phantom body technique. When leaving the village, Shisui always maintained the alertness of a ninja and opened his eyes at the first opportunity. Huralu, how to say it? Is it that my best friend sleeps too well, or is he too confident in his own abilities? There was absolutely no warning at all. Not only is he not alert, he even has the bad habit of snoring. If this happens on a battlefield or in a covered mission, this can even become a bad habit that attracts enemies. After staring for a while, Shisui did not disturb Qingtian's rest and went out of the cave to check first. Poor vigilance? You can say Qingtian is not handsome enough, not smart enough, or even not strong enough, but you absolutely cannot say that he is not rich enough or does not value his life enough. The mayflies that were scattered throughout the area of 100 meters made Shikaku and the body very tired after one night. There are 3 S-level sealing ninjutsu on the edge of the wooden bed, 2 no-dead-angle defense seals, and 1 enemy trapping seal. There are also multiple touch-type attack ninjutsu scrolls under the blanket. Even Qingtian, who was lying on the big bed and snoring at this moment, was just a wooden clone. Shisui, who didn't open his Sharingan to observe carefully, couldn't tell. At this time, Qingtian's real body was in a wide cave 10 meters below the rock dust in the cave. The same soft and warm bed, and the same sealing ritual beside the bed. After this, don't even mention any other cats and dogs. Even if you let Six Paths Madara in his prime come out, it would be impossible for him to get close to the clear sky at this moment without making any noise. The sun is shining. One sunny day, when I woke up naturally after a good sleep, I immediately asked Shisui to go find a restaurant with good reviews nearby. After eating and drinking, Shisui looked at the sun that was beginning to set in the west in silence. One is famous for his teleportation technique, and the other is even able to travel through space with the Flying Thunder God technique. After 2 days of walking, not to mention the territory of the Land of Fire, it's not even far away from Konoha village. It's totally off the mark. Why are you in such a hurry? Qingtian patted her slightly swollen belly and whispered, the ending is important, but the scenery along the way is equally impressive. Qingtian put his arm around Shisui's shoulder and said earnestly, life that only considers the village, the family, and the missions is too boring. There's nothing wrong with thinking about yourself once in a while and enjoying a break. You have to know that Sunny can sense the entire route base, which also includes Shisui's training ground. Qingtian felt the most deeply this guy's hard work, his training without regard for the consumption of pupil power, and his crazy desire to become stronger. If you are not familiar with the plot, add a plug-in. How could Shisui and Itaki, who were both gifted with talent, have anything to do with him? Nor would he be his brother as he is now. Qingtian's brotherly love for this idiot who he has taken care of for more than a year is even greater than that for Fugaku and Itaki. The maximum amount of the IOU is only a small part, and most of it is indeed sincere. The reason why he was not stopped from consuming his pupil power was because Qingtian had already thought of a solution for when his eyesight was about to fail. Shisui felt Haruto's concern from the bottom of his heart, but looking at his best friend's face, while it was heartwarming, Shisui was also extremely awkward, and his expression was extremely complicated. Although I know this is just a substitute, but you are here talking to me about life with your face as if you were digging my eyes out. I always feel this picture is too abstract. Qingtian raised an eyebrow slightly, and looking at Shisui's expression, he seemed to realize something, but it was broad daylight and they were not far from Konoha. I can't show my true appearance to a ninja like you who is dressed in root clothes. What a shitty mastermind. 3 days passed. In the Fire Country daimyo's residence, in the side hall that had been attacked before, 5 Umbu ninjas were carefully searching and observing. Sarutobi stood on the pit where Danzo had self-exploded, his brows furrowed. An Umbu ninja behind him stepped forward and nodded to Sarutobi, no problems found. Sarutobi turned to look at the person behind him and said in a serious tone, although I shouldn't doubt your judgment, but Hayashi, you should know the importance of this matter. Is it true that there is no trace of genjutsu on the daimyo's body? Danzo was not afraid of me bringing people to meet the daimyo. He must have enough confidence in his own methods, and even made preparations in advance. Therefore, before leaving the village, Sarutobi directly invited the Hyaga clan leader, Hyaga Hayashi, the strongest user of Konoha's Byakugan. As for whether it is possible that the daimyo really helped Danzo willingly, Sarutobi really wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. After decades of getting along, Danzo and Sarutobi know very well what kind of person they are. Moreover, the daimyo's attitude towards Danzo in the past was already very bad, and it could even be said that he was not very willing to meet him. Hyaga Hayashi, who was wearing Umbu uniform, shook his head. I checked it 3 times with my Byakugan, and indeed found no trace of illusion. If it is Koda Amatsukami in its initial activation state, the Byakugan can still detect the flow of chakra of the user. But it has been so many days since the Daming Zongshu. Don't even mention the rolling eyes. Even if you use the Rinnegan you won't be able to see anything. After all, that is the most powerful illusion that takes 10 years to cool down after being used once. What's more, the one who was hit by the spell was an ordinary person who had no chakra at all. Is that so? Sarutobi narrowed his eyes and scanned the ruined battlefield, wondering what he was thinking. After a long silence, Asuma, who had just finished handing over his shift to the Umbu, came over in casual clothes. Old man, have you found anything new? Sarutobi shook his head in silence. Seeing this, Asuma lit a cigarette and stood beside Sarutobi, watching the busy Umbu around him. It's not that Asuma doesn't want to help, but these Umbu are all ninjas with special perception abilities. Judging from its appearance alone, Asuma had no idea how many times he had seen this dilapidated side hall. Even this side hall has never been renovated and has been sealed off until now because of his obstruction and persuasion to the daimyo. After that day, I thought about it for a long time. The cigarette in Asuma's mouth swayed up and down. We have a whole team of guards, but we can't shake the barrier at all. There is no doubt that the operatives include at least 4 elite ninjas. The time from the opening of the barrier to its closing was also relatively short, and the deaths of the 2 roots were suspected to be instantaneous. Danzo, who can't even be considered seriously injured. It's really strange. Sarutobi didn't respond, he just nodded and said calmly, I understand. Tienkuo, an unknown village. In the damp and dark underground, several narrow passages meander. There were coal lamps hanging on the stone walls of the passage every 10 meters or so. The air is fresh and the food is plentiful. Qingtian took Shisui for a stroll through the village fields, looking at everything around them. Sensing the exact coordinates, Qingtian paused and continued, most importantly, Orikimura must be very satisfied with the experimental environment here. After all, they are quite far away from the 5 major ninja villages. With Orochimaru's strength, secretly capturing several experimental subjects is like searching clothes for a thief. Having been fed a lot of inspiration along the way, Shisui now enjoyed the beautiful scenery of the countryside and did not take the task too seriously. What exactly is the mission? Shisui is still unclear now. Qingtian put his hand on Shisui's shoulder. Let's go, it's time to go meet this old friend. As soon as they finished speaking, the 2 figures disappeared. The shadow snake hand. As soon as the 2 landed, their view was covered by a bunch of leaping poisonous snakes. Faced with the sudden attack, Qingtian remained indifferent, without even a trace of panic in his eyes. After all, Qingtian had already anticipated the current situation. This is a cunning being who survived the finale unscathed. He knew that the shuriken handed to him was a token engraved with time and space coordinates. It is normal to place it not far away and set up further traps or warnings. How could Orikimura possibly keep it close to him and put himself in a passive and dangerous state? This was just a casual test of ninjutsu, and Qingtian even felt that Orikimura had a kind heart like a bodhisattva. If someone gave Qingtian a time and space coordinate, saying that they would meet at some unknown time, there are more than a dozen S-level trap ninjutsu, but they are probably just for basic use. Facing the group of snakes rushing towards you, Shisui, who was beside him, reacted extremely quickly, and instead of retreating when faced with the attack, he advanced. take a step forward. Shakura rushed to his throat, and a hint of red light appeared at the corners of Shisui's mouth. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. The surging sea of fire turned countless poisonous snakes into roasted snakes with black smoke in the blink of an eye. The scorching heat killed the poisonous snake and then rushed further forward. The dark passage suddenly turned bright red. Kabuto Yakushi, who arrived a step slower, felt the rising temperature of the rock wall and shouted to the figure in front of him, Master Orochimaru, be careful. Earth escape corridor. A familiar husky voice. The straight passage in front of him twisted and meandered in an instant, and the scorching sea of fire was wrapped by thick rock walls like a roll. When the flames died down, the corridor that had been rolled into a circle slowly unfolded again. The coal lamp lit up, and although it was not as bright as before, there was no problem seeing things. Danzo! Seeing King Tian's appearance at this moment, Kabuto exclaimed. His face twisted for a moment, but soon regained his composure and slowly walked to Orochimaru's side, standing guard. I didn't expect that Kabuto had already followed Orochimaru at this time. This kid is quite a good talent. Even though he hated Danzo so much in his heart, he suppressed his emotions in just a moment. It can barely be rated as a small yen coin. Mr. Millionaire, the mysterious person who gave him the coordinates was definitely not Danzo. Orochimaru, who had fought against him, could be sure of it. But now, Orochimaru looked at Qingtian and Shisui, who was wearing root clothing, with curiosity. It's just a substitution technique. Qingtian shrugged his shoulders and whispered a shocking secret. Danzo was killed by me. I will temporarily take over as Konoha's second in command. Qingtian casually revealed such a secret, not because he spoke too hastily or for the sake of showing off, but because he had thought it over carefully. Let's not talk about Orochimaru's identity as a traitor to Konoha, and whether anyone would believe this information. Even if Sarutobi suspected him, he would not dare to turn against him without solid evidence. After all, doing nothing and maintaining the status quo is Sarutobi's governing style. All previous radical practices were initiated by Danzo, and were even handled privately. Besides, showing some means and strength appropriately would also be beneficial to long-term cooperation with Orochimaru. Oh, Orochimaru's pupils shrank suddenly, and he was indeed shocked by this sudden information. He did not doubt the authenticity of this information. After all, he had seen this man's strength. In addition, the news that Danzo was attacked when he went to the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Fire had already spread widely. There was quite a stir that day. Apart from the conspicuous sky-high barrier, Asuma, as the daimyo's bodyguard, even sent letters for help to many surrounding ninja forces. But I didn't expect that the information clearly said that Danzo was safe, but in the end he was replaced by someone else. As for Kabuto Yakushi, who was standing beside Orochimaru, his reaction seemed calm. But under Qingtian's eyes, his clenched fists and the nails digging into the flesh were so obvious. I don't know whether he was excited about the death of his enemy, or regretful for not being able to kill his enemy with his own hands. Orochimaru quickly came back to his senses and licked his tongue. So what is the purpose of Mr. Rich's return this time? Cooperate. The stone pillar on the ground bulged up, and Qingtian sat on it, crossed his legs arrogantly, and said, I should have a lot of things that you might be interested in. Oh, Orochimaru crossed his arms and asked with interest, for example. Qingtian shook his legs rhythmically and said leisurely, for example, the cells of the first generation of Hokage, the Sharingan, the eyes, even the Samsara eyes. There are also S-level ninjutsu, forbidden jutsu, blood limit jutsu, blood elimination jutsu, and even blood net jutsu. Certainly, Qingtian clapped her hands and said, even if you want to study the tailed beasts, no matter how many tails there are, even if it's 10 tails, I can get it for you. Although it felt a little ridiculous, Orochimaru still spoke with hope. So what do I have to pay? I give you what you want, and you give me what I need. The exchange of conditions that are satisfactory to both parties is the basis for fair cooperation. Orochimaru still understands this principle. Qingtian said directly, newly developed ninjutsu, or a simpler and more crude way of buying with cash. New technique, cash. Orochimaru became even more suspicious whether this person was really bragging. The big countries directly paid money to buy tailed beasts and train multiple Jinchuriki. The merchant directly bought bloodstains and pupil techniques. If cash could buy all the things you mentioned, then the entire ninja world wouldn't be in such chaos as it is now. It would be better not to just compare who has more savings. That's right. Facing Orochimaru's doubt, Qingtian simply said, the new level of ninjutsu you developed can be exchanged for any ninjutsu or secret technique of the same level that you want to know. If you develop a new S-rank or forbidden ninjutsu, you can also exchange it for the same level value goods I mentioned above. If it's money. All goods are open. Orochimaru was still skeptical, frowned, and asked, what's the price? I've been waiting for you to say this. A barely perceptible gleam of light flashed in Qingtian's eyes after he compared it with the quotation given by the system. He reported all the goods for sale to Orochimaru after increasing the price sixfold. Orochimaru, who often deals with experimental equipment, does have some savings. Sharingan, first generation cell. Orochimaru said coldly as he saw Shisui take the money box handed to him by Kabuto. Although the amount given is a bit small, just consider it as a benefit for the first transaction. Qing Tian pretended to take out a ninjutsu scroll from his arms and unsealed it. A single 3-magatama sherry naan and half a thumb-sized piece of meat were soaked in a beaker. The dim lighting and gloomy environment made it look like a criminal transaction between two underground organizations. After the exchange, the men on both sides were lowering their heads to inspect the goods. The two elders looked at each other thoughtfully. Shisui looked up and said in a cold voice, "The number is correct." After Kabuto used his own medical ninjutsu to check, he nodded to Orochimaru. Qing Tian grinned, "No, this is a very pleasant first transaction. The items I offer are absolutely genuine." Qing Tian took the money box, sealed it into the scroll and then said, "New technique, money. Once you have completed either of the two, you can come to me in exchange for whatever you need. Having seen my current status, I think it shouldn't be difficult for you to contact me." "Certainly." With his long vertical pupils staring at the beaker containing the first-generation cells pinched in his fingertips, Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice, "We will be good partners." Seeing that Orochimaru had no intention of continuing the transaction, Qing Tian nodded and strode away with Shisui. Before leaving, Qing Tian added, "By the way, forget about small businesses worth tens of millions in the future. Our time with each other shouldn't be that cheap. At least a transaction of hundreds of millions is necessary to be worthy of your status as a Sunin." Orochimaru turned his gaze to the two people's departing backs and replied calmly, "As you wish." After Sunny and the other man had completely left, Kabuto looked at Orochimaru and whispered, "Sir, if you are interested, why don't you buy some more?" Kabuto knew in his heart that Orochimaru, who had built experimental bases everywhere, had more than just this little savings. "Don't rush to buy it. At least try out the items for trading first." Orochimaru raised the beaker containing the sherry naan and the cells of the first generation above his head. Then he opened his mouth wide, and with his flexible tongue he rolled up the beaker and swallowed it down his throat. Do was not surprised by this shocking scene, but frowned and said, "Did I fail to check it?" Without doubting the adult's words, Do first felt that he was not capable enough to detect the other party's remaining limbs. "I have no doubts about your talent in medical ninjutsu. This person has a mysterious origin and a deep mind," Orochimaru said calmly, "being cautious in everything will not go wrong. There is really nothing wrong with the things, but whether there are any traps such as coordinates is what Orochimaru needs to check. This person is taking over Danzo's identity, so it won't be difficult to make another deal." Orochimaru licked his tongue and said coldly, "Now we still have to focus on finding a suitable container." The so-called container is the living human body required for the forbidden technique reincarnation that Orochimaru was preparing to experiment on himself. Hearing this, Do nodded. Country road. Shisui stepped forward and asked in confusion, "Why did you need Orochimaru to inform you? Wouldn't it be better to leave an intermediary?" "Now is not the time." Qing Tian smiled faintly and explained, "Whether it is the development of new techniques or letting go of one's guard in trading with large amounts of money, it is not something that can be done in a short period of time. Just like the fourth Hokage, who developed the Raiznan from scratch. It took 3 years of research, development and improvement. Even if Orochimaru is a genius and has a talent for research, he will definitely not be able to develop a new high-level technique in a short period of time." Orochimaru, who had just betrayed the village and was wanted by his teacher, was too wary to empty out the family's wealth at once. I'm sure Orochimaru would need some time to thoroughly examine just the sherry naan and half of his thumb cells that he left behind. If he succeeds or figures it out, he will naturally contact me. Shisui nodded, not quite understanding. Qing Tian looked up in the direction of Kirigakure and said in a playful tone, "Our work with Orochimaru has come to an end for now. Now it's time to do another important thing." Night. On the coast of Kirigakure village, 2 tall figures stood straight. With a solemn expression, he was wearing red and black retro armor, which looked like a ninja costume from the Warring States period. Shisui looked embarrassed, turned to look at the sunny face beside him, and said embarrassedly, "Boss.do we have to pretend like this?" "Certainly." Qing Tian twisted his neck slightly and straightened his red armor. "It's a rare opportunity to come out, so I have to have fun." Shisui looked at the face of the best friend who became the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Then he looked down at the black armor he was wearing, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "As soon as I left the village, I guessed that my best friend would cause trouble. But I didn't expect that this time they didn't even wear masks, and directly replaced the real bodies of the 2 great gods." Shisui complained secretly in his heart, "It's fine if you pretend to be the first Hokage, but why do you have to make me pretend to be Uchiha Madara? Are these 2 from the same camp? You insist on forming a team by force. And it looks like he planned to do it directly and openly, instead of slowly calculating and planning in secret as usual." Sometimes Shisui really didn't understand Qing Tian's thoughts, and couldn't guess his changeable personality. When he is calm, he can hide in the dark and talk to him and the chief of the Fugaku clan about the calculations and insidiousness of the Konoha high-level officials. Not only can he see through things first, but he can also fight back secretly, making things turn out to be beneficial to himself and the family. But sometimes he is too eccentric and often makes irrelevant jokes. Some people are even childish enough to use ninjutsu to show off. Shisui didn't have any bad emotions, he just simply didn't understand and couldn't figure it out. At this moment, the sunny day is opening its arms with a look of enjoyment on its face, enjoying the breeze on the beach and the quiet night. He grew up in the Uchiha garrison and disguised himself for 15 years before gradually showing his true colors. Since childhood, not only the residents outside the village, the umbu at the gate of the base, but even most of the young and strong ninjas in the family, Qingtian endured that strange look for 15 years and felt frustrated for 15 years. In this cruel ninja world, everyone knows that as a ninja should be sensible and mature enough at the age of 7 or 8, or later at the age of 11 or 12. You even need to have certain practical combat capabilities. But Qingtian's soul comes from the blue star of the 21st world, not from this ninja world full of disputes. What do people on Blue Star do when they are 11 or 12 years old? He is either playing games or discussing with his friends which girl in the class is pretty. This is the age when children are naughty, active, and lively. Sunny days are selfish and afraid of death. My biological parents in this life died while on a mission when I was still a baby. How is it possible to say how loyal and loving he is to his family and village? If it weren't for the emergence of the system, Qingtian would have found a way to leave the family and run away from Konoha long ago. The only people that Qingtian still worries about are the grandparents in the rest area. Qingtian raised the corner of his mouth and strode into the thick fog. When Qingtian took action in Konoha several times before, and when he dealt with Danzo, he was always restrained. Now that I've come to Kirigakure and disguised my identity, it's time to let off some steam. The growth of strength will always affect the change of mentality. Although the sunny days are still bad now, they are not as bad as before. Shisui looked embarrassed, and finally he let out a long sigh and followed with heavy steps. Fire style, 9 Dragons Transmigration. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening explosion resounded throughout Kirigakure. The ferocious fiery red beast opened its huge mouth and roared. The raging fire spread across the prairie, and the flames rising into the sky lit up the night. In just a few minutes, dozens of Kirigakure were attracted by the shocking noise. Not far away, there were endless streams of ninjas rushing towards this direction. Who is it? How dare you act so recklessly in the land of blood mist? Qingtian looked at the nameless extras in front of him and shook his head speechlessly. Ban, I'll leave these karami to you. I couldn't even recognize the faces of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, which was a bummer. Shisui looked resisting, but his body honestly rushed into the crowd. Like fallen leaves swept by the autumn wind, it is vulnerable to a single blow. The first batch of Kirigakure ninjas who arrived were indeed quite mixed. Qingtian folded his arms across his chest, waiting boredly. In just a few tens of seconds, the number of reinforcements increased and the fighting on the battlefield changed. A green skeleton giant popped up. The giant palm slapped across, blowing away the thick fog and bringing up pieces of flesh and blood. The wind was gusting, and Qingtian's long, smooth black hair was fluttering at the edge of the battlefield. Snap, even though I've noticed it a long time ago, I'm still not used to the first generation's long hair. Qingtian tilted his head to look at the person who attacked him from behind, with a thin figure and a sinister look. The lower half of his face and neck were wrapped in bandages, and his hands were tightly grasping a thick blade that was more than 2 meters long. Oh, Qingtian was a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet Zabuza at this time. I thought he should have defected. After all, it has been some time since Juzo's death and the beheading sword fell on Kirigakure. Zabuza looked at the strands of hair falling in front of him, and immediately put away his sword and retreated into the thick fog behind him. Expert in assassination, he hid himself in the thick fog and waited for the opportunity to kill with one strike. The big knife in his hand only absorbed enough blood today and returned to its original shape. He had been planning to find an opportunity to assassinate the fourth Mizukage, but he didn't expect 2 intruders to appear first. That's fine. Cutting off the intruder's head and meeting the Mizukage is also an opportunity to get close to the cage. Sunny day grinning, it was just a thick fog, and even without using the eyes, the plankton that had already spread all over the surroundings had already locked onto Zabuza's figure. Earth release rock pillar. Zabuza's strange figure paused, the ground beneath his feet shook, and then he soared into the sky. Fire style, flame dragon bullet, boom. Just like the sun setting, Zabuza's entire vision was covered by a giant fiery red ball. Before it even hit me, my skin could already feel the immense heat. Zabuza was pushed into the air and had nowhere to hide in the face of the huge fireball, but his eyes did not panic and his hands were quickly forming seals. Water style, great waterfall technique. The gushing ocean current hit the sun head-on. Sizzle, thick hot steam surged in all directions, and the water flow lasted only half a second before being extinguished by the flames. The so-called attribute restraint is indeed somewhat unsatisfactory in the face of absolute strength. Bang! Zabuza, half of his body already red, landed on the ground and quickly hid in the fog. Feeling that it was not safe enough, Zabuza formed hand seals again in the fog. Ninja technique, silent killing technique. The deep red chakra lit up for a moment, and then a thicker mist erupted, completely covering Zabuza's figure. Where did this monster come from? Zabuza, who had been burned, exclaimed in his heart. If he hadn't used water escape to intercept for a moment, he would have retracted his entire body into the back of the beheading sword and stuck to it tightly. Now not only the half of his body close to the blade was red, but his entire body was about to turn into charcoal. At this time, Zabuza had already planned to escape. He had only come to assassinate the Mizu Cage, so there was no need for him to fight the enemy for the hidden mist village. If someone else destroyed this dirty and bloody village, maybe it would be a good thing. Thinking of this, Zabuza retreated again, all the way to the limit of his vision. Qingtian just raised his eyebrows slightly, thought about it, and finally decided not to chase after him. As long as he doesn't come here to seek death, Qingtian has no intention of killing him. Although his strength is not that good, Zabuza's personality might be good for helping to collect debts. Snap! On the other side of the battlefield, Shisui also encountered an opponent. The bones in Suzanu's waist began to break. The fat sword wrapped in bandages dealt Suzano a heavy blow. Shisui recognized this weapon at a glance. It was one of the representative weapons of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the large sword Samehada. As for the dark blue airplane head in front of him and the inhuman face similar to a shark, Shisui felt a little unfamiliar with it. Go back, Madara. Looking at the mist ninjas that were coming one after another, Qingtian planned to clear the area. Upon hearing this, Shisui immediately released his Susanoo sword to block Samehada, and used the recoil force to retreat towards Harutan's side. Don't leave in such a hurry. Kisame grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. Samehada seems to like your taste. As soon as he finished speaking, Kisame leaned forward and stomped hard, rushing towards Shisui and Haruto at an even faster speed. Shisui's eyes fixed, and he was about to stop to intercept, but he heard a voice behind him. It's okay, let him come over. Uchiha Madara? Kisame sneered and moved closer quickly. He had just seen Madara wearing a mask last night, and another one appeared today. There is also Senju Hashirama next to him. What a poor disguise. As he was about to get close, Kisame swung his Samehada with great force and swept past. Form liberation. Hiss, hiss, the tightly wrapped bandage suddenly expanded and burst. Shisui's pupils shrank, and the already broad sword expanded again. Dark blue barbs covered the blade, pressing down on him. Bang! The thick underground stone wall slammed into the middle of the blade from bottom to top. The blade of the Samehada sword was slightly bent by this collision, and Kisame, who was holding the sword tightly, was almost forced to let it slip out of his hand. Buzz, the knife handle even trembled a little. Kisame just steadied his body and looked at the stone wall in front of him with a serious expression, holding a knife in one hand and starting to make seals with the other hand. Water escape food, bang. A big hand penetrated the stone wall directly and accurately grabbed the handle of Samehada's knife. The sudden change interrupted Kisame's technique. Kisame, who also held the hilt of the knife with one hand, could even feel the warmth of the other's big hand. Snap, snap, the overwhelming force was overwhelming, and Kisame was unwilling to let go of his weapon, so he could only be led by the big hand and penetrated back into the thick stone wall. The title of Kisame the Tailed Beast was not given to him until a few years later. The current strength of the Jonin is quite normal. Qingtian lowered his head and looked at the Samehada in his hand with interest. There is a small white skull on the top of the yellow handle. At the bottom of the dark blue spiked blade was a bloody mouth, from which a large scarlet tongue would occasionally appear. It is indeed a spiritual weapon. Cats. The wooden barrier between the palms of his right hand was constantly scratched by the sharp spikes of the blade. The shakera in the wood release in his hand was also being devoured by Samehada. It seems that this weapon doesn't recognize me very much. Qingtian was just curious about these special ninja tools and didn't really need them. After releasing the shark muscles, a pair of wooden hands emerged from the ground and pressed the sword to the ground. It was only a few seconds since Kisame's reckless attack and then being knocked away. The mist-hidden ones that gathered on the battlefield, seeing the two invaders joining together, launched powerful attacks one after another. Water style, water prison technique, water style, water fang bullet, water style, rain cutting. Qingtian stepped on Samehada, looked at the ocean current coming from the sky, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Snap, he clasped his palms together suddenly. Would release, flower tree world arrives. Shakera, which was far superior to the cage level, instantly surged into the ground and turned into nutrients needed for the giant tree. Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, the earth shook and sand and rocks flew everywhere. The huge vines, several meters thick, grew at an exaggerated momentum as soon as they appeared. The raised tree trunks and branches penetrated the thick rock layers, cut through the nearby peaks and valleys, and enveloped the entire battlefield in the blink of an eye. The water columns that were coming from the sky were blocked by countless giant tree trunks and diverted into the dense forest. Now this representative ninjutsu has been released. Exaggerated range of techniques, highly recognizable ninjutsu attributes. For a moment, many members of the Kirigakure began to doubt whether the person who came was really the first Hokage. Faintly, everyone smelled the faint fragrance of flowers, and then their heads sank and they collapsed to the ground. Oh no, the pollen is poisonous. Hold your breath. The ninjas in the dense fog and forest shouted a warning. Qingtian grinned and murmured, "It's not just the pollen that's deadly." After speaking, scary screams rang out one after another. Those countless branches, with their strange attack roots, created bursts of sonic booms. It instantly penetrated the flesh and bones of countless people. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and wailing continued. The wooden branches were stained with spots of scarlet. Coupled with the gorgeous flowers blooming on the top of the giant tree, it looked like a strange plant crawling out of hell, dominating the entire battlefield in the blink of an eye. Shisui on the side was secretly shocked that his best friend's super shadow level strength was still so terrifying no matter how many times he saw it. "Are you here?" Qingtian raised his eyebrows, and with the big wooden hands under his feet, he soared into the sky with the shark muscles that had expanded again. A strange dark purple ball of light, containing a massive amount of tailed beast chakra. Wherever it passed, the giant trees in the dense forest were crushed to pieces. The wooden hand holding Samehada instantly rose dozens of meters off the ground and collided head-on with the terrifying tailed beast bomb. Boom! The moment Samehada collided with the tailed beast bullet, a dazzling light burst out. The horrifying aftermath instantly spread in all directions. The upper half of a mountain covered by giant trees not far away exploded directly. Many fog creatures trapped in the dense forest were also swept into the air by the sudden aftermath. Even the huge flowers blooming on the top of the vine were mostly destroyed in the aftermath. Squeak, squeak. Samehada was pressed tightly on the tailed beast bullet by the big wooden hand, and its big scarlet tongue kept devouring the deliciousness contained in the tailed beast bullet. But Samehada was unable to digest this amazing chakra concentration in a short time, and the entire blade was severely bent. The big wooden hand holding the Samehada was already covered with cracks. Call out the degree of bending of Samehada was like a landslide, shifting the movement direction of the entire tailed beast bomb. In the blink of an eye, the ball of light brushed past the big wooden hand and shot directly into the sea. Boom! 100-meter-high water column exploded. The hurricane paused slightly, and then swept across with even greater speed. The thick fog over the entire battlefield dissipated in time, leaving only a few broken dense forests. The collapse of the wooden hand also allowed Samehada to escape and fall to the ground. At this time, the blade of the Samehada sword kept rising and falling, and it kept sticking out its tongue, as if it was full. Strong wind blowing, the first-generation Hokage transformed from Qingtian, with his black hair flying and dancing in the air. Staring at the thin figure that kept approaching, Qingtian grinned, "The real master is finally here." Hearing this, Shisui also looked over. He has a standard baby face, is less than 1.5 meters tall, holds a large black stick-like weapon that is inconsistent with his body shape, and has a thick tail hanging behind him. The fourth Mizukage, the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Shisui also recognized the identity of the person instantly. Qingtian raised one hand and formed a seal. Shadow clone technique, vines flowed under the feet, and three wooden clones with identical faces gathered together. The moment the clone took shape, it took a step and rushed straight towards the fourth Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura, who had transformed into a tailed beast. Yagura's somewhat childish face was filled with coldness, and his eyes were slightly dull. Facing the charge of Qingtian's clone, Yagura swung the stick in his hand and swept to both sides. The huge tail behind it swung at the same time and hit the figure that leaped into the air. The wooden shadow clone is much harder than ordinary clones. Faced with the sweeping attack, the two clones quickly moved together and raised their shurikens to resist. Sizzle, sparks flew from the surface of the weapons, and then there was a stalemate. The clone in midair condensed a huge wooden fist with one hand and collided head-on with the thick giant tail. Bang, they separated as soon as they touched, and the thick tail was blocked by the huge force, and the wooden fist was covered with cracks. The big fist that had come into contact with the giant tail grew pink-red coral, and quickly spread from the palm to the body. Qingtian's real body crossed his arms and looked around with great interest that the black pupils in his eye sockets had transformed into a kaleidoscope-like state at some point. He intentionally controlled his clone so that it did not escape, and in the blink of an eye half of his body was fixed in place by coral. Then the giant tail slapped it hard. The two clones that were still in a stalemate immediately pulled back when they saw the giant tail begin to rise. With a wave of his sleeves, two kunao with explosive talismans on them shot towards Yagura's head. The kunao had lit up little flames during its flight, and the giant tail turned flexibly and quickly to block the kunao, taking the explosion head-on. Boom, boom. There were two loud explosions, and the giant tail swung and blew away the thick smoke. Yagura, who was unharmed, appeared, looked in the direction of Haruto Shisui, and formed seals with his hands. Uchiha Madara rushed straight towards Shisui, and the mirror-like Hashirama kicked Haruto's head with great force. Qingtian slightly dodged the kick and at the same time, his elbow slammed into Jinghua Hashirama's waist. Boom! This powerful kick directly crushed the ground into pieces, and spiderweb-like cracks spread. King Tian's swift elbow attack was also blocked by mirror-like Hashirama's raised knee. The absolute collision between the bodies brought about a turbulent airflow. The two men were in a stalemate for a moment, and their armors creaked as they exerted their remaining strength. Shisui, who was standing by, was also restrained by the mirrored Uchiha Madara. King Tian's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, nice ninjutsu. Regardless of other aspects of this clone, at least its physical skills are impressive enough. The power of sunny days continues to surge. He exerted force with his elbow, and at the moment his knees were loosened, he clenched his fist and punched towards the face of mirror-like Hashirama. The single hand that appeared from the clear sky did not stop, and the index finger and middle finger were put together, and the clone reappeared. Mirror-like Hashirama's reaction was equally quick as he crossed his hands in front and behind to block his face with his palms against his fists. Facing the clones rushing towards him from both sides, Jinghua Zujian raised his elbows slightly, and sharp wooden points shot out from between his elbows. The two clones summoned by Qing Tian were pierced and exploded in the blink of an eye. I was even more surprised in my heart. He could even imitate what released. His copying skills were really good. Qing Tian, who had successfully used the Sharingan to steal the enemy's skills, did not use any other abilities to kill him instantly. Instead, he was testing the effect of this technique step by step. After reading the original novel, I found that Qing Tian, a character who appeared too often and was too powerful, had information about him. For some characters who are less portrayed, Qing Tian only knows their identities but does not know much about their ninjutsu. For example, the current 4th Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura. Qing Tian was increasing his strength and speed little by little, while also paying attention to the battlefield nearby. Two green Susanoo statues that are dozens of feet tall are fighting each other. The earth was shaking constantly. With the giants' movements, the flower and tree world summoned by Qing Tian was further destroyed on a large scale. The edge of the flower and tree realm. The master in linen clothes and several ninjas who were responsible for protection were watching the battle in the distance. The 4th Mizukage went to meet the enemy in person, and with such a big commotion the top leaders of the Hidden Mist village would have rushed over long ago. Qing, what's the situation? The master asked the ninja beside him. Long gray-blue hair, and a transplanted white eye that bulges slightly in the right eye socket. Qing, who had been observing the battlefield, suddenly changed his expression and said in horror, something is wrong, it's very wrong. Master Yuan frowned. It's true that something is wrong, but your reaction is too big. The unique eye technique of the Sharingan. Although a substitute was used, the identity of the Uchiha is indeed correct. My lord, that's not right. Qing glanced back and forth at the battlefield in the distance, and his Byakugan's gaze was always hovering between Shisui and Qing Tian and the 4th Mizukage. Those two are indeed stand-ins, but the one I'm talking about is Mizukage-sama. What? The marshal turned around and asked in surprise. There is a special flow of chakra in the Mizukage's brain. It's very likely a continuous output illusion. Qing swallowed and continued, and there is also a different kind of chakra at the seal location of the tailed beast in the abdomen. The master was shocked. You mean, not only is Yagura under the illusion, but even the three-tailed beast in his body may be controlled? Qing nodded with difficulty. Although he didn't really believe that the 4th Mizukage, who was a nearly perfect Jinchuriki, would be controlled by illusion, but the feeling that the white eyes gave him couldn't be wrong. Boom! A giant golden palm descended from the sky. Not only the mirror-like Hashirama, but even Madara, who was not far away, was shattered by a single palm strike. It's a pity that the limit of this technique is just the entry-level cage at best. Qing Tian sighed slightly and looked at Kurujutsu Yagura, who was breathing slightly opposite him. Seeing that the technique was broken, Yagura's eyes fixed and his chest rose and fell for a moment. Without saying a word, Yagura let go of the black stick in his hand, leaned forward to the ground with his hands hanging down. Crimson chakra emerged from the giant tail behind him and wrapped around Yagura in the blink of an eye. The childish appearance is gone, and Yagura, who has transformed into a tailed beast, is supporting the ground with all four limbs like a wild beast, with three blood-red tails swaying. The crimson beast faced Qing Tian and the other man and roared with its mouth wide open. Qing Tian, who has the blood of its Satsuki, can now clearly sense the yin and yang chakra that is constantly gathering in the mouth of the three tails. The chakra that was spinning and gathering at high speed soon expanded into a high-density energy bomb the size of a basketball. Qing Tian smiled slightly. The same move once is enough. As he spoke, the golden giant's body covered in flesh and blood suddenly grew 100 meters. With a bang, the golden giant hammer in his hand smashed towards the ground where the tailed beast Yagura was still accumulating power. With just a swing, the oncoming giant hammer bent the trunks of the giant trees. Who the hell are they? Oh my god, could this really be the god of ninjutsu? The Kirigakure ninja, who was still waiting for an opportunity on the battlefield, looked up with horror and despair in his eyes. Although it has been affected by the village's blood mist policy over the years, but I didn't expect that when death comes, I would still be unable to stop the fear. A blow came at the face, with such power even though the target was not these ordinary ninjas. But it was just a passing by, and the ending was still to be smashed to pieces. Yagura, who was looking up, had just condensed the tailed beast bullet, but before he could launch it, it was detonated by a hammer. Boom! The shocking explosion resounded throughout the hidden mist village. The earth shaking spread all the way from the battlefield to the seaside. The aftermath was so strong that even the calm seawater was stirred up by a huge wave. In the center of the 100-meter-tall golden giant's head, Shisui and Haruto were wrapped in golden shakura. Looking at the smoke-filled battlefield below and the countless wailings, King-Tian's eyes showed neither sadness nor joy. Stopping water is a burst of smacking lips. Compared with his own Susanoo, its size and power are like the difference between a kid who just entered the ninja school and the elite in the Umbu. It's just that the color of this Susanoo. As expected of a close friend, even his pupils are shining with gold. The golden giant waved his hand. A wind-style ninjutsu comparable to A-level ninjutsu blew away the smoke of the battlefield in the blink of an eye, revealing the devastation everywhere. Shisui looked carefully and saw that the fourth Mizu cage in the deep pit was forced to release his tailed beast transformation and collapsed on the ground, his life or death unknown. As the target fell unconscious, the giant began to dissipate. Qingtian and Shisui slowly descended from a height of 100 meters. Click, click, click. As Qingtian took steps, the retro armor made crisp sounds. On the top of a distant mountain, Obito and black and white Zetsu were hiding, wearing masks. Obito gritted his teeth and growled, "Damn Uchiha, who are these two people?" He finally took advantage of the fact that the Mizu cage was seriously injured and even brought in Nagato to support him, and finally used illusion to control the fourth Mizu cage. He thought he could control the entire Kirigakure, but where did these two bastards come from? He also appeared in the guise of Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage, and Obito's mentality was almost broken. Moreover, the strength displayed by the Uchiha who pretended to be the first Hokage made him even more frightened. Not to mention Obito, even Black Zetsu, who was determined to save his mother, was shocked. Black Zetsu knew the intelligence about the Uchiha clan very well, as this was the blood-stained family he had been following for many years. Susanoo is a unique eye technique that can only be performed after opening the Mangekyo. There is no doubt that the two people who invaded Kirigakure definitely have the blood of the Uchiha clan, but with such terrifying strength, coupled with two pairs of Mangekyo eyes, why couldn't he recognize their identities as members of the Uchiha clan? Obito was shocked, and Black Zetsu was confused. Wow! Madara-sama is so strong, and his partner Hashirama is also super strong. Afei, let's go down and say hello to Master Madara. White Zetsu's idiotic remarks were simply ignored by the two. Boiling release, skillful mist technique. A cold female voice sounded, and the chakra properties of water and fire mixed. The hot and thick fog instantly spread towards Qingtian and the fourth Mizukage's direction. Shisui turned around suddenly, and the green Susanoo raised half of its skeleton to block the thick fog. Sizzle, cats, the high-temperature acid mist corroded Susanoo's bones bit by bit under Shisui's surprised gaze, still slowly advancing towards his body. After a moment of stalemate, the shape of the acid mist changed again and split into three. A small amount of acid mist that still wrapped around Shisui's Susanoo passed by on both sides and headed straight for the clear sky. Qingtian took a step back and instantly appeared 10 meters away. Pink lips, condensed by high temperature. Lao Jing molten monster technique. Mei Terumi came around with the fog and her first move was a killing move. The boiling acid was heading straight for Qingtian's face. Mei Terumi took this opportunity to lean over and rush towards the fourth Mizu cage who was lying on the side. Having seen the strength of both men, I didn't expect to kill them with one strike. I just wanted to create an opportunity to rescue the Mizu cage. Qingtian raised the corner of his mouth, looked at the acid and heat wave coming towards him, and slowly formed seals. He even spared some time to look at Mei Terumi who was sprinting nearby. She is about 20 years old, with long curly reddish-brown hair and a plump and perfect figure. It's a pity that she was wearing a black combat uniform and didn't change into her iconic blue dress and fishnet stockings. The two blood-stained displays are indeed stunning enough. But Qingtian seemed to have learned it too. Melting release, great sulfuric acid technique. The same hand seals and the same ninjutsu release as before by Mei Terumi. It's just that Qingtian helped her change her name and added a few billion extra chakra output. If the lava release that Mei Terumi just released was just a boiling stream, the molten escape technique that Qingtian released now was a violent wave. Sizzle! Just a few drops falling on the ground directly corroded the land and created holes. The horror in Mei Terumi's eyes was hard to conceal as she saw her blood being returned to her in an even more exaggerated manner. As for her initial attack, it was assimilated the moment the two techniques came into contact. Her beautiful eyes glanced at the fourth Mizu cage who was so close to her with great reluctance, and Terumi Mei paused in her forward movement, then pulled back violently. Afraid that the seriously injured Mizu cage would be affected, Qingtian even considerately conjured up a large wooden hand, grabbed Yagura's neck and pulled him back to his feet. Sizzle! The ear-grabbing sound of high-temperature corrosion continued to surround my ears, and boiling mist spread. When the smoke slowly dissipates, Mei Terumi looked back at the battlefield with a look of horror. A straight gully extends outward for nearly 100 meters. The brown soil was covered with a thick layer of wriggling acid. Miming stop. Whoosh, 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 the old and frail Yuanshi rushed to the scene under the protection of a group of Kirigakure ninjas. Mei Terumi emerged from the ruined forest. Master Yuanshi, the Mizukage-sama. Stop. The master glanced at her coldly, and Terumi Mei retreated back to the team responsible for protection without saying a word. After getting rid of the acid mist, Shisui immediately walked behind Qingtian. The teaming up of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama is really an incongruous scene, but the Kirigakure, who had seen the strength of the two, only had a look of vigilance in their eyes. The marshal leaned on his crutches and stepped forward, staring at Qingtian with a serious look and said, "Kanaha, do you want to start a war against us, Kirigakure?" "Kanaha?" Qingtian was slightly stunned, then he understood. This guy saw that I used Susanoo, so he concluded that I was Kanaha's Uchiha. Qingtian imitated the first Hokage's hearty smile, "That old man Sarutobi can't command me." The master had no expression on his face, and it was unclear whether he believed it or not. That he just asked in a deep voice, "Then what is your purpose in trespassing into Kirigakure?" "Ah ha ha ha." Qingtian smiled cheerfully, took a step forward, and said sternly, "Save Wuyan." Shisui behind him couldn't help but hold his forehead and smile bitterly. It turned out to be like this. Falling words, Yuanshi and a group of mist-hidden people stared at Qingtian in amazement, speechless. Let's not talk about the devastated battlefield and the corpse hidden in the fog that was broken into several sections not far away. Before you say this, look at the water shadow under your feet. Hello. The scene was a little too quiet for a moment. Tick-tock, tick-tock, several strong fire escapes and large-scale water escapes heated up the atmosphere. Clouds and rain formed. The drizzle slowly fell on Master Yuan's bald head, bringing him back to his senses. "Your joke is not funny." Click, click, the huge fallen trees in the distance began to wriggle and gather together. Qingtian looked at the people on the opposite side who were on alert with their weapons drawn and chakra surging, and said softly, "Relax, I have no plans to take action for the time being." The wriggling giant tree soon built a simple wooden shed that could shelter from wind and rain, and there were 2 wide tree stump seats in the shed. Sunny sat up with a big horse and a golden sword, looked at the people across from him who were getting wet in the rain and said, "I'm not kidding. The purpose is to save you, Kirigakure." Qingtian pointed to Qing, who was wearing an eye patch beside Yuanshi, and said, "Your Byakugan should be able to see that your Mizukage is being controlled by someone using an illusion." Upon hearing this, everyone in the mist-hidden village was shocked, and they all glanced at Elder Yuanshi and Qing. Qing looked back at the surprised and doubtful eyes of the people around him, and his gaze narrowed slightly. The master narrowed his eyes and said, "You have come all the way to help the 4th Mizukage. Everything before that might have been just a small misunderstanding." Grown UPS. Master Yuan? Qing, who was in charge of the protection, and Mei Terumi both widened their eyes, looked at the master's back in disbelief and exclaimed in surprise. The other Kirigakure who were surrounding them were also surprised, but there was a hint of relief in their eyes. The master ignored the people behind him and bowed slightly to Qingtian and said respectfully, "Please return the 4th Mizukage to us." Qingtian narrowed his eyes and didn't respond for a moment. It was not until this moment that he formally looked at the old bald elder. Tick-tock, drops of rain hit the old man's bald head, making crackling sounds. The linen clothes on his body were all soaked, but he still had a hypocritical face of treating people politely. Tisk tisk tisk, another old fox with a dirty mind. One set in mouth and another in water. The broken battlefield was full of potholes and puddles of rainwater. The ground in the straw hut built on a sunny day was also wet. While the master was talking, small streams of water slid down the slope and into the side of the 4th generation Yagura. Crash! A pale little hand shot out from the blue water and grabbed the Mizukage's body. As the little hand stretched out, a ninja that looked like a child gradually emerged from the water. Clang! The water-stopping reaction is extremely fast. The slender samurai sword in his hand drew a dazzling white line in the rainy night. Draw the sword and kill immediately. Sizzle! The little hand that reached out to the 4th generation was split into 2 by the knife light. What was strange was that the forearm that was split into 2 have splashed a handful of blue water, and then stuck together again in just a moment. The little hand grabbing the 4th generation is 1 point faster. Get started. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the kind-looking Master Yuan outside the shed suddenly shouted. All the Kirigakure ninjas surrounding the master, except for Mei Terumi who joined later, suddenly jumped up without hesitation. Water style, 5 shark eating technique. Water style, large cutting technique. Ninja technique, water wave. Facing the storm coming again, Qingtian laughed heartily. "If you can't beat me openly, then follow me to play darkly." He stopped Shisui, who was about to rush forward with one hand, and his clenched fingertips were shining with green light. The light nimbly moved between his fingers. "You are playing dirty tricks, I am your ancestor. Kylin." With a light shout from Qingtian, the lightning at his fingertips seemed to form a line with the clouds and rain. Boom! Lightning bolts came down from the sky at the speed of light, leaving no time for reaction. The waves on the pavement were torn into pieces by the lightning in milliseconds. Within 100 meters centered on the straw hut, it was like a baptism of thunder. The green light is dazzling and deafening. The group of mist-hidden people outside the range of the thunder technique stared blankly at the blue color that merged with the sky and the earth, with their mouths wide open. Is this the power of God? Even though that person's appearance was a double disguise, but the absolute strength he displayed seems to be worthy of the title of Ninja God. If it weren't for the Grand Elder, the Master, and the fourth Mizukage, two of the highest-ranking leaders of the Hidden Mist Village, they would still be inside. These people on the periphery had already started swimming out of the Hidden Mist Village. Just like now, the thunder and lightning had stopped, but everyone did not dare to move forward and hesitated to leave. He just stared at the center of the battlefield, at the scene that slowly emerged from the smoke. This old guy is really tired of living, playing tricks under my nose. There was a crackling sound on his body, and as the lightning faded away, Qingtian looked coldly at the charred corpses opposite and complained. Master UN. Master UN. Ao, Mei Terumi and other seriously injured ninjas lying on the ground looked at the most conspicuous bald charred corpse in front of them, with confusion in their eyes, mixed with a hint of fear. Oh, and you little brat. Qingtian turned around and looked at Suijitsu Kazuki, who had just been freed from the lightning. He was about 12 or 13 years old, with white hair, purple eyes, and a black combat uniform. At this time, Suijitsu, who had slightly recovered his mobility, still did not give up and grabbed the fourth Mizukage. Qingtian slowly approached and snatched the samurai sword from Shisui's hand. What an unpleasant brat. The blade glowed green again, and Qingtian said in a playful tone, the naughty boy must have a taste of Emperor Yangzhen's electric shock therapy. Sizzle, the green tip of the knife pierced Shuiyu's arm. A strong electric current spread through her arm and all over her body, and Shuiyu, whose water transformation technique had completely failed, could not help but scream. The wind stopped and the rain stopped. For a moment, only Shuiyu's screams echoed on the battlefield. Under Qingtian's precise control, Yuanqi and Wien, who took the initiative to take action, were completely dead. Ao and Mei Terumi were seriously injured by the aftermath just because they were too close, and were not given special attention by Qingtian. After all, they were two tools that had the qualifications to be trained, so Qingtian had no intention of killing them. Shisui, just keep an eye on the situation, I'll be back soon. After Qingtian finished speaking, he took a step and disappeared on the spot. Shisui was stunned at first, then he came to his senses and opened his Sharingan, ready for battle. My best friend had told me this before when we were on Susanoo. Obito, who controlled the Mizukage, and Black and White Zetsu were also hiding not far away. For about a minute, nothing happened except that the kid kept screaming, which eventually turned into groans of pain. There was a fluctuation in the space, and Qingtian returned to the hut with two ninjas in white clothes and wearing Kirigakure forward protectors in his hands. Thump, when they got to the ground, Qingtian left the two frightened medical ninjas behind and said, go and drag the two seriously injured ones over here and treat them. Why yes, I understand. The two medical girls answered with pale faces and trembling voices, then ran away from Qingtian, ran towards King He and Mei Terumi's direction. Looking at the two girls' reactions, Qingtian was speechless and said, as FOR.IT makes me look like a bad guy. Upon hearing this, Shishui's mouth twitched and he looked around the battlefield filled with wailing. There are some things that I really don't know whether I should say or not. Qingtian walked slowly towards the center of the battlefield, surging chakra and forming seals with his hands. 100 range, the broken earth and scattered branches of giant trees were in a mess. The gully of unknown depth was filled with soil and rocks drilled out from the ground, and the scattered rubble and huge trees were swept hundreds of meters away by the strong wind. The flat 100-meter open-air square has been renovated. Cats. In the center of the open-air square, a striking round stone pillar rises from the ground. The culprit who turned the entire Kirigakure upside down stood proudly on the stone platform. Within 10 minutes, all Kirigakure ninjas who can still move will gather here immediately. Those who fail to reach the square will bear the consequences at their own risk. The cold words, mixed with the wind attribute of Shakura, were infinitely amplified. At this moment, all the Kirigakure ninjas who were paying attention to this place, as well as the medical team far away near the Mizukage building, clearly heard these threatening words. One person threatens a village. This story, which seems like a joke, is actually happening right here and now. The crowd, who were already confused, became even more confused after hearing this. Only a few people set out for the square, while most of them remained in a daze. Of course, there were also many who turned around and ran away. Call out two kunao with detonating tags tied to them shot straight into the clear sky from the distant mountain peaks. On both sides of the platform, huge stone hands grasped two kunao. There were two muffled sounds, and the big hand just emitted a faint red light before retracting back onto the stone platform. Why, do you want to dance too? Qingtian, who was unharmed, shouted loudly and turned to look towards the top of the mountain. The sudden change made the Kirigakure, who had been paying attention to King Tian's figure, focused their attention again. Which ruthless person has not given up yet and is going to go up and give himself up again? Under the stone pillar, Shisui, who was guarding the fourth Mizu cage and a group of seriously injured hostages, had a twitching eye. The first Hokage's part has been played out, and you're not even letting go of Uchiha Madara's part. On the distant mountain peak, Black Zetsu and Obito looked at each other in surprise and asked in unison, "You threw the kunao?" The two of them were speechless for a few seconds, and by Zetsu on the side excitedly said, "Look, look, that powerful friend of Madara-sama has discovered us. Is that a greeting to us?" The hand is flashing. After Zetsu finished speaking, he raised his white arm happily and waved towards the opposite side. Twinkle, twinkle. Black Zetsu and Obito, who had no time to discuss, quickly turned their heads and looked towards the platform. On the high platform, King Tian's mouth was grinning. The shadow clone then transmitted back the memory just now. As early as when he fought against Yagura, who had transformed into a tailed beast, except for the clone that was dispersed by the giant tail. There were still two would-release clones that were forced to retreat. They took advantage of the thick fog to cover their bodies and moved towards the mountain where Obito was hiding. After all, the perception ninjutsu that King Tian has been using is absolutely amazing in the original character creation. If we don't sneak over when the battle attracts their attention, we might be discovered at other times. Those two sudden kunao attacks were the work of King Tian's clone. As for the purpose of doing this, King Tian took a stance, put his palms together with his fingertips slightly open, and aimed at the distant mountain. The faint fluorescence flickered through the tightly closed fingers, as eye-catching as stars held in the palm of the hand in the dark night. Stretch your left arm forward and bend your right arm slightly backward, as if drawing a bow and shooting an arrow. The white light that was just a few dots of light now became even brighter and more dazzling. Under King Tian's control of thoughts, the shape of the light spots changed, from light spots to stars, and then to bows and arrows again. King Tian's eyes condensed slightly, and then his fingers loosened. Dust release, arrow of exile. Call out. The white arrow, with a long white tail flame, shot towards the mountain 100 meters away at a rapid speed as if it could penetrate space. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no earth-shattering collapse. The arrow flew past silently, and there was dead silence. The mist-hidden man, who were already standing there in a daze, couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and then blinked violently. After blinking over and over again, he asked stupidly, "Where is that mountain just now? Where did the huge mountain in our village go?" King Tian glanced at the results of the battle with satisfaction, then calmed his mind and entered the spiritual world. A spacious courtyard full of lush greenery and vitality. The huge Shikaku was so tired that he looked like a dog. He lay on the ground and stuck out his tongue. Don't be fooled by King Tian's relaxed look outside. He used many powerful moves and still looked like he had some energy left. All this is because there is a beast hiding behind the sunny day and silently making contributions. Shikaku was almost squeezed dry, which can only be said to be a sin. King Tian floated in the air and patted Shikaku's head, praising him softly, "Well done. You take a rest and recover first, I'll do the rest myself." After all, he is a model employee. King Tian didn't speak actively. For all the chakra he output in external ninjutsu, Shikaku always replaced it with the chakra he extracted himself. After explaining, King Tian returned to reality. His own chakra surged slightly, and his fingertips glowed with bright white light. The last 8 minutes. Brothers who haven't arrived yet, speed up. After King Tian finished speaking, the glow of his 10 fingers changed into different shapes as his thoughts progressed. Kunao, shuriken, bow and arrow, light column. As it changed, the directions in which the fluorescent light pointed were all the people from the mist-hidden sect who were fleeing into the distance. The stars on the high platform were shining brightly, as dazzling as a signpost. Of course, it refers to the road to hell. The people who were fleeing stopped in their tracks. The moment the light was pointed at me, my body became stiff as if filled with lead, and cold sweat involuntarily dripped from my forehead. Especially after looking at the mountains in the distance that turned into dust, it was impossible to take a step forward to escape. Monster. A monster more terrifying than the tailed beasts. That guy is definitely not a human. It's terrible, I'm going to die. Everyone cursed in their hearts and rushed to the square in cold sweat. This is the purpose of King Tian shooting himself. The swift and unavoidable lightning strike made those Weian people who were still hoping for a lucky break think of running away after the rain stopped. Long-range Lee's fatal deterrence can help him save many lost brothers. Of course, not everyone gives up and runs away. There are still some who refuse to believe in it. Zabuza is one of them. Previously, when faced with the tyranny of the village, he was still determined to assassinate the fourth Mizu cage. Now, even escaping requires tremendous courage, especially the moment when the fluorescence turns. That monster. It's not in existence in the same dimension at all. If you get close, there is only death. Apart from wishing he had 2 more legs, the thick fog summoned by the silent killing technique kept wrapping Zabuza's figure as he rushed towards the coast. 7 minutes. The cold voice was like the countdown of death, urging everyone to rush to the square. After reporting the number, Qingtian looked at the several Kirigakur who were quickly fleeing to the coast, with a cruel smile on his face. Dust release consumes too much chakra, so it can only be used as a deterrent. It is indeed a waste to use cannons to shoot mosquitoes. Anyway, before he and Shisui landed, they had already buried a lot of coordinates along the coast. Qingtian, who had just finished reporting the number, disappeared in a flash. The people who were rushing over were slightly stunned and couldn't help but slow down their pace. A few seconds later, Qingtian returned to the platform with one hand, pinching the neck of Wian who had just escaped to the shore. Because too many ninjas arrived, Qingtian expanded the scope of the square again 3 minutes ago. All the ninjas who heard the sound and knew where the war was going rushed over. Those who didn't come, or escaped, most of them have now become corpses, collapsed under the stone pillars of the high platform. If you count them carefully, there are dozens of them, and among the corpses there are several elite jonin who are relatively famous in the Hidden Mist village. A small number of ninjas brought back by Haruto were spared the punishment of death, but were seriously injured and fell behind the stone pillars, joining the special group managed by Shisui. Zabuza is one of them. Looking at the fourth Mizukage who was seriously injured and unconscious beside him, Zabuza's eyes were complicated. I originally wanted to assassinate him, but I didn't expect that he was just a poor man controlled by illusion. Ahem. A strong wind blew, and the thick fog that had gathered again dispersed again. Qingtian looked down at the people below and said with a smile, "You don't have to be afraid or panic. My words about saving Kirigakur are not just empty talk." There was total silence in the audience, and no one dared to interrupt or respond. But my eyelids were twitching wildly, and my heart was filled with disbelief and anger. "Before you say this, could you please take a look at the fallen bodies under the stone pillar and the group of hostages behind it, represented by the Mizukage whose life or death is unknown?" Qingtian, who didn't feel anything was wrong, continued, "As far as I know, the long-term tyrannical rule of Kirigakur, and all kinds of absurd mission orders, the graduation rules of the ninja school, it's all unreasonable, it's inhumane." At this point, the ninjas below the stage nodded secretly. The origin of the Blood Mist Town is not just empty talk. If you want to graduate from the ninja school and become a ninja, the prerequisite is to kill your companions who you have been with day and night. Just from this one point, you can see the meaning of the words blood fog. The strong prey on the weak, survival of the fittest. Although this bloody rule has only been implemented for a short time, it has already made many Kirigakur feel numb to life and disgusted with the village's top leaders. There are many cases like Zabuza who assassinated high-ranking officials and Kisame who was in a state of emptiness and numbness. This is also the reason why they can still stay down there and listen quietly to Qingtian's speech. First, the sunny day is strong enough to awaken their instinct for survival. Second, I cannot say that I am very loyal to the current top management. I've solved the culprit for you. The first step to saving Kirigakur has been completed. Everyone in the audience was speechless. If you say so, then so be it. Anyway, one of the two top leaders is dead and the other is a hostage, so whatever you say is true. From now on, Kirigakur will be ruled by me. Qingtian didn't hide it and said directly, "If anyone objects, please stand up and speak." As soon as these words were spoken, the quiet crowd in the audience whispered for a moment, but soon fell silent again. Among the special group managed by Shisui, Mei Terumi had recovered a lot thanks to the efforts of the medical ninjas. Just as she was about to speak, she was stopped by Ao who was standing beside her. Mei Terumi looked at Qing in confusion and said angrily in a low voice, "Do you think Kirigakur can be handed over to such a guy? I advise you not to go out and seek death. Whoever dares to speak now will die." Shisui, who knew his best friend well enough, couldn't help but turn around and remind him. Hearing this, Mei Terumi glared back at Shisui with her beautiful eyes, a look of ferocity on her face. Qing grabbed Terumi Mei's wrist tightly and gave her crazy looks, signaling her to calm down. Shisui shook his head and ignored it. It's not about being soft-hearted, nor is it about being sympathetic. Since the previous lightning attack did not kill these people, Shisui guessed that they were tools left behind by his best friend on purpose. That's why I spoke with good intentions. Kirigakur just took a step forward and raised his hand to speak. Bang, the slender vines sprouting from the bottom of the stone pillar are like iron whips. There was a crisp sonic boom, and Kirigakur took a step forward, and his big head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white splashed all over the ground. Among them, the dozen or so Kirigakur who were closest to this person had a lot of red and white stains on their faces. The stench was so strong that the few people dared not move at all, like zombies, let alone wipe the blood and flesh off their faces. He just stared at the vines still dangling in the air, feeling frightened. Dinosaurs against wolves, the iron forehead guard that was originally on his head was thrown far away. The entire thick iron sheet broke into two pieces and clanged on the ground. Everyone's face was covered in cold sweat, and the fear in their eyes was even greater. Bloody rule replaced by terror rule, you understand salvation. No one knows how unjustly that Kirigakur died. I originally wanted to say I agree to please the new master. As a result, before I even expressed my agreement, my life was almost at its end. Seeing that no one objected, Qingtian nodded with satisfaction. Since everyone agrees, then as the leader, I will now officially announce a few new rules. Here it comes, here it comes. This demon is finally going to reveal his evil intentions. The audience was feeling nervous. Article 1, all regulations of the blood mist policy are completely abolished from today. Article 2, companions are prohibited from killing each other. The mist hidden. Could it be that this devil really came to save us? Article 3, the Hidden Mist Village is now officially renamed the Rich Man Company Limited. Disband all the configurations between the ninja teams and redistribute them. The team names are changed to 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, and so on. There is no upper limit. The higher the level, the better the benefits. High-level scrolls of ninjutsu, bloodstains, pupil techniques, etc. are all benefits and will be given to you for free. I knew it. Behind the stone pillar, Shisui held his forehead and smiled bitterly without saying anything. After listening to Qingtian's series of 9 new rules, everyone in the Kirigakure had a lot of question marks in their heads. Illusion? Is this devil mentally ill? Not to mention the people in the audience. Even Mei Terumi, who was in the special group, and Zabuza, who always had a cold face, now had a look of shock as if their worldviews were shattered. Is there anything wrong with his mind? The stunned Terumi Mei looked at Shisui stupidly and asked softly. Shisui frowned slightly, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then nodded heavily. After seeing Shisui's reaction, Qing nodded with some understanding, as if he understood something. Untie, untie, open. Many people even thought that they were trapped in an illusion, that the devil in reality was harming their bodies, and that they were all just dreaming. Qingtian rolled his eyes on the platform. It was this fucking reaction again. How can I be nicer to them, but they will think it is an illusion. The ability to accept is extremely poor. Wind style, Great Awakening technique. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The wind is howling. The unfortunate thing that was still making self-harming seals was instantly swept high into the sky by the hurricane. Soon the strong wind dissipated with the fog, and everyone in the sky fell to the ground like dumplings. No one died, just suffered minor injuries. After realizing it was not an illusion, they looked up at the platform with a look of disbelief. The sunlight shines through the thick fog, reflecting patches of golden ocean. Right below the Mizu Cage building, a dozen long tables were connected and arranged in a row. It was packed with people, and there was a long line of ninjas at each table. Qingtian's 10 clones were going through the process one by one for the ninjas who were approaching. Shisui, who still looked like Uchiha Madara, was busy making the process template with ease. Yes, sign your name here. Remember to stamp the date and fingerprints. After the brothers completed the process, Qingtian also carved a mark on the tongue of each ninja to eradicate the evil. I have to say, this mark is really useful. Once it is engraved, there is no need to worry about information leakage. It's not that they are afraid of the invasion of Kirigakure being leaked. Obito and the others were released anyway. I guess the news of Kirigakure's change of master won't be hidden for long. The mark was engraved only to prevent the information of the mission to be assigned in the future from being leaked. Meeting room in Shuiying building. Harutan's true form, who looked like Hashirama, crossed his legs on the table and said lazily, "From now on, you can call me boss, or Mr. Fu. As long as it does not violate the rules I set, all documents and task arrangements in the company will be handled by Mei Terumi." I? Mei Terumi pointed at herself in surprise. That's right. Qingtian nodded and said, I won't be staying in the company for a long time, so someone needs to handle the company's daily affairs. So I now officially appoint you as the secretary to the president of Daifuhao Co., Limited. You have the right to handle all matters of the company on your own while I'm away. After hearing this, Mei Terumi was a little confused for a moment. Her current status has directly jumped to second only to the top person in Kirigakure, no, in the company? Moreover, the group of elders headed by Master Yuan was completely disbanded last night. Doesn't that mean her power now is greater than that of the former Mizu Cage? Thinking of this, Mei Terumi turned around in confusion and looked at the fourth Mizu Cage Yagura beside her, who should be the former fourth Mizu Cage now. Following Mei Terumi's gaze, Qingtian complained, the shadow of a village can actually be controlled by someone using illusion. Yagura, who had already escaped from the control of the illusion, had an embarrassed look on his face. That was because I was seriously injured. Okay, no need to explain. Qingtian waved his hand and said, when your injury is healed, there are other tasks to be arranged. You don't have to worry about the location of the Mizu Cage anymore. Yagura smiled wryly and nodded. Although he was caught in an illusion, he still remembered clearly everything that happened last night. How he was severely injured by this person while he was in the state of tailed beast. There are still circles of medical bandages wrapped around his body. Except that our strength is not as good as others. This person's plan to improve the treatment of Kirigakure ninjas and change national policies. This is the key reason why Yagura, Mei Terumi, and others did not fight to the death. Then Qingtian looked at Qing and said, "As for you, you will be responsible for assisting Mei Terumi in handling the company's business for the time being. Appease the civilians of the water country and inform them of the company's existence and latest policies. The tyranny of Kirigakur is over. No one will break the rules and kill people indiscriminately. We encourage them to open stores with confidence, restore the national economy as soon as possible, and generate revenue for the company." He was a hero of the Third Shinobi World War and the only famous person in the entire Kirigakur who possessed the Byakugan technique. It would be much easier for Qing to appease the civilians and announce the change of the country's leader than for Miming to handle it. With the country being closed to the outside world for many years and under bloody tyranny, how could any civilian dare to open a shop and collect money? After looting the property left behind by the top leaders of Kirigakur last night, Qingtian almost cried out loud. Although there are many scrolls, secret techniques, and ninja tools, but the main thing is the money. When a mouse enters the warehouse, it will probably shed 3 tears. Qing nodded and said seriously, "Got it, boss. Isn't it just being a secretary for the boss's secretary?" Ao did not resist the mission of assisting Mei Terumi. After giving instructions to a few people, Qingtian looked at Zabuza in the corner of the conference room. He pulled out a scroll of ninjutsu from his bosom and threw it to him directly, except Samehata, the remaining 5 ninja swords are all here. Zabuza, who was carrying a beheading sword on his back, took the scroll and looked at Qingtian with a puzzled look. "You will be responsible for finding the right owners for the 5 ninja swords, and teach them as a teacher. You can pick anyone in the company who has good potential, so they want to train the 7 ninja swordsmen again." Zabuza put the scroll into his arms. When Qingtian saw Zabuza nodding, he secretly thought in his heart, what are the 7 People's Clan and the 6 People's Clan? As the first debt collection team in the company, the force deployment must not be too lax. Otherwise, like in the original book, even Team 7 led by Kakashi couldn't solve it. Then what about going to those shadow-level masters to collect the debt? Now that the company has been established, we can't let the president handle everything. Okay, now that we've finished talking about trivial matters, it's time to talk about serious matters, Qingtian said as he retracted his feet and took out 4 documents from his arms. Trivia? If policies concerning the entire country are just trivial matters, then what can be considered serious business? Several people took the documents handed to them with serious expressions. Moment, Ao, Zabuza, Mei Terumi, and Yagura looked at the sky-high IOU in their hands and their eyelids twitched wildly. The devil's true face has finally been revealed. Mei Terumi tightly grasped the IOU in her hand and looked at Qingtian with resentment on her face. Qing was speechless and numbed out with the scale of the debt. The 4 of them combined might have to leave the village and start a new country. That's enough. That's enough, Qingtian said as if it was a matter of course. The strong prey on the weak, and I think you who have experienced the blood mist should understand the principle of standing at attention when being beaten. I haven't even written down the repayment date for you. The worst that can happen is that you can just work for the company for the rest of your life. It's just a few billion. It's no big deal. Qingtian stood up and pointed at Zishui below. Besides, my brother owes a lot more than you do. Now you still follow me and eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks every day. Several people looked in the direction of Qingtian's finger, and the corners of their mouths couldn't stop twitching. I won't talk about how he was busy making the IOU template. He dared not even reveal his true identity, and had to put on a face that could easily lead to social demise. You to your brother. It's really good, nothing to say. There is no way. The survival of the fittest is not just the rule of Kirigakur. The same is true for the entire ninja world. The winner takes all, and the loser eats dust. They were silent for a moment, but finally went through the process again. As soon as Gui Deng Shuiyu pushed open the door of the conference room, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. The new boss actually pulled Mei Terumi's little tongue in broad daylight. Looking at her shameful and angry eyes, it seemed like she was about to cry in the next second. There are people watching nearby. Is the new boss playing such extravagant games? Excuse me. Shuiyu scratched his head awkwardly. Qingtian, who had just carved the curse seal on Mei Terumi, turned around and looked at Suijutsu speechlessly. He is a little kid with a playful personality. Qingtian's eyes narrowed slightly, and Shuiyu stood straight immediately. Mizuki, who relies on the secret technique of water escape to ignore physical damage, is also a bold and impulsive person in the family. But after experiencing multiple electric shock therapies last night, Shuiyu had an inexplicable fear of Qingtian. Tell me, what's the matter? Shuiyu responded respectfully. Report to the boss. The crazy people from the Bamboo Cutter clan are attacking us. Oh, the Take Torai clan, also known as the Kagaya clan, possesses the blood limit ability to manipulate bones. Qingtian's eyes lit up. It seemed that this time the gold medal debt collection team could add another great member. Let's go and take a look together. Qingtian took the lead and walked out of the meeting room, followed by Zabuza and others. Everyone had become accustomed to the madness of the Bamboo Cutter clan. That sick family was different from the ones ruled by the blood mist. Born with bloodstains and a violent gene deep in their bones, they are a crazy group that is fanatical about bloody battles. There is brains, but not much. Since the third Mizukage came to power, from time to time there would be a few members of the Take-Torai clan who would go crazy and rush into the Kirigakure-managed area and attack anyone they saw. Everyone in the Water Kingdom knows all about that clan's illness. On the hillside, several people led by Qingtian looked down at the battle below. The uniform loose white robes form a sharp contrast with the black combat uniforms of the Kirigakure ninjas. The collision of the black and white waves was as compact as a quick victory in a game of Go. Strangeness. Mei Terumi wondered, judging from the numbers, it seems that the entire Take-Torai clan has gone out. Aren't there usually only a few people who get sick? Qing, who was standing by, first looked at Qingtian cautiously, then explained softly, maybe the boss made a little too much noise last night, and these crazy people got some news and came out in full force. The three people behind him, Yagura, Zabuza, Suijutsu, twitched their lips. The little bit you mentioned, do you mean the little bit that almost blew up the Hidden Mist village? Qingtian said nothing. The blood-red windmill in his pupils was turning, and the stealing mode was activated again. The blood limit of the corpse bone vein can enhance bone density and strengthen one's own physical defense, although excessive use may cause blood-stain disorder. But for Qingtian, who possesses would release regeneration, yin and yang release, and the blood of the Otsutsuki, these are not a problem. Seeing that he had almost learned everything, Qingtian jumped down from the valley and slowly walked towards the battlefield. There were spots of blood on the eerie white bones, some from the enemies and some from our own people. The Killing Mad Bamboo Cutter clan, nearly 100 people, all have excited and fanatical faces. There is only one tiny exception. He is about the same age as Shuiyu, and his expression of calmness and indifference during the battle is in stark contrast to the rest of the tribesmen. After observing the battle situation for several minutes, Qingtian has made his own judgment on the situation of the Bamboo clan. As the sunny day drew closer, I thought to myself, a group that is prone to disease, warlike and difficult to manage is not a qualified tool. It seems that the only thing we can gain is a promising young gold medal fighter in the future. Click, a bamboo cutter ninja, seeing Qingtian approaching with excitement on his face, rushed up regardless of anything. He laughed loudly, raised the bone blade in his hand, and chopped it towards Qingtian's head viciously. Is that so? Qingtian stretched out his finger, and a flash of white appeared on his fingertips. Call out. The bamboo cutter ninja who rushed forward paused abruptly. A little blood oozed out of his forehead at some point, and then his pupils began to dilate. Bang! The fall of a corpse did not affect the tragic battlefield. Soon, another bamboo cutter ninja with a fanatical face came forward. They did not notice the special existence in front of them wearing red retro armor. Wherever the clear sky passes, the ninjas wearing the Kirigakure forehead protectors will disperse and move away from the battle. It seemed as if his existence was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more terrifying than those fearless bamboo cutter ninjas. Qingtian had no intention of resolving the issue slowly. After taking a quick glance at the battlefield, he slowly formed seals with his hands. Bone veins, dance of the early ferns. The terrifying chakra condensed and gushed out in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. Tens of meters long eerie white bones suddenly pierced out from the ground. In just 1 second, the entire battlefield turned into a forest of white bones. The red bones hanging on the corpse and stained with blood and flesh are even more eye-catching. How a group of mist ninjas couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. Halfway through the battle, a piece of sharp bone suddenly emerged from the ground and brushed past his scalp. I thought it was an enemy attack and my heart sank. When I came to my senses, I found that all the enemies were hanging above my head. My little heart is like a windmill in the sky, going up and down. It's so exciting. At this time, the young Kimimaro was pinned to the ground by 4 hard bone spurs that precisely bypassed his flesh and blood, making him unable to move. Click, click, there was a crisp sound, and Kimimaro turned his head mechanically. Wearing red retro armor and with a sunny and cheerful face, he shattered the hard bones that prevented him from moving with just a touch. Long bone spurs emerged from his palm, and after regaining his ability to move, Kimimaro immediately leaned over and looked at Qingtian vigilantly. Why do we want to join them in the battle? Qingtian asked softly. There's no reason why, they just said they were coming and brought me here. Kimimaro frowned slightly, but remained vigilant. Qingtian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and whispered again, how about following me in the future? Hearing this, Kimimaro's eyes flashed with a different light. You need me? Qingtian nodded, smiling even more. Yes, I need you. Come with me. After Qingtian finished speaking, he turned around and took a step forward, and the entire white forest collapsed and shattered. Kimimaro behind him stared at Qingtian's back, a blush flashing across his fair cheeks. After a moment of daze, Kimimaro took back the bones in his palm and hurriedly followed. Monster! That guy is definitely not a human. Mei Terumi, who was standing on the hillside, murmured softly as she looked at the broken bones below. Ahem! Obito wearing a mask, black and white zetsu, and Kisame carrying same hata gathered here. The seriously injured Kisame looked at Obito and asked in confusion, Mr. Madara, who were those two people last night? When mentioning Harano and the other person, Obito's face under the mask twitched. But Obito still pretended to be in control and said calmly, they are just two old immortals left by the Uchiha clan. I have just recruited these subordinates and my character cannot be ruined now. Kisame was still a little confused after hearing this. Then why didn't Mr. Madara take action last night? Obito responded softly, now is not the time for our organization to be exposed. Given the strength of those two, it would take a lot of effort for me to defeat them now. As Obito spoke, he placed his hand on his abdomen and said in a deep voice, after all, I still have the root of my illness from the battle with Hashirama. Obito's pretentious words and Black Zetsu's pretending to be thoughtful and cooperating beside him made it seem as if this was the truth. It was as if the embarrassing scene last night when the white light struck and Obito took him to flee to the eye technique space in a hurry had never happened at all. Just as White Zetsu was about to say something, he was suppressed by the chakra of Black Zetsu who had the same body as him. Kisame nodded thoughtfully, so do we have to go back to the Hidden Mist village next? Even though I am very unwilling. But after seeing that man's strength last night, Obito gave up the idea of controlling Kirigakur. Although it is possible to trick Nagato into bringing the Akatsuki members to get back at him, it is indeed not suitable at this time. Obito hesitated for a moment. No, let's go back to the Hidden Rain village first. Water Shadow Building, it should now be called the headquarters of Daifuhao Co., Limited. In the conference room, Qingtian looked at the few people and then removed the substitution technique on his body. After all, except for Kimimaro, everyone else has already been marked. It's time to restore my true identity and let my brothers get to know me, so as to avoid any misunderstandings. All those present were senior company executives, and it would be impolite to always use a stand-in. Sunny Day definitely wasn't about knowing where to send the money after they completed their mission. Grass. Fuck. Shuiyu, who has always been regarded as a genius by the family, exclaimed in surprise when he looked at Qingtian, who was only a few years older than him. It's okay if the real person is a young man. You are so damn strong, and you are still a teenager. What are we so-called geniuses compared to you? Qingtian frowned and looked at Shuiyu who was shouting, and faint green light appeared on his fingertips. Shuiyu looked at the lightning on her fingertips and couldn't help shivering. She quickly said, Boss is really handsome and promising young man. His talent is astonishing, and his strength is unrivaled in the ninja world. Shuiyu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the green light on her fingertips dissipate. Not to mention Suijutsu, except Shisui and Kimimaro. Everyone present was deeply shocked by Qingtian's appearance. At such a young age and with such strength, it is truly astonishing. You have to know that at the age of 15 or 16, a ninja's strength is still in a period of rapid growth. It's so perverted now. Who in the ninja world can deal with this monster in a few years? Pa. Qingtian clapped his hands, bringing everyone back to their senses, and then said, let's get to know each other again. Your boss, Uchiha Haruto. Several people didn't know how to respond and just nodded numbly. I'm sure you all know the identity of the Uchiha. Several people nodded. Whether it was the Golden Susanoo last night or the Bone Vein Ninjutsu copied today, Qingtian revealed the fact that he had the Sharingan. It was hard for them to believe that the Sharingan could replicate such an explosive power as the blood limit. But if the target was a monster like Sunny, it would be much easier to accept. He's just a pervert anyway, and there's nothing surprising about a pervert getting even more perverted. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Qingtian made arrangements. Suijutsu and Kimimaro will temporarily study with Zabuza. Looking at Kimimaro's obedient expression as he followed orders, Qingtian said to Zabuza, if Kimimaro is not suitable for using a ninja sword, you only need to teach him some basic ninjutsu and close combat. As for Suijutsu, in the original work, that guy was just a funny guy who was striving to master the 7 ninja swords. After saying that, Qingtian looked at Kimimaro and said softly, when I have time, I will also come to help you develop the blood ninjutsu of the corpse vein. Zabuza couldn't teach this special bloodstain. Even though Qingtian didn't copy much, he had the system to help him memorize it. With the personal guidance of Zabuza and Haruta, I believe that Kimimaro's strength will be improved by several levels beyond the original. As for why Haruta treats Kimimaro specially, who doesn't like loyal, obedient subordinates with extremely high ninjutsu talent? After arranging the two little guys, Qingtian looked at the former 4th Mizukage, the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Karatagi Yagura. For the time being, you should rest and recuperate in the company. When you are almost fully recovered, you can help build the bridge. Bridge? Yagura looked confused. The Hidden Mist village was covered in thick fog all year round, and with the special terrain of the continuous mountains, why would a bridge be built? Qingtian looked at the confused baby face and said, didn't I abolish the policy of closing the country to the outside world? Yagura nodded, still confused. It is true that we should strengthen the connection with the outside world. But what does this have to do with building bridges? The little brain turned for a moment, as if it had guessed some terrible reality. Yagura looked up suddenly and stared at the clear sky with wide eyes. You are proficient in water jutsu, plus you are the perfect Jinchuriki. Qingtian chuckled and said, this somewhat difficult task is perfect for you. Yagura whispered in an incredulous tone, when you say building a bridge, do you mean you want me to build it all the way from the water country to other countries? At this moment, Yagura didn't even call out boss as he felt an inexplicable panic in his heart. Build bridges from the water kingdom to other countries. Even if he worked alone like an animal without food or water, it would take him at least several years to do the job. Qingtian nodded as a matter of course. It's still a bit inconvenient just to build a boat and travel. They have actually decided to open up the country. Fortunately, we can make a bigger move. Upon hearing this, Yagura's face turned pale. Mei Terumi and the others looked at him with eyes full of sympathy. But don't worry, I won't let you do such a big project alone. Yagura's complexion finally recovered a little. If all the ninjas from the land of water join together, they will be able to connect with the nearest country in more than a year. You can select 2 teams of ninjas from within the company who are good at earth escape and water escape. The Water Kingdom, with its unique territory, has undergone tremendous changes in just 2 months. The streets that were deserted before have become bustling with people coming and going. Most of the black combat uniforms that remained unchanged for 24 hours were replaced with loose and casual robes. The bloody intense atmosphere that used to hang over the entire country has also improved a lot. The Daifuhao Co., Limited, founded by Qingtian, has become a household name throughout the Water Kingdom. Especially after learning that this series of changes in the country were made by the company's CEO, Monopoly Company became even more popular and loved by the people. Although the taxes paid for opening a store are a few billion points higher, at least there is still some profit. The most important issue of personal safety is also fully guaranteed under the company's policies. The bosses still remember it clearly. A month ago, a Chinin-sama got drunk and caused trouble in a pub, slightly injuring several civilian customers and the owner. The pub owner didn't dare to pursue the matter, so he was lucky enough not to lose his life. As a result, the next day all the merchants were politely invited to the downstairs of the company's headquarters to witness the tragic death of the Chinin with their own eyes. Since then, more and more shops have opened and the atmosphere has become better and better. Kirigakure Ninja Academy. An entire mountain was used as a training ground for ninjas. Zabuza, holding a broadsword, defended himself from the continuous attacks of Suijutsu and Kimimaro at close range with a relaxed look on his face. There was also a quiet young man with a female appearance and long hair standing by the sidelines watching. Why don't you go up and practice together? Qingtian's voice suddenly sounded beside his ears, and the young man quickly turned around and said respectfully, "Hello, boss. You don't have to be so formal every time." Qingtian waved his hand and said, "It's better to be casual at ordinary times." Bai nodded, remembering his boss's previous question, and answered again, "The morning training sessions have been completed." Suijutsu and Kimimaro took the initiative to challenge Zabuza-sama. Not bad. Qingtian looked at the battle on the field with a slight smile on his face. Employees who know how to work overtime on their own initiative are worthy of recognition for their ideological awareness. Bai, don't let those 2 brats widen the gap in strength. Qingtian said in a gentle tone, "You are not lacking in talent, but your temperament is a little too bland. Maybe you don't have any lofty ideals or aspirations, but even if you want to maintain the status quo, you have to make yourself stronger." The young man looked like he was being taught a lesson. He thought for a moment before responding, "Got it, boss. I will practice more with Shuiyu and the others starting this afternoon." Qingtian nodded, looking relieved. What boss wouldn't like his employees to work overtime and engage in involution on their own initiative? When Qingtian first saw Zabuza bringing back Shiro, he also marveled at the wonder of their fate. He even made by naming a member of the gold medal debt collection team, Lord Haruta. After finishing his extra practice, Kimimaro saw Haruta appear on the sidelines and immediately trotted over. "Boss." Zabuza also stepped forward to greet him. "Hey, Mr. Fu, what instructions do you have today?" Shuiyu, who was left behind, came over while breathing heavily, carrying an ordinary long sword. "Suiyu, please speak more respectfully," Kimimaro said repeatedly. Shuiyu curled her lips, looking indifferent. Through this period of contact, Shuiyu also realized that this new boss is actually not difficult to get along with. He doesn't mind if you joke around or brag to him occasionally. Compared with previous Kirigakure executives, the boss's style can even be considered kind. Of course, the premise of all this is that his weak spot is not touched. Otherwise the outcome will be absolutely miserable. As for the boss's weak spot, all employees in the company know it very well. Money, cash. If I meet you, I will die. Fine. Qingtian placed his big hand on Kimimiro's little head and said softly, "It's almost time to come out. I should also go back to Konoha. I just happened to come by today to see you little guys and say goodbye." Feeling the warmth on his head, Kimimaro looked a little sad when he heard this, but he did not persuade the adult to stay. Zabuza nodded, "Don't worry, boss. I will teach them well." Looking at the changes in the village, Zabuza, who originally wanted to assassinate the Mizu Cage and defected from the village, has been reborn. Zabuza is very satisfied with his current life and the environment in the village. so at this moment, he is undoubtedly loyal to the company and to Qingtian. Qingtian nodded and chuckled, I believe you. Although the two countries are a bit far apart, Qingtian has nothing to worry about with Flying Thunder God and the magic lantern technique. Besides coming to say goodbye to you, I also left a gift for you guys. After Qingtian finished speaking, he took out 4 scrolls from his arms and distributed them to several people one by one. They are all corresponding ninjutsu and secret techniques. Even the bloodstains of Kimimaro and Bai were recorded. Although there will be no short-term gains, the potential and talent of these people are worth this advance investment. Looking at the technique recorded on the scroll, several people were shocked and surprised, and hurriedly shouted, Thank you, boss. Mr. Fu, you're awesome. Shuiyu jumped up excitedly as she looked at the water escape technique recorded in her hand. The reactions of several people made Qingtian feel satisfied. This is also the reason why I chose to do it myself instead of leaving it to Mei Terumi. When it comes to winning people's hearts, my appearance in person will undoubtedly add several layers of effect. The country of water, by the coast. Yagura, fully transformed into a tailed beast, looks like a giant turtle floating in the sea. The back floating on the water is half the size of a football field. A dozen ninjas were on the back of a turtle, constantly carrying materials to the regal bridge, which had already taken shape. Yagura moved it back and forth mechanically, his blood-red eyes that had transformed into a tailed beast showing numbness. Sokin Yagura has been working as a ruthless transport machine in the sea for a whole month. Looking at the bridge in front of me, which is only a few hundred meters long, and gazing at the endless blue sea in the distance, Yagura's heart sank a little bit. It's only been 4 or 5 years. Don't be too depressed. A gentle voice sounded in Yagura's heart. Isabu, I think you said that because you want to soak in the water. Yagura separated part of his mind and said this to Sanwei Isabu in his inner world. Ha ha. Isabu chuckled and said, Isn't it comfortable to soak in the water? There was a loud sound of splashing water. On a sunny day, I soaked my feet in the water with a look of leisure. 2 days, Qingtian brought Shisui from the Hidden Mist village and quickly arrived here using the coordinates they had buried when they came. Will there be any trouble when we go back this time? The best friend deliberately stayed at an ambiguous distance from Konoha, neither too far nor too close. The reason for not returning to the village immediately was to adjust the state and restore Shakura. As for what his best friend, who wanted to return to the village in his best form, was planning, Shisui had no idea. Looking up at the portraits of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, Shisui's expression was somewhat complicated. Qingtian paused for a moment, looked at the ripples on the lake, and asked softly, the peace of the family, the peace of the village, the peace of the ninja world, which one do you care about most, Shisui? After hearing this, Shisui lowered his head and thought for a while, and finally shook his head. I can't judge, and I don't have the right to choose. I just don't want war to happen, and I don't want to see too many innocent ninjas die. After saying this, Shisui turned his head and stared at Qingtian, and said in a deep voice, I am not as strong as my best friend, nor am I smart enough, so I can't think of a way to have the best of both worlds. But the changes in the Hidden Mist village and the establishment of the company, I think my best friend should be able to solve the things I can't do perfectly. While saying this, Shisui's face was full of trust in Qingtian. During the time we stayed in Kirigakure, we had several gatherings to practice the phantom body technique. The information conveyed by Patriarch Fugaku made Shisui feel a little uneasy. Hokage Sarutobi has personally gone to the route 3 times to inquire about Danzo's return date. The most important thing is that I have specially checked the mark on the root ninja's tongue. As soon as Sarutobi left, the news was passed to the chief of the Fugaku clan in an extremely secret manner. And the best friend waited for Itaki and Kakuzu after their phantoms disappeared. He gave the order to Chief Fujigaka to mobilize the entire clan and be ready to evacuate at any time. Shisui understood that something big might happen during this return trip to the village. Shisui would not feel the slightest bit emotional when he could go on a killing spree in the Hidden Mist village with his best friend. Because the death of just a few hundred ninjas can bring peace to the entire Hidden Mist village. My best friend succeeded in this matter perfectly. But if it was in Konoha, Shisui doubted whether he could do it. Qingtian looked up at Shisui, who had a conflicted look on his face, and responded softly, Don't worry, I have no plans to attack the village. The worst outcome is that the Uchiha will evacuate Konoha. Thinking of the foundation he had laid in Kirigakure, Qingtian raised his lips slightly. Evacuating Konoha may not be a bad ending. If nothing else, at least for you and Itaka's sake, I won't attack Konoha. After hearing Shisui's somewhat troubled expression, he finally calmed down a lot. A good friend may be a little greedy and a little unreasonable, but true friends will never break their promises. Qingtian turned his head and looked back at the lake, thinking to himself, only a mentally ill person would destroy Konoha and kill Sarutobi at this time. The huge difference in ideology between Konoha and Kirigakure means that the path of terror rule and suppression by force is doomed to fail. After all, the so-called everlasting will of fire is too unsolvable. In a few years Sarutobi will die at the hands of Orochimaru, so why would he jump out and be the bad guy? The ninja world is so big, the land of earth, the land of sand, and the Land of Lightning are all big enough for you to have fun for a while. There is really no need to confront Konoha and the entire group of protagonists now. Wouldn't it be much easier to wait for Tsunade to take office, be promoted to the 6 paths, and then finally conquer Konoha? At this time, the best solution would be to bring the entire family, plus Fugaku who has the strength of a cage, to help stabilize the rear base. Originally, I just planned to go out and get in touch with Orochimaru. As a result, because of Itaka's information, he inexplicably accepted Kirigakure first. The change in the situation also led to the failure of the Konoha Collapse 1.0 plan originally designed by Haruto. But, starting in Kirigakure is obviously much more suitable than Konoha at this time. Night, starry sky. In the Hokage building, 7 people gathered in a spacious conference room. At the top is the Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Umbu members Heite Kakashi, Wood-style blood ninja Yamato. Family affiliation, chief of the 3 Konoha clans Ino, Deer, and Jo, and chief of the Hyuga clan. The Yamanaka clan symbolizes pig, and its leader is Yamanaka Inoichi. The Nara clan, whose symbol is the deer, has its leader, Nara Shikaku. The Akimichi clan symbolizes the butterfly, and its leader is Akimichi Choza. The Hyuga clan has Bloody Byakugan, and its leader is Hyuga Hayashi. Sarutobi, who was at the head of the group, had a serious expression on his face, and startled several people as soon as he opened his mouth. The Hokage assists Danzo, he may have been killed and someone has taken his identity. Before everyone could come back to their senses, Sarutobi continued, when we investigated the daimyo's mansion after the attack on Danzo, there were already suspicious points. Hinata Hayashi, who was also involved in this matter in the audience, nodded. After returning to the village, with the help of Yamato, we were able to confirm that something had happened to the real Danzo. Yamato in the audience stuck out his tongue in cooperation. Several clan leaders focused their gazes and indeed could still clearly see the marked strokes remaining on the tongue. But at this time, Yamato casually revealed some information about Danzo, and was not backfired by the magic. The moment Danzo's true body disappeared, the mark was broken, leaving only useless strokes. But the former root ninjas have long been accustomed to the root style and Danzo's brainwashing over the years. No one would actively think about the relevant information in their minds, nor would they actively try to reveal Danzo's secrets. This is also the reason why Sarutobi discovered Danzo's accident so late. And the sunny day that had been away from the village for a long time made Sarutobi's suspicion deepen. It was not until a month ago that Yamato was asked to give it a try, and it was discovered that the seal of eradicating tongue trouble was ineffective. 2 possibilities. The military strategist Shikaka calmed down and analyzed. The first possibility is that Danzo took the initiative to remove all the marks for some reason. The second mark is destroyed when the caster dies. The eyes of several clan leaders were dim, and it was obvious that the second possibility was far more likely than the first. At first, I planned to wait for Danzo to return to the village and then secretly capture and interrogate him. Sarutobi nodded and added, but Danzo has been out of contact for a long time. I took the initiative to show up at the route to alert the enemy, in order to force out the person hiding in the dark. Speaking of this, Sarutobi's tone was filled with a hint of doubt. As a result, I discovered that the root ninja of the Uchiha clan had the seal of the root of tongue disaster engraved on his tongue. So before we start the action, let's let Hayashi confirm it first. Hinata Hayashi in the audience nodded. No wonder after receiving the news that Danzo was returning to the village tonight, he was secretly called to a party by the Umbu. This is the truth. At this time, Hayashi was still secretly shocked by the news that Konoha's second-in-command was impersonated by someone. Shikaku looked at Sarutobi and warned, Hokage-sama, if Danzo is indeed impersonated by someone, then this person may have some connection with the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi nodded and said in a deep voice, the personnel of the root organization are indeed suspicious. So the operation against Danzo is just us. All remaining Umbu members in the village are responsible for standing guard near the Uchiha station and awaiting orders. In the center of the shrine square, all members of the Uchiha clan gathered here, including the ninjas who joined the route. They were secretly sent back by Qingtian using Flying Thunder God. After counting the number of people, Fugaku said solemnly in front of the stage, since Konoha can't tolerate the existence of our clan, then we should just leave. The people in the audience frowned and whispered, and from time to time they looked up at the 2 people in the upper seat with extremely incredible eyes. Except that the evacuation order was issued too suddenly. Shisui, who was standing next to Fugaku, also made everyone's eyes widen. Without wasting time explaining, Fugaku's eyes transformed into a kaleidoscope form, and his cage-level aura shocked everyone. Our clan has already negotiated with the Hidden Mist Village. After leaving Konoha, we don't need to wander around. We can directly join the Hidden Mist Village and still be our wealthy nobles. No need to engage in battle, just wait for orders and follow Shisui. I will stay here to buy time. Shisui, who had regained his original appearance, took a step forward and revealed the 3 Megatama in his eyes. Not only the Kirigakure, but also the document signed and stamped by the daimyo of the Land of Water is in my hands, Shisui said as he spread out the written materials. we were treated unfairly by the village, so we were forced to leave. With the endorsement of the daimyo of the Land of Water, the Uchiha clan will not be treated as a traitor by the ninja world. Maybe he's used to it. Shisui's expression when holding the fake materials is even more realistic than the real ones. The Uchiha who originally joined the Root Ninja was wearing a black combat uniform. His arms were filled with storage scrolls, and all the valuable things except the land were collected in them. Some clan members who were reluctant to leave Konoha or even unwilling to leave were knocked unconscious and carried on the shoulders. The patriarch's extremely tough attitude forced everyone to join this action. "Did that kid say when we're leaving?" Fugaku asked Shisui in a low voice. "Today's action is quite sudden, with a month's preparation time. The surveillance of the Umbu and the temptation of Sarutobi." Fugaku had not yet informed everyone about the secret matter of the family's preparation for relocation. "All I can say is that King Tian's return trip somewhat disrupted his plans. My best friend said that it would cause a bigger commotion and attract the attention of Konoha's top fighters." Shisui responded in a low voice, "As soon as we sense a battle has occurred in Konoha, we can begin to evacuate." Fugaku nodded, then looked up in the direction of the Hokage building. Mikato, wearing combat uniform, was holding young Suzuki's hand and comforting him in a low voice. "Don't worry, Suzuki, our lives will be better in Kirigakure." Suzuki's face still looked a little gloomy when he heard this. It's not that he likes Konoha that much, but whenever he thinks of leaving, he always thinks of a lonely person in the ninja school. Underground of Konoha. In the center of the root square, Qingtian was sitting alone on a chair with a leisurely look on his face. I had been planning to take the initiative and make some special noise. Unexpectedly, Sarutobi was also not slow and actually sneaked in first with so many people. Dengdenden, wearing standard combat uniform, the newcomer emerged from the passage first. "Rizu, what do you want to report to me when you sneak in so late at night?" Haruto spoke with a playful tone, looking at the Hyuga clan leader whose eyes widened. Hayashi didn't respond, but just looked Danzo up and down with his Byakugan. Suddenly, a trace of astonishment flashed across Rizu's face, and he shouted, "You bold rat, you actually pretended to be a senior executive. What is your purpose?" "Bold?" Qingtian still wore Danzo's appearance, narrowed his eyes and responded, "If impersonating is considered bold, then what if I just killed Danzo directly?" Big, bold? Hayashi said nothing, but just agitated his shakera and took an attacking stance. Qingtian raised the corner of his mouth and whispered softly, "Confirm it directly," and then posed to attract my attention. Qingtian raised his head suddenly and said, "Then Sarutobi will give me a fatal blow from above." The dark square echoes with the sunny day's whispers. "Earth escape, earth flowing river." Seeing that the plan was exposed, Sarutobi on the rock above immediately launched ninjutsu. Just like the rivers and seas flowing backwards, the heaviness above the head turned into brown waves and poured down. Qingtian didn't move at all, and slowly formed seals with his hands. Boom boom boom. 3 towering trees rise from the ground at Qingtian's feet. The roaring earth flow was pushed back by the giant tree with lush branches and leaves, and it split and dispersed. The backflow of mud did not touch Qingtian at all, and the 3 giant trees turned into loyal bodyguards, guarding Qingtian. "It was you who stole the scroll." Sarutobi, who had just reunited with Hayashi, stared at Haruto who was sitting on the chair with a serious expression. "Old man, don't push everything onto me." Sunny crossed his legs and smiled. "Obviously this is the basis of what you and Danzo were planning when you were alive. Now that Danzo is gone, you want to throw all the dirty water on me again?" Sarutobi frowned and stared at the giant tree next to Haruto. "He can use wood release and has the strength to kill Danzo. You can't argue about the theft of the scroll." While the two were talking, Kakashi Yamato and 3 clan leaders also joined them. Kakashi shook his head at Sarutobi and said softly, "We have searched thoroughly. He is the only one left here. The Uchiha ninjas are not in the base." Sarutobi's eyes narrowed. Before they sneaked in, Umbu were sent to monitor all the exits of the route. "How did those people disappear? Just because I know would release, does that mean I stole the scroll?" Qingtian raised an eyebrow and pointed at Yamato who was wearing an Umbu uniform. "Don't your subordinates know how to do this?" As he spoke, Qingtian turned his head to look at the clan leaders and chuckled. "The Umbu only listens to Sarutobi, so who knows, they might steal from the company. I guess this old guy must have hit with the excuse that the secret technique was stolen. I came to you to ask for the family storage of ninjutsu." Despite Qingtian's provocation, the clan leaders remained indifferent and just silently prepared for battle. Giving Sarutobi some eye drops was also a display of Qingtian's bad taste before he left. "If we disguise some traces of wood release at the scene, we can say that it was me who did it. Why don't you just say I'm the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama?" Qingtian stood up and stretched his body. "Why don't you just treat me as the shot aim and give the position of Hokage back to me?" Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was angry, his expression remained calm. "Deploy the barrier to prevent this person from escaping by any special means." The disappearance of the root ninja also forced Sarutobi to make an additional preparation. After saying a flash technique, Sarutobi came close. "Detain this person for now and escape before the barrier is deployed." Bang, bang, bang. With the three giant trees around it as the center, the stretched branches and vines grew wildly under the infusion of surging shakara. Just like pouring an endless ocean current into a children's swimming pool, the expanding vines burst the entire underground base in the blink of an eye. The earth shook and the mountains trembled, with a deafening roar that erupted from underground all the way to the surface. Boom! The Hokage building, located right above the root square, was instantly pierced through by the towering tree crowns. The growth of the giant tree has not stopped yet and it is still expanding further. Before several clan leaders could put down the barrier, Qingtian actually blocked the entire underground with giant trees. At this time, the root square was covered by the roots of giant trees like layers of spider webs. The coal lamps embedded in the stone walls of the passage used for lighting were all shattered. The hazy moonlight filtered through the gaps between the branches and sprinkled onto the center of the underground square. Qingtian, who had changed her clothes, looked up at the top of the giant tree and sighed softly. Compared to the size of the sacred tree, it's still a billion points short. The scattered moonlight fell on the red clouds and black robes, making a mottled pattern. Although he was wearing a wooden mask, his true face was not revealed. But this only upright figure bathed in the light looked so evil and awe-inspiring. Bang, bang, bang. The 7 people who broke through layers of barriers reunited again. Except for Sarutobi, who looked a little embarrassed, the other 6 people all looked injured. Who on earth are you? Sarutobi looked at the clear sky with a serious expression. A would escape technique of this scale might be not far from that of the first Hokage. Kakashi and others silently wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths. He tightened the weapon in his hand, with some shock still lingering in his eyes. Qingtian turned around and chuckled. The chief diplomat of the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Obito, come on. As Qingtian spoke, his one eye looked through the mask and slowly rotated to the state of 3 Megatama. Then he waved to the man with silver hair and half a mask and said, "Hey, long time no see, Kakashi." "Obito?" Kakashi looked at the 3 Megatama revealed by the man in the moonlight, murmured, and a trace of trance flashed in his eyes. "No, you're not Obito." After a moment, his eyes became firm again, and Kakashi said firmly, "Even if Obito is fine, he will definitely not attack Konoha, the village, or his companions." Ha ha ha. Qingtian couldn't stop laughing, then looked at Kakashi with pity and said sarcastically, "You can doubt that I am not. Today I am being generous and kind and will give you a piece of top-secret information for free. The mastermind behind the Nine Tails rebellion in Konoha was Uchiha Obito." Qingtian spread his hands and said, "Believe it or not, it's up to you, but this is the truth." This man's eyes are undoubtedly from the Uchiha clan, and the Akatsuki organization he mentioned. Is he a member of the organization that Itaki is currently undercover infiltrating? Now is not the time to think about this. Sarutobi slowly leaned forward and said in a heavy tone, "What on earth do you Uchiha want to do? Old man, isn't it you who force the Uchiha to do whatever they want? If you want to ask me for advice, at least show the attitude of asking for help." Qingtian pointed to the ground and said, "Let's sit down and see." Seeing that he could not get any information, Sarutobi leaned forward faster and slapped the ground with his palm. "Ape demon." Falling words, the Saruman emerged from the smoke, holding a large club and disappearing on the spot with Sarutobi. Bang, the psychic beast ape demon stepped on the vines, and the big stick in his hand brought up gusts of wind and smashed towards Qingtian's forehead. "Go ahead, the Rui Jingubang." Qingtian raised his left arm slightly, and the finger bones of his left hand were as strong as golden iron due to the strengthening of the corpse bone vein. Clang! This thing can also be called the Rui Jingubang. Qingtian smashed the black stick with a solid punch, and the white-haired ape demon was instantly blown away by the huge force. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet Flame Dragon Bullet. Secret Art of Restoration Rolling Star. Above the vines on the right, the muddy dragon's mouth spewed out hard stones with a speed comparable to that of bullets. Sarutobi stood aside with his hands in seals, and a hot fireball spewed out of his mouth, combining with the Earth Dragon. Like a scorching hot miniature meteorite, it staggers the continuous and intersecting branches and vines, spread out in all directions, and all of a sudden cover the place where Qingtian was standing. Good. Clear Sky's eyes lit up. Even though it was still almost there, Sarutobi's recovery method already had some blood in it. 8 Trigram's palm. Hayashi, who has the white eyes, can hit fatal acupuncture points with one strike. The fierce palm wind rushed straight towards Qingtian's face. Human bomb tank. The body spun at high speed into a ball shape and dived straight down from above Qingtian's head, smashing the vines. Although the environment is dark, this little bit of moonlight will undoubtedly enhance the ritual. Nara Shikaku hid in a secret corner, his feet stepping on the moonlight, his infinitely elongated shadow extending from his feet all the way to the sunny sky. Qingtian patted his abdomen lightly, looking at the continuous attacks, secretly admiring the excellent coordination between the few people. There is output and control, and even assistance on the side. Yamato, who couldn't perform such a large scale would release like Haruto, also played his unique role. help adjust the position of the vines, and secretly extend the shadows hidden under the moonlight to the darkness underground little by little. With this kind of tacit cooperation, even a top shadow-level figure with weaker perception wouldn't be able to sustain it for long. Unfortunately, I encountered a sunny day that was even more abnormal than a normal one. Ice Shield Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. Thousands of densely packed ice mirrors of various shapes firmly protect the sunny day. The terrifying cold air instantly spread from all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Sarutobi's extensive firepower strikes created countless pits on the transparent ice surface, but with the help of Sunny Chocula, the ice mirror ran its back to normal. The ball of flesh on top of its head rubbed against the ice surface with a sizzling sound, splashing out fiery ice crystals. Shikaku's shadow imitation technique infinitely reached the surface of the ice crystal, but could not move forward at all. The difference of a few steps is like a chasm. The moonlight was blocked in mid-air by the thick cold air, and the ground seemed like an endless abyss, with no light at all. Puff! Yamanaka Hai, who was in a secret corner, suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. The hands that were forming seals suddenly dropped to the ground. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious backlash from the heart-turning technique. The corners of Qingtian's mouth curled up under the mask, and the action of patting his lower abdomen just now slightly loosened the sealing technique that blocked Shikaku. How could Qingtian, who had suffered a loss from the heart-turning technique a long time ago, forget the existence of Yamanaka Inoichi? The moment Qingtian sensed that he had launched the ninjutsu, his mind was briefly connected with Shikaku. You don't even need to move your hands. If you dare to let go, you will be bitten back. Careful! Hayashi, who has the white eyes, shouted a reminder immediately. A cold sound came from inside the ice crystals. Ice Shield secret technique, thorn flower blooms. Slight ripples appeared on the surface of the ice mirror. There are countless needle-sized long ice crystals densely packed together. Call out after accumulating strength for a moment, needle-like ice crystals filled the sky and shot out in all directions with even greater speed. Meet up! Sarutobi shouted loudly. Then he quickly formed a seal, ninja technique, three-sided sealing. The moment you open your mouth, one person plus two clones, a green transparent barrier in the shape of a pyramid, wrapping the entire ice mirror. Countless ice needles hit the barrier. The sound of ding-dong was heard everywhere. The rest of the group took this opportunity to quickly rush over to reunite with Sarutobi. Kakashi, who had already taken off his mask to reveal his single Sharingan, picked up Yamanaka Inoichi, who was seriously injured by the backlash, and used the instant body movement technique to move towards Sarutobi. In just a few seconds, the green barrier was already covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Earth escape, earth flow wall. With the ice mirror as the origin, a square, thick mud wall suddenly rose up. Feeling that it was not safe enough, Sarutobi took the Rui Jingubang from the demon's hand and formed a seal again, Vidra prison wall. Cats, with a crisp sound, the barrier that was set up at the beginning was completely shattered by the ice needles. Ice crystals all over the sky hit the second layer of the earth wall, like a torrential rain, hitting the mud. The continuous explosions echoed in everyone's ears. Tread, Qingtian's figure passed through the ice mirror and stepped out. Looking at the few people huddled in the pile of countless golden cudgels, Qingtian showed a mocking expression. A faint fluorescent light lit up in his hand, and he raised his arm to point at the turtle shell. Although no one would be killed, Qingtian just felt annoyed by the black stick known as the Rui Golden Hoop. A flash of white light mixed in with the ice needles in the sky shot towards several people at a rapid speed. A sudden palpitation surged into everyone's heart. The white light that penetrated the earth wall first made several people's heartbeats accelerate and their pupils shrink. Spread! With the warning from his battle instinct, Sarutobi shouted out immediately. Boom! At the same time, a point was broken through by dust escape. The ice needles directly smashed the thick earth wall. Kakashi and several clan leaders immediately jumped out from behind the diamond prison wall amidst the sky full of ice crystals. I would rather be shot and seriously injured than face that abrupt fluorescent light. Sarutobi, who was at the front, had no time to dodge from behind and could only turn his head as fast as possible. Call out! Several people glanced at the stick with a missing piece in the middle and the Hokage's obviously asymmetrical hairstyle, and they were horrified. Puff, puff, puff. There was a dull sound as the ice needle pierced the flesh, and drops of blood spurted into the air. The stinging pain came and several people couldn't help but groan. When the cold air dissipated, several people had varying degrees of injuries. Hayaga Hayashi, who performed the 8 trigram's return to heaven, was the one who was least injured. Sarutobi's hair was brushed by his dust release, but Kakashi, who had the Sharingan to avoid being hit, was slightly injured. The remaining 4 were all seriously injured and fell to the ground. Yamanaka Inoichi, who was already being backfired on, would probably have died directly from the ice needles if he hadn't been saved by Akimichi Chose's multiplication technique. Dingzo was seriously injured because he helped Hai to withstand all the damage. The freezing cold air slowly fell, and the moonlight drifted with the cold air. The clear sky with half of its body illuminated by the moonlight, half bright and half dark, looks like a god or a devil. Sarutobi held the two broken black sticks and glanced at the seriously injured people with a hint of hesitation on his face. But looking at Qingtian, who was walking slowly towards him, the hesitation in Sarutobi's eyes quickly turned into a determination to face death. Uchiha Headquarters, Nanga Shrine Square. Fugaku, holding a short sword, faced dozens of elite Umbu ninjas alone. Chief Fugaku, may I ask why none of your clansmen are at the garrison? Although the words were polite, the sight of the Umbu soldiers holding weapons and standing ready for battle made the square filled with a tense atmosphere. The original order was just to hide in front of the gate of the Uchiha station and be on guard against the Uchiha causing chaos or launching an attack on the village. But after a loud noise came from the Hokage building, a conspicuous giant tree directly occupied the location of the Hokage building. Coupled with the village's defensive barrier near the Uchiha base, there was a huge fluctuation. It was obvious that a large number of people were coming in and out, or there was some strong destruction. Only then did several captains communicate with each other and then take the initiative to step into the base. The results of the search, not a single Uchiha clan member was seen, and even the few gold and silver items they had were all gone. The Umbu members rushed in the direction of the barrier's fluctuations, but just as they arrived at the shrine, they were stopped by Fugaku, who suddenly appeared. Excuse me. Fugaku stood alone in front of the shrine gate and said solemnly, "This is the inheritance site of the Uchiha clan, you can't just come in and out casually. The tribesmen are all inside worshipping their ancestors, so it's inconvenient for them to come out to meet guests. It's just a way to delay time, there's no need to fight." Having learned a few things from Haruta, Fugaku was now a little more flexible in his bottom line. The leading Umbu stepped forward and said, "Chief Fugaku, there is something wrong with the barrier in the village, and it is located behind this place. Since you can't explain it, let us go over and check it out." Fugaku frowned upon hearing this. "I don't know what the barrier issue is, but outsiders are not allowed to enter this place. Nanga Shrine is indeed an important place for the Uchiha clan, that this is not a secret information and all members of the Umbu know it." The Hokage's order was that after the Uchiha showed rebellion, they were to hold Fugaku back and wait for support from behind. Although there are many abnormalities now, Fugaku's attitude does not clearly reflect the meaning of rebellion. The leading Umbu had his face wrinkled under his mask, feeling quite embarrassed. After all, the Hokage also said that before the Uchiha rebelled, they should not initiate a war. Fugaku looked at the stalemate and was secretly glad that Qingtian had taken the initiative to eliminate Danzo. In this situation, if Danzo was present, or if a former root ninja took the lead, they started fighting without saying a word, and could even make up a reason for the war after the fighting. They are nothing like the current Umbu, who are as cautious and timid as Sarutobi. The interior of the shrine, which serves as an important place for the family. Sarutobi stood up straight and gave Kakashi an inexplicable look. "Take the seriously injured companions and retreat first. Rizu, you stay here with me to contain this person." Hinata Hayashi nodded slowly, and his chakra began to condense. The people in the field are the pillars of Konoha. If they are all killed, then Konoha may face an even more cruel environment in the future. At this moment, Sarutobi was also glad that Danzo was not there. At least after his death, Konoha would always be united. The prerequisite is to take this mysterious person away. Sarutobi's eyes were determined, and his hands slowly formed several complex seals. Although it cannot be seen with the naked eye, Qingtian inexplicably felt a sense of threat from behind Sarutobi. Qingtian paused, his eyes were serious for the first time, and he whispered softly, "The corpse ghost is sealed." As soon as these words were spoken, the pupils of Kakashi Hayashi and others shrank sharply, and they instantly understood what Sarutobi meant. At the cost of his life, completely eliminate this person's threat. In that case, we can only fight with all our might. Pale blue chakra gloves emerged from his hands, and Rizu shouted and ran straight towards Qingtian. 8 trigrams, breaking the mountain. I know I am no match for this guy, but I have to at least stop him before the third generation makes full preparations. Rolling his eyes and sweeping his body forward, Rizu struck Qingtian's abdomen hard with his right palm. Boom! There was a loud bang, and smoke and dust mixed with cold air flew everywhere. Rizu was kicked out at a faster speed. With a bang, he hit the dead vine and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Qingtian did not stop Kakashi from moving the injured away, but just looked at Sarutobi coldly. "This technique is useless to me, you have no chance to get close." Qingtian glanced at Rizu, who was kneeling on one knee, and then said coldly, "He doesn't have the strength to restrain me. Is it really good to waste your life force in vain?" Qingtian had no intention of killing the third generation at this time, nor did he want to cause war in the current ninja world. Sarutobi obviously didn't listen to the mysterious man's persuasion. The seal was completed, and the faint shadow of the god of death emerged. That inexplicable feeling of threat became even stronger. Without reaching the level of the 6 paths, Qingtian obviously did not want to take the risk of testing the power of this technique. It's better to leave this move for Orochimaru to appreciate. That's it for today. Looking around, the purpose of delaying has been achieved, and Fugaku Shisui should be almost there too. The thick roots of the giant tree lifted Qingtian's body from the solace of his feet and slowly lifted him into the air. Qingtian looked down at the people below and said in a playful tone, "Well, see you next time." Sizzle! A kunai was shot at Qingtian's head first, followed by Kakashi's lightning release Chidori with full power. Qingtian tilted his head slightly, dodged the kunai, and grabbed Kakashi's right hand with his backhand. "Good timing," Qingtian whispered, and then a ruthless bone spur shot out from his palm and pierced through Kakashi's chest. Sizzle, lightning release, clone. Kakashi's chest was pierced without spilling a drop of blood, and blue-green electric light extended from the bone spur all the way to his body. A moment of paralysis on a sunny day. Bang! The kunai behind him exploded with white smoke, and this was Kakashi's true form. As the attribute of lightning release changed, Kakashi's palm turned into a blue-green blade and slashed fiercely at the paralyzed mysterious man. In Kakashi Sharingan's view, this is the real body, not a clone or a substitute. The paralyzed mysterious man only had time to slowly turn his head to avoid the vital points. The wooden mask was cut in half by the sharp blade in the palm. Although the attack missed, Kakashi still breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the third Hokage, who was from bottom to top, had already taken the opportunity to grab this man's shoulders. At this moment, Kakashi seemed to see the shadow of the god of death behind Sarutobi, and his hands full of curse seals pulled the soul of the mysterious man out of his lower abdomen bit by bit. Bang! The mask fell to the ground, and Kakashi raised his eyes to see the true face of this mysterious man. Kakashi's eyes suddenly froze, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Obito? Obito? Why is it you? It can't be you." The three megatama in his eyes were spinning wildly, but Kakashi still couldn't see any trace of disguise. "Why?" Kakashi's expression changed drastically, and the look he gave Obito changed from shock to confusion, which was extremely complicated. "Why?" "Because you killed Lin. It was Konoha who killed Lin. I will avenge her, I will destroy Konoha." Kakashi opened his mouth silently to explain, but Obito, whose soul was dragged out by the third Hokage, was no longer breathing. Looking at the body of his best friend falling from mid-air, and looking at the third Hokage who had also stopped breathing opposite him, Kakashi's cold expression completely collapsed, and his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a needle. Kakashi! Kakashi! The pain in the abdomen and the call of 3 generations. Kakashi opened his eyes sharply, gasping for air. Looking at the mess on the ground, cold sweat instantly soaked my clothes. Looking at the still-alive third Hokage, Kakashi realized that it was an illusion, and his mood, which was almost collapsed, finally eased a little. Sarutobi, who had lifted the Shikigami sealing technique, looked at the huge hole above his head that led straight to the sky with an extremely complicated expression. The look he gave Kakashi when he first ordered him to move the injured was intended to catch him by surprise. Kakashi did not disappoint his expectations. His sneak attack at the critical moment was amazing in both timing and moves. But just one glance, Kakashi, who had the 3 Magatama Sharingan, fell into an illusion at first sight. From Sarutobi's perspective, Kakashi collapsed to the side the moment he passed by the mysterious man, but the man just sneered at him, took a step casually in the air and disappeared. It is fortunate that no casualties were reported, but he clearly has the ability to kill several people, but the act of holding back made Sarutobi even more confused. "Let me in and take a look." "No, let me see." "No." Haruto, who had just arrived at Fugaku's side through the Flying Thunder God seal, heard this conversation that shattered his worldview. "Brother Fu doesn't want it?" Qingtian glanced at Fugaku with a strange look. "I'm fighting over there, and you're having fun over here." When the Umbu saw the figure suddenly appearing beside Fugaku, their pupils shrank suddenly. "Patriarch Fugaku, what is this?" The leading Umbu tightened his weapons and looked at the two men with sharp eyes. Qingtian glanced casually at the Umbu, not taking it seriously at all. Then he turned around and said with disdain, "You can leave now, Brother Fu." Fugaku looked at Qingtian speechlessly, wondering what this kid was up to. The feeling of being inexplicably disliked shouldn't be an illusion. Fugaku looked at Qingtian, who only had an index finger on his shoulder, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "Call out." Looking at the empty space in front of him, the leading Umbu was shocked. After contemplating for a moment, he led everyone into the shrine. The Uchiha defection. It's like dropping a torpedo into a calm lake. The ninja world, which had just been stable for a short time, was shocked by the announcements from the Fire Kingdom and the Water Kingdom. First, the Fire Nation announced the defection of the Uchiha clan of Konoha, and then the Water Nation, which had been closed off for many years, showed up. The fourth Mizukage and the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Karatagi Yagura, announced on behalf of the daimyo the acceptance of the Uchiha clan. He also produced various evidences to show that it was Sarutobi, the third Hokage, and Danzo and other Konoha high-ranking officials who had excluded the Uchiha in the village. Even the location of the base was placed in the corner of the village and was monitored by the Umbu all year round. In addition to this, it was revealed that the Konoha high-level officials coveted the family secrets and techniques of the village. He secretly carried out human experiments and harmed the bloody ninjas in the village. The wrangling between Konoha and Kirigakure also prompted the other three countries to take secret actions. The information sent back by the spy is almost consistent with what the Mizukage said. After hearing the report from his subordinates, a gleam of light flashed in Onoki's eyes as he floated in the air. Send someone to investigate. The spies can be a little more aggressive. Also, let the ninjas on the border make some noise and see how Konoha reacts. He is about 2 meters tall, with a broad back and strong arms. The half-open white robe revealed the muscular upper body. Just standing in front of this person, I could feel a heavy aura as if a mountain was pressing down on me. Spy, these little moves are unnecessary. Send an envoy directly to Konoha to take a look. The fourth Reikage AI twisted his finger bones, making a crackling sound. The central city was surrounded by sandstorms. The fourth Kazekage, Sand Cage Raza, looked into the distance in the direction of Konoha, with an inexplicable look in his eyes as well. Compared to this yellow world, that fertile land is more suitable for the survival of the sand ninjas. Konoha, Hokage building. Wearing the Hokage hat, Sarutobi, who looked even older, said softly, "Still no news." The lower Umbu shook his head and said, "All three teams responsible for tracking the Uchiha clan have lost contact, and no news has been sent back so far. Master Jiraiya has received the message, but has not responded. As for Lady Tsunade, she directly refused." "Is that so?" Sarutobi sighed, pondered for a moment, and then said seriously, "We must do a good job of comforting the villagers. Those weird rumors are off limits." Sarutobi's eyes flashed with anger as he spoke. "If there are spies from other countries showing up during this period, kill. Such a big thing happened, tests from other ninja villages are inevitable, and we must maintain a strong enough attitude at this time. But we can't just go through the motions, the village's hard power still needs to be strengthened." The day after the incident, the first thing Sarutobi did was to summon Jiraiya and Tsunade back to the village. Looking at the empty chairs beside him, Sarutobi began to miss the days when Danzo was still around. Sure. Spacious wooden house with familiar soft cushions. Qingtian took a sip of the hot tea that Mikato had just brewed, squinting his eyes with a look of enjoyment on his face. You can build houses wherever you go and rest whenever you want. The practicality of wood release is really good. For 5 days, in order to prevent any accidents, Haruto and Fugaku escorted the tribesmen all the way to the handover site. I've already used the illusion body technique to inform Mei Terumi and the others, so now all I have to do is wait on the shore for Kirigakure to send a boat to pick them up. Won't you go back with us? Shisui at the side asked. Qingtian shook his head. I don't have much to do now when I return to Kirigakure. The company is just getting started, and the water country's economic recovery plan has just started. Instead of wasting time in that vast expanse of white, it's better to go and see the company's new branch. Fugaku's face darkened. To put it bluntly, Kirigakure is running out of money right now and you don't want to go back. Did you bring our clan here because of the unfair treatment you received from Konoha, or to help you build a base in the rear? Fugaku had a clear understanding. A new branch of the company? Misaka, who originally wanted to visit her son, participated in every slideshow party and knew a lot of information. But the company's new branch, I haven't heard of it. Not only Mikato, but Shisui also looked confused. Qingtian nodded and said softly, the company's new branch is in the Sand Village. Hearing this, Shisui was shocked. When did you take down the Kaze cage? Qingtian said casually, not yet, I will open it when I go there in a few days. Shisui shook his head awkwardly. His best friend's confidence was really speechless sometimes. Shisui, you know the situation in Kirigakure best. When the people sent by the secretary arrive, you can take your people there to settle down first. Qingtian glanced at Fugaku as he said this old man wants to go with me to check out the branch. You'll need to pay more attention to the family affairs over there. Fugaku didn't react when he heard this, as if he had known about it for a long time. Shisui looked at the clan leader in surprise, then nodded. It would be good to immerse yourself in it for a while and strengthen your own strength. At the beginning, he was leisurely eating and drinking without worries. In the middle he was responsible for cleaning up the shrimps and watching him show off, and at the end he was busy making brother files. It would be nice to let Chief Fugaku experience the magical experience of going on a mission with a close friend. I saw several large ships emerging from the distance through the thick fog. Qingtian put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Mikato. Fugaku, should I give you two some time to say goodbye? No, we can leave now. Fugaku stood up and spoke calmly. We are an old married couple. There is no need to have a farewell preface before going on a mission. Mikato rolled her eyes at her husband and said coldly, no, just don't forget to notify me next time you see Itaki. All right. Qingtian shrugged and put a hand on Fugaku's shoulder. Flying Thunder God is activated. A patch of orange and yellow, like a golden ocean. A gentle breeze blew, carrying bits of fine sand all over the sky. Red clouds, black robes, and wooden mask. Familiar outfit, Obito X2. Haruto and Fugaku, both wearing the same disguise, strolled on the yellow sand. Because there was no Flying Thunder God mark left beforehand, the two of them traveled all the way from the Water Kingdom through the Whirlpool Kingdom, the Fire Kingdom, and the River Kingdom. It took nearly 4 days to get here. Along the way, Fugaku also experienced a unique mission journey. The food in the restaurant should be the best and the bed in the hotel should be the softest. It's said to be a mission, but it feels like a trip. Perhaps Fugaku would feel better if he wasn't constantly asked to use illusions to settle accounts. When they parted with Mikato and the others, they were penniless. Certainly. Qingtian responded softly, the special geographical location of the water country means that if there is a big disturbance, it will take a long time for other countries to confirm the accurate information. The other ninja villages don't have the unique conditions of Kirigakur. The frontal assault is something that only the major nations can do in Kirigakur. If we want to deal with the wind shadow, we need to plan carefully. Fugaku nodded, agreeing. If we continue to treat the sand village in the same way as before, the information will spread throughout the ninja world in a few days. The collapse of a great ninja village and the sudden emergence of a mysterious organization. It will definitely cause the Fourth Ninja World War to start earlier. If a strong attack doesn't work, you have to use underhand tactics. Fugaku glanced at the two men's outfits and was full of confidence in this operation. After all, this guy is no weaker than him in playing dirty. The streets of Sand Village. Gaara was carrying a broken gourd on his back, and passers-by avoided him wherever he passed. Gaara, who was already used to this, showed no expression, just a cold face. Bang! The bone bullet shot from above the roof was blocked by the sand wall emerging from the gourd. Looking at Qingtian jumping down from the roof, Fugaku was confused. Just attack as soon as you see the tailed beast Jinchuriki? Is this the plan you mentioned? Exaggerated dark circles and cold eyes. Gaara slowly stretched out his little hand and held it forward. Looking at the attacker in front of him, Gaara's eyes were filled with a hint of bloodthirstiness and cruelty. Sand explosion. The yellow sand from underground swept up and wrapped around Qingtian's entire body. You're a bit too aggressive, kid. Qingtian chuckled and with a casual strike, he dispersed the incoming sandstorm. Looking at the somewhat surprised look of the little boy in front of him, Qingtian grabbed his neck without hesitation. Sizzle, an endless stream of yellow sand gushed out from the ground and the gourd on his back. Without even releasing any ninjutsu, Qingtian simply ignored the defense in front of him. With pure physical strength alone, he could penetrate layers of sand walls. As if he was carrying a kitten or a puppy, Qingtian grabbed Gaara by the scruff of the neck and jumped onto the roof. Glancing at the confused Fugaku, Qingtian shouted retreat and started running out of the village. Fugaku, who could already sense the chakra riots of several Jonin-level ninjas, hurried to catch up. Inform Master Luo Xia. The rest of you hurry up and chase after them. As a container for the tailed beasts, it is a strategic weapon of the village. Gaara's actions were secretly followed by several ninjas. It has the meaning of protection, but it is more about preventing the container's emotions from getting out of control and causing the tailed beast to run rampage. Qingtian acted too quickly, causing several people to be captured before their Jinchuriki could even show up. The sky was covered with yellow sand. Qingtian deliberately slowed down his pace to keep the Sand Village ninja following behind him. Gaara, who was being held by the neck, barely looked up at the two people dressed in the same style with a confused look on his face. The attack of the yellow sand never stopped, and Gaara also used dozens of ninjutsu in succession, but none of them could hurt this man at all. Even though his chakra was almost exhausted, he still couldn't break free from the big hand on the back of his neck. Gaara realized that he was no match for his opponent and chose to give up. At this moment, his thought was, maybe leaving the Sand Village is also a good choice. He who hates everything, there is absolutely no expectation or love for the village, for his father, or for his brothers and sisters. Qingtian said leisurely to Fugaku as he ran, how long will it take to deal with the Ichibai with your illusion combined with the blessing of the Mangekyo illusion? Fugaku's eyes narrowed slightly, and he replied conservatively, about 3 minutes will be enough. Obito was able to control the 9 tails to attack Konoha, and as a cage-level figure, Fugaku, with the help of the Mangekyo, it was not difficult for him to deal with the 1 tails. Qingtian nodded, and suddenly a piece of bone stretched out from his palm and hit Gaara's head. Despite the endless yellow sand gushing out as a defense, it was still of no avail. After all, the difference in strength between Gaara and Haruto is not that small. With a crisp bang, Gaara fainted before he could figure out the situation. Then Qingtian held Gaara in one hand and grabbed Fugaku's arm with the other, and his figure flashed. They rushed out of the village, and the hundreds of sand shadows who had been following them suddenly could not sense the direction of the thieves. Looking at the vast sand area, a trace of confusion flashed in their eyes, and they didn't know which direction to start chasing. Spread out in all directions. Wearing a black combat uniform, the 4th Kazekage Raza stepped on the sand with a serious expression. Luo Xia, who had already arrived at the scene, immediately gave orders, and then led the second team of ninjas to move straight forward. From the moment he heard his subordinates report that the Jinchuriki had been kidnapped, Raza, who was processing documents, immediately chased out, and it was unclear whether he was worried about the tailed beast getting out of control or the safety of his son. The rest of the people looked at each other for a moment, then quickly divided into teams and ran wildly in all directions. 100 miles away from the Sand Shadow Ninja, Qingtian and the other two appeared. Qingtian picked up the golden kunao buried in the yellow sand with one foot and put it in his arms. Although it is not real gold, iron is worth a lot of silver. The moment Gaara lowered his head and fainted, a huge amount of chakra far exceeding that of a jonin burst out from this small body. Leave it to you, fugaku. Qingtian threw Gaara to fugaku. After taking over the Jinchura key that had begun to expand into a tailed beast, Fugaku's eyes began to flash scarlet light. Bang! The nearly 100-meter-long cocky tail slapped the yellow sand, causing a sandstorm. Ahaha! I'm finally out. Look at me, I'm going to kill all of you humans. The huge and fat body screams with excitement. Gaara's tiny figure appeared on top of the Ichibai's head. There is also a bright red mark on the forehead. Oh no, Shukaku was released. The body of the fully formed tailed beast can still be seen even at a distance. Speed up! Luosha gave a light shout, and the floating sand blocks increased their speed again toward Shukaku's position. The Sand Shadow ninjas who were left behind also hurriedly quickened their pace. Shukaku, who had just regained self-consciousness, opened his eyes and saw two people who looked like clones in red clouds and black robes. Human. Seeing the tailed beast's consciousness emerge, Fugaku leaped into the air, and his scarlet mangekyo immediately met the huge yellow pupil. Look, I'm going to kill you. Kill. Hoo. Looking up at the irritable tailed beast that had calmed down after falling into the illusion, Qingtian praised, not bad, old boy. He chuckled and stepped forward to pat Fugaku on the shoulder. You're being modest, it only took a few seconds to finish this. It's not that easy. Fugaku shook his head. Realizing this, Qingtian sighed softly, it's much easier to work with smart people. Qingtian stretched out his arms and spoke with a hint of excitement, if you're in a hurry, then don't hold back. Although I really want to stay and see Qingtian's current strength, it is not an easy task to defeat Feng Ying within 5 minutes. But Fugaku still turned around and walked towards the direction of the Sand Shadow. I'll leave Raza to you. I'll try my best to help you hold off the ninjas that arrive later. Look, if it were Shisui, if Qingtian hadn't said anything, that guy might not have been able to find a job. No wonder Fugaku could become the head of the clan, he must have some brains. Qingtian nodded and said, try not to kill anyone. Maybe they will become your colleagues in the future. Luosha, who seemed a little impatient, had put quite a distance between himself and the two teams of ninjas behind him. Looking at Shukaku in the distance, a hint of doubt flashed in Raza's eyes. It has already reached its complete form, so why is Yaiwei so quiet? Although he was confused, Luosha showed no intention of slowing down. Continuous rain of sand and gravel. Raza glanced at Gaara above the Ichibai's head, and after confirming that he was still alive, he immediately attacked the mysterious man next to the Ichibai. There is no need to ask about the purpose, and the intelligence can be obtained first. Luosha's first move was a killing move, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The hard sand blocks turned into hundreds of spears and rushed down. The masked single eye revealed a kaleidoscope shape, and facing the sharp attack, Qingtian did not move at all. Bang, bang, bang. There was a muffled sound of explosion, and the smooth and clear ice crystals like mirrors were very charming under the sunlight. Qingtian looked at the fourth Kaze cage with interest, thinking to himself, 5 minutes, I'll give you 4 minutes to perform. When I have learned enough, I will show my full strength. I wonder how you will respond. Seeing that Luosha's attack was ineffective, the terrifying Shakira condensed again and he quickly formed seals with his hands. Magnetic style, golden sand waves. Different from the yellowish yellow sand, the fine sand shining with golden light floats in the air and keeps changing its shape. In just 1 second, the golden sand condensed into 4 golden light pillars dozens of meters long, blocking the 4 directions of the sunny sky from high altitude and swooping down. Qingtian's eyes lit up slightly. Regardless of anything else about the blood stain, at least this color was his favorite. In that case, I'll play with you. Qingtian put his palms together, quick sand empty wall. The yellow sand under my feet roared and swept up. The ninjutsu that Gaara used when he struggled just now, when it fell into Qingtian's hands, its power changed dramatically. Boom boom. The endless explosion stirred up dust all over the sky. In midair, the tip of the golden spear was tightly attached to the semicircular earth-colored giant wall. The gold sand controlled by magnetic escape is nearly twice as heavy as ordinary yellow sand. Raza, who has always been able to restrain the sand-style ninjutsu, has a much more serious look in his eyes. Even if it was Shukaku, his magnetic escape technique could seal it, but he didn't expect it to be defended against by sand techniques. I had planned to keep at least half of my chakra in case of a possible runaway tail, but half of them seemed to be unable to deal with the enemy. Luosha's eyes condensed, and he shouted, magnetic style, quicksand burial. The soil under his feet pushed his body up again. The overwhelming pure golden ocean waves rolled down from mid-air. Looking around, the scorching sun is blocked by the waves. At this moment, even the sky seemed to be much darker where Ching was standing. Qingtian raised his head slightly. Does this guy really not care about his own son? After all, this large-scale attack even included Gaara on top of the Ikagashi's head. Forget it. If Yaiwei wakes up now, it will waste more than 10 seconds. Qingtian took a long breath and imitated the structure of the tailed beast bullet. The two-layer wind style is integrated into the sand style. All I can say is that it resembles blood stains, but with an additional attribute change. But it is not the real blood secret technique. Resurrection of the law, raging waves. Boom boom boom, a large-scale ninjutsu that is no less powerful than Raza's magnetic escape technique, causing the yellow sand under the ground to riot. With a more ferocious posture, roaring straight into the sky. A stunning collision of one earthy color and one golden color. It stopped right on top of the one-tailed beast Shikaku's head, and the situation became a stalemate. It's really spectacular. Fugaku gazed at the horizon over there and sighed softly. The two small teams of Tsunagakur who were stopped opposite Fugaku looked extremely solemn. The two pincer attacks, including the breakout, were blocked by the masked man in front of him. On the side of the tailed beasts, the fourth Kaze cage was also blocked by his opponent. Where did these two cage-level ninjas come from? The captain realized the seriousness of the problem and joined forces with everyone else to fight back. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. With the blessing of Shi, the power far exceeds that of ordinary fire-style ninjutsu, forcing the Sand Shadow team to unite and release an earth wall to block it. They fought several times in succession, although they never engaged in close combat. But I did manage to secretly learn several magnetic ninjutsu and get a lot of benefits from the system all. Seeing that there was only 1 minute left, Qingtian decided to get serious. Call out. More than a dozen kunao collided back and forth in the air, approaching Luo She's face at a strange angle. Wind style, air cut, continuous blast. After the kunao comes the powerful air cannonball. While Luo She was controlling the sand and gold to resist the kunao, he moved his body away to avoid the strong wind style. After just a few minutes of fighting, Luo She clearly realized how difficult this man was. It would be difficult for him to defeat this man alone, and he still had the necessary chakra left to deal with the existence of the one tail. Now Luo She's idea is to delay. After all, this is the home ground of the Sand Shadow Village. In 5 minutes at most, those ninjas who were scattered before should gather here. The momentum here and the huge body of the tail are both clear coordinates. Looking at Luo She dodging in midair, Qingtian raised the corners of his mouth slightly. I can use the tactic of stalling for time. You can't. Luo She once again turned his head to avoid a kunao that brushed past his hair, and his eyes suddenly froze. Where's the masked man who hasn't moved at all? Are you looking for me? A gentle voice came from behind Luo She. His pupil suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip, and 2 or 3 drops of cold sweat slid down his forehead. These words exploded in my ears like a cannonball. Did he not move in order to make me forget how he took Gaara and disappeared instantly in the beginning? Although I remained alert, I didn't expect that it would move through the fired kunao. Space-time ninjutsu. At this moment, Luo She already understood. The big hand transformed by the golden sand grabbed Luo She's body and head. After a moment it sank into the sea of sand, with no idea how deep it was. Qingtian used the last few seconds within the time limit to completely defeat Feng Ying. Then he took out a new stand and became Gaara's father, the 4th generation of the Sand Village. Just after 5 minutes, Shikaku, which had been quiet for a long time, woke up and rioted again. Damn it, who hypnotized me? Kill him, kill him. The shaking giant tail kept beating on the yellow sand, making loud noises. What an unpleasant personality. Qingtian looked up at the runaway Ichibai, and after comparing it with Shikaku and his own body, he shook his head speechlessly. Feeling that a large number of ninjas were approaching, Qingtian pulled at his combat uniform and sprinkled a handful of fine sand on his face and hair. After making himself look a little embarrassed, Qingtian raised his hand and pointed it at a huge body, saying softly, "Magnetic escape, Desert City Gold Sand Burial." The golden earth turned into an ocean current, and the location of the fish was like the center of an ocean current vortex, attracting golden sands all over the sky to swarm up. Shikaku, who was finally unsealed, felt the changes in his body and looked down quickly. Luo She. Shikaku was so angry that he shouted, "You want to seal me again?" Qingtian said nothing, just looked at it coldly and indifferently. Shikaku, whose lower body was covered in golden sand, struggled and shook his body with all his might. "Damn you, AHH. Shikaku's extremely unwilling curses and screams sent out waves of sound that spread far away. When a large number of sand villagers arrived at the scene, they happened to see the pyramid-shaped golden sand seal completely formed, and the 4th Kaze cage kneeling on one knee and breathing heavily. Groan UPS. Several captains stepped forward quickly, while the other ninjas looked vigilantly at their surroundings, as well as the tailed beast that had just been sealed. Qingtian forced himself to stand up and said, "I have already driven away the thieves with serious injuries. I left some people to guard and send them back to the village after Gaara wakes up. The rest of you, follow me back first." After saying this, Qingtian pretended to be extremely reluctant and controlled the golden sandstone platform to float in the air, slowly drifting towards the direction of the village. No one doubted it and just thought that Feng Ying was injured and was anxious to go back for recuperation. After all, the roar of the tailed beast and the iconic magnetic escape. In the entire ninja world, I have never heard of another ninja who can use it. The captain quickly arranged the personnel and took 2 teams to guard the seal while waiting for the Jinchuriki to wake up. The rest of the people formed a circle on the ground, with Qingtian guarding the center to prevent the masked man from launching a sneak attack. The clear sky in the sky was also thinking secretly, the disguised Kaze cage is different from Danzo. Raza's own way of doing things, his personality towards his subordinates, the names of the village ninjas, and the members of the team. The high-rise buildings that the package often comes into contact with are not familiar to Qingtian. Try to have as little contact as possible. Pretend to be seriously injured and hide for a while. There will be a better solution when the weather clears up later. In Feng Ying's office, Qingtian, who had waved away his men, instantly regained his spirits. The perception technique was fully activated, covering the entire building. A conspicuous golden sand barrier was set up at the door to prevent high-ranking members of the sand-hidden sect from entering rashly. After finishing, Haruta activated the phantom body technique and established a private connection with Fugaku, who was not far from the sand village. A dark phantom emerged, and Fugaku's spirit body appeared silently in the office. Qingtian sat down on the desk, put his feet on the chair and said, "The plan is half successful, but unfortunately I have no idea about the situation of the Sunagakur high-level officials. You find a way to sneak in first, I'll cover you here." Hearing this, Fugaku was a little confused. "Why don't I just tell you the information directly? Is there any need for me to sneak in?" Qingtian replied, "With your illusion's help, it will be safer to control the actions of the Sunagakur high-level officials. It seems that I have never seen this kid use illusion before." Fugaku thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he nodded and removed the phantom. Qingtian looked at the place where the puppet disappeared and smiled sinisterly. Fugaku secretly sneaked into the sand village again, but he always felt something was wrong. Given that kid's insidiousness, there's no reason why he wouldn't have thought of the situation he'd encounter after disguising himself as the Wind Shadow. During the 4 days of traveling, he never asked for any information about the upper echelons of Sunagakur, just eating, drinking and looting along the way. Half an hour later, boom boom boom, Lord Kaze Cage, there is a veiled ninja downstairs who says he has been summoned by you. An umbu from Sunagakur who was in charge of guarding the building's security reported at the gate. Let him in. He was the intelligence spy sent into Konoha before. There is no need to check him again. Also, please ask all the advisors to come to the conference room to discuss and analyze the intelligence sent back from Konoha. Qingtian didn't know how many cage-level consultants there were in Sunagakur, so he had to invite them all in at once. The umbu outside the door heard this and responded respectfully, "Understood." Watching Fugaku, dressed in a white robe and a white veil, enter the door, Qingtian sealed the door with golden sand again. The umbu accompanying them just thought that they were discussing confidential matters and didn't pay attention to this slight abnormality. Until the real body stepped into the Kazekige's office, Fugaku still hadn't figured out the key. On a sunny day, I rose up and headed for Fugaku. He smiled with white teeth and said, "The consultants will be coming in soon. I'll have to work on you from now on." Fugaku frowned and nodded. There was something wrong with this kid's attitude. Fugaku, who always felt like there was a trap, had an indescribable strange feeling in his heart. There was a knock on the door. Fugaku restrained his expression and stood aside in silence with his head down. Enter. As the golden sand seal was released, an old man with white eyebrows and an old woman with purple hair walked into the conference room. Ebizo and Cho bowed slightly to Haruta and said in a rather calm tone, "Greetings, Lord Kazekage." Qingtian nodded lightly. Without responding, he just waved his hand and sealed the door with golden sand again. The umbu, whom he had met several times before, even walked a few steps away on purpose to prevent himself from accidentally hearing any secrets. After greeting each other, the two people then looked at Fugaku, who was hiding his face, with a puzzled look. Ebizo has always been in charge of all spies in other villages, including intelligence. Ebizo had no impression of this person who found the Kaze Cage building directly. "I have met EBI and Consultant Cho." Fugaku turned around and bowed his head respectfully. "If everything is all right, I'll leave first." Sunny Day body pause, then he followed, put his hand on Fugaku's shoulder, and said with a grin, "Why are you in such a hurry? The sand village is so big, I can't handle it all by myself." A sunny face and a gentle smile. Looking at Qingtian's handsome face, Fugaku became more alert. Pointing at Cho and the other person who were standing there, Fugaku explained, "These two plus the Kaze Cage are all the top leaders of Sunagakur now. You are disguised as Luo Xia and have controlled these two advisors. With your means, the remaining minor problems should not be a problem. Don't be so confident." Qingtian said in a warm tone, "Everyone will make mistakes sometimes, so having one more person to help is an extra layer of protection. Who will I replace if I stay here? Fugaku shook his head and refused. You are pretending to be the Kazekage. These two people who know intelligence cannot be replaced at will, only disguised as a normal umbu. There's really no need for me to stay. What are you pretending to be? Qingtian patted Fugaku's shoulder and said loudly, as the head of a wealthy family, how can I belittle your status? When you were in the village, didn't you always want to get into the upper echelons? Haven't you always wanted someone from the Uchiha clan to take the high position of Hokage? At this point, Qingtian paused and took out a scroll from his arms. The new branch of the company is actually still secondary. Qingtian took out a complete set of the 4th Kazekage's clothing from the scroll and stuffed it into Fugaku's arms. The main purpose is to help you realize this great dream. From today on, you are the 4th Kazekage of the Sand Village. Help me fulfill my dream of becoming a Hokage? I really believed your ghost. Fugaku's mouth twitched, and he tried to push the clothes out, but was held tightly by Qingtian's force. I understand. I finally understand what this ominous feeling is about. Fugaku glared at Qingtian and gritted his teeth. I'll keep my substitute, Raza, but what about you? Qingtian said in a low voice with a guilty look on his face. There are a lot of troubles in Kirigakure, waiting for me to deal with them. Despite his guess, Fugaku's veins still jumped at the shameless man in front of him. Didn't they say that leaving only one person behind wasn't enough insurance? Qingtian turned his head away and looked out the window. After a moment's hesitation, he said, I believe you. As he finished speaking, a light breeze blew away a few strands of hair in front of Fugaku's forehead, revealing his bulging muscles. Looking at the empty space in front of him, Fugaku's face turned red with anger, knowing that the shameless thief had escaped using Flying Thunder God. I believe you. The endless sea of sand. Sunny was floating in the air with a smile on her face. This was the real purpose of him sending Shisui away and bringing Fugaku to this operation. As for whether he could defeat the 4th Kazekage, the outcome was decided the moment Qingtian set out. The only problem is who will disguise themselves as Raza and secretly carry out branch activities in Tsunagakure. Qingtian definitely wouldn't want to stay alone in this godforsaken place for so long. If Shisui were to pretend, given his silly personality, the possibility of him being exposed would be too high. The mature Fugaku is undoubtedly the best choice. Even more suitable than Qingtian himself to disguise as the shadow of a village. Therefore, it is better to leave the establishment of the new branch to the new branch manager. Konoha, Ninja School. In the classroom, Haruno Sakura stared at the empty seat in a trance, feeling empty inside. Who among my family members understands? The man I just had a crush on. The whole family fled. Short blonde hair, azure eyes, and 6 recognizable whisker textures on the cheeks. Naruto was also a little strange in class today. Apart from his goddess Sakura, who was peeking at him with a blushing face, he would also look at the empty seat in the corner from time to time. Uchiha Sasuke is the top student in the class and is recognized by his classmates as a genius ninja. When Naruto thought of that aloof classmate, his eyes showed 7 parts of regret, 3 parts of relief, and 1 part of ambiguous and complicated meaning. It's a pity that I haven't surpassed him yet, haven't defeated him in front of the goddess, but he left. Be thankful that he has left. The goddess may then focus her attention on herself. There is also an indescribable feeling in it. It was as if the bond between the two of them was cut in half by some unstoppable sharp blade. For 3 months, the ninja world seemed peaceful. On the surface, everything seems calm, but secretly, things are turbulent. First, spies from various countries gathered in Konoha, among which Uniink's delegation was the most direct. The sightseeing group consisting of 12 jonin entered Konoha to gather information, and they all visited the clan leaders of each clan openly. It was not until Sarutobi arrested 3 Kumokage jonin in the same tough manner that the delegation calmed down a lot. There is also the border where the land of fire and the land of earth meet. The constant minor frictions there also caused Sarutobi a headache for some time. Fortunately, his disciple, Jiraiya, who was known as one of the 3 great ninjas in the ninja world, had already set out. Otherwise, facing that Tsuchikage's temptation, Sarutobi really didn't know who to send to the border. During these 3 months, 2 of these ninjas became famous in the ninja world and sparked widespread discussion in various countries. First, there is the young 4th Mizukage Yagura Karuta, who is a perfect Jinchuriki. The position of Kage was passed to a little-known female Kirigakure bloodstained ninja in the ninja world. Without injury or sudden abdication due to old age, Yagura is still the first in history. This outrageous operation left the shadows in each village completely confused. The equally young Mei Terumi also broke the conventions of the ninja world. She became the first female to play the leading role. The second one is Uchiha Obito, who comes with his own portrait. First, there was a bounty order issued by the Sand Village, which clearly depicted Obito's disguise. He wears a red cloud, a black robe, and a wooden mask, and often calls himself Uchiha Madara. He stormed into the Sand Village headquarters and tried to kidnap the one-tailed Jinchuriki but failed. He was then seriously injured by the 4th Kazekage and fled. Immediately afterwards, Kirigakure also issued a condemnation and released a more detailed information about Obito than the Sand Village. He secretly controlled the fourth Mizukage, faked his death to escape the third war, and then disguised himself as Uchiha Madara in an attempt to start a war in the ninja world. The portrait's signature also specifically noted the ability information provided by the Uchiha clan's patriarch, Fugaku. The illusory figures of the Xiao organization gathered here. After listening to Konan's report, Nagato looked down at the people below and said majestically, Orochimaru has been confirmed to have betrayed the organization. Who among you is willing to carry out the mission of eliminating the traitors? After betraying your own village, you betrayed the organization. The phantom, who was tall and strong but half bent over, said in a deep voice, let me make that cunning creature into an eternal work of art. Hey, Scorpion, the phantom with pigtails on his head said in dissatisfaction, you're just a human puppet, not art. True art is the eternal beauty of the moment of explosion. Okay. Nagato shouted coldly, stopping the two people who were about to quarrel. In that case, Orochimaru will be left to Sasori and Deidara to handle. Deidara, who was invited to join the team to replace Orochimaru's disappearance, also wanted to meet the senior, so he did not refuse the leader's arrangement. After Nagato finished speaking, he turned to look at Kakuzu and said, why haven't you handed in the funds for the activities organized in the past few months? Kakuzu responded without even thinking, it was taken away. When these words were spoken, everyone looked at them sideways. Hey, no way, this is the level of the pairing you arranged for me. Haiden, who had just joined, looked at Nagato angrily and said, I don't want to be in the same team with a loser who can't even keep the operating funds. I strongly request a change of team. Deidara on the side also said, no way, uncle, you have lived in vain for so long. It's so lame to be robbed. Nagato's eyes focused, and the power of the samsara eye was fully revealed. Itaki, who had been quiet on the edge, squinted his eyes and looked at the legendary eyes, secretly amazed in his heart. Seeing the scene was quiet, Nagato asked in a deep voice, what's going on? Kakuzu recalls Monopoly giving him the script, and after a moment's hesitation, he responds, the thieves are wearing Akatsuki uniforms just like us. He wore a wooden mask on his face and called himself Uchiha Madara. This is consistent with the information that has been hotly discussed in the ninja world recently. His real name is Uchiha Obito, but he wears a mask and uses the name of Uchiha Madara to deceive people. Hearing Nagato, Konan, who knew the inside story, and Kisame in the corner, couldn't help but show surprise on their faces. Uchiha Madara, ha ha ha. Deidara, who was concentrating on the art of explosion, laughed out loud, that's a lame excuse, uncle. Why don't you just say next time that the Sage of Six Paths came to steal your money? No one paid any attention to Deidara's sarcastic remarks. Only Kakuzu glanced at him slightly sideways. Maybe this guy is joking. It will become a prophecy. Hidden Rain Village. A secret room in a dark building. After finishing the meeting, Nagato Konan started discussing the matter of Obito. That guy obviously has an ulterior motive. Konan turned to look at Nagato and said coldly, Nagato, why don't we just get rid of him from the organization? He has other purposes. Didn't we know that long ago? Nagato shook his head, as long as he doesn't interfere with our plan, whether it's Obito or Madara, it's just a trivial matter. After all, he has no right to act insolently in front of my eyes. Nagato's conceited words also made Konan give up her plan to persuade him. Then could it really be him who robbed the organization's activity funds? Nagato explained without thinking, it must be someone pretending that he is more concerned about the development of Akatsuki than we are. He even recruited several members himself, so why would he do something that would hinder the team's progress? Kakudo didn't say that the people who attacked him didn't use that special spacetime ninjutsu. Hearing this, Zionin nodded without saying anything. Another corner room in the building. The room was filled with flying wood chips. Obito, who had taken off his mask, had a grim face and was breathing heavily. Damn Tsunagakur, damn Kirigakur, damn it. Uchiha. Obito gritted his teeth and cursed word by word. Let's not talk about Kirigakur for now, at least he did use illusion to control Yagura, although he was quickly intercepted by someone. But what does Sand Village have to do with him? The leakage of ability information also made Obito extremely suspicious. He could never figure out who had passed on the information. As for the report from Kirigakur that it was provided by Fugaku, Obito didn't believe even a single punctuation mark. After all, there is no way that Fugaku could know about the time and space eye technique of his Sharingan. Black Zetsu looked at the helpless and furious Obito and now had the idea of replacing the Toolman. Unfortunately, the plan has already started halfway. After 100 years of planning, Black Zetsu really doesn't want to waste this opportunity. In the land of whirlpools, on the coast. This place is the country closest to the Water Kingdom. It is also the Fohao Bridge built by Yagura, the first stop leading to the land. Bright sunshine and soft fine sand. Wearing large sunglasses, Qingtian leaned on a beach chair with a relaxed look on his face. Not far away, Kimimaro was beating Suzuki at close range with an expressionless face. Little Shota, you are too inexperienced. With such a low level of skill, you still want to join our team? Shuiyu stood outside the battle circle, waving flags and fanning the flames crazily. Suiyu, after all, you are the partner who joined on the first day. By Wenro persuaded, you are still so young, so don't do this. Cut. Shuiyu curled her lips and snorted, aren't we all about the same age? As Shuiyu spoke, she glanced very carefully and secretly at the Sunny Day, who was enjoying the sunbath on a lounge chair not far away. He whispered angrily, and this little boy is from the newly moved wealthy family Uka the Wave clan. He. Zabuza, who had just finished sparring with Shisui, heard the restless boy talking nonsense as he approached. It's just that my boss gave me some electric shocks a few times and I'm holding a grudge against him. Since you can't beat the boss, you want to bully the little boy in the boss's family. Anyone who knows the boss's true identity can guess this little trick. If you want to stop the water. Uncertain. In the battle circle, Suzuki, with a bruised face and nose, was struggling to fend off Kaimamuro's fierce attack. Qingtian raised an eyebrow and glanced at Shisui's puzzled expression, and explained, Obito doesn't suspect many people. Anyone who has seen him use his pupil skills has basically been killed by him. You're asking Kakuzu to insist that he stole it. Aren't you just asking for trouble? Once the news comes out, he will definitely suspect that there are people around him or in the organization who betrayed his information. The corners jumped out and actually provided him with direction. Shisui was stunned for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. Looking at the dazed Shisui, Qingtian said calmly, promise me, Shisui. Shisui subconsciously looked towards his best friend. Qingtian took off his sunglasses and said in a firm tone, forget about using your brain in the future. Just follow the instructions. I can find a way to solve the problem of vision. You've messed up your mind, I really can't figure it out. After saying that, Qingtian took off his sunglasses and lay back down. Hearing this, Shisui stared at his best friend blankly, his big eyes flickering with innocence and embarrassment. Boss. Zabuza came over and glanced at Shisui, who had turned into a stone statue, in confusion, then greeted Qingtian. Qingtian nodded and instructed, before the Fohao Bridge is connected, you can take them to train here for the time being. The environment in Whirlpool Country is much better than Kirigakur. You can also keep an eye on the port to make sure it doesn't get destroyed. Zabuza nodded and looked at the blue sky not far away, feeling complicated for a moment. A few months ago, I was still thinking about how to assassinate the fourth Mizukage. Now I feel a little sympathy for Yagura. And Qingtian, who was sitting on the recliner, was secretly saying this in his heart. Based on this distance and the current speed of bridge construction, Yagura will have to work for at least 2.5 years. Tsunagakur and Kirigakur are the two poorest countries among the 5 major countries. The economic recovery plan has only just started, and it will take several years to achieve a big harvest. Wait until the Kirigakur is connected to the land, and wait until Fugaku has complete control over the military power of the Sand Village. That's the time to make a fortune on a sunny day. As for this period of time, it is also good to make some extra money and cultivate your character. The wind blows and the cattle and sheep move, and time flies. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. As early as half a year ago, the Fohao Bridge was connected to the land of Whirlpool Country. The Kirigakur ninjas, who had not been seen for a long time, also appeared in various countries in the ninja world one after another. What is different from the past is that the ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village all had a layer of gold powder sprayed on their foreheads, and they even called themselves employees of a wealthy company. I thought that if those crazy people connected with the ninja world, it would cause further disputes in the ninja world. As a result, a dispute arose. But it is not the battlefield, but the workplace. The tasks issued by the daimyo of each country, except for some that are specifically assigned to their own ninja villages. At the same time, a large number of scattered tasks such as finding people, finding pets, and intelligence will be announced. In the past, this part was taken over by some wandering ninjas or ninjas from small countries. As a result, in the past 6 months, every time a project was announced, it was completed by Kirigakur at the fastest speed. Some Kirigakur will even negotiate privately with the client to reduce some of the remuneration to complete the task. Ask the client to remove the task and don't give other ninjas the opportunity to take it. This crazy inward-looking atmosphere in the workplace makes all the ninjas in the ninja world hate it. The rewards for missions of all levels in all countries have dropped by 10% in just half a year. After all, you refused to do it because the pay was too little, so the client immediately went to find the ninja from Kirigakur. There are even rumors that these Kirigakur who go out, they also often use the slogan of justice to punish merchants who harm civilians. Either you are making money or you are on your way to making money. The confused village leaders also sent a large number of spies to the Water Kingdom to investigate after the Netherworld was connected to the land. As a result, just a few days after the spies were sent out, the first piece of information they received was asking for funds for the mission activities. Other name, bridge toll. Although they did not want to pay the extremely expensive bridge toll, the village leaders finally approved the funds. Who asked for there to be an extra so-called bridge guard on the bridge? The former Mizukage, the three-tails Jinchuriki, Yagura Karuta. Don't guard at the head of the bridge, and don't stay at the end of the bridge. The tailed beast has transformed into a bubble in the middle of the bridge, making it impossible for you to walk or cross. Sound Village. A newly built village adjacent to the land of whirlpools and the land of water. A deep underground secret room. Wearing a mask and a white robe, Qingtian sat opposite Orochimaru. There was a round tea table between the two of them, on which were 2 cups of hot tea that Do had just brewed. On a 2-meter-long operating table beside him lay a young ninja with fair skin and white eyes. Qingtian took a sip of hot tea, looked at Orochimaru and said calmly, "I owe you a favor this time." Orochimaru chuckled and said, "Mr. Millionaire, if you don't want to owe me a favor, a mangekyo I will do." "That won't do." Qingtian said confidently, "You can owe favors, but you can't give away goods. That's the rule." Orochimaru licked his large tongue but did not respond. He had anticipated this. The Monopoly Company in the Hidden Mist Village, the strange changes of the Hidden Mist Ninja, and the tolls on the Rich Bridge. A series of things can prove that this person's obsession with money is no less than his obsession with life. Love of research. As for the source of this information, it was naturally Orochimaru, who also sent people to the water country to inquire. Anyway, as long as you pay the bridge toll, you can pass through no matter which country you are a ninja from. The bridge keeper is also a man who only cares about money and not people. Although I never asked. But this person's code name says it all. Even though I can't get the kaleidoscope, it's still nice to have a favor from such a strong man. After all, it's just a simple cell transplant operation. Glancing at the young ninja on the operating table, Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a hidden greed. After drinking the tea in the cup, Orochimaru reminded, the cells of the first Hokage can only play a suppressive role. If we want to eradicate the blood disease, we need Mr. Rich to find better experimental materials. Qingtian nodded, with a calm look in his eyes. He had anticipated this. It can have a suppressive effect, and even Qingtian feels it is good. If just a few blood and flesh cells can cure the blood disease, then wouldn't the first Hokage be more terrifying than the Six Paths Sage? Qingtian waved his hand, and Kimimaro on the operating table immediately came over. Qingtian put his elbow on Kimimoru's shoulder like a brother and whispered to Orochimaru, "It's a rule not to give away goods, but favors must always be repaid. If you haven't changed your plan for Sand Village, there is a great gift I left for you. Just think of it as repaying the favor this time." Uchiha Headquarters, Fugaku Family. I just returned to the mansion with Kimimaro, who had just finished surgery. Qingtian looked up and saw Mikato busy with a table full of food. "Thank you for your help, Mikato-san." Qingtian didn't act pretentiously and just sat down at the dining table waiting for dinner to start. "Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Mikato." Kimimaro also greeted respectfully and then sat next to Qingtian. Mikato smiled and nodded. "The meal will be ready soon, please sit down for a while." Mikato tilted her head and looked towards the inner room. "Suzuki, bring out the tea that's brewing in the room." Moment. Suzuki, looking unhappy, walked out of the house holding a tea tray in one hand. He offered Qingtian a cup with an expressionless face. Then he glared at Kimimaro fiercely before reluctantly handing him the tea. Suzuki, who has moved to Kirigakure for more than 3 years, is still the same as before. Aside from Mikato and Shisui, he had a stern expression on his face when meeting everyone else. I should have added Fugaku. But Suzuki, who had not seen his father for more than 3 years, once thought that his father had died while on a mission outside. Later, Mikato had to assure him again and again, otherwise Suzuki would have thought that he had become a fatherless child. Obviously, Itaka's departure and his father's disappearance had a great impact on his character. And now Suzuki's goal is to kill the man from the original work, to kill his hateful brother. It turned into beating up the hateful brother and finding the missing father. Mikato glared at her younger son with some dissatisfaction, then smiled helplessly at Qingtian. Qingtian shrugged indifferently that he didn't care about such a small problem at all. As for the attitude of this tsundere brat towards Kimimaro, it is probably because he was beaten pretty hard in the past 3 years. It's normal to feel a little bit annoyed. That's right. Sunny, who was gnawing on a chicken drumstick at the table, said to Mikato vaguely, "Fugaku should be back in a while." Mikato paused. Then he picked up 2 pieces of fat meat and stuffed them into Suzuki's bowl, and replied expressionlessly, "Okay, I get it." If it wasn't for Qingtian being able to clearly see Mikato's trembling little hands, one might have thought that the couple's relationship had grown cold. Despite having the illusion body technique, Mikato is always able to communicate with Fugaku, who is far away in the Sand Village in the Mist Village. But it was just an illusion. There was no way to have physical contact. At the dinner table, Suzuki looked at Qingtian with some confusion, his face hidden by a half-golden mask. But judging from the body shape and voice, this should be the same person who wore the wooden mask before. Only the clothes and masks are different. This person should be the real controller of the Hidden Mist Village and the powerful figure in the company. After all, whether it was Kimimaro, who beat him for 3 years, or his brother Shisui, they all obeyed this man's orders. Now there is another one added to the mix, his long-missing father. Suzuki also asked Shisui out of curiosity, but never got an answer. After dinner, the top executives of various companies who received the notice gathered in the spacious conference room for a rare occasion. The exception is Yagura, who is in charge of guarding the bridge. Carrying a large sword covered with explosive talismans, Shuryu walked in and saw King-Tian's outfit and shouted, "Boss, who are you going to bully again?" Uchiha Obito's reputation in recent years has spread throughout the ninja world, such as breaking into the palaces of daimyo in various countries at night, robbing wealthy businessmen from all over the place, and even sneaking into the ninja villages of the 5 countries to steal the inheritance of ninjutsu, etc. As a result, not long after the incident, Suijutsu discovered secret ninjutsu techniques from various countries in the scroll storage room of the company building. Not only Shuiyu, the scroll storage room in the company is open to all employees. It contains all the recorded ninjutsu, secret techniques, bloodstains, weapons, etc. You can directly redeem it with employee points within the company. It is easier to earn points, turn in your mission rewards, or even add points out of your own pocket. All employees in the company have already understood this. Who is behind the rise of Uchiha Obito's fame? Even a hard-hearted person like Zabuza sometimes feels sorry for Obito, whom he has never met. Not only did they not get any benefits, but the hatred values of various countries were maxed out. That's right. There are also bounties from various countries. The series of zeros behind it are all unspeakable tragic stories. Qingtian sat in the first seat with a big horse and a golden sword, thinking to himself, now Obito no longer needs to pretend to be Sunny. Qingtian was also ready to put that classic equipment away. After all, Obito's current fame is already more famous than the cages of the 5 major countries. There is absolutely no need to continue. The exaggeration is that several cases where wealthy businessmen were robbed were not committed by Qingtian. Apparently someone has discovered a new business opportunity. He made the red cloud and black robe himself, carved the wooden mask himself, and completed a set of criminal equipment. He started to pick people to do the job, and when the job was done, the reputation was handed over to Obito. This is also the reason why Qingtian is preparing to change his vest. First he glared at Shuiyu, who was making a lot of noise. It was much quieter. Qingtian turned his head and stared at Mei Terumi's slender waist with a sharp gaze. Look at how impatient he is. Mei Terumi rolled her eyes in annoyance and threw the scroll across her waist over. Qingtian took the scroll, carefully checked the amount inside, and then put it into his own pocket. Ahem. Qingtian straightened his white robe and said, "Our company will participate in Kanaha's joint shinin exam this year under the name of Kirigakur." When Mei Terumi heard this, she turned her head away speechlessly. The company also participated in the competition under the name of Kirigakur. There is no Kirigakur anymore, it's just a bunch of overworked maniacs corrupted by money. Although they were all familiar faces, Mei Terumi always felt that the hidden mist village had been destroyed. Now she, the nominal 5th Mizukage, is just the company's president's secretary. Qingtian ignored Mei Terumi, who was looking at him with a frown in the audience. After all, as a woman, there are always a few unhappy days in a month. Terumi Mei didn't say anything, so Qing, the secretary of the boss's secretary, immediately stepped forward and asked, "Boss, who should we send to participate?" Qingtian glanced at the gold medal collection team, Suijutsu, Kimimaro, Haku, Suzuki. It seems that the 4 of them are also genin. Let Zabuza lead the team, and all 4 of them will go and participate. Hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched. They are all senior executives of the company, and they are well aware of the strength of this debt collection team. After all, they are a team specifically responsible for targeting those wealthy businessmen who can afford the protection of senior ninjas.